Chapter 321. Let my sister come. Owner. Natasha stared blankly in the direction Yixin left. The Shadow Demon King quickly said, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and chase. Natasha, shoot the arrow into the sky." Mu Qing had an idea. Natasha nodded, pointed her bow at the sky, pulled the bowstring frequently, and fired arrows one after another. Gradually, the sky is already filled with arrows, like fireworks. Yixin soon noticed something strange over there. "It's Natasha's arrow. Hurry up. Go back. Look at how excited you are." Yuner turned the motorcycle around. Soon, they arrived near Natasha and others. "Who asked you to act privately?" Yixin hugged his shoulders and pretended to be stern. "Master, I'm sorry for making you worry." Natasha threw herself into his arms. Her eyes red, but she smelled a strange smell and retched involuntarily. "What do you smell like?" "It's disgusting," Shadow Demon King said bluntly, staring at Yixin and Yuner. Yuner tugged at her clothes. Yixin coughed lightly. "I already have the snake eyes. I accidentally splashed them. Did you get it? It's amazing." Shadow Demon King was a little surprised. "I thought it would take a battle to get it, but I didn't expect to get it in just a few hours." "The top priority is to find a way to get back to the little paper man." Yixin frowned slightly. The Shadow Demon King sighed and told everything about what happened. Yixin frowned. "This guy is too bad. Do any of you have any clothes that can be changed?" Yuner asked awkwardly at this time. "I don't wear clothes." The Shadow Demon King shook his head and looked at Mu Qing along with the others. "Sorry, I don't have any spare." Mu Qing shook her head. Yixin shrugged. "I do have some, but they are all for men." "Okay, bring it quickly," Yuner said with a blushing face. To be honest, he didn't want to wear Yixin's clothes, which seemed a bit intimate. But it's better than being covered in unknown liquid. Yixin took out a set of clothes. Yuner took it, thanked her weakly, and then got into the grass nearby. "If anyone dares to peek, I will dig out your eyes." Yixin was not that taboo. He took off his dirty clothes and put on new ones. "Which direction is the little paper man going?" Yixin looked at everyone and rubbed his eyes involuntarily. He had not rested for a long time. The Shadow Demon King pointed in the direction where the little paper man left. "Why don't we wait here? Maybe he will be back soon." "This place is really dangerous. The little paper figures are small and can run away even if they encounter danger. Wait for yourself. If you go too deep into it rashly, it might be bad." Bang bang. The ground shook violently, and it turned out to be the huge King Kong, running over quickly. The Shadow Demon King was startled. "What's going on? Why did this thing follow you?" "No. Leave quickly." Yixin frowned and found that further away, the snake was squirming towards him at an extremely fast speed. He summoned a passenger car. "Get in!" Everyone got in the car and ran straight to the direction the paper man left to catch up. Damn humans. The Lin snake kept chasing after it. But the King Kong thought it was chasing it and had no choice but to keep running. "The situation is really terrible." Yuner occupied the co-pilot's seat. Big Snake, the little girl brought by Mu Qing, looked behind her, opened her hands, and seemed very happy. Lin Snake is getting closer and closer. His huge body gives people an air of despair. Yuner hesitated a little and asked, "Is there any way to get rid of Lin Shi?" "Originally there was. But now?" Yixin let out a long sigh. His summoning skills were greatly weakened, and he could not summon obstacles. Being able to summon a passenger car was already good. He hesitated a little. "Natasha, ask Lin Snake to slow down." "Yes." Natasha came to the back of the bus, broke the glass, and then used the power of ice and snow in her body to shoot an arrow. Whoosh, the arrow pierced the sky and then hit. "What the hell?" Lin Snake didn't take it seriously. But soon, the coldness from the arrow caused his entire snake head to become covered with ice. Because the body is too big, the power of frost could not spread to his whole body. However, it still slowed him down, and he was gradually thrown away by the bus. "So thrilling." Mu Qing wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. "Natasha is so amazing. Such a big snake can slow down." The Shadow Demon King admired her. "Thanks." Natasha was a little embarrassed after being praised and ran to stay next to Yixin. Yuner said, "I just got rid of him temporarily. He will definitely be chasing me. We can't take it lightly. I will always be vigilant. Leave it to me." Mo, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his hand. "Okay." Yixin looked over and trusted him. Linchi is probably about 7 kilometers away from us, Mole said directly. When the Shadow Demon King saw this, he said, "What a nose! It's even smarter than a dog. What does a dog mean to me?" The mole felt a little proud and continued to smell with his nose, judging the distance. "Where did the little paper man go?" Yixian murmured softly. "It's been so long and I haven't even seen a shadow. They say they are looking for some important treasure. But they have to go. And they can't stop me. I really don't understand whether the treasure is more important or my life." The Shadow Demon King complained a little. Yuner looked over to the evil little paper man. "Both are equally important. This is his nature. No wonder discovering a treasure is like discovering your own mother," Shadow Demon whispered. Gradually, the buzz stopped. "What's wrong?" Yuner was puzzled. "What a big tree!" Yixian looked at the huge trees in front of him with some disbelief. It was wider than the Lin snake and hundreds of meters tall, and its entire body was faintly glowing with brown light. The mole suddenly said, "I smell the smell of the little paper man. Very close to us. Little paper man, come out quickly. We have to evacuate." Yixian dispersed from the bus and landed smoothly with everyone. No answer. "Is it really around here?" Yuner crossed her arms and glanced around. "Yes. My sense of smell is definitely not wrong." The mole nodded. He turned to look at the huge tree. "If you don't believe what's coming from over there, I will take you there. Follow up," Yixian said to everyone. They followed the mole to the big tree and searched for it. Strange, Mole frowned. "This is where the smell comes from. Why isn't it? Your nose is broken. Don't talk nonsense in the future," Shadow Demon King said with a smile. Yixian suddenly raised his hand. "Shh! Keep your voice down. Listen carefully. Help me. Help me." A faint sound, not much louder than a mosquito, came from the trees. Yixian and others looked at each other. "Little paper man? He's trapped in a tree? Get out of the way and let me come." Yuner took out a dagger, came to the tree, and stabbed it hard. Chapter 322. It's not as bad as imagined. When the dagger stabbed, red liquid flowed out. Yuner stepped back repeatedly. "Isn't this a little too evil? Trees are alive." Mu Qing stepped forward at this time, put her hand on the tree, and closed her eyes. "Is this?" Yuner was puzzled. "Mu Qing's body is also a tree, so she should be chatting?" Yixian rubbed his chin, thinking it was very possible. Soon, Mu Qing put down her hand. "He said he just wanted to play with the paper man. But what Yuner did just now made him very unhappy. You forced the little paper man to play with you. And that was interest. If you don't release the little paper man, believe it or not, you will be burned." Yuner pursed her lips. "He's angry." Mu Qing suddenly backed away. The giant tree swayed slightly, and the sounds of monsters came one after another. One after another. "He's calling the nearby monsters over." The Shadow Demon King glanced around. Mu Qing hesitated a little. Yuner apologized to him quickly. "Sorry." Yuner felt that she had done nothing wrong, but she still apologized. But it was no use. The monsters come, rampage, and attack. "You bastard! This girl has already apologized. What else do you want?" Yuner was a little angry and released 2 dice from time to time. "Can't beat it." The Shadow Demon King was extremely helpless and tried his best to stop a monster. Mu Qing could only run away with the little girl. Natasha suddenly said, "The power of ice and snow." She exhausted most of the ice and snow power in her body, and the whole place instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, with the monsters frozen inside. Even the giant trees were partially frozen. "If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with alcohol." Yixian walked over quickly, took out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and then threw it down hard. There is a long opening in the giant tree. The red liquid flowed, and the little paper figure flowed out. It was almost digested. This is what happens when you disobey orders. Yixian raised his hand and pinched his head. "There is a great treasure." The little paper man felt aggrieved. "Where is the important treasure? Have you found it?" The Shadow Demon King flew over. The little paper man replied, "It's inside this tree. I don't know exactly what it is, but it must be very precious. If you want other people's things, no wonder they put you in jail." Mu Qing hugged her shoulders and shook her head. "Let's go." Yixian glanced at the motionless giant tree and shook his head. "Don't worry. There's still something left to do." Yuner found a torch and lit it, then slowly walked to the giant tree. Mu Qing couldn't help but said, "It's best not to do that." "Why?" Yuner turned her eyes and looked over. Anyway, don't do this. Mu Qing did not say, but shook her head repeatedly. I want it. Yuner threw the torch at the giant tree. Suddenly, the giant tree burst into flames, and the flames shot straight into the sky. Black smoke filled the sky. Yixian coughed a few times. Hurry up. You guys don't even want to go anywhere. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and a man with flames all over his body walked out of the giant tree. Monster? Shadow Demon King couldn't help but be wary. He knew that the strange man in front of him was the shape of a giant tree. Not a real person, but similar to Mu Qing. First you want to rob me, and then you set me on fire. Do you really think I have no temper? The man clenched his teeth, and his brows were full of anger. Yixian cupped his hands. I'm really sorry. We can't help you. Whoosh. Natasha shot an arrow, covered with the power of ice and snow, extinguishing the fire. However, Yuner snorted. Did you get your things when you robbed them? Did you burn you to death? If we hadn't been capable, we would have become your nourishment long ago. She said it very disdainfully, but she meant every word. You? The flames on the man's body had faded, but he was even more angry. We are both trees. I hope you can let this matter go for my sake. Mu Qing took a half step forward. I'm fine. But do you think he will let you go? The man pointed into the distance. Actually just delaying time. The mole suddenly said, the Lin Snake is still 1,400 meters away from us. What are you still doing? Run away. The Shadow Demon King looked back, and Lin Snake's huge body came into view. Unexpectedly, he caught up with him so quickly. Let's go! Yixian raised his hand to summon the bus. So you're stalling for time. Yuner looked at the man angrily. Yixian had no choice but to carry her into the bus. Stop messing around, or you will lose your life. After putting Yuner down, he quickly came to the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The bus sped out directly. Lin Shi followed closely behind, the distance between them being rapidly reduced. Natasha, can you give him another arrow? Shadow Demon couldn't help but ask. No. The last bit of ice and snow power was used just now. Natasha shook her head slightly. Is there really no other way? The Shadow Demon King felt despair. The little paper man suddenly said, one person does the work and the other takes responsibility. I will lead the snake away. Lin Shi is still 600 meters away from us. There was a heaviness in Mole's voice. I'm going! The little paper man knew he couldn't drag it on any longer. Come on! The target is not you, but Yixian and I. Yuner looked over speechlessly. She turned around and said, leave it to me. He's just a snake. I'll join you again after I get rid of him. Death may mean that you are truly dead and cannot return to the real world. Yixian suddenly raised his hand and patted her shoulder. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuner laughed dumbly, thinking this was ridiculous. Believe it or not. In short, I don't agree with you going this time. If you want to go, I will go. It's because of me that everyone came to this ghost place. Yixian knew that he had unshirkable responsibilities and needed to take responsibility. Yuner hummed. I'm just helping the lady to monitor you. Why is it because of you? I know everything. Thank you all the way. Yixian let out a long breath, opened the car door, and jumped out. Hey! Yuner wanted to follow, but the door was already closed and couldn't be opened. The doors and windows are locked, and the car is autonomous. It can take you wherever it goes. Yixian said this and looked forward. Lin Shi had stopped and looked at him quietly, like a high mountain peak. Lin Shi's voice was extremely cold. I will swallow you into my stomach and let the gastric juice slowly corrode you. If you have the ability, come and give it a try. The armor on Yixian's body appeared, and at the same time, tombstones appeared one after another and fell from the sky. Lin Shi was hit by a huge tombstone and looked in pain. Yixian's heart moved. It seems that the attack he received was real, and there would be no attenuation. Could it be because he also came from the game world? It seems it's not as bad as imagined. Yixian chuckled and twisted his neck. Chapter 323. It's time to end. Hiss. The huge forest snake was circling, condescending. Yixian held a 7-star Long Yuan sword. Without any fear, he rushed over and jumped up. Whoosh! An arrow came and hit Lin's snake. It turned out to be Natasha. She carried out the attack through the shattered rear window. The buzz drove away and gradually disappeared, leaving only one person and a snake at the scene. Yixian jumped on Lin's snake. I'm not that easy to eat. After he finished speaking, He stabbed down the 7-star Long Yuan sword with all his strength. The skin on Lin Snake's body was cold, and it was directly pierced by the sword. Asshole! The snake bit him directly. Yi Xian was not stupid and quickly drew out his sword to dodge. Almost being eaten. Bang! Dan Linshi turned around and hit him with her body. Puff! Yi Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood and felt that his body was about to fall apart. He raised his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, adjusted his body in midair, and landed smoothly on the ground without suffering any secondary injuries. Lin Shi's voice was cold. I'm going to kill you! You lowly humans! It was obvious that he was very angry now. Pooh! Yi Xian spat out bloody spit. But due to the powerful healing technique, he was no longer seriously injured. The Lin Snake rushed forward fiercely, at an extremely fast speed. Although his body is huge, it does not affect the explosion at all. Death's door! Yi Xian shouted in his heart. And a door appeared in front of him. The sharp teeth of the Lin Snake should have bitten on him, but instead bit on the door of death. Is it delicious? Yi Xian took this opportunity to retreat, his face turning pale. Although the cost of summoning the door of death will make you feel uncomfortable, it is at least better than being eaten. He turned to take out the blood energy bead and absorb the blood energy inside, with a blood-red light flashing in his eyes. Do you need help? The little golden dragon's voice appeared in his mind. Yi Xian shook his head. It's not the time yet. Don't be anxious. After he unleashed a powerful healing spell on himself, he frowned and found that the effect was not as good as expected. This world has too many limitations on itself. You can't beat me like this. Remember Dragon Ball? Little Jinlong pondered for a while, and then said, Of course. Yi Xian nodded and put it in his pocket. Take it out and give it to me, Xiao Jinlong said directly. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian took out the Dragon Ball. What should we do? Nice one. Lin Shi looked at the Dragon Ball in his hand, her eyes glowing with gold. And she gave up the idea of crushing him into a meat pie with her body. In that case, the Dragon Ball might be damaged. Give it to me, Xiao Jinlong repeated. Yi Xian stuffed the Dragon Ball into his clothes, then held the 7-star Long Yuan sword and looked at Lin Snake from a distance. I will transform into a dragon, and you are my stepping stone. Lin Shi's voice was cold, making people feel chilly. As long as I can get the Dragon Balls, you can be promoted to a divine dragon yourself. Yi Xian smiled. You don't deserve it. Delay. At least 5 minutes. The little golden dragon's voice came from his mind. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. These 5 minutes sounded like a very short time. But judging from the current situation, it was as difficult as going to heaven. You can do it, Xiao Jinlong said again. Call. Yi Xian turned around and ran in the opposite direction. It's just delaying time, no matter what method is used. Lin Shi followed closely behind, then swung her body. You don't think you can run away, do you? Shua. Yi Xian faced the huge body thrown towards him and blocked his sword in front of him. Snapped. A huge sound spread to the horizon. Yi Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red, and he flew backwards for a long distance before he could stop. He struggled to his feet and cast powerful healing spells on himself. But the effect is not good. Skills are severely limited. Yi Xian felt exhausted. But less than 2 minutes had passed. Lin Shi crawled over slowly, less than 3 meters away from him. You are too weak. I originally wanted to play it again, but this toy really doesn't live up to expectations. Whoosh. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air and accurately hit Lin Snake's head. Frost begins to form. Lin Shi's head was completely frozen. Taking this opportunity, Yi Xian stepped back and looked back, only to find a passenger bus parked there. Owner! Natasha stood on the roof of the car, holding a bow and arrow. Yi Xian was speechless for a while. Why are you back? I told the artificial intelligence in the car to turn back, and I was sent back. Yuner was playing with 2 dice in her hands, walked slowly over, and stretched out her hand. This, Yi Xian was stunned and put his hand up. Let's go! We don't have much time! The voice of the little paper man came. The ice on Lin Snake's head began to crack, and it was obvious that he was about to break free from control. Yuner tugged hard and put Yi Xian on her shoulders. Let's go! They jumped on the bus and drove away. However, things are far from simple. Lin Shi was angry. He squirmed quickly, so fast that a long trace appeared on the ground. You shouldn't have come back. Yi Xian lay in Yuner's arms, dumbfounded. Natasha leaned down, holding a bow and arrow. Master, even if I die, I will die with you. She tried to use the power of ice and snow. But she had already used up some of the power she had managed to accumulate. Kaka. The earth is cracked inch by inch. With almost no suspense. Lin Shi caught up and trapped the bus. It's over. Shadow Demon King's voice was filled with despair. The snake began to spin and entangle the passenger car. Squeak. The sound of machinery being compressed filled my ears. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cast several powerful healing spells on himself. Then stood up suddenly and waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Blood splattered out. Pieces of Lin Snake's flesh and blood were cut off. But that didn't stop him. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the space became smaller and smaller. And the air became thinner. Die! Lin Shi's huge eyes were filled with mockery. Gradually, everything was compressed to the extreme. There was no feeling anymore. And the bus became scrap metal. Lin Shi sneered proudly and slowly moved away. But his expression soon turned to astonishment. Because except for the passenger car that had been turned into scrap metal, Yi Xian and others were nowhere to be seen. And not even half a body was seen. What happened? Lin Snake was puzzled and flicked his tail to slap the scrap metal away. Only then did he realize that Yi Xian and others had actually dug a hole and hid in it at the critical moment. Ha ha. You're a fool. Today is the beginning of my revenge. Lin Shi sneered. 3. Yi Xian murmured softly. Lin Shi was puzzled and had doubts in her heart. What are you talking about? Inexplicably, a kind of uneasiness burst out from my heart. 2. It's time. Yi Xian let out a long breath and took off his coat. This made Yuner blush and look away. Pervert! Don't get me wrong. It's just time for this battle to end. Yi Xian twisted his neck, and the little golden dragon wrapped around him rose into the sky with golden light. Chapter 324. The Power of the Dragon. Dragon? Lin Shi looked in disbelief. In his era, dragons were at the pinnacle. Anyone who appears must kneel down and worship. And those who resist will only end up with their tribe being massacred. This fear is engraved in my bones. Lin Shi swallowed and spat. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Now that I am 1,000 meters long, even a dragon can't give in. Who gave you confidence? The body of the little golden dragon suddenly grew in size, reaching a full 900 meters, with 8 claws under its belly, and its whole body was glowing with golden light. 8-clawed golden dragon? Lin Shi's pupils trembled slightly. This is the king of dragons. An absolutely powerful bloodline. So cool and amazing? Will we be invincible in the future relying on it? The little paper man waved his hands. Yi Xian shook his head. There was solemnity between his brows. In fact, this is the strength that the little golden dragon has temporarily released by relying on the Dragon Ball. And it can only last for a short period of time. It is also a one-time thing and cannot last forever. Now the main question is, little golden dragon, can you use the power of the Dragon Ball to defeat the Lin Snake? The little golden dragon roared, causing the earth to tremble, and the space almost collapsed. This powerful force shocked everyone present. At the same time, Yi Xian was even more confused. Then why would the river god place such a powerful being on himself? It's really confusing. The Lin Snake rose into the sky and quickly attacked the little golden dragon flying in the air. He knew that the longer it dragged on, the less advantage he would have. And the battle must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, fear will eat you up sooner or later. The little golden dragon was not afraid of danger. And just like that, one dragon and one snake started fighting. Who do you think will win? Yuner looked at everyone. The Shadow Demon King heard this. Needless to say, one is a snake and the other is a dragon. Of course, the dragon is more powerful. Really? The little paper man folded his arms and was ready to celebrate. But the Lin Snake is 200 meters longer than the dragon and more than 3 meters wide. Mu Qin said after a little hesitation. This is a huge flaw and belongs to the asymmetry in tonnage. 10 minutes later, the little golden dragon and the Lin Snake are evenly matched. Dragon? That's all. Ha ha ha. Lin Shi gradually became confident. Only the little golden dragon knew that he did not show his true power because he did not have enough energy. There is too little power left in the Dragon Ball. Yuner couldn't help but said, we have to help that dragon. However, we cannot intervene in a battle of this level. The Shadow Demon King was a little helpless. But there is a guy who can. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. You mean that tree demon? Mu Qin noticed something and remembered the tree demon she had seen on the road before. Yi Xian nodded. If we can persuade him, this battle will definitely be won. Are you kidding me? There's no way that guy can agree to this. Yuner felt that it was outrageous and had no chance at all. I'll try it. Mu Qing bit her lower lip. Maybe you could sell you. The little paperman coughed slightly. Mu Qing glared at her. Go away. If that guy dares to do anything to this girl, he will bear the consequences. After she finished speaking, she stormed off. Shadow Demon King. Follow me, Yi Xian said immediately. Okay. Shadow Demon King hurriedly followed, having a helper. I can only hold on for the last 15 minutes. The little golden dragon's voice suddenly came from his mind. Yi Xian frowned. Time is running out. You guys guard this place. I'll go up first. Although he lacked strength, with the sharpness of the 7-star Long Yuan sword, it is not difficult to cause damage to Lin Shi. Without my driving skills, how can you give me a hammer? Yuner summoned the motorcycle, sat in the driver's seat, and turned on the flight mode. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Master, come on. I will be able to shoot another arrow mixed with the power of ice and snow soon. Natasha has been recovering. Come on, landlord. The little girl in the team shouted. Yuner and I will go and come back. Yi Xian sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. He turned to chuckle. Can I hold your waist this time? Humph. I'm giving you an advantage. Yuner snorted softly. She was not wearing a midriff-bearing outfit, nor was her waist exposed. There was no direct physical contact. Powerful healing technique. Healing light. Green light appeared frequently on Yi Xian's body. Due to too many restrictions, it can only be used multiple times to achieve satisfactory results. Good thing. Healing light is only limited to 1% recovery per second. Suddenly there was a dragon roar. It was the little golden dragon that spit out a fireball. It was still accumulating power, but it had already burned the trees on the ground to charcoal. What should we do? Yuner was startled, knowing that she would be affected. On the ground, Natasha took the little girl and the paper man and retreated to a safe place. Summoning insulation film, Yi Xian murmured softly. A circular membrane covered the motorcycle company and them inside. Yuner breathed a sigh of relief and found that the sharp rise in temperature had stopped. Soon, the little golden dragon suddenly fired the hot fireball. Being too close, Lin Shi could not avoid it and was hit, leaving a huge gap in her body. It smells so good. Yuner sniffed it with her nose. After we defeat him, we will have a python dinner. Yi Xian wiped the 7-star Long Yuan sword with his fingers and smiled softly. Yuner licked her lips. That's great. She drove her motorcycle around to the spot directly above Lin Shi, which happened to be in the blind spot. And at this time, Lin Shi's entire attention was on the little golden dragon, and he didn't notice the two uninvited guests at all. The little golden dragon let out a low roar. My physical strength is exhausted, and I don't have much time to hold on. At this time, Yi Xian jumped off the motorcycle, jumped on top of Lin Shi's head, and then thrust out the 7-star Long Yuan sword with all his strength. The sword flashed. The Lin snake screamed in pain. Unlike before, this time he directly hurt his head. Yi Xian condensed the magic value in his body on the tip of the sword. Go to H.L. However, a powerful energy suddenly rebounded. Bad human beings. Lin Shi cursed angrily, and Yi Xian flew out, barely holding the sword steady. He knows. That was Lin Snake's power, and he used it to bounce himself away. Be very smart and try to stop losses as much as possible. Otherwise your life may be threatened. Meanwhile on the other side, Mu Qing found the tree demon. Please, if you don't go, it will be too late. Why should I help you? The dryad man sat on a tree branch and smiled when he heard this, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, how can you help us? Mu Qing bit her lower lip. I need you to be my nourishment. The corners of the dryad man's mouth raised. He saw Mu Qing hesitate. There's nothing left to talk about. Let's go! I agree as long as you hurry up and get there now. Mu Qing lowered her head slightly. Chapter 325 The Terrible Fire. Cut. Seeing her like this, the tree demon man suddenly showed disdain. He said, Forget it this time. I don't like that big snake anyway. So I'll help you once. You can really do whatever you want if you are beautiful. When the tree demon man left, the Shadow Demon King couldn't help but say, Huh? Mu Qing was a little confused. Are you stupid? I can't bear to see you looking aggrieved. So I chose to help. The Shadow Demon couldn't help but say. Mu Qing was even more confused. So that's what happened. The main battlefield. The situation is not optimistic. The little golden dragon is getting more and more tired, and will return to its original appearance in 5 minutes. Yi Xian holds the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand, and his clothes are stained with blood. It's really difficult to deal with. He spat out a mouthful of bloody spit, and thought about it in his mind. If we continue, we really have to explain it here. And we don't know how Mu Qing's progress is going. Dragon. Human. You are nothing more than that. Lin Shi's voice was mixed with mockery. Although there is nothing they can do for the time being. Victory has clearly tilted towards their side. That dragon lacks stamina. As long as you persist a little longer, you will win. But suddenly, trees grew out of the soil and stabbed into the wounds on his body with precision. Did I come in time? The tree demon strolled over. You bastard. You actually helped these outsiders? Lin Shi's eyes trembled slightly. Her voice was angry. And she was already trapped by countless growing trees. The dryad sneered. You've ruined so many of my compatriots. And you still have the nerve to say that I'm helping outsiders? You can see it. The two of them knew each other. Mu Qing succeeded. Yi Xian murmured softly. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, knowing that this was the best chance to deal with Lin Shi. How do you explain to the master? Lin Shi suddenly roared. He and the tree demon actually have another master? Could it be that he is talking about immortal master Yang Yun? But Lin Snake hates him very much. How can he call him his master? Yi Xian thought in his heart. Ha! You dare to mention your master to me. If he shows up, you will be the first to be killed. The dryad opened his hands and laughed. You, Lin Shi choked for words. Yi Xian listened in confusion, knowing that there was something he didn't know about. By killing you, you can ask for credit from your master and sell them a favor. Why not? A strange smile filled the dryad's face. Lin Shi angrily scolded. Even if I die, I will hold you on my back. Do it. Yi Xian put everything behind and communicated with the little golden dragon in his heart. The little golden dragon hovered in the air, using its remaining energy to condense a final powerful attack. You just wait here to die. The dryad slowly backed away and finally left. There was only so much he could do. First, Lin Snake was trapped with the power of nature. Then, there are also seeds of hope. With the help of the tree demon. Although Lin Snake realized that the attack of the little golden dragon was extremely dangerous, he had no time to hide. 3 minutes later. It took a full 3 minutes for the little golden dragon to finish charging up its attack. This is definitely a terrible blow. Yi Xian rode Yun'er's motorcycle to stay away. Natasha held a bow and arrow, and the little girl stood beside her, extremely far away. The tree demon made a request to Mu Qing. Tap your legs for me, and consider it as reward. No, you said you didn't want any reward. Mu Qing curled her lips and whispered. Huh? The tree demon felt that there was something wrong with his brain, and he would actually say that he would not be paid. Along with the dragon roar of the little golden dragon, the attack covered the Lin Snake. I cannot be reconciled. Lin Shi roared angrily. But soon everything calmed down, and the smell of burning filled the air. So tired. The little golden dragon had returned to its original size, and flew back to Yi Xian. Thank you for your hard work. Just ask for anything you want to eat. Yi Xian rubbed his head with his fingers. Little Jinlong heard this. Oh, I'm just helping myself. I don't need anything. After he finished speaking, he got directly into Yi Xian's arms and hovered to rest, obviously exhausted. What secrets do you have? Yi Xian murmured softly. He knew that Xiao Jinlong didn't say anything because it wasn't that time yet. We are back. Shadow Demon King's voice suddenly came. Thanks to you, I can win so easily. Yi Xian looked over with a chuckle. If it weren't for the strong restraint of the tree demon, I'm afraid the winner would be Lin Snake. It smells so good. Yun'er walked towards Lin Shi's body. Master, let me tell you. This time, thanks to Mu Qing's beauty, the tree demon was charmed by the reinforcements. The Shadow Demon King reported vividly. Mu Qing blushed. No way. Originally. Why are you shy? It means you are pretty enough. The Shadow Demon King looked helpless. Master! Natasha ran over with the little girl and the little paper man, her right hand hanging down. In the battle with Lin Snake, she had contributed so much that her arms had lost all feeling. Healing light! Yi Xian murmured softly. Green light emerged from everyone. He then took out the fire gourd containing the elixir, gave one to everyone, and inhaled the flames burning on his body into his body. Only then did he feel that it was almost the same. The Shadow Demon King, who had eaten a few pieces of Lin Snake meat, suddenly flew over. What? What fire? Yi Xian was surprised when he saw that he was hesitating and couldn't understand. What a terrible fire! The Shadow Demon King pointed at Lin Snake's corpse. Let's go! Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows and planned to go over and find out. He couldn't understand it just by relying on this guy's description. Soon, when I came to Lin Shi's body, I found a flame burning about 7 inches away from Lin Shi. The Shadow Demon King picked up a stone. Master, look! After he finished speaking, he threw the stone over, and when it touched the flame, it instantly turned into nothingness. Not ashes. Instead, it turns directly into nothingness. This? Yi Xian was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw such a powerful flame. Fortunately, the flames only existed within 7 inches of Lin Shi and did not spread. Otherwise, it would definitely be a disaster. Little Golden Dragon's voice came from his mind. That was what I left behind during my last attack. Why keep that thing? Yi Xian was surprised. Have you forgotten the Dang Dan on you? Stupid! Little Jin Long was a little angry. Ah, yes. That thing needs high temperature to hatch. Do you mean to use this flame? Yi Xian took out the Dang Kandan with a wave of his hand and weighed it in his hand. Little Jin Long's voice came from his mind. Yes. Although Dang Kong is auspicious, he is also very powerful, which is very suitable for you at this stage. You sound like a novice tour guide. Yi Xian laughed dumbly. When the Shadow Demon King saw what he was using as a candy, he almost peed in fear and quickly flew in front of him to stop him. Chapter 326. Successful Hatching. Is there anything you need? Yi Xian looked at the Shadow Demon King in front of him, who was blocking him. Puzzled, the Shadow Demon King said, Master, if you have something to say, please put the egg down. Why? Yi Xian casually shook the Dang Kong egg in his hand. Master, that is Dang Kang's last inheritance. With so much snake meat, there is no need to add an extra egg. Shadow Demon King said quickly. You're thinking about something weird. Yi Xian shook his head. Speechless, the Shadow Demon King heard this. Don't you plan to bake the eggs and eat them? How is it possible? Get out of the way. It will be too late to hatch. Yi Xian shook his head, walked past him, and threw the egg hard towards the flame in the 7-inch part of Lin's snake. Will it break? Shadow Demon King was frightened. The eggs are incredibly hard. Harder than diamonds and won't break. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. And something magical happened. It was like there was some kind of magical gravity when Kandan flew towards the flame and stopped on it. It seems, it's like baking an egg over a flame. Yi Xian shrugged and looked at the Shadow Demon King. Since you are so worried, just stay here. After he finished speaking, he stretched himself, preparing to eat some snake meat and then rest. This rest lasts for 2 days. This day, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep and sat up on the bed he had summoned. Owner? Natasha in her arms rubbed her eyes. At this time, the genius was slightly bright. Because he was in the forest, he could vaguely hear Zen's cry. Yi Xian rubbed her head. What's wrong? Are you still not used to sleeping in the forest? It just feels like a dream. It's great to be with the master. Natasha shook her head first, and then her brows were filled with seriousness. Silly girl. Yi Xian rubbed her head. Hack! Hurry up! Get someone here! The roar pierced the sky. Yi Xian frowned, realizing that the voice was the Shadow Demon King, and hurried towards him. Natasha followed. Everyone came to the place 7 inches away from Lin's snake. The Shadow Demon King was guarding here, looking at Dang Kandan above the flames. In a daze, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? You woke me up before I could even sleep. The little paper man complained and was wearing a small knitted hat. The egg is broken. Shadow Demon King pointed at Dang Kandan. I saw. There is a small crack on the egg. This means it's about to hatch. What are you afraid of? The little paper man scratched his head and found it difficult to understand. The Shadow Demon King was stunned. It's about to hatch? Really? Isn't the egg broken? You're so smart. You can raise 2 little pigs when you go back. The little paper man was helpless. He didn't expect that his dream would be disturbed like this. It's okay. Shadow Demon King was obviously relieved. Let's all disperse. Yi Xian waved his hand. But when he was about to leave, he stopped and looked at Dang Kandan involuntarily. Kaka. A thin voice came. What? What's going on? Shadow Demon King was frightened. It's about to hatch. The little paper man couldn't help but say. When Yi Xian saw this, he chuckled. It's not in vain that you stared at me for 2 days in a row. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, as long as the health can continue. That's more important than anything else. The shadow demon seemed excited. Gradually, the cracks on the Dangkong eggs became more obvious. Finally, something broke out of the SHL and fell in front of everyone. Everyone was a little nervous. A small reptile monster with a light blue body, 2 big ears, and 4 fangs exposed from its mouth came into view. Looks a bit like a pig. So cute. Shadow Demon couldn't help but say. Xiao Dangkong is an existence that is not even in the illustrated book. Yuner was looking through the illustrations. Except for Dangkong. Many creatures in this world are not included in the illustrated book. He has recorded everything, and will give it to the Sioux group when he returns. As a way of helping out. Xiao Dangkong shook his wet body, and looked at everyone timidly. Don't be afraid. Sister won't hurt you. Yuner walked over slowly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Dangkong backed away repeatedly, wagging his tail, as if he was on guard. The Shadow Demon King saw this. You scared him. Does this girl look scary? Huh? Yuner glared over. Not scary. Very beautiful. But with a scary personality. After the Shadow Demon King finished speaking, he tried to get closer to Dangkong. Snort. Yuner hugged her shoulders, and wanted to see how he approached Xiao Dangkong. Yi Xian was interested and did not interrupt. When Xiao Dangkong saw the Shadow Demon King, he was also wary. But after feeling that there was no danger, he stepped forward and rubbed against him. Wow! Shadow Demon King feels that his life has been worth it. Suddenly, Xiao Dangkong looked at Yi Xian. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped over. Why is he so close to you? Yuner was a little envious. Maybe it's because I've always had him with me since he was an egg. Right. Yi Xian knelt down and picked up Xiao Dangkong. Shrugging his shoulders, he turned to look at the Shadow Demon King. I want to hand over the task of taking care of him to you. Is that okay? Guaranteed to complete the mission. The Shadow Demon King was delighted at first, and then said loudly, It's almost time to rest for so long. Let's go! Yi Xian handed Xiao Dangkong to him. Where to go? The Shadow Demon King was a little confused. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Of course I am looking for a way back. Do you want to stay in this wilderness for the rest of your life? Everyone was silent for a while. Although this sounds easy, it is almost impossible to do. I still haven't figured out how it came about. Now, how do you want to go back? Not realistic at all. I have to go back. I don't want to be offline all the time. Maybe the lady has sent me to the hospital. Yuner pursed her lips, then suddenly turned and left. She seems to be crying? The little paper man's voice was very low, and he seemed a little excited. She seems very sad. Natasha seemed to want to say something else, but stopped abruptly. Mu Qing said, Yi Xian, go comfort this girl. I go. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The relationship between Yuner and you is better than any of us. There is no more suitable candidate. Mu Qing nodded. All right. Yi Xian breathed out. He chased Yuner and soon met under a tree. Yuner quickly wiped away her tears. What are you doing here? Are you laughing at me? I didn't cry. Well, yes. It's just a brick in the eye. Yi Xian went over and sat down next to her. You just entered the bricks. Yuner bit her lower lip, almost being amused, and her mood improved a lot. Why are you crying? Can you tell me? Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Yuner lowered her head. I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. No. Just tell me. Yi Xian raised his hand to rub her head to comfort her, but Yuner slapped her away. After doing this, Yuner said, I'm scared. Chapter 327 Totem is angry. Fear? Yi Xian was choked up when he looked at Yuner's appearance at this moment. This girl, who has always been lively and bold, is actually afraid? Yuner's eyes were confused. I still can't quit the game. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the lady, and I will be trapped here forever. This is much scarier than prison. I will definitely take you back. Yi Xian raised his arm and put it on her shoulders. Smiling confidently, yeah, Yuner was inexplicably not so scared. Go ask him. After comforting Yuner, Yi Xian set off to find the tree demon. The journey is not far. We arrived at the place in 10 minutes. Yi Xian looked at the giant tree in front of him. Senior Dryad, can I meet you? What do you want from me? The tree demon walked out of the giant tree and snorted angrily. Of course it's a chat. Yi Xian chuckled. You say this. Do you believe it? Maybe you want to ask me something? The dryad crossed his shoulders. Although he looked young, he had lived for countless years. Yi Xian heard this. You can't hide it from the wisdom of your seniors. Stop flattering me and tell me what you have to say. The Dryad seemed a little impatient. To be honest, we were teleported here in a place called the Ruins of Gods. Is there any way for us to go back? Yixian cupped his hand. Teleportation? Your experience is very similar to that of Lin Shi. The tree demon thought in his heart, and then said. Yixian nodded. We are living beings in the same world, and we were all transported here by mysterious power. There is a totem pole in the human tribe. There might be the answer you want on it. The tree demon said after hesitating for a while. Yixian thanked him, turned around and left. Master, I have led them to the tribe according to your instructions. Looking at Yixian's retreating back, the tree demon whispered, Well done. The sound came into my ears faintly. Let's go! After Yixian found everyone, he was ready to set off. Yuner was puzzled. Where are you going? Did you ask about the way back? The tree demon said that there is a totem pole in the human race. Yixian replied. Totem pole? I heard that it was because of the protection of that totem pole that the natives were not attacked by large monsters. Mu Qing once accidentally learned this from the natives. So, that thing does have divine power, and it might be able to let us go back. The little paper man was obviously a little excited. Over the past few days, he discovered that the world was really poor. There are only a few important treasures, and if you want to get them, it is very dangerous, and the gain outweighs the loss. Afterwards, everyone discussed and went to the tribe. We got there in 2 days. Welcome, distinguished guests. Please come in. The aboriginal people guarding the gate obviously already knew them. Yixian nodded and walked in with the people. Not long after, the leader came with people. My benefactor, has your daughter learned the healing technique? Yixian hugged his shoulders. I learned it. Now she can heal our entire tribe. The leader nodded repeatedly. In his heart, he already regarded Yixian as a godlike existence. I heard that there is a totem pole in your tribe? Yixian said with a gentle smile. The leader heard this. Yes, it does exist. Can you take us there to have a look? Yixian tried to ask. Of course, the leader said matter-of-factly. Chief, the totem pole is not allowed to be seen by outsiders. If something happens, we will lose our shelter. What will the tribe do then? The faces of several elderly aborigines nearby turned pale. Since the last time Yixian woke up the leader, their right to speak has been reduced to almost zero. If you say it, chances are it won't be adopted. The leader glared over. He is a distinguished guest of our tribe. How can he be an outsider? Stop talking. I've made up my mind. The leader was a little impatient when he saw that they were still making suggestions. The natives had no choice but to keep their mouths shut. Soon, Yixian and others were taken to the totem pole. This is a tall pillar, placed in the middle of the tribe, with many totems carved on it, which is dazzling. Chief, have you ever experienced someone disappearing suddenly? The little paper man asked at this time. The leader looked solemn. The person who suddenly disappeared and was sacrificed will disappear. After he finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Sacrifice? Yixian and others looked at each other. Every month we need to make sacrifices to the great totem god in order to receive protection. Otherwise the tribe will be destroyed by huge monsters. The leader explained. What kind of sacrifice method? Shadow Demon King asked quickly. Xiao Dangkong, who was tucked into his body, was sleeping. The leader replied. Usually 7 to 15 people kneel and worship in front of the totem. When the time is up, it will disappear. Yixian and others looked at each other. This description is very similar to when I was waiting for someone to come, but with a few more cumbersome steps. When is the next sacrifice? Yixian hesitated for a while, and then asked. 4 days later, the leader replied. Hey, are you thinking? Yuner came to Yixian's side, raised her hand, and pinched his waist. Although it will disappear after being sacrificed. But I can't be sure whether he went back or was actually sacrificed. Yixian whispered. This is a rare method and worth a try. Try? The leader's expression could be described as confused. This is what happened. Mu Qing stepped forward and began to explain. I see. After listening to the complete process, the leader said he understood. Of course he understands everyone's concerns. It's true that we can't be sure where he will go after disappearing. We think he is dead. No matter what decision these distinguished guests make, I will agree with it. The leader turned to express his position. Rumble, suddenly, the earth began to tremble. The totem on the totem pole turns red, giving people a feeling of evil. What happened? 2 dice appeared in Yuner's hand. The leader knelt down to the totem. The totem god is angry. Several aborigines ran over. saying obscure words, and then took out daggers and committed suicide. The blood flows out and gathers towards the totem. Isn't this too evil? Shadow Demon King whispered. In his opinion, nothing that sucks human blood is not evil. And anything that needs to be sacrificed is even more evil. All in all, it's not a good thing. When more than a dozen indigenous people committed suicide in front of the totem, the earth returned to peace, and the red light on the totem dissipated. Let's go quickly. The leader breathed a sigh of relief and took Yi Xian and others away. It's loose. Somewhere in this world. A person sneers. He was in a castle. And besides him, there were huge monsters everywhere. Master, when are we going to fight? A monster knelt down and asked. No rush yet. The man waved his hand and sat on the throne, with a wider smile on his face. Tribe. The deaths of a dozen aborigines did not cause any waves. Chapter 328, Ways to Get Out. I'm sorry, it's all because of us. Arriving at a safe place, Mu Qing apologized to the leader. The leader shook his head. For us, it is our honor to be able to sacrifice to the totem god. More than a dozen lives were lost. As the leader, he could only feel distressed. Didn't you say that sacrifice means disappearing? Why do you need to slit your wrists? Yuder asked suddenly. It wasn't really a sacrifice just now. It was just to appease the totem god. The leader replied. I see. Yuder nodded, but was not gullible. She was going to ask the aborigines here to make sure that the leader was not telling lies. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. How many of you die every year because you go hunting? Sometimes it's a few hundred. Sometimes it's a few thousand. The leader's cloudy eyes were filled with deep helplessness. It's okay to meet some ferocious beasts. But if you meet a giant beast, you will only die. Give it to you. Yi Xian raised his hand and summoned 2 books. They are books about breeding and planting respectively. If the indigenous people here can learn it, there will definitely be a lot of benefits. Isn't this amazing? It feels thin. The leader opened a page and touched the paper. His eyes filled with shock. What's above is what's important. Yi Xian coughed hard. I don't know your language. The leader is a little embarrassed. They only use totems here. Seeing this, Mu Qing said, Leave it to us. She and the little girl went over to help, while Yi Xian and others separated and started walking inside the tribe. Do you think that totem pole can get us out? Yi Xian touched the little golden dragon in his arms through his clothes. Don't always disturb my sleep. The little golden dragon still had the same temper and bit him directly in the stomach. Pain. Yi Xian felt helpless. After a long time, the little golden dragon finally let go. As far as I know, that totem pole has a spirit, and it is the only way for you to get out. Is it okay to be sacrificed then? Yi Xian tried to ask. You will die if you sacrifice. Stupid. Little Jinlong always felt that he was following a fool. Call. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't asked Little Golden Dragon, he and others might have died in vain. He turned to ask, Is there any way to get the totem pole to send us out? Please him. Totem poles like treasures. Maybe giving him something valuable will do. After the Little Golden Dragon finished speaking, he continued to sleep. Is this so? Yi Xian whispered softly. He closed his eyes and rummaged through his backpack, finding a lot of valuable things. Thank you for that. A voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Xian turned around and met Yushin's eyes. You're welcome. You deserve it. And it's also the apology for that incident. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. No matter how hard you say it, you feel sorry for killing someone's pet by accident. This is for you. Yushin took out a flower. She smiled and said, This is a wooden flower that symbolizes friendship. Given to you. Thanks. Yi Xian took Muhua. See you later. Yushin turned and ran away. It does not make sense? Yi Xian was a little confused. He came all the way to see him just to give him a flower? He turned around, only to find that Yuner was standing in front of him at some point. The Shadow Demon King was watching the show not far away. Yuner took a step forward and said, Okay, it's only been a few days, and I already hooked up with the leader's daughter. Don't get me wrong. This is a flower that symbolizes excellence. Yi Xian raised the wooden flower in his hand. Muhua. Here also means admiration. Did you know? Yuner raised her hand and took the flower in his hand, playing with it. This, Yi Xian really doesn't know. Yuner put the flowers in his hair. If you dare to do something sorry for the lady, I will make you a eunuch. After she finished speaking, she left with a fierce glint in her eyes. Yi Xian's crotch felt cold. He felt wrong, and he also felt that this girl was thinking too much. Master, Are you okay? The Shadow Demon King flew over. Go! 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 Yi Xian was speechless for a while. Then said, I understand that the indigenous people who disappeared as sacrifices are all dead. How do you know that? Is it possible that you also know the art of resurrection? The Shadow Demon King looked puzzled. Yi Xian heard this. You don't care how I know? Anyway, I already have a way to get out. I will tell you in detail tonight. Night gradually fell. Darkness enveloped the entire world. The leader prepared fairly good rooms for everyone. But at this time, everyone gathered together in Yi Xian's room, including the leader. That's just the way it is. Yi Xian repeated Xiao Jinlong's words, hiding the unnecessary parts. You still want to touch the totem? The leader was expressionless and his heart was heavy. Allow me to refuse. If another accident happens, I won't be able to hold this position. Father! Yuzhen suddenly walked in from outside. This surprised Yi Xian. When were you outside? He didn't notice it at all. When Yun'er saw her, her expression suddenly turned cold, and she was thinking about something in her heart. Father! He has helped us so much regardless of past grudges. Can't we help him again? Yuzhen came to the leader's side. Okay. The leader hesitated again and again, then looked at Yi Xian. Are you really sure? Don't worry. You can't go wrong. Yi Xian solemnly handed over his hand. The leader nodded. Then I will believe you. Afterwards, everyone had a meal together, eating snake meat. Yi Xian now has at least 700 slots of Lin snake meat in his backpack, which is half a Lin snake. Early next morning, as soon as Yi Xian woke up, he felt the earth trembling. He rubbed his eyes blankly. Is the totem pole angry again? What's going on? It's a monster. The shadow demon suddenly flew in. Monster? Yi Xian was stunned, quickly stood up, and dressed himself and the confused Natasha. Master. Natasha rubbed her head in his arms, still acting coquettishly. This made the shadow demon feel envious. Yi Xian picked up Natasha and rushed out of the door. Where is the monster? They are everywhere. They seem to be organized and planning to attack the tribe. The Shadow Demon King followed closely behind. Where are the others? Yi Xian asked instead. Neither Mu Qing nor the little paper man was anywhere to be seen. We were building fortifications with the natives. I took my children with me, so I didn't go to help. The Shadow Demon King pointed at Xiao Dankong in his body. Yi Xian was speechless. Do you know the approximate number and strength of monsters? About 3,000. All around level 110. Not surprisingly, this tribe will be in ruins after being attacked. The Shadow Demon King said solemnly. It's so good. Why did so many monsters appear overnight? Yi Xian didn't understand. Soon, he arrived at the tribe gate and looked ahead, where he saw an endless group of monsters. Chapter 329, Battle. Let's run away quickly. I'm afraid we can't save the tribe. Shadow Demon King whispered. Yi Xian frowned. Isn't that totem pole capable of resisting monsters? I heard that the protection ability of the totem pole has declined because of us. The Shadow Demon King was a little embarrassed. Roll. Get out of our tribe. The curses reached my ears, and the aborigines gathered around. One of the old men looked indignant. It's all your fault that the great totem god no longer protects us. Get out. Get out of here. The native shouted. Shut up. The voice suddenly came from the leader with a cold expression. The scene fell silent for a moment, and the aboriginal people shut their mouths. Is that true? This is our distinguished guest and our benefactor. The leader rolled down his sleeves. Half of his face darkened. One of the aboriginals heard this. But leader, if it weren't for him, how could we be besieged by monsters? Besieged by monsters? This is obviously premeditated. The leader looked gloomy, looking at the monster outside with a heavy heart. Master. The little paper man and Mu Qing and others rushed back with ugly expressions. It was obvious that they were also being made things difficult for them by the local indigenous people. These guys went too far. When we went to help, they told us to get out. The little paper figures were all upset. He turned and said, how about we just leave? Why do we care about the life and death of this tribe? Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked and saw a man sitting cross-legged on an eagle. He had a sword-shaped eyebrow and a gourd in his hand. Chief, do you still remember me? Younger brother. The leader looked away and clenched his fists involuntarily. Unexpectedly, if it was really him, the tribe might not be able to survive this time. What a big bird. Natasha was held in Yi Xian's arms and looked at the eagle in the sky with surprise. It is 100 meters wide and about 300 meters long. This is definitely not a form that an ordinary eagle can grow into. Bang bang. Suddenly the earth shook. The Shadow Demon King looked forward and was almost scared to death. That's dozens of huge monsters are strolling over. And the King Kong we met before is among them. Could it be that he is the owner of Soaring Snake and Dryad? Yi Xian took out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and frowned slightly. It's possible. Yuner held up 2 dice in her hand, ready to fight at any time. Shen Batian hugged his shoulders and stood on the eagle, looking down at Lin Hong and others with clenched fists. My father's generation did something wrong. If you want to come back, you can actually do it at any time, the leader said. Haha. After decades of loneliness, decades of despair, at the last moment, you're saying this to me? Shen Batian laughed loudly, as if he thought it was a big joke. The leader hesitated a little. Come back. Don't try to make me soft-hearted. Shen Batian waved his hand, and the monster began to charge towards the tribe. Defense? The natives roared. What should I do? Do you want help? Shadow Demon couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian nodded. Of course. If the tribe disappears, where will we use the totem pole? As soon as he finished speaking, he released 2 powerful fire dragons, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. But the effect was minimal. Some monsters even deliberately went there to use it to warm themselves by the fire. Despair? When monsters attack, the natives have no choice but to fight to the death. Fortunately, because of the totem pole, the monsters were weak and could barely resist. But the remaining power was enough to make the natives despair. As a doctor, Yuzhen shuttled through the battlefield. She found the wounded person and ran over quickly. But a monster jumped out from the side. Yuzhen, let's go! The wounded man's eyes widened. Only then did Yuzhen discover the monster. But it was too late to run away. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him. Shua. The sword flashed. When Yuzhen reacted, the monster had already split into 2 halves. And he was in Yi Xian's arms. Master, Natasha ran over quickly. Unhappy. Clearly jealous. Thanks! Yuzhen blushed and was a little at a loss at this moment. Yi Xian put her down. To save others, save yourself first. Then you can save more people. Yeah, I understand. Yuzhen nodded and kept these words in mind. Leave it to me next. Yi Xian whispered softly, releasing the healing light. The wounds on your body are gradually getting better. Amazing! The natives looked at each other. The recovery of 1% of the maximum health per second is extremely important to them now. Yuzhen murmured softly. It's so amazing! What are you doing standing still? The battle is not over yet. The leader's voice suddenly came. What? In the sky, Shen Batian stared at Yi Xian and waved his hand. Several huge monsters rushed over to kill them. Whoosh! An ice blue arrow struck. In an instant, those huge monsters had their legs frozen. Yi Xian and Natasha took this opportunity to retreat. The leader ordered, protect your distinguished guest. Once he dies, the effect of this divine nectar will disappear. Honeydew? Natasha tilted her head. It's the light of healing. Yi Xian whispered in her ear. Interesting. You are not from this world. Are you? Shen Batian, standing on the eagle, suddenly smiled and said. Yi Xian nodded. Good taste. There is no need for us to be hostile. As long as you are willing to help me in turn, I can give you anything as a reward. Shen Batian stared at him. How is your life? Yi Xian asked half-jokingly. Yes, but the tribe must be razed to the ground first. Shen Batian nodded without any hesitation. For him, life is not important at all, as long as the place he once loved was destroyed. Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head. You are really a madman. Crazy? I just don't want to look so pathetic. Shen Batian smiled, looking a bit ancient. Brother, how can you spare the tribe and give me my life? The leader suddenly shouted to him. That's not enough. I want all of you alive. Shen Batian glanced over and grinned. It was obvious that he was determined to completely destroy the tribe. This made the leader despair. Fight with me! Yes! Yes! There are tens of thousands of indigenous people, regardless of gender. Old or young. Old or weak. Women and children. At this moment, they all raised their weapons to defend their homeland. Although the monster's power is insignificant, it still cannot be underestimated. Gradually, the indigenous people began to feel overwhelmed. Just one large monster requires hundreds of aborigines, which is more mentally tiring than physical fatigue. Yi Xian later completely rejected Shen Batian's invitation. which made the leader relieved. 3 hours passed. The ground was already covered with corpses. There are humans and monsters mixed together. Chapter 330. Who is more ruthless? Oops. I can't hold on anymore. The Shadow Demon King just killed a monster. Yi Xian wiped the blood from his face and frowned slightly. Although there is the blessing of healing light, it is not enough. Once a person is seriously injured, there is a high probability of immediate death. This made him exhale a long breath. Get ready to evacuate. If that doesn't work, we can only try to negotiate with the totem pole. The god of fire comes to the world. Natasha turned into red hair, jumped up, flames filled the air, and rushed towards the monster. Massive deaths occurred. Although its strength is limited, it is still very easy to deal with ordinary monsters. Quick! Get to the totem pole! The voice suddenly came from my mind. It was the little golden dragon. Good. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Turned around and ran in the direction of the totem pole. The Shadow Demon King follows closely behind. All the indigenous people are fighting, and the totem poles are unguarded. When he arrived here, Yi Xian was a little surprised. I saw 2 blood-red eyes growing on the totem pole, and a mouth appeared at this time. What the hell is this, a monster? Shadow Demon exclaimed. Shut up! Totem pole suddenly looked at him with a sharp voice. It's you again! Why weaken protections for tribes? Yi Xian's expression did not change. If not, those monsters would be helpless if they came in. Totem pole smiled. Why? Just because I'm unhappy, he said, lowering the shelter a little more. You bastard! The Shadow Demon King noticed something was wrong. Everything was fine. But suddenly everything was filled with human screams. Have you ever thought about what will happen to you once the tribe is destroyed? Yi Xian subconsciously clenched his fists. I am a god. A god that everyone needs to respect. What will happen? What will happen? Totem pole said with disdain. Yi Xian frowned. First of all, you will have no one to worship you. And secondly, I don't think Shen Batian will let you go. Yes. Just be a polished commander. The Shadow Demon King snorted coldly. Totem pole choked for words. You've just grown your eyes and mouth. It will take you many years before you can move. Right. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders and looked like he was sure of you in one step. However, the totem pole suddenly began to shake, causing the earth to tremble. I hate you. This is a hacking giant baby. The Shadow Demon King was helpless for a while. It's obvious that this is the kind of child who is spoiled, doesn't listen to good things, and only focuses on himself. As for the consequences, completely ignore it. Get ready to fight. Yi Xian clenched the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand and rushed over. Why did you get in there directly? The Shadow Demon King was still preparing. Seeing this, he quickly followed. As he approached, Yi Xian stabbed the totem pole with his sword. I wanted to have a good talk with you, so don't blame me. Little Golden Dragon gave him a hint just now. There are 2 ways to use a totem pole. 1. Coaxing in a good voice and anger. 2. Beat him down like a dog. Yi Xian chose the second option. But the totem pole was not so easy to conquer. You people, all go to HL. The totem pole trembled violently, and powerful air waves struck out, one after another. Holy shit! The Shadow Demon King was blown away and directly injured. This thing has a lot of power. Be careful. Don't let Xiao Dankong get hurt. Yi Xian was also injured, but was not blown away. He thrust his sword into the ground. Is that the only way left? If there is a way, you should use it. In order to protect Xiao Dankong and his body, the Shadow Demon King hardly fought back and retreated frequently. Try again. Yi Xian shook his head. Suddenly, the totem pole stopped releasing air waves. Good chance. Yi Xian rushed over and took out the fire gourd containing the elixir. After drawing the fire to his body, he took off his burning clothes and threw them at the totem pole. Totem pole disdained. No matter what flame, it will not cause any harm to me. Yeah. Yi Xian chuckled. That was the terrifying flame that would give birth to Xiao Dankong. And he put it on the gourd. The totem pole was quickly set on fire by clothing. Black flame soared into the sky and directly enveloped the totem pole. What are you doing to the totem pole? Stop it! The sounds came suddenly, one after another. It was dozens of aborigines who noticed something was wrong, came back to check, and saw this horrifying scene. The totem pole screamed miserably. Quick! Kill them! What on earth is this flame that can make me suffer so much? Damn it! What should the leader do? It doesn't matter what leader he is or not. If he dares to touch the totem pole, he is our enemy. The natives began to charge. Yi Xian glanced away and raised his hand. Don't come and cause trouble. Four walls rose, trapping the natives inside. You still want to admit defeat? Yi Xian turned to look at the totem pole. Don't even think about it. Even if I am burned to ashes, I will not admit defeat. The totem pole roared. Can I ask? Who created you? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Seeing that the totem pole was silent, he tried to ask. Human? Snort. Totem pole snorted. Interesting. Humans created you and asked you to help humans. But you became the master of humans, using blood and human lives to practice. It's really putting the cart before the horse. Yi Xian thought thoughtfully. Shut up. I'm happy to do this. The totem pole roared. Yi Xian heard this. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? I want you to die. The totem pole becomes reckless and powerful energy bursts out. Poof, Yi Xian was hit. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and he had no chance to dodge. Die! 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 Totem roared loudly. Yi Xian was attacked 3 times in succession, and each time he was only a little bit dead. The bones were falling apart. The internal organs were damaged, and there was no good place anywhere in the body. He frantically used powerful healing techniques on himself. Let's see who can outlast whom. Cruel. Absolutely ruthless. Oh my god! Because of Xiao Dangkong, the Shadow Demon King could only watch from a distance. Anxious. Powerful healing technique. Powerful healing technique. Yi Xian's eyes widened. His teeth clenched, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. I'm almost reaching my body's limit. Suddenly, the attack stopped, and the voice of the totem pole came. Remove these flames quickly. I was wrong. His voice trembled slightly, as if he was afraid. Call. Yi Xian was panting. He walked up to the totem pole, breathed the flames into his body, told him to defend himself against the enemy, and then fainted. It was dusk when I woke up again. Yi Xian was lying on the bed, and Natasha sat beside the bed. Master, are you awake? Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried, and she was obviously a little surprised at the moment. How long have I been unconscious? Yi Xian struggled to sit up. The whole day. I thought. Natasha choked up involuntarily. How's the battle going? Yi Xian put his hands on her shoulders and asked quickly. Chapter 331 Leave. Totem Pole was honest. Used his ability to resist the monster, and even captured the man named Shen Batian alive. Natasha smiled and said. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I won. This time there is an element of gambling. Fortunately, the bet won. Otherwise the situation would have been very bad. There is a sister outside who has been watching for a long time. Natasha lowered her head. Sullenly. Who? Yi Xian was curious. I'll ask her to come in. Natasha walked out of the room, said something to the person outside the door, and then jumped away. While running, he shouted, Master wakes up! Thank you for that. The person outside the door walked in. It was Yuzhen. She was wearing a cloak at this time. The clothes suit you very well. Yi Xian chuckled. That was something the tribe would grant to capable people, and it seemed that she had been recognized by the entire tribe. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do it myself. You really knows how much he weighs. She stepped forward. The little girl asked me to take care of her just now. Is this what Natasha would say? Yi Xian's expression gradually became weird. Logically speaking, Natasha would never allow herself to be alone in a room with other women during special periods. Yeah. Yuzhen nodded. Okay. I just want to say goodbye to you. I have to leave. Yi Xian chuckled and breathed out involuntarily. Yuzhen was a little confused when he heard this. Are you going back? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. Time is very tight now. Who knows if the devil can find Carol? If he does, it will be too late. I will miss you. Yuzhen nodded, seeming a little disappointed. This is for you. Yi Xian hesitated a little and took out an egg from his backpack. This is a pet egg that I got accidentally when I killed a player. It can hatch into very ordinary little monsters. Yuzhen was stunned. It's so big. The pet egg is more than 30 centimeters wide. After hatching, the little monster inside will be absolutely loyal to you. Yi Xian handed the egg out. Thank you. Yuzhen was not a nagging girl. She thanked her and accepted it. Dignified guest of my tribe. You finally wake up. The leader rushed in at this time, and the people he brought were arranged to guard outside. Yi Xian looked at him. Long time no see. I'll help you pack that totem pole. Ha! Even though it has grown eyes and a mouth, it has become much more honest because of you. The leader was happy when he mentioned this. There is no need to sacrifice to him in the future. If you dare to put on airs, use this. Yi Xian took out a ball. This is no ordinary ball. There is a trace of black fire sealed in it. At the critical moment, it is okay to make the totem pole suffer a little. Thank you very much. The leader took the ball and couldn't help but nod after learning its use. He then said, I actually have something to ask you when I come here. What's up? Yi Xian was a little curious. My daughter. She needs someone worthy of trust. The leader looked solemn, and Yuzhen blushed instantly. You want me to help find a man? Sorry, I really don't know him. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. The leader knew that this was a different form of rejection. He choked for a moment. That's it. It's noon in a blink of an eye. Yi Xian and others gathered at the totem pole. Masters, what do you need my help with? Although the totem pole was burnt a little black, it became very honest. It sneered inwardly. Once these people leave, you can go back to the past, and you will still be the god who can do whatever you want. Use your ability to send us back to another world. Yi Xian put his hands in his pockets. No problem. The totem pole is already happy. Yi Xian saw this. I know what you are thinking. I have left something to teach you. A trace of fire. With the leader. When Totem Pole heard this, his expression froze. What is he most afraid of in the world right now? Nothing better than that powerful black flame. And I'll come over and take a look from time to time. If you do something you shouldn't do, just wait and see. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. I know. Totem Pole swallowed and quickly agreed. Well, goodbye, everyone. Yi Xian held Natasha's hand and said goodbye to the Aborigines here. He unexpectedly discovered that Yuzhen was not there. Nor was he among the crowd. The leader then stepped forward and said, Distinguished guests, you are welcome to come back at any time. Don't forget us. Welcome any time. The natives shouted, TCH, before we were told to get lost. But now we know how to be courteous. Shadow Demon King said disdainfully. That's pretty much it. These Aboriginal people are sensible. The little paper man stood on Mu Qin's shoulder. The totem pole said, When will I send you away? Now? He regarded Yi Xian and others as the biggest threat and wanted to send them away quickly. Now, leader, say goodbye to Yuzhen for me. Yi Xian chuckled. The totem pole is filled with powerful energy. Gradually, this energy formed a circle and enveloped Yi Xian and others. I won't die that easily. A voice came suddenly, a bit sharp, and a person ran from a distance. Quick! Stop him. It's this freak who almost destroyed the tribe. The Aborigines discovered that the person who rushed over was Shin Batian, who was supposed to be imprisoned. The leader frowned. Where are the people guarding him? Chief, if you die, you will die. An Aborigine ran over quickly, bruised all over his body. Only then did the leader realize that Shin Batian's face and body were covered in blood, as if he had just experienced a battle. Who dares to stop me? Shin Batian bit the throat of an Aboriginal who stopped him on the spot, and then rushed into the aperture formed by the totem pole. Protect our distinguished guest. The leader secretly said it was bad, but it was too late. As the light flashed, Shin Batian, Yi Xian and others disappeared. Totem Pole let out a long sigh of relief. I finally left. You stupid? The leader pointed at him and cursed. Everyone in the area will be sent away. What can I do? Totem Pole felt wronged. This is bad. I hope my benefactor and the others will be fine. The leader had a heavy face, knowing that Shin Batian's escape would bring terrible consequences. Somewhere in the ruins of a god, Yi Xian and others appeared here, and the blizzard was still blowing in the surrounding ice and snow, even more violent than before. Yuner sneezed. It's so cold. Strength is restored. Yi Xian murmured softly, and the four walls rose up, gradually forming a mansion, surrounding everyone inside. He then snapped his fingers. The heater appeared, and the temperature gradually increased. Where do you want to go? Natasha raised her hand to hold down Shin Batian, who was trying to escape. Chapter 332 Disaster Comes. Let me go! A fierce light flashed in Shin Batian's eyes, like a beast that would attack at any time. Natasha naturally refused. Don't even think about running away. You asked for this. Shin Batian opened his mouth and bit her, with sharp teeth, like a wild wolf. The attack came so suddenly that Natasha had no time to react. Yi Xian moved. He took out the shadow fan in an instant and raised his hand to wave it over. Just hearing a pop sound, Shin Batian was knocked away, with a red mark on his face. I don't know whether to live or die. Shadow Demon King couldn't help but say, it's not good to offend anyone. But Natasha? Isn't this seeking death? Hateful. Shin Batian lay on the ground and glanced around, seemingly looking for something. Yixian walked over slowly and said, you have touched my bottom line. Don't come over. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Shin Batian gritted his teeth and actually bit his wrist, as if he was about to commit suicide. You threaten us with your own life? Please do it. The little paper man stood on Mu Qing's shoulder, feeling outrageous. Whoosh! Natasha suddenly shot an arrow. Seeing this, Shin Batian roared. Let disaster happen. He then bit it hard and committed suicide on the spot. Then he was shot in the forehead by an arrow. He looked miserable. Neuropathy, Shadow Demon whispered. But for some reason, I felt uneasy. Look! Yuta frowned. After Shin Batian's body landed, it slowly blended into the ground, as if nothing had ever existed. I have a bad feeling. The Shadow Demon couldn't help but say. The little paper man heard this. Me too. Let's go. Don't rest here anymore. Leave the ruins of the gods as soon as possible. Yixian raised his hand and released a bus with sufficient facilities. Agree. I want to sit in the front. Shadow Demon King and everyone else got on the bus. Yixian sat in the driver's seat, snapped his fingers, and the house disappeared. Yuner looked out the window. The ground has changed. It was no longer ice and snow, but a weird red color, spreading around. Could that guy really bring any disaster? Shadow Demon couldn't help but ask, a little surprised. No matter what he does, he can't bring us to our world anyway. The little paper man disagreed. Don't forget, there is a formation here to lead to the game world. If you don't activate it, you won't be able to get out. Even if there is any disaster, it will not be affected. Everyone drove away in buses. At this time, the Earth programmers have returned to normal life, but they are far away from the Su group and the profession of programmers. So good. The programmer is walking down the street with a cup of milk tea in his hand. He suddenly sighed, saying it was good. It wasn't that good, and he always missed the previous days. Thief! My bag! Screams came from a distance. Let me! The programmer confirmed the direction and chased the thief. The bricks under his feet were crushed. Do not forget, he has the identity of a vampire. For ordinary people, it is extremely powerful and extremely fast. Soon after, he caught the thief and handed it over to the police. He walked away and became an unknown hero again. At least there is no danger in this world. At least, that's the case in the country I live in. Programmers go home at night, ready to have a good sleep and face a better tomorrow. The next day, early morning, screams came from outside. Oh! The programmer got up in confusion, walked to the window of the rental house, and looked out. He was stunned because several red monsters were wandering on the street. Da-da-da. Da-da. Boom! Gunshots and explosions came one after another. The programmer turned on the TV with a confused look, hoping to get some clues from it. Emergency news is playing on the TV. Currently, the world is being attacked by monsters. Their origins are unknown. We hope that anyone with knowledge of the matter will call the police as soon as possible. Citizens are asked to stay at home and not take to the streets. Holy shit! Is the end of the world coming? The programmer's mouth twitched. He turned around and patted his head, remembering the passage he used to return to this world. Is it possible that these monsters come from the ruins of gods? This is really the case. After Shin Batian committed suicide in the ruins of the gods, a land where monsters appeared was formed. Unable to withstand low temperatures, the monster looked for a warm place on its own, and found the door to the real world. And this is what happened. No! I have to ask them quickly. With cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, the programmer found the game headband and entered the game world. At this time, Yixian knew nothing about that. He had already driven the car and led everyone away from the ruins of the gods and headed for a city. According to the predetermined plan, Carol and the others would wait for him in that city. If there is not, it means something unexpected has happened. Do any of you know anyone who can make alchemy? Yixian hesitated for a while and then looked at the crowd. I can make alchemy, Mu Qing said, but she didn't seem confident. Yixian took out a piece of paper and wrote the recipe. Can you practice it? It looks pretty simple. No problem. After looking at it for a while, Mu Qing nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she was going to practice some incredible elixir. The materials are all here. Without further ado, let's refine it in the car. After finishing speaking, Yixian took out an alchemy furnace. Open the window quickly. Clear. The Shadow Demon King and the little paper man opened all the car windows. Mu Qing started to refine the elixir. The materials are quite precious. How long have you been saving them? Her face was flushed, and she didn't know whether she was excited or trying to hide her embarrassment. A few days. Yixian thought for a while. In fact, Lin Snake Eyes is not the most precious of many materials. It is just the most difficult to obtain. As for the other ones, there are quite a few in the backpack, which are completely sufficient. That's not bad. Mu Qing lit the alchemy furnace and started to make pills. I have been making pills professionally for more than 700 years, but I haven't made pills for a long time, so I may be a little unfamiliar. If you want to practice, feel free to do it. Don't worry about wasting it. Yixian shrugged. Anyway, Lin Snake Eyes has such a big piece. Mu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Look at me! She began to make elixirs, and the temperature inside the bus soared, gradually reaching 40 degrees. Owner. Natasha lay in Yixian's arms, motionless, her body slightly cold, using the cold power in her body to resist the heat. Suitable for both hot and cold. Yixian hugged her and smiled softly. When it's cold, her red-haired form can provide warmth. And now it can provide cooling. It can be called a walking air conditioner. When we get there, the elixir will be almost ready. Yixian murmured softly, holding Natasha leisurely, while others could only endure it silently. No way. If Natasha is allowed to cool down a large area, it will affect the success rate of the elixir. Therefore, no matter how uncomfortable it is, we can only endure it. Chapter 333. The Crisis of the Human Race. Border City. Yixian had been here before, and at that time, he was still dealing with the one-armed giant ape. Arriving in front of the city gate, the bus stopped. Yixian sighed. It was built so fast! The city was originally in ruins, but now it has been built by craftsmen and restored to glory. Is this the place you booked in advance? Yuner jumped out of the car and walked straight over. Stop! Do you have a pass? Two soldiers came over and stopped him. What token? Yuner is puzzled. One of the soldiers heard this. The human race is now riddled with holes. You must have a token to enter the city. If you don't have one, you will not be allowed in. Can I come in? Hearing this, Yixian got out of the car and walked over. Yes. It's you? Sure. When the two soldiers saw him, they knelt down and looked surprised. I didn't expect to meet this legendary war god who protects the country. Yixian nodded. That's great. Are there two lizard men in the city? Yes. Yes. Do you need me to take you there? One of the soldiers said quickly. Okay. Yixian nodded again. I'll take you there. The soldier heard the words and began to lead the way. After the reconstruction, the border city was completely different from before. Arriving outside a slightly shabby inn, the soldier stopped and said, Sir, those two lizard men are inside. Yixian nodded lightly, and he set the bus to automatic driving to follow behind. Mu Qing was still refining elixirs. Along the way, it has failed 4 times. It must be successful this time. In the car, Mu Qing murmured softly, her brows filled with seriousness. When the car parked, Shadow Demon King and others got out of the car as if they were fleeing, and everyone was sweating. Yuner glanced at her mouth and said, It's just a little warmer. You have heat and cold resistance. Of course. The Shadow Demon King was speechless. Yixian walked into the inn and saw 2 people in black clothes sitting in the corner on the first floor. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the scales on their hands. They are Carol and the others. Think about it. It's to hide your identity. Long time no see. Yixian walked over quickly. Benefactor. Is it you? When the lizard elder saw him, the sadness on his face disappeared and turned to full of surprise. Yixian nodded. How is Carol's situation? Thanks to you. It didn't get worse. Carol looked up, visibly haggard. The materials have been gathered. Now we are waiting for the elixir to come out of the pot. Yixian smiled softly. Really? Thank you so much. From now on, my life will be yours. Carol knelt down on the spot. Yixian shrugged. It's a trivial matter. Although he acted lightly, Elder Lizard and others knew that many thrilling things must have happened. I succeeded? The shout suddenly came from outside. Yi Xian turned to look, and Mu Qing happened to run over quickly, holding a pill wrapped in leaves. She was very excited. Look! This is the elixir I made. 1 out of 5. Yi Xian said with interest. Didn't you tell me that I could practice at will? Mu Qing blushed in embarrassment. Is this the magical elixir? Carol looked at the elixir, feeling slightly nervous. Yi Xian handed it out. Eat it. The devil will never find you again. Carol nodded vigorously, took the elixir, and swallowed it in one gulp regardless of the temperature on it. He turned and widened his eyes. It's so hot. Eat it right out of the pan. It's weird if it's not hot. Mu Qing was a little helpless. Is this okay? Carol let out a long sigh and rubbed her belly. Well, do you want to go back to Peace Town with me? There are already many people from your tribe there. Yi Xian nodded, and then asked tentatively. This guy is the key to dealing with the Demon King. He has done so much mainly to deal with the Demon King. Carol nodded quickly. Okay. I agree. The lizard elder nodded. Then let's set off immediately. Yi Xian took them out of the inn, and got on the bus with the people who were waiting here. Finally I can go back. Yuner grabbed the co-pilot's seat, and crossed her legs. Yi Xian glanced over. Can you show me your little notebook? Never. Yuner made a face. The so-called little notebook was written by her, while she monitored Yi Xian along the way. Almost all the bad things Yi Xian did were recorded in it. A voice suddenly came. What? It's time to part ways. I'll go and forget about this guy. The Shadow Demon King stared at the mole in a daze. Although this guy is big, he has no sense of presence. Parting ways? Yi Xian looked over in surprise. The temperature in this place is suitable, and the power is not restricted. It is the outside world I long for. Thank you for bringing me here. Mole's brows were filled with seriousness. She then said, But there is no such thing as a banquet in the world that lasts forever. Please don't miss me. You just want to go out and cause trouble and collect treasures. Right. The little paper man seems to have seen through everything. How is that possible? I just want to find a place to live in the deep mountains and old forests, trust me. What are you looking at? Mole saw everyone looking at him with distrustful eyes. He was a little angry, but he shed a cold sweat with a guilty conscience. He secretly thought to these gangs people are so smart. He really wanted to get into the business of burning, killing and looting so that he could get treasures as soon as possible and satisfy himself. Bring it back to Peace Town. Little paper man, you are responsible for managing him. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. If you don't care, there may be another bad guy in the world. The little paper man was very excited. No problem. I finally have a little brother. It's not easy. What? You have no right to restrict my freedom. And you really think I'm a soft persimmon? The mole showed its claws, and its 2-meter-tall figure was fully visible at this moment. Huh? Yi Xian looked over coldly, and slowly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Ahem. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Just limit it. The mole immediately became wilted. The little paper man jumped on his shoulder. Call brother. Come and listen. Big brother. Although the mole didn't want to do anything, he still screamed. Hey, the little paper man responded intoxicatedly. Stop bullying others. You know? As Yi Xian said that, he had already left the border city in a bus and headed straight for Hepping Town. On the way, he looked at most of the villages and towns that had been built and was very pleased. Humanity will soon prosper again. More than a dozen countries around the world have declared war on humanity. Yuner, the co-pilot, was playing with a game panel. Above is the relationship distribution of each country. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Can this human being resist it? The undead tribe has mobilized another 1 million troops, and is bound to take over at least half of the human race's territory. Yuner poured another basin of cold water on him. Yi Xian scratched his head. How to fight? It's really overwhelming, and everyone is pushing for it. Now the human race is fully prepared. And an army of 7 to 8 million people is already pretty good. The millions of troops of the undead are okay. But what should other countries do if they take the opportunity to invade? Chapter 334, Crazy Money. No matter what they do, we are from Peace Town. The Shadow Demon couldn't help but say. Yi Xian heard this. We are allies with the human race. Don't you think we should do something? Yeah, too. The Shadow Demon King was a little embarrassed. If you use the war-free token, you won't be able to cease war with all countries twice. Yi Xian was a little worried. Wow! Yuner suddenly looked surprised. Yi Xian saw this. Is there any latest situation? The princess revolted and overthrew the rule of the human emperor, and the human race entered a new dynasty. Yuner nodded dully. Uprising? Elor revolted? Yi Xian's expression was very exciting. That's right. You're really smart. You actually thought of such a method. Yuner seemed to realize something. She saw Yi Xian's confused face. Don't worry. This is just a plan of theirs. What's the plan? Come on. Tell me. The little paper man seemed very interested. The human race is at war with more than a dozen countries, and it won't take long for the country to be destroyed. But now they are a new human race and a new dynasty. Yuner chuckled. What then? The little paper man couldn't understand it even more. After hearing this, Yuner said calmly, although the human race and the new human race are essentially the same, they are two different countries. If other countries want to go to war with this new country, they will lose their credibility, be seized by the hostile country, and end up with peace. The human race suffered the same fate as before. That is being besieged by many countries. I'll go. This is a show of operation. As long as you are more cowardly in the future, the human race will have enough opportunities to develop. The shadow demon couldn't help but say. But this will lose the support of the people. Right. Natasha hesitated a little and asked doubtfully. There will be some. But compared to destroying the country, it is nothing. Yuner nodded. Losing the support of the people can be compensated. But if the country is destroyed, nothing will really be lost. She then received an email. It's Miss. She asked us to go back as soon as possible. Did something happen to Hepping Town? Yi Xian frowned and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. It's not just Peace Town that has happened in our world. Yuner's face turned pale. Yi Xian couldn't help but be surprised. He pondered for a while and added dozens of turbo accelerators to the bus. Sit tight. The accelerator started slowly. The bus was like a shooting star, so fast that it almost flew. That night, it arrived at Hepping Town. What happened? The Shadow Demon King was confused, feeling like he had traveled through a time tunnel. Get out of the car. Yi Xian opened the car door. On the way, Yuner got some news, mainly about monsters in the real world. You are finally back. A girl has been waiting at the door for a long time. She is a gamer, looks cute, and looks like a cat girl. Yi Xian waved his hand and dispersed from the bus. Who are you? Don't you recognize me? Forget it. I don't have time for you to guess. I'm a programmer. The programmer crossed his shoulders. You use a female character? Yi Xian's mouth twitched. What's up with the female character? She's so cute, the programmer said. Seeming a little intoxicated, he turned to say, Tu Zitong is offline. The situation in the real world has been temporarily stabilized, but the source of the monster cannot be found at all. What happened to the monster? Yi Xian frowned slightly. I suspect it came from the ruins of the gods. The programmer's voice was filled with heaviness. Relics of gods? After Yi Xian thought for a moment, he recalled the scene when Shen Batian committed suicide. He frowned. No way. If you can, please go to the ruins of the gods and explore them. The programmer couldn't help but say. We just came back not long ago, and we didn't see anything unusual. The little paper man didn't think much and shook his head with his hands on his hips. When did the monster appear? Yi Xian asked. The programmer heard the words and gave an answer. Yi Xian calculated the days and looked at the other people present. Yes, the monster should be the one who passed by the ruins of the gods. Master, what are you talking about? One moment in this world, another moment in that world. Natasha looked puzzled. Only Yi Xian and Yuner understood it. Miss, please log me off, Yuner said suddenly, and then disappeared. Besides things on Earth, there is one more thing I have to tell you. The programmer looked solemn. Yi Xian nodded. Tell me. I think I won't be too surprised. Money is crazy. The programmer pursed his lips and said, What? Yi Xian looked in disbelief and frowned. How could that happen? When we found him, he was near a resurrection point, muttering about running quickly and Lu Han should die. The programmer sighed. He turned around and said, He is at home now. Go and take a look. More money. Yi Xian recalled this heartless guy. His mind went blank, and he quickly ran towards his home. Arrived outside the hospital. A faint howling sound could be heard. Yi Xian kicked the door open and found Qian Duo rolling around in the yard, looking dazed. How could this happen? Shadow Demon King also rushed over. He has a pretty good relationship with Qian Duo. which is a bit unbelievable at the moment. I think it's because of women. Yi Xian walked over quickly. He helped Qianduo up. Do you remember me? What happened to make you like this? Run. Run quickly. Don't come back. Qianduo suddenly looked horrified. Why are you running? Yi Xian was puzzled. But Qianduo just asked him to run quickly and said nothing else. By the way, don't you have a panacea? Maybe it will be effective. The Shadow Demon King suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, Yi Xian let go of Qianduo, waved his hand, and took out the fire gourd and then took out a pill. The flames burned. Fortunately, after Yi Xian put away the fire gourd, he absorbed the flame into his body in time and transformed it into strength. He stuffed the elixir into Qianduo's mouth. Wake up! So sad. After Qianduo swallowed the pill, his eyes suddenly widened. He knelt on the ground and began to vomit. After a long time, his eyes gradually regained consciousness. How's it going? Do you still remember me? Yi Xian asked quickly. How could I not remember? Why am I here? Qianduo said it was natural. But he looked around blankly with doubts behind him. He thought of something and hurriedly said, Run. Run quickly. Don't come back. Damn it. Why are you back already? Come. Yi Xian patted his shoulders with both hands. That's what happened. Qianduo took a long breath. Demon King? After learning what happened, Yi Xian pursed his lips. Unexpectedly, Qianduo was betrayed by Lu Han and went crazy because of it. Even his information has been betrayed to the devil. Qianduo said solemnly, The devil will come at any time. You must leave quickly. Lord, there is someone outside who wants to see you. He calls himself the Demon King. A town citizen suddenly ran over. Looking panicked? Chapter 335 Meeting with the Demon King. I wipe it! Qianduo opened his mouth wide. His eyes filled with disbelief. He turned and gritted his teeth. It must be Lu Han's fault. Lord, what should I do? Why don't you hide first? The voices of the soldiers who came to report were trembling. In this world, no one dares to pretend to be the devil. Never imagined. The Demon King actually came to Peace Town. I'll deal with it. Yi Xian calmed down and walked out of the town after finishing speaking, with Natasha following closely behind. You're finally here. I've been looking for you for a long time. The Demon King stood at the entrance of the town, his hands behind his back. He could not see his face clearly, but he could feel the mysterious light shining in his eyes. The momentum alone made everyone present unable to breathe. Yi Xian forced a smile. That's really an honor. For a moment, silence filled the air. The Demon King didn't say anything, but although he was calm on the surface, there was already a huge wave in his heart. How dare you use your words to make fun of yourself? Obviously there is something to rely on. Sure enough, just as I thought, this person was hiding his strength. What you did is great. The Demon King forced himself to remain calm. Yi Xian was a little surprised. With his strength, he can kill himself instantly. Why do he say so many inexplicable words? Could it be? Is there something he's afraid of? Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not act rashly, but slowly raised his hand. The Demon King subconsciously took half a step back. Yi Xian understood clearly. This guy is definitely afraid of something on his body. Could it be the little golden dragon? I just want to shake hands. Don't be so nervous. Yi Xian showed a meaningful smile. Since that battle when I was young, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. The Demon King stretched out his hand, and the two shook hands, neither of them making any small movements. Yi Xian had almost forgotten about the accidental time travel. He thought about it for a long time before he remembered a little bit. Do you think of yourself as a peer when you co-author? No wonder you are so polite. At this time, you must not show the slightest panic and must stay steady. Yi Xian took his hand back and made an invitation gesture. Shall we come to town for a meal? Good. The Demon King nodded in agreement. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. He was just being polite. Why did he really agree? He could only look at Xinqi in the distance. Get the food ready. Xinqi was still in a daze. Nodded quickly, turned around and ran away. Why is there such harmony between the landowner and the devil? I don't know. I thought I was going to die just now. But it turned out. The residents were talking a lot. Yi Xian and the Demon King were walking on the road, forcing their legs to stop shaking. The aura on this guy is really too powerful. Although it was only revealed inadvertently, it also made me feel uncomfortable. Yi Xian muttered for a moment. Demon King. You? By the way, there is someone I want to entrust to you. The Demon King suddenly said. interrupting him, and then took out a glass ball. In the ball, a person was curled up, and it turned out to be Lu Han. This Yi Xian looked strange. This was the first time he saw this thing. Living animal glass balls, which can store living animals for viewing. Cost 40 million gold coins each. The little golden dragon's voice suddenly appeared in my mind. The Demon King handed over the living glass ball. This person betrayed you. Deal with it properly. Okay. All right. Yi Xian took the living glass ball lightly, and it was very heavy, weighing hundreds of kilograms. The Demon King suddenly burst out with powerful momentum. You may be my only peer in the world. Don't you want to compete with me? Discuss? What AHL? You will be killed instantly. Forget it. I don't want to fight. Faced with this powerful aura, Yi Xian secretly took out the shadow fan and adjusted the aura on it to the maximum. All of a sudden, an aura not weaker than that of the Demon King struck out instantly. Several nearby houses collapsed. But fortunately, there were no casualties. The Demon King chuckled and calmed down his momentum. It would be bad if you hurt your people. He was extremely excited at the moment. Sure enough, that woman was lying to herself. She was not a person of average strength at all, but a being similar to herself. How many years have passed without a rival? And now we finally have one. You must make yourself stronger and then defeat him. How are you? Yi Xian suddenly said, finding an evil smile on the Demon King's face. See you later. The Demon King turned around and disappeared in an instant. What is this all about? Yi Xian frowned slightly, somewhat confused about the devil's tricks. It came in a hurry and left in a hurry, leaving behind those who betrayed Heping Town. Except test yourself. It's gone. But it's good that he has a shadow fan. Otherwise, there would be nothing he can do in the face of that huge momentum. Suddenly, there was a sound from the living glass ball in his hand. He looked over and said, Is there anything you want to tell me? Bang bang. Lu Han in the glass ball shouted loudly. But there was no other sound except the sound of slapping. Little golden dragon, do you know how to take out the person inside? Yi Xian couldn't help but touch the little golden dragon in his arms. Disposable. Smash it, Xiao Jinlong answered. Yi Xian looked at the glass ball worth 40 million gold coins in his hand and said after a little hesitation, Let money decide. Owner! Natasha, who had been following behind, ran over and groped up and down, fearing that Yi Xian would be injured. Good boy. I'm fine. Go and ask Xinchi to stop working. I'll pay for it. Yi Xian smiled and rubbed her head. Good. Natasha nodded vigorously, her eyes inexplicably a little lonely, as if she was sad. She turned and left, and Yi Xian came all the way to Qian Duo's home. As soon as I arrived at the door, I heard the sound of nails clanging inside. Yi Xian opened the door. Are you here? Make the house tighter. Maybe you can still survive when the devil shows his power. Damn it. Are you alive? Qian Duo stopped and looked at him confused. How much do you want me to die? Yi Xian was speechless for a while and walked over quickly. Look what this is. He stretched out his hand, and the living glass ball was in the palm of his hand. Lu Han? Qian Duo's expression froze, then turned into indignation, and he gritted his teeth. Yi Xian handed out the living glass ball. Here, you can do whatever you want with her. If you smash it, the person inside will come out. Thanks. Qian Duo took the glass ball, his eyes red. Finished. Lu Han was in despair in the glass ball. At that time, he never thought that the Demon King would be such a stupid person. He actually regarded Yi Xian as a very powerful person. If not for this, he would not have ended up like this. Until this moment, she thinks she is right and others are wrong. And if Yi Xian had not been lucky and had the shadow fan, he would have died in the hands of the devil. Get out! Qian Duo suddenly smashed the living glass ball to pieces, and then gritted his teeth. Chapter 336, Emotional Crisis. You let me go? Lu Han regained his freedom. His eyes trembled slightly, and his heart was touched. She had clearly done so many things to hurt him, yet she still let herself go at this moment? Qian Duo gritted his teeth. Don't let me see you again in the future. More money. Lu Han's lips and teeth twitched slightly. These two words made Qian Duo almost collapse and burst into tears. He clenched his fists. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Sorry. Lu Han didn't know what to say for a moment, with tears in his eyes, and suddenly felt that he had lost something important. Go away! Qian Duo closed his eyes. You are not allowed to come to Heping Town in the future. Otherwise you will be sentenced to death according to the rules. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. Lu Han soon ran away crying. But with more money, he lost strength and fell to the ground. I did it! Have you met the programmer? Yi Xian shook his head and was ready to ask about things in the real world. Are you talking about that pervert in women's clothing? Xian Duo suddenly looked disgusted. You are the pervert! A figure appeared. It was the programmer. He was pouting. The image of the chosen female character was cute and beautiful. Xian Duo saw him and said, I feel disgusted when I see you. Humph. The programmer crossed his shoulders. Wow! What a beautiful girl! Several townspeople passing by stopped in their tracks, their saliva almost flowing out. Muah! The programmer looked over and blew a kiss. In an instant, the townspeople fainted with happiness, and their eyes turned into love hearts. When Xian Duo saw this, he said, They are a bunch of losers. Although he is a man in reality, there is nothing wrong with being a woman in this world. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Xian Duo thought it made sense. I won't argue with you anymore. I have a lot of money. You haven't returned to the real world for a long time. Right. The programmer walked over quickly. Xian Duo stepped back repeatedly. So what? Problem occurs. The programmer paused and looked solemn. What? Monster? Are you thinking about this zombie invasion? Xian Duo was a little confused. Believe it or not, just quit the game and take a look. The programmer was speechless for a while. Xian Duo went offline immediately and came back 3 minutes later. Hack! 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 He didn't say anything. He just uttered a series of curse words to show his shock. Are you surprised? The programmer crossed his shoulders. It's true. If I weren't in my own manor, protected by thousands of bodyguards, I might have been swallowed while still playing the game. Xian Duo couldn't help but say, Manor Court? The programmer raised his eyebrows. But he didn't know his identity. Xian Duo nodded. Yes. What's wrong? Let's be friends. Rich people. The programmer swooped over and hugged his leg tightly. Hell, can you have some moral integrity? Stay away from me. You pervert. Xian Duo wanted to get rid of him. No, unless you agree for me and my family to live in your manor. The programmer shook his head vigorously. Yi Xian chuckled. Promise him. Your big manor should not be short of a few pairs of chopsticks. Are you coming then? I wake up alone from the big bed thousands of meters away every day. It's very boring, and I don't have any friends to accompany me. Xian Duo turned around and looked at Yi Xian. 10,000 meters. The programmer's mouth twitched. I won't. Yi Xian shook his head awkwardly. Xian Duo sighed, a little disappointed. Okay. After that, the three of them chatted for a while before returning to the topic. You are a super expert. Right. Xian Duo suddenly looked at Yi Xian. He then said, Yunner told me that you are super powerful and good at martial arts. You can intercept other people's marriages with one person and one sword, so that no one dares to marry the eldest daughter of the Su family. What? Aren't you in this world? The programmer looked confused, and the girl's cute face was full of doubts. Damn. So cute. Xian Duo swallowed involuntarily and secretly thought that this bitch, who used female characters, could actually create such a beautiful face. Good luck. I went back for a few days. Yi Xian scratched his head. Is there still such an operation? Programmers are even more confused. Yi Xian thought of something and looked at Xian Duo. Don't think he is a pervert who uses female characters. In reality, he is very powerful. He should be able to beat up 30 bodyguards for you. Okay. Is he also a master hidden in the city? This is my address. Xian Duo took out a virtual business card and handed it out. Capital? Your farm is in Beijing? Could it be that you are from the Qian family in Beijing? The programmer looked at the address on the business card and was extremely surprised. That's on the world's wealth list. If it's convenient, come over tomorrow. Xian Duo nodded carelessly. The programmer nodded. Okay. After he finished speaking, he logged off directly. I doubt he'll be at your house today. Yi Xian chuckled lightly and rubbed his eyebrows after finishing speaking. He did not have the potion to return to the real world, but just let the real world suffer without any care? To be honest, the source is that he accidentally brought Shen Batian to the ruins of the gods, which caused disaster to the real world, and he needs to take responsibility. I have a headache. Yi Xian muttered softly. Master, if there is anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with Natasha. Natasha said suddenly at this moment. Not long after she came back. Yi Xian hesitated a little. Forget it. After he finished speaking, he left, leaving only Natasha, who was heartbroken. The master really doesn't care about himself anymore. Early next morning, Yi Xian thought of a way, which was to close the door to the real world in the ruins of the gods. It seems that this is the only way. The favorability level with Natasha has almost dropped to 20 points. There was a sudden sound in my ears. What? Yi Xian frowned. A long time ago, out of boredom, he turned off most of this function of the system, leaving only a final warning. Did not expect. There was a warning with Natasha. I didn't see her when I woke up in the morning. Why did the relationship between me and her decline so much? An emotional crisis without a doubt. Yi Xian frowned. If the relationship drops to 20, the pet may betray its owner at any time. That's terrible. He began to look for Natasha in Peace Town, asking everyone he saw. Didn't see it. That little girl with a bow and arrow? I didn't see it. No passerby knew. Yi Xian's heart was heavy, and he was walking on the street with confusion in his eyes. Xian Duo happened to walk up to him. Hey, what a coincidence. You're also here for a walk early in the morning? Natasha is lost. I can't find her anywhere. And my favorability level has almost dropped to 20. Yi Xian ran over and patted his shoulders with both hands. His brows filled with eagerness. What's so surprising? You've always been lukewarm to others and played with their feelings. It's good that it didn't drop to 0. Xian Duo shook his head helplessly. Chapter 337 Reconciliation. When will I? Yi Xian was about to retort, but he choked on his words. I really care less about Natasha. Xian Duo saw this. Right? I suggest you reflect on it first. Otherwise your favorability will drop faster after you find him. Outside Peace Town, 2 girls are sitting under the same tree. They are Natasha and Lian Bai. Who happened to meet them? You like Master, right? Lian Bai chuckled, and she made the gem into a necklace and wore it around her neck. I don't know. Natasha lowered her head. Once upon a time, the one she loved most was her master. But now she was confused because this love was not reciprocated. Only indifference. Master is a little too much. He always turns a blind eye to Sister Natasha's feelings. Although Lian Bai is young, she is like a caring elder sister. She turned around and said, but Master is actually such a person. Although he is cold on the outside, he actually loves you very much in his heart. Real? Natasha tilted her head. Of course. If you don't believe it, let's do an experiment. After Lian Bai finished speaking, she nodded. I'll call Duanshi over first. Where did you go? Yi Xian has traveled throughout Hepping Town. He paused and looked up at the sky, feeling empty in his heart. I'm not good enough to her. Too indifferent to her. So much so that the favorability level, which has never fallen, is about to reach 20 points. I want to make amends, but I can't even find anyone. Suddenly, I was kicked from behind. You big bastard. Looking back, it was Yuner. How did you come? Yi Xian rubbed his head. If Sister Natasha really leaves, I won't forgive you. Yuner looked angry and went online immediately after learning about the incident. What are things like now in the real world? Yi Xian smiled bitterly and asked instead. Yuner pursed her lips and said, I told the young lady about your conjecture. Now, the young lady is discussing this matter with the master. No. Natasha has been kidnapped. Xian Duo hurried back, holding a letter in his hand and sweating profusely. Kidnapping? Yuner covered her mouth in surprise. This? Yi Xian took the letter, which had an address on it, just outside the town. He immediately ran over there. You are extremely vicious people. I can't spare you. If you lie to Master, the consequences will be tragic. Right. I don't want to. In a small forest outside the town, Duanshi was practicing the Blue Bird instant strike with great reluctance. Put it on quickly. Master will be here soon. Lian Bai handed over a mask. No. I don't have the shame to see you girls. Do you know that doing this will hurt other people's hearts? Duanshi shook his head. Human nature cannot stand the test. Even if you get the desired result, there will be gaps later. Lian Bai stared at him, his tone full of threats. Put it on! This is not to stop you from staring. I put it on. Duanshi put on his mask, his helplessness palpable. Soon, the plan went as usual, and Natasha was tied hand and foot. What's going on? Isn't this the Natasha in the target? I actually picked it up. The voice came suddenly. Dozens of people came from the surrounding area and surrounded them. They are powerful assassins carefully selected by the undead tribe. Their main purpose this time is to kidnap people related to Yixian. Natasha is top priority. Don't come over here. Duanshi frowned, leaned down slightly, and prepared for battle. The protection of light, Lian Bai said suddenly. The necklace he was wearing glowed, and a transparent shield protected them inside. Snapped. An assassin rushed forward, swung his short blade, and the shield shattered. Duanshi's face turned pale, so strong. To be able to break through Lian Bai's light protection so easily. His strength is obviously far superior to that of himself and others. Let me go first, Natasha said quickly. However, it was already too late. The assassins surrounded her and grabbed her, including Duanshi and Lian Bai. I just caught 3 of them, so I can go back and do the work. An assassin pulled off the masks of Duanshi and others, showing surprise. They were all on the list. Let them go. A man holding a long sword walked slowly from a distance, with steady steps and a cold face. No. Retreat quickly. Quick. The assassins looked over, looked horrified, and began to retreat. The person who came was none other than Yixian. Natasha stopped the urge to release the power of ice and snow. Master. I'm here. I'm sorry for ignoring your feelings for so long. Yixian pursed his lips. After he finished speaking, he suddenly found that Natasha's favorability towards him increased rapidly. Reaching 95. The assassins began an organized retreat. 5 of them unfortunately became cannon fodder, and were left to intercept Yixian and buy enough time. But this is nothing more than wishful thinking. Shua. Yixian rushed over and the sword light flashed. The 5 assassins had no power to fight back, and were cut in half. They were still conscious before they died, and regretted coming here. Go ahead and run away. There were 7 assassins left. They were divided into 3 groups, each with a hostage. Natasha! Yixian shouted loudly. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly. I understand. The power of ice and snow spread out, freezing the feet of all the assassins. How so? Help! The assassins panicked. Soon, they were killed one by one and died miserably. Duanshi was stunned. Master is so amazing! Simply beyond my imagination. Killing these assassins is like killing chickens. And Natasha is super powerful too. Practice hard when you get back. Don't be lazy. Yixian looked at them lovingly. Yes. Master. Yes. After Lian Bai and Duanshi finished talking, they ran towards Heping Town with lingering fears. If it weren't for those assassins, I'm afraid that the 2 of them will be killed instantly by the master. And they won't even have a chance to explain. Right? Just thinking about it gives me a chilling feeling. Owner. Natasha threw herself into Yixian's arms, and cried without paying attention to her image. Silly girl. If you are unhappy in the future, just say it directly, and don't hold it in your heart. Yixian gently stroked her hair. There are more and more people around Master. And there are more and more girls. He doesn't like Natasha as much as before. Natasha lowered her head slightly. Yixian smiled bitterly. How could it be? You will always be my most important family member. After Natasha heard this, she gradually stopped crying and nodded with a blushing face. The farce subsided because of this incident. The next day, Lian Bai and Duanshi came to admit their mistake and told the truth. Yixian did not blame him, but became wary of the undead clan sending assassins. It seems, the undead tribe is planning to take action against Peace Town. You can't take action against the human race. So you just want to attack a random place? Idiot's dream. Chapter 338. Make some use of it. Peaceful Town. Since Su Zitong was busy with matters in the real world, the heavy responsibility of the mayor fell back on Yixian. Everyone gathered together to discuss the upcoming trouble from the undead tribe. Xinchi prepared delicious refreshments for everyone. How about just using the battle-free token? The little paper man said while eating the pastry. If one of the undead is used up, what will happen next? Don't forget that there is also the Demon King. There is so much money that I can't help but look at it. Because of the Demon King, the only 2 remaining times can only be used once. The little paper man heard this. What should we do? The Shadow Demon King has been sent out for reconnaissance. I believe he will be back soon. Just wait a moment. Yixian rubbed his sore eyes. I haven't had enough rest recently, which has caused my eyesight to decline. He hesitated for a while, and then said, when it really doesn't work, there's no rush to use the token again. Everyone then continued to discuss. And after working out a few acceptable backup plans, they dispersed. When will the Shadow Demon King come back? Natasha asked curiously. Soon. Probably tonight. Yixian picked her up and said with a chuckle, "Owner." Natasha squirmed. Yi Xian was surprised. "What's wrong?" Natasha suddenly kissed him on the face, and then ran away covering her face, as if she had done something bad. This girl. Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head gently. Time passed by minute, and it was afternoon in a blink of an eye. Yi Xian is at home, and all he has to do now is wait. One is to wait for the Su group's attitude towards the relics of gods. Second, they are waiting for news about the Shadow Demon King. "We're back!" Yun'er's voice suddenly came from outside. Yi Xian walked out of the room, and soon followed the voice to find her, and found that Su Zitong was also there, with a serious look on her face. "How's the situation?" The little paper man arrived belatedly. Su Zitong did not answer, but looked at Yi Xian for a moment. "My father has reported this matter to the country, and received instructions to solve the problem from the source, destroying the door to the real world." But the programmer who had just gone online waggled his tail, and looked at Yi Xian. "This guy is still in the game world. You can also destroy the source of monsters." Su Zitong shook her head, and gave another plan. "Any plans?" Yi Xian let out a long breath. Su Zitong replied, "Father is summoning the experts in the game. They will come to Peace Town soon. Father will do his best to directly increase the summoned people to their strongest state, and go to the ruins of the gods to solve the problem." "Isn't Hepping Town going to be in chaos?" The little paper man couldn't help but said, "I guarantee the town will be destroyed by those people." After all, in the eyes of players, Peace Town is an existence that must be destroyed. "I have obtained administrator rights, and have temporarily set Peace Town to an invincible state," Su Zitong said. The cold feeling was much lessened. "That's great." The little paper figurine hit the building on the side, but it didn't leave even the slightest trace. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and faced Su Zitong. "Thank you." This is what she fought for Peace Town. "You're welcome." After Su Zitong finished speaking, she turned around and left, talking to Yun'er. Her voice was too low for others to hear. "But see." Yun'er handed over the small notebook recording Yi Xian's great achievements. "It's time to go." Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "I didn't expect you to be so honest outside." Su Zitong suddenly threw the small notebook over. Yi Xian raised his hand to catch it and opened it. Not only did there not be anything bad about him in it, but there were also many words to praise him. For example, "Don't mess with others," "Do your best for your friends," etc. Yun'er is holding her shoulders in the distance. Her cheeks are red, and she seems a little shy. After that, Su Zitong went to deal with the affairs of the town. Towards evening, the Shadow Demon King returned with information. "Something is wrong." "Speak carefully." Yi Xian was watching the stars with Natasha at the entrance of the town, and frowned when he saw this. "The millions of troops of the undead are coming towards Peace Town. They will arrive outside the town in a day and a half at the latest." The Shadow Demon King was helpless. "What reason do the undead have to attack us?" Yun'er frowned and walked out of the town. The Shadow Demon King heard this and replied, "You may not know that we are in alliance with the former human race, and it is the kind of comprehensive alliance, including war. When the human race is attacked by other races, Peace Town needs help, and for the same reason, it will receive corresponding help. But the humans went to war with other races. Peace Town will also be forced to go to war, so it will become an enemy of the undead." "A failure. An absolute failure." Yun'er bit her lower lip. What could Hepping Town do to deal with the millions of undead soldiers? Yi Xian took out the battle exemption token. "Is this really the only way left?" "Keeping it is just keeping it. It's better to use it. Nothing has value until it is used." "No. Have you forgotten that Peace Town is invincible now? After a while, the masters on the server rankings will be here, and they can take advantage of it." Yun'er rubbed her chin and smiled evilly. "Good idea." Yi Xian also showed a naughty smile. The innocent and pure Natasha looked confused. At night, 30% of the top players on the server rankings came. The remaining 70%, mostly from the Players Alliance, seemed to be putting on airs and not wanting to come. But Yi Xian knew. The reason why he didn't come was probably because he knew about the undead tribe's million-strong army. In Peace Town, some players shouted, "This is really a nice place. You can actually have such a friendly conversation with the monsters." Right. The programmer poured him a drink using the image of a cute girl. "Beauty, are you interested in CP? I'm ranked 41st in the whole server, and I'm a very powerful thief." The player became lustful. "I hate it." The programmer coyly. This made Qian Duo, who happened to be passing by, almost spit out his dinner, secretly thinking that under the image of that cute girl, he was a big man. Just during the day, the programmer dragged his family to his mansion and moved in. The two of them met for the first time in real life. Su Zitong walked out at this time. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This operation is related to the safety of the real world. I believe everyone has been notified. TCH, I don't want to protect the real world. Just for China. Same as above. People were talking a lot. Quiet. Su Zitong looked over expressionlessly. I understand everyone's mood. Please stay one night first. We will leave immediately after everyone is gathered. When are you going to cheat on us? Some players couldn't help but ask. Su Zitong replied. When we set off. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. I really want to know how strong I will be when I am at my best, and whether I can beat the #1 player in the server with one punch. I want to try it too. The crowd started to get excited. Master, do you want to teach these guys a lesson? On the roof, a man and a woman were sitting here. It was Natasha and Yi Xian. No, even if these guys become the strongest. That's all. Yi Xian shook his head. Knowing this game requires more skills. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the equipment and ability enhancements are, it will be useless. Lian Bai and the others are still studying hard. The Shadow Demon King is taking care of Shao Dangkong. Everyone is working hard and doing what needs to be done. And the army of the undead is already approaching. Chapter 339. Prepare for departure. It was dawn, and a scream pierced the sky. It turned out that the army of the undead had arrived in advance, and was stationed in the plains not far from Hepping Town. An army of millions. How spectacular. This shocked most people in the town. That seems to be the undead army? What are you doing? Didn't you say you were leaving today? Why did so many undead armies suddenly appear? The players came out of the house one after another, very impatient. Seeing this, Yuner jumped to the roof. This undead army obviously wants to prevent us from completing our mission. Can you bear it? I see. You actually want to stop me from going forward. You don't know how to live or die. Kill them all. The crowd was agitated, and a player suddenly rushed out. It was Qian Duo. Huh? Are you going to do it now? What are you doing standing still? Come on! Kill. Some people were confused, but Yi Xian, Mu Qing and others were encouraging them. Thus the war began. Coincidentally, the player alliance also arrived, leading a massive army of players to encircle them. This is not good. General, there is an ambush. In the army of the undead, some soldiers knelt down in front of the general, spitting blood. Damn it, the undead general gritted his teeth. He made his own decision this time, because he didn't want to return without success. But I didn't expect that I would be ambushed by these despicable foreigners. Finally, the undead clan suffered 700,000 casualties before they could stand out and be surrounded. Unexpectedly relaxing, Yuner wiped the sweat from her forehead and held 2 dice in her hand. At this time, a player suddenly said, Kill so many! What next? It feels like I'm working for free. People were talking a lot. Everyone, I will give you a huge increase later, but it can only last for 7 days. During this period, we must rush back. Su Zitong walked out of the room. Marvelous! I can finally taste cheating. Now, no one complained anymore. Su Zitong glanced around, and only opened the permissions when everyone was present. Violently, abnormal red lights flashed around all the players present. Hack! That's so good! Some players directly transformed into a supreme level suit. Although they could only have it for 7 days, they were extremely excited. He couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. Hey! Yi Xian looked over with cold eyes. Secretly wore the shadow fan. Directly adjusted the momentum to the highest level, and released it. The player's face suddenly turned pale, and his arrogance was suppressed. This is yours. Su Zitong suddenly walked over. Boom! Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a set of supreme-level golden armor appeared on his body. Majestic and full of momentum. Some players were unhappy. Why give him such a good armor? Can you understand the words I gave you? Qian Duo glanced over and saw an increase, but found something wrong. When everyone stopped paying attention to this side, he came to Yi Xian's side. What? Take out your 7-star Long Yuan sword. What do you want to do? Yi Xian was a little curious. I suspect that these supreme grades are defective, Qian Duo said in a low voice. Then what? Yi Xian took out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and pulled it out of its scabbard. He couldn't help but be surprised. Qian Duo took out the supreme-level dagger he had obtained and struck it with all his strength. There was just a snap sound, and the dagger broke. But the 7-star Long Yuan sword was unscathed. Not even the slightest pothole appeared. The corner of Qian Duo's mouth twitched. Damn it! This fully enhanced supreme level can't compare to you. The level 2 enhanced one? There is indeed a problem. After all, it's not something that originally existed in this world. Yi Xian shrugged and looked into the distance after speaking. Su Zitong was integrating the team. The team of 100 people was divided into 10 small teams, each acting independently, and finally gathered at the gate in the ruins of the gods. Here is the personnel allocation list, Su Zitong said instead. What about us people? Qian Duo suddenly raised his hand, a little surprised, but he was not among the top 100 in the server. Su Zitong replied, Form the 11th team, and after going to the ruins of the gods, they will be mainly responsible for covering the other 10 teams. Isn't this just cannon fodder? Qian Duo was speechless for a while, and there were many players present who were more than 100 players in the server, and they would be assigned to the 11th team. You are the captain of Team 1, and they are your team members. Su Zitong handed Yi Xian a sign and turned to leave. It's a bit awesome. After Yi Xian got the sign, it turned into a translucent light curtain with information about other team members on it. A voice suddenly came from behind. Well, we meet again. It was the skeleton monster that I hadn't seen for a long time, and I was a little embarrassed at this time. I just dealt with the undead army. Thank you very much. Yi Xian chuckled and stretched out his hand. You're welcome. The skeleton monster shook hands with him quickly, feeling a little embarrassed. In fact, they didn't want to help at all. They just wanted to shine when the sun came up. But they were embarrassed. Cut! Yunar walked over with her arms crossed and her mouth pursed. Yi Xian chuckled. You don't seem happy to be on the same team as me? Nothing good will happen if I'm with you. Yunar felt a little depressed. Soon, the 10 people gathered together. Except for the skeleton weirdo and Yunar. There was no one they knew. I want to go too. Natasha held Yi Xian's hand and felt depressed. Sister Natasha, be good. After we all leave, we need you to guard Peace Town. This is the most important thing, and can only be left to you. Yunar rubbed her head. Natasha lowered her head. Okay. Whatever you want. The master will bring it to you when you come back. Yi Xian now pays great attention to Natasha's thoughts, and will show his love to her to feel it. I hope the master will come back safely. Natasha's brows were filled with seriousness. Good. Yi Xian's pupils trembled slightly. Then he smiled and nodded. Soon, when it was time to gather and set off, each team was assigned a high-tech vehicle similar to a long snake, which could smoothly navigate many complex terrains. As for speed, it's also fair enough. It takes at least 3 days to reach the ruins of the gods. But because of this, everyone only has 4 days at most to solve the task. The long snake car is very strange. The seats are only divided into front and back. Yi Xian sat at the front. As the captain, he needed to drive and contact other teams at the same time. Yunar sat in second place. Finally, we can set off. Her super suit is a slightly explosive naval-bearing outfit that doesn't reveal too much. But I heard that if Su Zitong hadn't agreed, the clothes would have been even more revealing. Although this girl is shy, she is an exhibitionist pervert at heart, Yi Xian whispered. Suddenly, he was patted on the head, and what he said happened to be heard by Yunar from behind. That's very rude. Chapter 340. The service will be stopped. Feel sorry. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Soon, the long snake car started, and the team of hundreds of people moved forward slowly. Yi Xian looked at the control panel. There are more than 400 people in Team 11. It's normal. Most of them come here to join in the fun. Yunar hugged her shoulders and pulled her clothes from time to time. Her face turned red. Did you really reveal that much? I hope everything goes well on this trip. Yi Xian let out a long breath. Don't worry. The situation is not as bad as you think. All you need to do is go over and destroy the door to throw you out of this world. Yunar looked out the window. Yi Xian heard this. What did you say? The programmer has told us everything. You traveled to this world, didn't you? Yunar shook her legs slightly, pretending to be casual. She continued. I already felt something was wrong. No matter how addicted you are to the internet, you can't never go offline. Right. Yi Xian was silent for a while. By the way, let me tell you something that only we know internally. Yunar put her mouth to his ear and said softly. This game will be discontinued. and all data saved in the Su group will be completely destroyed. Why? Yi Xian frowned and clenched his fists involuntarily. Obviously, because it has threatened the real world. After Yuner finished speaking, she sat back in her seat. Yi Xian was a little overwhelmed by the sudden news. He didn't even react when the snake car was about to hit a boulder. The 8 other people traveling with me wanted to remind them, but didn't dare. Just listen. Bang. The stone was smashed. The long snake car was not damaged at all. Yi Xian finally came back to his senses and rubbed his sore eyebrows. If the data in the Su group is destroyed, will I, Natasha, and everyone else still exist? With trouble, he controlled the snake car to follow everyone. Darkness falls quietly. Still not asleep. There is an automatic driving one, Yuner from behind said suddenly. Everyone else had gone to bed, so they were the only ones left. How is it possible to fall asleep? You said, if the Su group's data is destroyed, will this world still exist? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Originally, they didn't let me talk about this matter and plan. But I still want you to be mentally prepared to avoid collapse when the time comes. Yuner pouted. Although she looked carefree, she was actually very thoughtful. She then thought for a moment. Is he probably gone? Why? Yi Xian didn't say anything. Just let out a long sigh. Then it was another day and a half of traveling. There was only half a day left to reach the ruins of the gods. But everyone stopped the car under Su Zitong's forcible order. The reason is that you need enough rest to better cope with troubles. Don't tell them that they can't exit after entering. Just after stepping off the Changshan car, Yuner slapped her forehead and came to Yi Xian's side and whispered. This was something I should have told you when I first set out. But I forgot about it. Well, I understand. Yi Xian had no intention of caring about anything else. Suddenly, a group of people came towards them. It was Qian Duo and the programmers. Really? Our long snake car is almost packed to death. Qian Duo couldn't help but complain. After you save the world, are you interested in leaving this world and getting together with us? Don't you miss hot pot and barbecue? The programmer said this intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Xian didn't answer, and his face didn't look very good. When Qian Duo saw this, he said, You only know about hot pot and barbecue. And you still make it so simple to save the world. Although he tried his best to save his anger, it didn't help. There's a chance. Yi Xian suddenly had firm eyes. No matter what happened in the past, I now belong to this world. There is home here, family and friends. There will definitely be a chance. The programmer thought he was shaken and was so happy that he couldn't help but smile. I'm going to enter the ruins of the gods tomorrow. I heard that the environment inside is very bad. Qian Duo sat down on the spot and secretly took out some delicious food. Yi Xian nodded. If nothing else, it should still be snowing, and maybe the Ice Queen will appear. Wow, that's the ultimate monster. Qian Duo opened his mouth in surprise. It's rare but strange. The programmer looked very calm, but his hand when picking up the food couldn't stop trembling, and he was obviously scared. Everyone will be using sleeping bags today, hee. The 3 of them sat together, and after eating for a while, Qian Duo suddenly looked lewd. Yi Xian was surprised. What about that? You don't know yet? The sleeping bag is a large sleeping bag. 1 for 2 people. This is a God-given opportunity. Qian Duo spoke hoarsely. As for the programmer, as a girl, she almost had a nosebleed. It was hard to imagine that these 2 men, who had fallen out of love for various reasons not long ago, would be excited by something like this. The person sleeping together may not necessarily be a girl. It may also be a bald man. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Well, but you are different. Who do you think will sleep with you? The programmer said quickly. Yi Xian turned around and found that most people had already gotten into their sleeping bags. Each team is assigned a total of 5 double sleeping bags. Except for himself and Yuner. Everyone had gotten into their sleeping bags to rest, leaving only the last one empty. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Is there still such an operation? What are you looking at? Yuner stared at him resentfully. Who set this plan? To let himself know. It would definitely blow 2 holes in his head. I sleep in the car, Yi Xian said with a chuckle. While someone in team number 1 forced his captain to sleep in the car. If you don't get a good rest, something might happen tomorrow due to lack of energy. Qian Duo and the programmer were in a strange mood. Yuner's face turned red. Seeing this, Qian Duo struck while the iron was hot. Isn't this arranged by your Su group? Are you still not happy? Disobedience. Being a personal mate is a big sin. Right. Shut up. I know. Yuner bit her lower lip, suddenly came over, and grabbed Yi Xian's collar. Oh? Don't be affected by their words. They are all joking. Yi Xian was stunned. Shut up and go to sleep. Yuner's face was half dark, and a fierce light suddenly appeared. Yi Xian choked for words, and was forcefully dragged into the sleeping bag under countless gazes. Xian Duo high-fived the programmer. Xian Duo turned around and said, I have to look for a partner. Wait, why is something wrong? He glanced around and saw that except for himself and the programmer, no one else had yet entered the sleeping bag to rest. Ah, that's embarrassing. The programmer picked up the remaining sleeping bag and blinked. He looked at Xian Duo. How about we just make do with it? How can I have sex with a she-male like you? Xian Duo wanted to refuse, but after looking at her figure as a female character, he reluctantly agreed. Chapter 341. Moving forward. Late at night, the call of unknown birds came from afar. In the sleeping bag, Yuner blushed and remained silent. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Go to sleep. Yi Xian suddenly spoke. The moment he spoke, Yuner seemed to tremble, and then responded weakly. Same place as a sleeping bag. Close together. I originally wear less. Will I be taken advantage of? But soon, she found that Yi Xian's breathing gradually stabilized, and he actually fell asleep. Hey you? Yuner was a little unbelievable. With his good looks, how could he sleep so easily? Damn it! She was a little angry for no reason. As everyone knows, Yi Xian sleeps with Natasha almost every day. He is used to having someone on his pillow, and doesn't take sleeping together seriously at all. Plus, I'm so tired that I easily fall asleep. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian woke up with a sigh of relief. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? I want you to take care of it. Yuner bit her lower lip and quickly left the sleeping bag. As soon as she took a step forward, her body swayed and she almost lost her balance. Didn't you sleep last night? Yi Xian shook his head. Who can sleep with a pervert like you? Yuner was furious and spoke angrily with a pair of panda eyes. She said that number one in the server is a pervert? They seem to have slept together yesterday? Many players have woken up and are talking about it. Yuner quickly explained. Don't get me wrong. Nothing happened to us. However, her explanation could not suppress everyone's gossip. Oh, it's so lively. Xian Duo came over with a faint smile on his face. Yesterday, he had thought that things would develop to this point, and this was exactly what he wanted to see. Yi Xian put away his sleeping bag, glanced at Yuner who was still explaining, walked over and grabbed her arm. Let's go! The two came to a deserted place. You can help explain it. Yuner's face turned red with embarrassment, and she was about to burst into tears. Explain what? Yi Xian shrugged. The more you explain, the more confusing it becomes. Why don't you just let them tell you this? After he finished speaking, he took out a bottle of potion. This is? Yuner was a little curious. Yi Xian replied. I ordered the anti-fatigue potion newly developed in Hepping Town to make you energetic after drinking it. Snort. Yuner drank the anti-fatigue potion, and the dark circles under her eyes gradually disappeared. Yi Xian took out a small notebook and muttered. No side effects have been found yet. You treat me as a guinea pig? Yuner rushed over and angrily threw away the empty bottle of medicine. Get ready to go. The voice suddenly came. It was Su Zitong. It's the lady's order. Yuner murmured softly. Su Zitong is the commander-in-chief of this operation and will not follow the team, but will sit firmly at the rear. After arriving at the ruins of the gods, they followed the mission. After getting on the long snake car, everyone continued to set off. As stipulated, half a day later, we arrived at the entrance to the ruins of the gods. Su Zitong's voice came again. When I go in, I will probably lose contact with you. No matter what, I must complete the mission. Okay. Good. People responded. After that, Su Zitong handed over the task of leading the way to Yi Xian. After a lot of twists and turns, we finally entered the ruins of the gods, which were covered by thick snow. The blizzard seemed never-ending, and was still falling crazily. It's time to go. Yuner, who was sitting in the back, murmured softly. Well, Captain, why can't I quit the game? The skeleton monster suddenly said at this time. Yi Xian did not answer, but drove the snake car through the ice and snow. Interesting to say, although this long snake car looks ugly, it has extremely strong performance, and the temperature inside the car is maintained very well, which makes him want to buy one. The skeleton monster couldn't help but ask again. Captain, why don't you answer my question? Why can't you retreat? This is a question that the other 7 team members want to ask. Shut up and complete the task first. Yuner turned around and glared. Okay, the skeleton monster could only agree. Team number 11 has a total of 6 snake cars, but they carry more than 400 people in total, which is very crowded. Ah, I feel like I'm going to die. As the cute girl character in the game, the programmer is squeezed by many people. Suddenly, a hand stretched out to protect her. Who the hell dares to touch my brother? It's just the money. If you want to take advantage of someone, just say so and return the favor to your brother. Soon, people talked a lot and gave way a little bit. Thank you. The programmer wiped the sweat from his head and said secretly that if I hadn't been in the game world, I would have smashed the skulls of those people with the fallen sky axe. Don't forget the plan. We must take Yi Xian out of the game world. Xian Duo whispered in his ear. The programmer nodded. Don't worry. I won't forget it. This time, only success is allowed. No failure is allowed. Otherwise, once the game data is completely destroyed, it can never be returned. Wow! We lost track of the main team. Hurry up and use the positioning function. The voice came suddenly. Xian Duo and the programmer looked at each other, feeling the urge to curse. Get rid of it. In the long snake car of Team 1, Yi Xian smiled and drifted from time to time. In this icy and snowy environment, he felt like an Akina mountain bike god. He would be fine if he bumped into anything. Look! The snow ahead is melting. One of the team members suddenly said. Yi Xian glanced away, his eyes slightly focused, and found that it was the strange land formed after Shen Baishan's death. Unexpectedly, it has spread here. Suddenly, a monster appeared out of thin air and looked towards the long snake car. Yes! Yes! This is a monster in the real world! What a great competition! What the heck? Is it really from the game world? People were talking a lot and were very excited. Before seeing this monster, they were not sure whether it was real or not, and even thought it was a bit ridiculous. But at this moment, they believed the truth. A player suddenly said, when the mission is completed, there will be a bonus of 3 million. I must go back to my hometown to build a house and marry Xiaofeng. This flag is set up, Yuner whispered, looking at Yi Xian from time to time. This time I was taken advantage of by this guy again. What's annoying is that he's not shy at all. It's too much. Yi Xian suddenly said, why do you always look at me secretly? Do you like me? You are so beautiful. Only then did Yuner realize there was a rearview mirror and made a face. At this rate, we should be able to reach that door soon. What are you going to do then? Yi Xian fiddled with the communication equipment. She has completely lost contact with Su Zitong, and it's like she is in 2 worlds. Blasting. After Yuner hesitated for a while, she said softly. Chapter 342. The team lost contact. Is this so? Yi Xian smiled softly, without any sadness. Yuner said tentatively. If you don't go out now, you will never be able to go out. Yi Xian nodded. That's all. What are you talking about? Let me ask you. Will you go out? Right. Yuner raised her hand and knocked on his head. Watch me kill him. Yi Xian didn't answer, and drove the snake car directly into the monster. Just listen. With a bang, the monster turned into mincemeat, and the long snake chariot ran over the mincemeat. Yuner saw this. Stop changing the topic and answer me quickly. This is Team 3. This is Team 3. We are attacked by unknown monsters. Support. Please support. There was a sudden sound on the radio, and then it suddenly stopped. A deathly silence hung in the air. Yi Xian frowned and used the communicator to ask. Team 3. Are you okay? Still no answer. It felt as if some very scary monster had swallowed Team 3 whole. There's real-time positioning on every vehicle. Yuner suddenly reached over and opened the corresponding panel. The image above clearly shows the route of each long snake car. Among them, Team 3 was motionless. Sure enough, we are in trouble. Yi Xian hesitated and decided to go over to help, but was stopped by Yuner. You are responsible not only for yourself, but also for the lives of everyone in the car. Our mission now is to get to that door as soon as possible. That's all, Yuner said solemnly. At this time, Yi Xian stared at the panel. Obviously, some people don't think so. It's team number 7. They went over for reinforcements. Facing the stubborn Yuner, Yi Xian had no choice but to move towards the target point and contact team number 7. We are about to arrive at the scene of the incident. The voice of team number 7 came. A little unclear, The skeleton monster suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Isn't Team 3 the team our boss belongs to? How could something happen? His boss is second in the entire server. A super powerful being. Hack! What is that? People? The voice of team number 7 came through the liaison. Yi Xian frowned. What did you see? Answer quickly. I'm not sure he looks like a human or a devil. He noticed us. Drop. Contact with Team 7 was suddenly interrupted. What's so scary about this? It feels so dangerous. People in the team were talking a lot. It has only been a while since the two teams lost contact. They were 20 experts, who were among the top 100 in the entire server. Is it the Ice Queen? Yi Xian whispered. If it were her, she could cut off contact instantly and get rid of everyone. Don't think about it. Stay away from there. And warn other teams by the way. Yuner felt a little uneasy. Yi Xian nodded and said to the liaison. Everyone, listen. Don't go for reinforcements. Gather at the designated place as soon as possible. Clear. We will. The voices of other teams came from the communicator. Don't go in such a hurry. We can't catch up. Xian Duo's voice suddenly came. You are disobeying orders. In the long snake car of Team 11. The captain pointed at Xian Duo, who was driving, and cursed. The spot was taken. When the programmer saw this, he said, Brother, anyone can open it. Please be considerate. Okay. Can you give me your contact information? The captain blushed instantly when faced with the role of his cute girl. Of course. The programmer nodded repeatedly. Hello? Hello? What a reply! Xian Duo shouted at the communication device, but got no answer at all. At the same time, he discovered that Team 1 was rushing to the target point like a rocket, twice as fast as before. This guy did it on purpose. Xian Duo gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. He was puzzled. They were all long snake cars. So how could they reach someone else's house so fast? In team number 1, the players were all panicking at this time. Why did the speed suddenly increase so much? Oh my god! This is outrageous! The team members looked out the window and talked among themselves. Look! The skeleton monster said suddenly, pointing upward. Something like an injector is hung on the body of the Hydra, injecting fuel to accelerate it. We can get to the door in half a day. Yi Xian whispered softly and smiled involuntarily. Although I am very concerned about what danger team number 7 and number 3 encountered. As Yuner said, the most important thing now is to get there quickly. The skeleton monster suddenly said. What? Captain, don't you wait for the other teams? In case you encounter danger, it cannot be supported at all. No wait, Yi Xian replied, driving a long snake car with an expressionless face. What he wants now is to complete the task quickly and then go back to find Natasha. 4 hours passed. Yi Xian hesitated for a while and then asked Xiang Yuner. We are about to reach the sea. Can the long snake car do it? It works. The long snake vehicle can not only drive on the sea, but it is also a submarine. Yuner nodded in response. It's really all-powerful. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. It's a pity that it can't fly for the time being. It needs to be developed for a period of time. Yuner reminded me. Yi Xian shrugged. And Nemo arrived at the sea about an hour later. The long snake chariot is like a sea snake, swimming in the sea. The skeleton monster looked out the window. Are the monsters swimming? Many monsters swim in the water. Like swallows migrating south. These monsters will try their best to get through that door and get to the real world, Yuner said. At the same time, she noticed something was wrong with the color of the sea. It's not blue, but it feels a bit corrupt. And occasionally a monster will be directly generated. She thought of the sudden change of land on the road, and her face turned pale. This trouble must be solved as soon as possible. What's wrong? Yi Xian looked at the rearview mirror, a little curious about her sudden reaction. The area where monsters are generated is breeding. If they breed in the real world, the consequences will be disastrous. Yuner bit her lower lip. By then, it will be the end of the world for the real world. Everyone may face the sudden appearance of monsters. Are you sure you can blow up that door? Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then asked. Unexpectedly, he was the one who opened the door. And he was also the one who would destroy the door. Yuner replied. Actually, the long snake car we are riding in has an additional function of self-destruction, which is as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Let's rush over and prepare to use the snake car to self-destruct to destroy the door? Is that possible? Yi Xian thought of something and frowned slightly. Although there is no field analysis, According to the hard limit of this world, the explosion of 6 snake vehicles at the same time should be enough to destroy the door. Yuner nodded. Chapter 343 Yin Yang Red Phoenix Tiger. A huge door stands on the bottom of the sea. The monster swam hard and entered the real world in order to survive. But this is obviously not what humans want. Therefore, many players are sent to stop it. A long snake car came from a distance. And when it got closer, the jet accelerator on its body disappeared. Team number 1 has arrived at the designated location. In the car, Yi Xian said to the communicator, "Clear. Clear. Wow. Why are you walking so fast?" There was a voice coming from the communicator. But there were also untimely movements from Qianduo. Yi Xian ignored it and turned off the communicator. The area around here seems to have not been invaded by that strange land. In the beginning, only a small piece of strange land was formed after Shen Beishan's death. But to this day, at least half of the god's ruins have been covered. "Captain, look!" The skeleton monster's voice trembled slightly, as if he had seen something horrifying. Yi Xian followed his line of sight and found that many monsters were surrounding the door leading to the world, preventing passage, as if they were sane. "Just hit it!" Yi Xian whispered and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! Dozens of monsters were directly smashed into pieces. Some members couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to get out of the car and clean up the monsters around you?" They couldn't wait to try out their equipment. "Okay. But remember, safety must be the first priority." Yi Xian nodded, and then opened the door of the long snake car. The 8 team members rushed out and fought with all the supreme weapons they had. The monster had no power to fight back. Soon, the monsters around the gate were cleared. "Can we go through this door to the real world? What will happen if we go there now?" Some members looked at the huge door, curious and eager to try it. "Don't do anything unrelated to the mission." Yuner glared over. The member quickly closed his mouth and stopped saying anything. Yi Xian said, "I'll go up there. You guys should guard this place, and don't let the monsters get close." After he finished speaking, he jumped up and onto the door frame that emerged from the water. "You came?" A seriously injured tiger was lying here. Seeing him, he got up with difficulty. It was the huge tiger named Xiaohu that I had seen before. "How could it be so injured?" Yi Xian walked over quickly and released a powerful healing technique. "I was injured by that devil. Otherwise those minions alone wouldn't be able to do anything to me." All the injuries on Xiaohu's body faded away, and he regained his energy. He found monsters swimming over in the distance, and flew over in anger, tearing those monsters apart. "Alert! An unknown powerful creature appears." The members underwater, including Yuner, began to feel a little nervous. Yi Xian shouted, "Stop shouting! This is friendly troops!" "Oh? There are NPCs here to help us!" "It feels like a guardianship mission." Members talked a lot. Yuner stared at Xiaohu. "Isn't this the latest powerful boss? The larvae of the Yin Yang Red Phoenix Tiger? A boss as powerful as the Ice Queen?" Yi Xian jumped down and fell back to her side. "That's right." Yuner nodded. Seeing Yi Xian, the other 8 members remained silent. Not because they didn't want to discuss it, but because they didn't dare. "How can we make him an adult?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Yuner looked at him like a fool. "Of course you have enough experience. Otherwise? How much experience do you need to be able to see this tiger?" Yi Xian coughed slightly in embarrassment. "My name is Yin Yang Qifenghu." Yuner emphasized again, her unhappy look unexpectedly cute. "In my opinion, killing thousands or hundreds of king-level bosses should be enough." Yuner turned to look at Xiaohu and said. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "So many?" "Until now, I have never seen so many king-level bosses." "A powerful boss is also called the ultimate boss. It is a special existence that requires a lot of resources." Yuner nodded. Soon, Xiaohu killed all the monsters for dozens of miles around before returning with satisfaction. "What's the origin of the devil who hurt you?" Yi Xian asked, looking at Xiaohu who landed not far in front of him. "Why is that a very scary guy hiding from me?" Xiaohu said, looking at Yuner and others, who had already distanced themselves from him. Yuner shook her head. "Nothing. Facing such a powerful boss, they will always feel a little burdened." "Can you draw it?" Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then summoned a waterproof drawing board. After all, he was underwater with everyone. Xiaohu started to draw. Soon, a strange appearance appeared in front of everyone. "Isn't this?" Yuner's eyes trembled slightly. Although there have been great changes, it is not difficult to see that this is Shen Batian. But he has become a monster devil. Devils are an extremely mysterious race in the game world. Few people can find them. And every time they are born, it will bring disaster. My boss and the others didn't just meet this devil. Right. The skeleton monster couldn't help but say at this time. His brows were filled with eagerness. If this happened, he would definitely end up dead. That's the devil. Yi Xian looked over. Don't get excited. Everything is not finalized yet. Don't make random guesses. But the skeleton monster lowered his head. That's the boss of their player alliance. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. Damn it. There is no resurrection point in this world. What happens after death? The mission must be completed as soon as possible. We must not let the devil come to reality. I will contact other teams. Yuner bit her lower lip and said, what needs to be done now is to assemble 6 Changshan vehicles as soon as possible to complete the blasting mission. However, this is easier said than done. After Yuner started to contact other teams, she found that she could only contact 3. The other 4 main teams that were still surviving lost contact. And even the number 11 Long Snake car lost contact. How so? Yuner was a little panicked. At least 5 more Changshan trucks are needed to come over. But now there are only 6 surviving ones, including the 2 on the 11th. There is still so much road left. Can we make it safely? She shook her head and got off the snake car. I'm going to explore the door to the world first. This is also one of our tasks. Go. We will guard you. Yi Xian nodded and ordered the other 8 people to start patrolling. In fact, it is not necessary. After all, there is a tiger cub. Once a monster comes closer than 10 miles, it will immediately go over and kill it. Devil? Yi Xian whispered softly. He had never seen it before. Unexpectedly, Shen Batian would turn into a devil after his death. Why is this? He entered the long snake car and contacted other teams when he suddenly heard a cry for help. Can you hear me? Help! It turned out to be the voice of Duo Qian. This time, it was their turn to be in trouble. Chapter 344. Little Tiger shows his power. Oops. Yi Xian frowned, quickly adjusted his position, and found that they had just entered the sea. Did he meet the devil? There was no time to think too much. Yi Xian drove the snake car and rushed over there. Hey! Yuner was still exploring the door. And when she saw this scene, she stamped her feet angrily. Will he die? In the deep sea, a long snake car landed on the bottom of the sea. In the car, Xian Duo was seriously injured. There was blood everywhere, and people could faintly hear the pain. The communication equipment is broken. The programmer was nearby and his left arm was missing. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not be alive just now. Xian Duo smiled bitterly. Just now, Chang Shincho met a person. Because we were in the sea, we couldn't see the man's face clearly. But that man punched the long snake chariot into scrap. If the programmer hadn't reacted in time and backed away from the control room with more money, he might have died with the man's fist. People not far away were choking. I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. But I can't exit the game at all. This is devastating. In fact, most people are desperate. Let's go. It's not a good place to stay for a long time. The programmer didn't say anything. He grabbed Xian Duo's arm and panted. Fortunately, no one in the game world would drown. If you can't get out, there are monsters outside. Xian Duo shook his head. Are you just waiting here to die? The programmer, as a female character, was very confused at this time. She looked at her broken arm and took some medicine at will. Xian Duo heard this. No, he will come and save us. You mean Yi Xian? The programmer was stunned, and then nodded. Half an hour later, many people chose to leave the long snake car to try for their lives, but were killed by the monsters outside before they could escape far. Only the last 20 of the hundreds of people were left. This is murder! Murder! Someone said crazily. Bang bang. The monster is attacking the door of the long snake car, trying to get in. This made everyone who was still alive look at each other, at a loss what to do, and despair rose in their hearts. But Jiquin! A roar suddenly came. In just an instant, the monsters outside the door disappeared without a trace, and what was replaced was a man. He came! Xian Duo was very excited. Who else could that person be if he wasn't Yi Xian? The programmer walked over to open the door. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Hey, are you crazy? You can't go out. There's that powerful monster outside. Someone stepped forward to stop him. His brows filled with fear, and he was completely crazy. The monster is no longer here. The programmer pursed his lips. It can't be open anyway. The man hissed. grabbing his remaining arm. However, he saw that the door of the Changshan car was kicked open from the outside. Let him go! Yi Xian's expression was cold. Is it number one in the entire server? The number one in the server is here to save us! People were very excited. Come with me quickly! It's too late to explain, Yi Xian said, picked up the programmer, and gave Qianduo a wink. Soon, everyone got into another long snake car and felt that they were finally alive. Can it be cured if my arm is gone? The programmer shook his broken arm. Yi Xian put him on the seat. Powerful healing technique. Green light flashed, and the arm slowly grew out, making people wonder. You guys rest here first. I'll go out for a while, Yi Xian said. Be careful. There may be a very powerful person outside. Qianduo couldn't help but warned. A very powerful person? Yi Xian murmured softly, secretly thinking that he should be the devil who hurt Xiaohu. After leaving the long snake car, he came to the scrapped long snake car of team number 11 and disassembled a long black tube 3 people high from it. This is the explosive body it carries, and its power is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Putting it into his backpack, Yi Xian returned to the long snake cart. Healing light! Green light appeared on everyone. So comfortable. People were talking a lot, and their bodies began to recover quickly. Yi Xian drove the snake car and rushed towards the door to the real world. He had already summoned the jet accelerator and was going very fast. He glanced at the positioning device. I hope everything goes well. This place is so dangerous, Qianduo said sincerely from the side. Even with a full set of supreme level, he almost died. There was no danger on the way, and we arrived near the gate safely. Those 8 members are still on patrol. Everyone was shocked when they saw Xiaohu. They were relieved after learning that he was a friendly force. This is it. The programmer winked at Qianduo. No matter what, we must get Yi Xian out of this world. No matter what method you use. You still know how to come back? Yuner angrily came to Yi Xian, biting her lower lip. Look! Yi Xian shrugged and took out the explosion body. You? Put it away! Yuner was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, This is something that can kill everyone present instantly. Yi Xian put it into his backpack. I only need 4 now. Humph. Don't go out rashly again. Yuner's eyebrows were filled with anger. Okay, you go ahead and check the door. Maybe you can find something. Yi Xian agreed nonchalantly and looked away. After checking, the material is unknown. It's something that doesn't exist on Earth. And it doesn't exist in the game world either. Yuner pouted. She then continued. The runes above seem to be related to some kind of civilization in the past. But I don't have the relevant information now and can't compare it. In other words, you didn't detect anything? Yi Xian blinked. You're right. That's right. Yuner stared at him. Your relationship has improved a lot since that night. And you both started flirting. Qianduo came over and said with a smile. 2 dice appeared in Yuner's hand, and she threw them directly. Suffer death. She remembered that she was simply affected by the words of these 2 villains at that time. Otherwise, how could such an embarrassing thing happen? No. Sis, you are joking. Qianduo's eyes widened, and he took out a shield to protect himself. The huge sound of boom made the sea tremble again and again. Almost. Qianduo glanced at the tattered shield and breathed a sigh of relief. If he were hit like this, 10 lives would not be enough. The supreme level was worthy of being the supreme level. Roar. In the distance, Xiaohu suddenly began to attack the players surrounding him. 2 people died in just an instant. Yi Xian frowned and rushed over. Xiaohu, are you crazy? Am I crazy? Since you want to destroy this door, you are my enemy. Xiaohu's voice was filled with anger. It turned out that he accidentally learned the purpose of his trip from those people. So he was extremely angry. Chapter 345 Powerful Pets. Help! I don't want to die yet. The members fled in all directions, unable to defeat Xiaohu. Yi Xian frowned. Listen to our explanation first. Explain? Isn't the purpose of your trip to destroy this door? Is there anything to explain? Xiaohu roared angrily. He then said, It is true that I may not be able to defeat you, but guarding this door is my duty. We don't have to destroy the door. There are other ways. Yi Xian's eyebrows were filled with seriousness. What can I do? Xiaohu asked, his voice loud. Kill that devil. Yi Xian pondered for a while and said solemnly. For a moment, the whole place was silent. What a ridiculous idea is this? That's a being who can smash a long snake chariot with just his fists. Xiaohu looked up to the sky and roared. Are you kidding me? No kidding. As long as we kill the devil, we won't destroy this door. Yi Xian said it very seriously. What are you going to kill? Xiaohu asked. Yi Xian did not speak, but raised his hand and pointed at him. Xiaohu saw this. Me? Actually, your breed is called Yin Yang Red Phoenix Tiger. The adult body is very strong. It will not be a problem to deal with devils. Yuner took a step forward at this time and secretly ordered the team members to retreat. Yin Yang Red Phoenix Tiger? Xiaohu began to hesitate. We believe in you. Don't you still believe in yourself? Yuner asked back. At this time, Xiaohu was very shaken. But it still takes a long time for me to become an adult. As long as you recognize someone as your master, you can gain a lot of experience through killing. Yuner had an idea and said with a smile. A bit cunning in her smile. As for how many kills it takes to evolve to adulthood, she said nothing. I have a master? Xiaohu yelled. Then jumped out and jumped onto the door frame. In the center here, there is a birdman skeleton. This doesn't count. The master must be a player. Yuner and others followed closely behind. Xiaohu heard this. You want me to recognize the new master? It was obviously a little angry. This is the only way for us to reconcile. I hope you will take care of yourself. Yuner nodded and spoke very seriously. Absolutely impossible. Xiaohu gritted his teeth. In that case, we will blow this door down no matter what. And we will do what we say. Yuner shrugged. And after finishing speaking, he ordered to retreat and temporarily distance himself. Yi Xian did not leave, staring at Xiaohu. This is not just your business. It is also about their world. I have a master. Facing him, Xiaohu lost a lot of ferocity. But I think your master also wants you to have a better home. And even if he drives us away, the devil will eventually take this door away from you. Yi Xian said seriously. Think about it for yourself. Seeing that Xiaohu was silent, Yi Xian turned around and left, joining Yuner and the others. Master, what should I do? Xiaohu looked at the corpse in the center, slowly walked over, and then lay down, his eyes full of confusion. How's it going? On the other side, Yuner looked at Yi Xian walking over and asked. Not sure, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Yi Xian rubbed his chin and answered. Xian Duo couldn't help but said. It would be great if I could harvest pets. That would be a powerful boss. When he grows up, he could even fight the devil. Right. I guess hanging. Yi Xian felt a headache when he thought of the delusional demon king. If he were to know that he was not as powerful as he thought, the consequences would be disastrous. Half a day passed. Team number 9 arrived, and all 10 people felt lucky to have survived the disaster. It's really scary. So many teams have lost contact, which is much more dangerous than imagined. There are still 3 left. Yuner murmured softly. There were already about 40 people present, while guarding Xiaohu. They were investigating everywhere, and not letting go of any monster. I've thought about it. The little tiger suddenly flew down from the door frame. Yi Xian walked over. Then what is your answer? The atmosphere was now tense, and a fight could break out at any time. I agree. But there are prerequisites for being my master. He must be someone who is compatible with me and has the right personality, Xiaohu said, stepping forward and sniffing him. Huh? Yi Xian looked strange. I'm sorry. You and I are not suitable. Xiaohu frowned and said. This was something he had never thought of. Others seemed not worthy of him at all. Xian Duopi Diampian rushed over. Quick! Quick! Smell me. You're not suitable either. Xiaohu sniffed him. What about me? Came the programmer. And then more members. You are not suitable. Xiaohu's expression gradually changed. Yi Xian frowned, feeling embarrassed. A spiritual supreme level will choose a suitable master, and a powerful boss like Xiaohu will do the same. I finally agreed to recognize my master, but unexpectedly, there was no suitable one, and now only Yuner was left. Xiaohu said, If it's not suitable yet, forget it. It slowly walked towards Yuner. Yuner felt great pressure at this moment. She looked at the little tiger getting closer, motionless. When the big nose came close to sniff, she couldn't help but touch it, and her hands became cold. People are nervous. Okay, it's you, Xiaohu said directly. Really? Really? Yuner was very happy, as if she had won the big prize she wanted in a game. I'll let you do whatever you want from now on. Xiaohu laid down on the spot with his eyes closed. In this way, Yuner gained a powerful boss as a pet and took on the important task of quickly upgrading it. This is, after all, The purpose of keeping tiger cubs as pets. Level up quickly and defeat the devil to protect the gate. Of course, it's hard to say whether players can abide by this. If it's too late, the door will still explode. It was getting dark, and a long snake car arrived. It was team number 6. But then another team snake car lost contact. At this point, only team 2 and team 11's other long snake car are left outside. Yuner looked at the bright starry sky. I hope everyone will come back safely. I seem to understand why we use a double sleeping bag. Yi Xian came to her side and let out a long sigh. Chilly. It's still snowing here. And at the end of the day, many members are already sick from the cold. A bunch of idiots. Don't they have supreme suits? Yuner tilted her head. Although she was wearing thin clothes, she was wearing a set of supreme-grade armor that enhanced both hot and cold resistance. So she didn't feel cold even in extremely cold weather. The supreme level is not completely cold-proof, Yi Xian said, rubbing his nose. You still want me to share a sleeping bag with you? Pervert! Yuner suddenly remembered something and looked away with a red face. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. No, I just want to borrow Xiaohu from you. After she finished speaking, she pointed to Xiaohu not far away. Chapter 346, Meeting. Sure. Yuner didn't think too much. As the sky got darker and darker, Yi Xian leaned on Xiaohu and gradually fell asleep. Because there are people patrolling at night, there is no need to worry. The next day, early morning. Other teams have lost contact. Everyone is here. And Yuner tells the heavy news. What? Qian Duo looked confused and frowned. Is it the devil? This is bad. The skeleton monster said nervously. There are only 4 existing explosion bodies in total. And it is impossible to blast the gate at all. Yuner said. Don't panic. I have a solution. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Xian who had just woken up. You mean? Let him get the explosive body. Isn't it too dangerous? The programmer couldn't help but say. And the current state can only last for the last 2 days. It's not enough. How about retreating directly? One member said desperately. If you fail to complete the mission, what will happen if you are trapped forever in this place where you cannot exit the game? This, Yuner had forgotten about it. One member suggested. How about we just fight the devil to the death? Fight to the death. Some members echoed. Then more and more people agreed. Because we really couldn't delay it any longer. Quiet! Yi Xian suddenly shouted. Suddenly, the whole place fell into silence. And everyone looked at him. Now is not the time to be reckless. I am confident that I will retrieve the 2 explosive bodies before dark. It will not be too late to make a decision then. Yi Xian's voice was loud and clearly reached everyone's ears. Explosions are reserved for backup. If you can't defeat the devil, you can only blast. Even if Xiaohu is not happy, he can only do so. Be careful. Seeing that no one expressed their opinions, Yuner said. Yi Xian turned around and left with a determined look on his face. He has memorized the location where the 2 closest snake cars lost contact. Just go over and take the explosion body. The water is very cold. However, the equipment on his body can withstand a lot of severe cold. Yi Xian drove Team 1's long snake car to the first place where contact was lost. And saw a terrifying scene. The missing long snake chariot was broken into pieces and scattered in the sea. Fortunately, the explosion body is waterproof and is lying quietly on the seabed. But it seems to be a little bent. It should still be usable. After all, it didn't explode. Yi Xian muttered softly, and went over to put it into his backpack. But as soon as he got closer, he realized something was wrong. The temperature on the explosion body is extremely high. Just like it's about to explode. Yi Xian was startled and retreated repeatedly. But it was already too late. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. What happened? Yuner was standing on the door, looking at the explosion in the distance, her pupils trembling slightly, and her heart hurt inexplicably. Qian Duo murmured. No way! Damn it! No! I want to go over and have a look. There must be nothing wrong with that guy. The programmer wanted to go, but was stopped by Qian Duo. Now was not the time to act impulsively. Why are you stopping me? The programmer almost asked. Believe him. He will be fine. Qian Duo stared. His voice trembled slightly, and he was obviously a little unsure. The other side, Yi Xian lay on the bottom of the sea, rubbing his eyebrows and waking up. The little golden dragon's voice appeared in his mind. I saved you again. Kindness without saying thanks. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, and secretly thought that that thing was really ridiculously powerful. If it hadn't been combined with a little golden dragon at the critical moment, it would have been blown to ashes. Even the long snake car and the set of supreme armor have been blown up. Fortunately, the explosive body of the number 1 long snake car had already been taken out. Otherwise it would have been impossible to survive if the two exploded at the same time. Let's go to the other one first. I would have known better not to talk nonsense, Yi Xian murmured softly. The long snake car was gone. He got on the summoned submarine and headed straight over there. It only took 20 minutes to get there. This response should be okay. Right. Yi Xian dispersed the submarine and found that the long snake car was still intact. At least, it was not broken into pieces. He slowly swam over. And suddenly, a voice came. Who? Don't come over. It's me. Are you okay? Yi Xian was startled and found that there were 2 people in Chansha's car. They seemed to be a pair of siblings. Number 1 in the entire server? Very good. The 2 men were visibly relieved. Yi Xian got closer and prepared to take out the explosion body. The elder sister said, We took it out a long time ago, and they are all here. 3? Yi Xian swam into the snake car and found 3 explosive bodies on the ground, which surprised her. We picked them all up on the road, my sister replied. It turned out that they followed the law that the more dangerous the place is, the safer it is. Wherever the snake car lost contact in front of them, they went to that direction. So I picked up a lot of explosive bodies. Unfortunately, he was still in trouble and almost died. Come with me. Now that everything is together, we can proceed with the next step of planning, Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Even though I know it's impossible, I still have to try to fight against the devil. Otherwise it will be a disaster sooner or later if I keep it. Sister, let's follow. Afterwards, Yi Xian summoned the submarine and returned with the siblings. Unexpectedly, something happened suddenly on the road. There was a blurry figure ahead, slowly approaching. Taking a closer look, who else could it be but Shen Batian after becoming a devil? At this time, he was surrounded by black energy, and his facial features were sharp and angular. Sit tight, Yi Xian frowned and said, adjusting the speed to the maximum. At the same time, dozens of jet accelerators were added, intending to rush directly. Shen Batian's voice was long, with a sneer on his face, and he slowly raised his hand. Bang! At the moment of collision, time seemed to have stopped. The submarine gradually deformed and compressed, but Shen Batian did not move at all. You two, run! After Yi Xian frowned, he raised his hand to disperse the submarine, swallowing the foam involuntarily. After the siblings looked at each other, they gritted their teeth and left. However, Shen Batian just glanced over, and the sister among them turned into a pile of mincemeat. It was like it was torn apart by an invisible force. Yi Xian frowned and stared at Shen Batian. Sister? You're lying. Right. The surviving brother's pupils shrank, and his brows were filled with disbelief. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. Why are you still standing there? Run away! However, the younger brother did not obey and rushed toward Shen Batian. But this was no more than a moth rushing to the flame. Die! Shen Batian's voice was hoarse. He raised his hand, grabbed the man's head, and squeezed hard. It exploded like a watermelon. The blood mixed with the seawater gave off a very unpleasant smell. Shen Batian said, We meet again, but I don't want to see you. Yi Xian stared at him intently, gradually calming down. Chapter 347, The First Confrontation. Ha! You didn't expect that you forced me to death, but you created a devil. Shen Batian smiled coldly. Yi Xian teleported behind him. I don't have the habit of being verbose with my enemies. Boom! A Baji punch hit, and the loud noise made the sea's surface tremble again and again. Then you go die! Shen Batian didn't move at all, his face filled with ridicule. What? Yi Xian frowned. It was hard to imagine that he wasn't hurt at all. Is it the devil? Shen Batian waved his hand and punched him. I only have half of my strength. Puff. Yi Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, finally regaining his balance. He frowned. 0.5%? Although I don't want to admit it, I have been seriously injured. Too weak. Next, I will use 30% of my strength to kill you slowly. Shen Batian's brows were filled with mockery. Will you die? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After you die, I will kill those uninvited guests one by one, including the tiger. Shen Batian's voice was calm. He then continued. Then, occupy the world behind the door. Ha ha. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and laughed. Why are you laughing? Shen Batian was confused and thought there was some conspiracy. I'm just laughing at you for not overestimating your abilities. That's all. Yi Xian's face straightened, and he put one hand behind his back. The expression on Shen Batian's face gradually became ferocious, and he quickly rushed over and waved his fist. Let's see who is overestimating his own capabilities. I don't have time to play with you. Goodbye. Yi Xian threw out an explosive body, and then used long-distance teleportation to disappear instantly. Boom! A huge explosion shot into the sky. The sea water boils, and a mushroom cloud appears again. It has experienced 2 such explosions in a short period of time. That big fool! Yi Xian used a few long-distance teleportation techniques to reach a safe place. Just now, Shen Batian punched the explosion body, causing it to explode instantly with full power. Little Jinlong, do you think he will be killed directly? Yi Xian tried to ask and ran towards the door. Little Golden Dragon's voice appeared in my mind. Stop dreaming. Okay. Although the explosion is very powerful, the devil is a devil, and he will not be killed by a mere explosion. Okay. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Soon, he returned to the area around the gate. There were more people here than before. It turned out that some survivors rushed over desperately. You idiot! Why are you not dead? Yuna ran over with tears in her eyes. This is it. Yi Xian was a little at a loss when faced with her crying. Xian Duo and the programmer in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the person is okay. At least he is still alive. After struggling for a while, Yi Xiankai chuckled and said, the mission has been successfully completed, and the 2 explosive bodies have been obtained. Wouldn't it be possible to explode at any time? Okay. People were talking a lot. You still want to blow up the door? Xiaohu's voice suddenly came, standing not far away. No explosion. Just calm down for a while. Seeing that everyone was a little scared, Yi Xian waved his hands. This is just a last resort. It is best to kill Shen Batian to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, leaving such a guy in the ruins of gods will sooner or later be a disaster. Xiaohu snorted. If you want to destroy the gate, you must pass my level. This makes everyone very unsure. I forgot to mention that I just made the devil suffer an explosion. You should have seen the explosion. Yi Xian knew that he had to say something to stabilize the morale of the army. I saw it. Xian Duo replied immediately. Did the devil get blown up? Some members asked quickly, with expectations on their faces. Yi Xian shrugged. I don't know, but it must have hurt him. I do have an idea. Yuner suddenly said at this moment that she had already thought about this idea, but she just didn't say it out loud. What's the idea? Yi Xian couldn't help but look over. The upper limit of the mass of this world is the power of 6 explosive bodies exploding at the same time. In other words, anything can be blown up. So can the devil. Yuner had a confident smile on her face. Some members were unhappy. You want to use the 6 explosive bodies that you finally got to blow up the devil? Don't be kidding me. Why should you take risks when you can clearly accomplish the task by blowing up the door? Don't say this to us. Say it to it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and pointed at Xiao, who was watching eagerly. The member suddenly choked up. Indeed, there are risks here, and in a sense, they are even greater. Anyway, let's get going. Shall we? Yi Xian said with a chuckle. On the other side, where the explosion body had blown up, a deep pit had appeared on the ground. Shen Batian stood in the middle of the pit. I was actually hurt? He looked at his blood-stained hands with disbelief filling his brows. Although it was not a fatal injury, it was enough to surprise me. I thought my body would never be injured. It seems quite serious. A voice suddenly came from my head, as if something was whispering. Why is it you again? Who are you? Why can I always hear your voice? Shen Batian yelled, a little panicked. Who am I? It doesn't matter who I am. The voice came again. Shen Batian gritted his teeth. No matter who you are, get out of here quickly. I am a famous devil. A 2nd-level devil. There are 3 levels of devils. The 3rd-level devil without sanity, the 2nd-level devil with sanity, and the most powerful 1st-level devil. That's awesome. Then I'll leave first. The sound took its time and gradually disappeared. Huh? Shen Batian snorted coldly, jumped out of the water, and looked at the door leading to the real world in the distance. When the land under your control spreads, everything will be over, and you will be the final winner. The water is so cold. Yi Xian and others have just entered the water. They rushed to the infected land, this time preparing to find Shin Batian and kill him to solve the problem. Are you sure? Yunar beside her couldn't help but ask. No, Yi Xian answered simply. Although he brought 6 explosive bodies, Shin Batian was not a fool. How could he suffer a second time after suffering a loss? What's more, 6 bombs are required to be detonated at the same time for the second time? Yunar frowned. Then you are still so interested. Why don't you just go back and blow up the door? This is not impossible. If it had been in the past, it might not have been possible because of Xiuhu's obstruction. But don't forget now that the little tiger is her pet and has enough control. She only needs to put it in the pet's pocket to prevent trouble. I don't think so. Shin Batian can't stay. Otherwise, sooner or later he will find a way to cause trouble in the real world. Yi Xian shook his head softly and said, When will it be finished? Xian Duo couldn't help but say it this time. I thought, just push him into the door to the real world before blowing up the door. But I didn't want to turn around and deal with the devil. Chapter 348 The Terrible Devil. Within a day and a half. Yi Xian smiled. This was the only time left. Once this time is exceeded, the powerful increase in the body will disappear. By then, the victory or defeat will be decided. It will be difficult to deal with the devil by yourself. Xian Duo sighed. But we don't even know where they are. No need to look for it. Because he will come to us. Yi Xian said as he stepped into the infected land, where monsters would appear from time to time. It's so close to the gate. Yi Xian murmured softly. This is the bottom of the sea, and everything around it is mutated. Even the fish. Hey, devil. Come quickly. There are fresh living people here. Chando shouted. Unlike many members, he didn't seem nervous at all. This made the programmer couldn't help but ask. Aren't you worried about dying? Don't worry. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. If it's a big deal, we'll have to start over again. Xian Duo looks confident. Next, it's up to you to attract the devil's attention as much as possible. Yi Xian chuckled and disappeared in front of everyone. Yunar was surprised and kicked her leg up. The sound of breaking eggs seemed to be heard. She asked in shock. Are you okay? Why are you kicking me? Yi Xian only used invisibility and did not really disappear. At this time, he was holding his crotch and almost burst into tears. Sorry, Yunar was at a loss. Powerful healing spell. Yi Xian murmured softly. And with a flash of green light, he felt much better. He said, You attract the devil's attention, and I will make a sneak attack. Okay. Xian Duo nodded vigorously. Something's wrong. Why aren't you scared at all? The programmer grabbed his arm. TSK. Look what this is. Xian Duo opened his pocket, and it was filled with Guardian badges. Guardian emblem. Can avoid death damage once. The programmer was stunned. Isn't this thing impossible to buy? Where did you get it? Is there anything that money can't buy? These are things I got from players a long time ago, and I almost forgot about them. Xian Duo chuckled. If I hadn't opened my backpack and taken a look just now, I might have forgotten to use it until I died. What's going on? The programmer suddenly looked strange. I saw that more than half of the Guardian badges were gone. It was roughly estimated that there were about 20. Who? Who is it? Xian Duo glanced around and quickly closed his pocket, looking like he had seen a ghost. Yi Xian's voice appeared next to him. With such a good thing, why should I be given this main point? Points? You just took away 23. Too much money can't help but make sense. Let's go! After Yi Xian finished speaking, he became silent. I was very helpless because of the money. I originally planned to give him 3, but I didn't expect that he would lose so much all of a sudden. Me 55? The programmer is using the appearance of the female character to show a cute smile. He was given 2 more money. Spend it sparingly, and run away if you notice something is wrong. Got it. The programmer runs away. After that, the programmer gave Yunar 2 more, and then kept the rest for himself, feeling a burst of pain. I originally planned to wait until the land spreads over before killing you, but now it seems that you can't wait any longer. The sound suddenly came slowly from a distance. Is it the devil? He came. The members were talking a lot and were on pins and needles. Sure enough, Shin Batian's figure slowly appeared. Okay. I will kill you all today. He frowned instead. Why does it seem like someone is missing? Did he get killed in a bombing? Shin Batian murmured in a low voice, unsure whether Yi Xian died in the explosion. Good opportunity. Yi Xian had already moved behind him, thinking in his heart, murderous. Shin Batian turned around sharply and punched. However, there was nothing. which made him start to suspect that he was a little neurotic. Qian Duo cursed loudly at this time. Look at your unlucky appearance. Little brat. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed wolf? You dare to scold me? Shen Batian looked over. Unbelievable. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Death. Yi Xian clenched his teeth and stabbed with a dagger, already performing an assassination attempt. The probability of success is 58. If successful, victory can be declared. Huh? Shen Batian turned around and raised his hand to hold the dagger. That's it? Ha ha. He laughed loudly, and with a strong force, he crushed the dagger into scrap metal. Yi Xian's hand was also rubbed together with the dagger, turning into a bloody mess. Shen Batian stared at him. If it weren't for you, I would have destroyed the tribe long ago. You like to be a hero, right? Pooh. Yi Xian spat a mouthful of bloody spit on his face. Although it was in the sea and dissolved quickly, it was extremely insulting to Shen Batian and directly increased his strength. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Pain! It's almost unconscious pain. Ugh. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and cut off his arm. He then backed away continuously. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. What a broken arm. I will catch you and torture you slowly until you die. Shen Batian's brows were filled with mockery and madness. Yuner shouted at this time. Everyone come together. She rushed to the front, and the members were inspired and prepared to fight the devil to the death. Don't go there. Yi Xian shouted fiercely. At this moment, he realized that people of their level would only die in the past. But it was too late. Shen Batian glanced over lightly and waved his hand vigorously. Powerful energy spread out. Dozens of members died tragically, and the rest were knocked away, collapsed to the ground, and seriously injured. To do this, Shen Batian only used one move. Those are the elites in the gaming world. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, knowing that he could only use the explosive body to solve the problem. Before getting the Guardian badge, he couldn't let Shen Batian be harmed by the explosion. But now, he has. Yuner was lucky enough to survive, while Qian Duo and the programmer each used a Guardian badge. Retreat. I'll cut off the rear. Yi Xian shouted to them, with a determined look on his face. This retreat. Yuner was stunned at first, then gritted her teeth and shouted. And just like that, the people retreated, fear in their eyes as they ran. The next time they see Shen Batian, they will probably kneel down immediately, because I no longer have the heart to resist. Yi Xian faced Shen Batian and smiled softly. You don't have anything to say? Don't you go after those people? No. Those people will die in my hands sooner or later. Don't worry. You are the only variable. Shen Batian said lightly, looking at him without changing his expression. Chapter 349. The Desperate Ones are behind. Yi Xian looked at the terrifying existence not far away from him, with no fear on his face. He said, believe it or not, I can make you die? Ha 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 ha. Shen Batian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He is a second-level devil, a being that cannot be touched by many of the world's pinnacles. He? How dare you say such a thing without any shame? It seems like you don't believe it. Then I'll beat you until you believe it. Yi Xian simply tore off his clothes. Before I knew it, I already had explosive muscles, although not as exaggerated as those of professional bodybuilders. They were perfect. If you talk big, you will be killed. Shen Batian appeared behind him instantly. Yi Xian turned around, swept Tang's legs, and met his fist. Boom! The sound of the collision made the nearby sea tremble. Yi Xian stepped back repeatedly and found that his legs had lost consciousness. On the other hand, Shen Batian was fine and was looking at him with interest. Treated as a toy. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The guy obviously didn't use his full strength. So that's fine. If he was careless, he would pay the price. You should still have that thing that can hurt me. Right. Why don't you take it out? Shen Batian said suddenly. No hurries. Yi Xian chuckled. Just after he finished speaking, he was hit in the left chest by Shen Batian, who was approaching instantly. Boom. Puff. Yi Xian's eyes widened slightly. He spurted out blood and flew far away before he stabilized his body. However, Shen Batian didn't intend to just let it go. He instantly appeared behind Yi Xian and punched him. I changed my mind. I want to torture you to death slowly. Pain. Being crushed from all sides. Despite this, Yi Xian had no intention of giving up. He was knocked out again, after releasing the powerful healing technique. His eyes flashed, and he punched the Baji fist to his side. Boom! Shin Batian appeared there, and the fist he just swung was blocked. It's already like this. How can you still resist? Shin Batian waved his other hand. Puff. Yi Xian took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur. But he still struggled and did not fall. Shin Batian hugged his shoulders. What makes you still persist? Oh, you don't even understand. Yi Xian chuckled and glanced at the injured body casually, clenching his fists in front of him to protect him. Death! Shin Batian rushed towards him fiercely, refusing to dodge. Good chance. Yi Xian murmured softly, using the summoning technique. A cage appeared instantly, trapping Shin Batian in it. You don't think this thing can trap me? Do you? Shin Batian said mockingly, and casually broke open the cage. Yi Xian took advantage of the gap and came to him. Of course I don't think so. I just want to delay you for a few seconds. Take out the fire gourd, and the flame spread instantly. What? Shin Batian frowned and backed away. He had a bad feeling about the flame and wanted to avoid it. But it's too late. Yi Xian, who was covered in flames, hugged him. Shin Batian gritted his teeth. Hey, do you want your life? You actually want to die with yourself? It's just the ant's final madness. Don't get me wrong. This is just the introduction. The danger lies behind. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out an explosive body and was directly detonated by black flames. Boom! The sea was trembling, and the huge mushroom cloud could be seen throughout the ruins of the gods. Extremely far away, Yunar's eyes turned red. It's Yi Xian. He's still fighting. I don't know if I can win. The programmer's brows were filled with worry. Yes, it must be possible. Xian Duo clenched his fists and shouted to the sky. You must win. The hopes of everyone present have been pinned on Yi Xian. TCH, if it weren't for him, we would have completed the mission long ago. Some members were unhappy and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Xian Duo walked over and kicked him down. If you hacking fart again, do you believe I will beat you up? Come on! If he hadn't insisted on killing the devil, how could so many people have died? The member cursed and stared. Then have you ever thought about what happens next even if the door is blasted? Yunar looked over. The members choked for words. Yunar continued. The threat still exists. The devil cannot let us go. Everyone will die. This is a fact. Confronting the devil head-on is the only way to survive. You guys go back. Yunar stroked the little tiger's head next to her. Huh? What about you? Xian Duo was a little confused. Of course I'm going to help him. That fool has no one to help him. He must be covered in bruises. Yunar sat on Xiaohu and gradually flew away. Everyone present looked at each other and had no choice but to obey and return to the gate. Boom! Boom! Damn it! How many more do you have? Shin Batian yelled at this moment. It was already the fourth explosion. His body was becoming more and more exhausted. It would be an exaggeration to say that he was seriously injured. I thought you were so strong. Yi Xian was panting, and a green light flashed across his body. He was holding Shin Batian tightly, and every time he used an explosive body, he would consume a guardian badge. The fire is still burning brightly. Shin Batian gritted his teeth and attacked crazily. Die! Die! Blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. But he was smiling and took out an explosive body again. Besides? Shin Batian panicked. Really panicked? He didn't know if he could survive another attack like this. Boom! Another explosion body was detonated, and the surrounding water temperature reached thousands of degrees. Yi Xian whispered, Powerful healing technique. Green light flashed around him, and he let go of Shin Batian, sucking the flames from his body into his body. Damn it! Why are you okay? Shin Batian looked at him and gritted his teeth. This is the first time I have seen this kind of rogue style of play. Not only did he exchange injuries for injuries, but after the exchange, nothing happened. Well, it's a secret. Yi Xian chuckled. Although he appeared to be calm, he was actually about to collapse from exhaustion. Fortunately, it is oneself who wins. At this time, Shin Batian fell to the ground, motionless, and his breathing was somewhat labored. 5 explosions in total. You really surprised me, Yi Xian said, taking out the 6th and last explosive body. For the sake of safety, let's just blow him up. One piece of this thing can make an unsuspecting person turn into ashes. But Shin Batian carried 5 of them forcefully. The difference in strength is evident. Yi Xian decided to start improving his strength after this trip was over. And he must not delay. But God made a joke on him. This matter is far from being as simple as imagined. The dying Shen Batian suddenly burst out with powerful demonic energy, trying to devour him. Chapter 350 Powerful Power. What happened? Shen Batian, who didn't know why, was afraid. A voice appeared in my mind. Finally, I can come to this world. No. Shen Batian has a fear of being replaced. Soon, his consciousness was completely swallowed up. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Shen Batian changed into a different person, wearing a long black dress, with a strange and handsome appearance. He tried to ask, "Who are you?" "Just a lowly devil." The man smiled. His teeth were surprisingly neat, and there was a hint of devilish aura from it. Yi Xian suddenly thought of something and retreated continuously. However, the man just shook his hand. "Thank you for indirectly helping me kill the guy's consciousness. Farewell." He talks like a gentleman. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he fell down. Ha ha ha. The man disappeared on the spot, his laughter lingering for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Yuna rushed over and looked at Yi Xian being eaten by fish at the bottom of the sea, her pupils trembling slightly. Dead? Dead? Is that a lie? Hey! Get up quickly! Yuna jumped off Shu and swam over quickly, with tears in her eyes. Her voice was choked with sobs. I don't allow you to die. Don't die! Hiss. Yi Xian suddenly sat up and took a long breath. You? Yuna looked cute. Silly girl. I just made the devil relax his vigilance. He didn't really die. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Yuna blasted his chest. Big liar! Ahem. Leave quickly. It's not a good place to stay for a long time. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. He picked her up and jumped on Shu, ordering her to go back. Above the gate, everyone gathered here. After Yi Xian came back, he told the story. That's probably it. After Shen Batian died, the real devil appeared? The programmer murmured softly. He then said, according to my analysis, it should be a primary devil. Elementary level? Then we are not certain to die? People were talking a lot. Elementary devils are the first devils from thousands of years ago. No one knows where they come from, but everyone knows that they are very powerful. It is commonplace to single out a country and casually destroy a mountain. Calm down. There's no use panicking, Xian Duo said loudly. The mission cannot continue. Otherwise we will all die. If you want to die, I won't accompany you, one member suddenly said, then turned and left. The programmer frowned and wanted to stop him, but Yi Xian raised his hand to stop him. Let them go. There is really no way to deal with them now. Staying here is almost the same as waiting to die. Gradually, most of the people left, except for Yi Xian and others. There are only 3 or 4 members of the player alliance headed by the skeleton monster. Why don't you leave? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Our boss died here. We must avenge him, the skeleton monster said, patting his chest. It's quite loyal. Yi Xian chuckled. He turned and said, but loyalty is not as important as life. If you stay, you will definitely die. If you die, die. We are players anyway. This is just a game. Someone immediately expressed disdain. Are you sure? Yi Xian stared at him and smiled lightly. What if it is really death? What are you kidding? It's absolutely impossible. The player was stunned at first, and then said decisively. Seeing this, the skeleton monster said, don't scare us. We made the decision with great difficulty. Well, thank you very much for choosing to stay. Yi Xian shrugged and said with a chuckle, what can you do now? Yuna asked. Absolutely not. Yi Xian shook his head and looked back. The huge door led to the real world. This place must be defended. Otherwise, once the devil passes, the consequences will be disastrous. The programmer knows this. You can't just wait here to die. Right? Everyone was silent. The blizzard was still falling. And instead of feeling cold physically, everyone felt colder in their hearts. No matter what, the soldiers will stop me, and the water will cover me. Do you hate me? Yi Xian sat down next to the little tiger, his whole body almost buried in its fur. Very warm. You mean you didn't blow up the door? Xian Duo breathed. Well, otherwise, there is no need to stay here now. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Xian Duo smiled. Actually, we came back to conduct a good test on this door. Guess what? How? Yi Xian was surprised. This door is indestructible. The programmer said directly. Hey, didn't you promise me to tell you? Qian Duo stared at him. Unhappy. The programmer shrugged. Who asked you to be so lazy? How is that possible? It only takes 6 explosive bodies to destroy everything in this world. Yuner didn't understand. First of all, why do you think doors are a product of this world? Secondly, things are divided into 2 types, destructible and non-destructible. The upper limit is 6. But doors are not destructible. The programmer curled his lips. In terms of knowledge in this area, he is definitely number 1. Were we wrong from the beginning? Yuner was a little distracted. In this case, everything you do along the way is in vain. Qian Duo consoled him. Anyway, the mission failed. So relax. Hey, are you all here? The sound came suddenly. A man appeared in the distance holding something elegantly. He was wearing a long black coat. And upon closer inspection, he turned out to be the devil, holding a human head in his hand. It's a member who just left. The skeleton monster narrowed his eyes and took a breath. Fortunately, he didn't leave just now. Otherwise, he would probably be the one who died. What do you want? Yuner took a step forward and suddenly found that Yi Xian was no longer beside her. She must have become invisible. The devil chuckled. Don't get me wrong. I just want to kill you gracefully and open the way for those children who have not yet become devils. He's talking about those monsters, explained the skeleton monster. It turns out that those monsters are the juvenile bodies of the devil? Yi Xian walked around behind the devil at this time. His expression gradually changed. Chance of assassination, 0. This is the probability given by the system and cannot be false. In other words, his assassination attempt from behind will never succeed. Is it the primary devil? That one behind you. You're not dead? It seems like there's something protecting you that I don't know about. The devil suddenly opened his hands and said to himself. Found. Yi Xian frowned and stepped back, breaking out of invisibility and saying, What a troublesome thing. Thanks for the compliment. The devil grinned, and powerful energy filled the air from his body. Qian Duo opened his eyes wide. His legs began to feel weak, and he had the urge to kneel down. What a terrifying power! Yuner's face turned pale, looking at the energy soaring into the sky. She felt desperate. Chapter 351. Battle between immortals and demons. See? This is the gap between you and me. The devil put his hands in his pockets, and the overwhelming power behind him was intimidating. Yi Xian said, You are indeed very strong. His eyes glanced around, looking for hope of victory. Die! However, when the devil gave the order, the overwhelming power came. Poof! Yi Xian spurted out blood. His blood volume instantly reduced to 1 point. And at the same time, a guardian badge shattered. Powerful healing spell. Yi Xian murmured softly and managed to hold on. The devil chuckled. Is that what can save your life? He looked at the 2 halves of the guardian badge on the ground, walked over slowly, as if no one was around, knelt down to pick it up and inspect it. Interesting. The devil made a sound of admiration. Whoa! Yi Xian took this opportunity and stabbed the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. The 2 of them were only half a meter apart. It seems you haven't given up yet. The devil glanced over and waved his hand casually. In an instant, another guardian badge shattered, and his health dropped to 1 point. Can't beat? Yi Xian gritted his teeth secretly. His own reliance seemed very ridiculous at this moment. 2 dice appeared in Yuner's hand. Qian Duo and others also took out their weapons and decided to fight to the death. But Yi Xian shouted, You guys leave quickly. I'll hold him back. But Yuner wanted to refuse, because in that case, he would definitely die. If you can let any of them escape from under my nose, then I will let you go. The devil said to Yi Xian with a faint smile. He has completely regarded this as a game, and Yi Xian and others are toys that he plays with at will. Did you hear that? Quick! Let's run! Qian Duo and everyone shouted. For a time, everyone ran to other places. The devil looked at the little tiger and said thoughtfully, It's a good pet. Go quickly. Yuner jumped on Xiaohu. But the next second, time seemed to stop. She was cut in half, and her body slowly disappeared. Yuner? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. It turns out that if you hit it twice in a row, you will die. The devil smiled lightly, disapprovingly, and walked to Xiaohu's side. Although there is a guardian badge, at 1 health, the guardian badge will not have any effect and can be killed. Although Qian Duo and others were sad, They knew this was a good opportunity to escape. Yi Xian was distracted for a while, looking at the place where Yun'er's body disappeared. Is he dead? Recalling that playful smile. His heart was aching. I seem to be late? A man came from afar on the waves. It was actually the river god whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Yi Xian collapse, he felt helpless and turned to look at the devil. This is not the place you should come to. How dare you, a lowly god, be so presumptuous in front of me? The devil looked over casually. Hey, let's go quickly. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Seeing that the river god could not be kind, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Devil, I want you to die, Yi Xian suddenly said at this time. His face was cold and his voice was hoarse. The devil smiled. Just you? Just me? Yi Xian teleported behind him and performed assassination. Assassination probability, 0%. The devil turned around and raised his hand, easily blocking the assassination without any effort. This kid is so excited, the river god murmured softly, but smiled without any intention of blaming him. Teleportation. Assassination. Teleport again. Assassinate again. Yi Xian fought like this for a full 2 hours. A magical move. The devil didn't put in much effort from beginning to end, but there was nothing he could do to Yi Xian, who ran away after just one hit. Die! Yi Xian teleported behind him again. Assassination probability, 0.1%. I've had enough fun. The devil burst out with powerful energy. Yi Xian was shaken away, but burst into laughter, because he knew that this powerful devil was not invincible. Although the probability of successful assassination has only increased by 0.1%. It is the difference between yes and no. Just when the devil was about to take Yi Xian's life, the situation occurs suddenly. Don't you see it? The water of the Yellow River is coming up from the sky. The river god's appearance completely changed. He was a majestic old man, wrapped in immortal energy, with a beard that almost mopped the floor, and wearing a white and blue robe. Water falls from the sky. The devil frowned and tried to escape, but the water flow pursued him. The river god came to Yi Xian. Have you fainted yet? Maybe it's too tired. Yi Xian had fainted and was unconscious. The devil is running around in the sky, and the water chasing him has almost sealed every place. Water can carry a boat. Water can capsize it. The river god glanced over. In an instant, the water seemed to be amplified and hit the devil directly. Not just one, but there are countless ways. Even so, the devil was only slightly injured. The water flow gradually subsided. This is interesting, the devil said politely, twisting his clothes that were already stained with water. Go back. Although I can't kill you, I can still spend tens of thousands of years here, the river god said calmly. The devil smiled. I finally left that damn place. But you let me go back? Since you don't obey. The river god's eyes glowed with white light, and his robes moved automatically without any wind. The entire surrounding sea area began to tremble, and countless water flows rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It seems that I underestimated you. After the devil finished speaking, he thought of something. It seems that that boy is very important and worthy of your going to war. It has nothing to do with you. Refund or not. The river god controls all surrounding water. The devil turned around, walked a few steps, and then gradually disappeared. The river god breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yi Xian, who fainted. I don't know how long it took. At the door, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and covered his aching forehead with his hands. A familiar voice came. Are you awake? Aren't you dead? Yi Xian found himself lying on Yun'er's lap, with a shocked look on his face. Fool? Yun'er was amused by his expression. Actually, I don't know what's going on. It's not just me and everyone is here. Is this the legendary HL? Yi Xian sat up and found that all the dead players were here. Hundreds of them. After hesitating for a while, he put his hand on Yun'er's chest. Isn't it an illusion that it's so soft? Go to HL. Yun'er was stunned for 3 seconds, then took out 2 dice and threw them with a red face. Boom. After a while, after some nonsense, Yi Xian learned what happened from Xiu, the only witness. At that time, there was a master of playing with water. After beating the devil away, he said that all things were born in water and so on. After bringing Yi Xian here, you all came back to life, Xiu said. Yi Xian was puzzled. Master? Who? He was able to repel the devil. For a moment, he really didn't know who it was, let alone the river god coming. I see. Yuner, who was still blushing, suddenly realized something and touched the ground. Her brows filled with surprise. Chapter 352, Clarification. What do you understand? Yixian walked over. Before she even got close, Yuner took out a bottle of anti-wolf spray. Bro, don't come near me! I didn't mean it just now! And there's nothing to touch. Yixian rubbed his nose involuntarily and glanced at her upper body, which was almost like an airport. You? Yuner blushed and pressed the button of the anti-wolf spray to him rudely. Pain. This entire gate has become our resurrection point. After a while, Yuner explained with a blushing face. Yixian hugged his shoulders, his eyes already red and swollen. That's it. Hack! A figure appeared not far away. It was the money that made him look frightened and even more confused. Hey! Long time no see. Yixian walked over with a chuckle. Why am I here? Xian Duo scratched his head. Yixian explained briefly. Xian Duo heard this. Then aren't we invincible? Once you have a resurrection point, you can be resurrected indefinitely without any trouble. What about the rest? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Still alive, and on the way to break out. Xian Duo replied, sitting down on the ground and stretching. By the way, where were you after your death before you were resurrected? Yixian turned to Yuner. If you don't remember, it's the same as when you were sleeping. Yuner shook her head. What are you going to do next? Xian Duo looked at Yixian and already knew about the devil's defeat. This is indeed a problem. Yixian rubbed his chin and began to think. We have no choice but to put it here. That? Xiaohu came over at this time and gave something similar to a bracelet. This is it? Yixian was confused and raised his hand to take it. I found this among the master's bones. It should be able to help you. Xiaohu replied. He was talking about the previous owner, the Birdman. Xiaohu continued. Actually, the owner can control this door. Maybe it has something to do with this bracelet. Yixian looked at everyone present, and then began to study the bracelet. After a while, with the help of Little Golden Dragon, he figured it out. How's it going? Did you find anything? Yuner squatted aside, curious and wary at the same time. You don't need to think of me as a pervert. Yixian couldn't laugh or cry. Humph. I will tell the lady about this matter. There is no need to discuss it. Yuner pursed her lips. Xian Duo asked the person on the side. What happened? That's it. The man was watching a show and began to explain in a low voice. Damn it. So exciting? After Xian Duo heard what happened, he stepped forward and patted Yixian on the shoulder. He said earnestly, You finally woke up. This? Yixian couldn't laugh or cry. Sex. Yuner bit her lower lip, her face turning red with embarrassment. Being talked about such things in front of everyone made her feel uncomfortable. Who is not a pervert these days? Xian Duo opened his hand, letting Ben's awkward atmosphere disappear. After a while of fooling around, everyone finally returned to the topic and asked about the function of the bracelet. Yixian said, You can put the gate in and carry it with you. What? This is too awesome. People were talking a lot. With such a big door, you can just close it in as soon as you say it. We have only discovered this effect so far. As for the others, Yixian shook his head. This should itself match the door, like the scabbard of a sword. No, I don't agree. Xiaohu took a step forward, roared, and leaned slightly into an attack position. The players present saw this and surrounded it. Yuner couldn't help but said, Calm down and think about why your last master was here. Of course it's to protect the gate. Otherwise? Xiaohu frowned. His huge body was majestic and domineering. Isn't that okay? The gate is very dangerous here now. It would be safer if Yixian takes it with him. Yuner looked serious. But Xiaohu was a little confused. Yuner continued. It can be seen from the devil's incident that you cannot guard the door. It is better to leave it to others to keep it, so that your master can feel at ease. This, after hesitating again and again, Xiaohu gradually changed back to a very small form. It can be seen that it does not intend to continue. It is a very good idea to hand over the door to Yixian. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, the mission will be a perfect success. When you go back, you will get a huge bonus and live a life that people envy. It's time to take action. Xian Duo came to Yuner's side and whispered. If Yixian is not sent back to the real world, there will be no chance again after the server is closed. Who cares about his life and death? Yuner pursed her lips and looked very unhappy. Xian Duo heard this. When something happened to Yixian before, you were obviously in a hurry. How did you change so quickly? No, Yuner blushed. Anyway, I have a plan. You go first. Qianduo began. All right. After hearing the whole plan, Yuner felt that it was feasible. The first is to trick him into getting the bracelet that can close the door. Otherwise, once Yixian puts the gate into the bracelet, he cannot proceed to the next step. Qianduo said, I'll leave this to you. Give me. Yuner walked quickly to Yixian, then stretched out her hand, looking unhappy. Huh? Yixian took out a gold coin and put it on it. Does this girl need your gold coin? Yuner bit her lower lip and was so angry that she threw away the gold coin. Yixian smiled bitterly. Then what do you want? Lend me the bracelet and look at it. Maybe I can learn more about it. Yuner had no choice but to say. And Dao was really an idiot and had to say it himself. The top priority now is to take away the gate. It's not too late to go back and study it. After saying that, Yixian wanted to jump into the sea and try to take away the gate. This? Qianduo looked helpless in the distance. Yuner raised her hand and grabbed Yixian's arm. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Let me take a look. Have you started? Yixian paused and blew hot breath into her ear. Yuner blushed, looked away, and then nodded lightly. I'll go talk to him myself. Yixian looked at Qianduo, ready to clarify everything. Idiot. He is not as easy to talk to as me. Although Yuner said so, she still let go of her hand. Yixian walked towards Qianduo. You want to send me back to the real world, right? This? Qianduo was stunned and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. You know I won't agree. So you plan to send me out forcibly, right? Yixian asked next. That's right. Seeing this, Qianduo stopped hiding anything and nodded calmly. Yixian pondered for a while. I will not go out, because I belong to this world, and there are many people waiting for me. Chapter 353, The Door to the Real World. Are you crazy? Qianduo stepped forward and grabbed Yixian's collar. He angrily said, If you continue to stay here, you may never go back. Once the data left in Su Group is deleted, the consequences are unimaginable, and the entire world may even collapse. Have you ever thought about staying in this world forever? You should be able to understand me. Yixian smiled bitterly. There are still too many unfinished things that need to be done by yourself. This. Qianduo recalled the past and gradually loosened his hand. I don't care about you anymore. It's not me who died anyway. Then the next step is to witness the miracle. Yixian jumped to the bottom of the sea and told him to do so. Suddenly, the bracelet emitted a strong light, shrouding the door. Roar. The little tiger above the gate looked up to the sky and roared. Gradually, the door gradually became smaller. And finally, it was contained in the bracelet. Yixian whispered softly. The door to the present world? There are 4 more characters on the bracelet. Wow. A voice suddenly came from above. I saw a cat-eared girl falling from the sky. Upon closer inspection, I saw that she was a newly resurrected programmer. Yixian jumped up and held her in his arms. It's okay. You are still alive. Eh? The programmer looked confused and glanced around. How could someone who was clearly dead be resurrected? Where are the others? Qianduo shouted below. They all ran away under my wise leadership. Only myself was sacrificed. The programmer seemed very proud, hugged his shoulders, and followed Yixian into the sea. The resurrection point was originally on the gate. Now! He was in midair, and whoever was revived would die first. When the programmer learned that Yixian didn't want to leave, he said, If you don't want to leave, just leave. Maybe we can meet again. He smiled mysteriously, but even if others asked, he would not say why. We've run out of guardian badges. Give me some more. The programmer ran up to Qianduo and acted cute for a while. You? Qianduo remembered that in reality, he was a foot-picking man. So he quickly gave 2 of them, and then went to vomit elsewhere. Start retreating below. After Yixian finished speaking, he summoned a huge cruise ship that could carry nearly 1,000 people. The programmer opened his mouth wide. Damn it! You can really do whatever you want if you know the summoning technique. It's smaller than mine, Qianduo said very inappropriately. This left the programmer speechless for a while, secretly saying that he must go and take a look if he had the chance. Soon, everyone took a cruise ship and planned to spin this sea area first. There were many surprises and unexpected discoveries along the way. The infested land is gradually changing back. In other words, when the crisis is completely resolved, the monster will disappear completely. Yi Xian stood at the bow of the cruise ship and glanced at the bracelet he was wearing. This thing seems to have a good growth rate. Of course. This thing can make your power skyrocket. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Are you awake? Thank you then. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. During the confrontation with the devil, there were several times when there was only one health left, and the little golden dragon helped him carry it a few times, causing him to faint. If not, there was no time for him to release the powerful healing technique, let alone survive until now. Thank you for what? I didn't help you. I just accidentally touched someone's fist. Little Jinlong said with a cold snort. This arrogant guy. Yi Xian shrugged. I originally wanted to change my name. That's all. I will continue to call you a lazy snake from now on. You are the deadbeat. The little golden dragon couldn't help shouting. It was silent for a while and snorted coldly. Call me whatever you want. After that, there was no movement, and Yi Xian ignored whatever he said. Just a joke. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. It seems that this guy is not only arrogant, but also arrogant to the point of terminal illness. He obviously wanted to change his name, but he was too embarrassed to say it. By the way, do you have your own name? Yi Xian asked, rubbing his chin. Little golden dragon didn't answer. Still angry? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at his arms, then turned around, and happened to bump into Yuner. When we go back, the game-related data will be destroyed, and we may never see each other again. Yuner is holding a cup of hot coffee in her hand. Yi Xian nodded. I know. One question I've always been curious about is, are games really virtual? Yuner looked into his eyes. I can answer you very seriously. Natasha, we are all living beings of flesh and blood. We can be sad, happy, and seek comfort. Yi Xian's brows were filled with seriousness, and he nodded gently. Then I really hope you can live happily in this world, Yuner said. Her voice suddenly trembled slightly, and a tear actually shed from the corner of her eye. Yi Xian couldn't help but said, Don't cry. Did I do something wrong? Fool! Yuner bit her lower lip and suddenly leaned her head in his arms. After a while, she turned around and left, saying nothing the whole time, like the hero in a mime. Yi Xian remained silent, looking at her back and doing nothing. Perhaps this is the best result. That night, Yi Xian was still standing on the bow deck, looking into the distance. People in the cabin were holding a banquet. After going back this time, they will all become millionaires. After all, only a few people are sad, such as Yuner at this time. She was in her room, looking out at the ocean through the window. No matter what, she couldn't calm down. Some pain. It hurts more and more. Miss, I'm sorry. Yuner's eyes were red and she spoke. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have liked. As a personal maid, this is a big no-no, and she should commit suicide to apologize. In fact, I want to hide this love in my heart forever. Just get out. We'll become people in two worlds. But why does my heart hurt so much? The sea breeze caressed my cheeks. Yi Xian looked at the scenery on the sea, and could spot a few lively fish from time to time. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind. He turned around, and Yuner was standing there, her eyes red, but she seemed to have made some decision. Before I could say anything, Yuner took a few steps forward, hugged him, and kissed him. Wow! Isn't it too exciting? I don't know how much time passed, but the two people hugging each other and kissing each other separated, and there was a sound in the distance. It turned out to be the people who were holding a banquet on the cruise ship. Xian Du applauded. Why don't you get married now? We are all witnesses. Marry! Marry! Cheers came and went. This made Yuner blush with embarrassment, cover her face and run away, her heart pounding wildly. Are you stupid? He actually did such a thing. Just did it. And it was discovered. Yi Xian, another party involved, touched his lips at this moment and looked confused. Did this girl take the wrong medicine? Chapter 354. The sun rises. The cruise ship moves slowly on the sea. A rising sun rises from the east. Yi Xian sat on the deck and looked into the distance. It should be there soon. Well, how did you feel yesterday? Did you have that urge? The money is so cheap. Come here. Climb. Yi Xian glanced over. Don't be like this. I'm just asking. By the way, help me say goodbye to everyone in the town. Xian Duo scratched his head and chuckled, his smile a little forced. Seeing Yi Xian staring at him, he let out a long sigh. I really can't bear to leave. It's not fair. Why can you travel through time and enter this game? But I can only use the game headband? Xian Duo then continued. What's even more annoying is that the gaming headband will soon become ineffective. When the ruins of the gods are revealed, it will be the time for us to separate. Right. Yixian pursed his lips and changed the subject. Xian Duo nodded silently. Yixian chuckled. I will say goodbye to everyone on your behalf. And by the way, I will set up a small statue for you and place it somewhere where you can look up to Hepping Town. I'm not dead. Let's build a small statue of Mao. Xian Duo's mouth twitched. Where is Yuner? How is she now? Yixian hesitated for a while, and then asked. Why? Do you care about others? Xian Duo's expression gradually changed. When he saw Yixian glaring over, he calmed down and said, She hasn't left her room since the kiss last night. Is this so? Yixian nodded, turned to face the sea, and put his hands in his pockets. That's your reaction? Xian Duo's mouth twitched. Now is a good opportunity. The confession will definitely succeed. We will soon be people from two different worlds. What do you want to express? Yixian turned to look over and asked. Xian Duo choked up. Wait, so you have that intention? You, sister, keep your mouth shut, or I'll shut it for you. Yixian summoned a needle and thread. Xian Duo quickly covered his mouth, not wanting to be sewn up by the needle and thread and walk away in despair. Hey, the programmer, who was a cat-ear girl, ran over at this time. Did you two agree to have a wheel battle? Yixian looked over in surprise. The programmer shook his head. No, this is for you. Porridge? Yixian took what she handed and found it was a bowl of hot rice porridge. Everyone made it specially, but you and Yuner didn't eat it. It's really worrying. After finishing speaking, the programmer snickered and left. Yuner hasn't eaten yet? Yixian murmured softly. Come to think of it, I haven't left the room since then. So how could I have eaten? After a little hesitation, he finally left the deck. Behind the pillar, Xian Duo couldn't help but look at the programmer beside him. Awesome. You still have a way. Brother, learn from it. The programmer crossed his shoulders and prepared to follow secretly to watch the show. Outside Yuner's room, Yixian came here with hot porridge, hesitated a little, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who? Didn't you say you are not allowed to bother me again? Yuner's voice came weakly. It's me, Yixian said. For a moment, there was silence in the room, and then a voice came. Get out! Ahem. Don't be like this. I'm here to bring you porridge. Don't starve yourself. Yixian coughed slightly in embarrassment. I've lost all my face. How can I still be in the mood to eat? Yuner in the room was unhappy. You attack me, and you feel embarrassed? I should be the one who is embarrassed. Right, Yixian said with a chuckle. Just in an instant, the door opened, and Yuner grabbed his collar. What do you mean? You feel embarrassed to be kissed by this girl? Her entire face was red at this time. No, it just feels weird. Yixian shrugged and handed over the hot porridge in his hand. You must not let the lady know about this matter. Yuner bit her lower lip and took a sip of porridge silently. What are you going to do? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Yuner narrowed her eyes slightly. Go and ask everyone to gather on the deck. No one should be missing. All right. Yixian shrugged, turned and left. Deck. 400 people gathered here, clearly divided into two groups. One group is ordinary players, while the other group is a player alliance. Yuner slowly walked out of the cabin and glanced at them. Do you know why I asked you to come out? Witness the marriage. I think so. What is it? Stand still. Yuner bit her lower lip. Immediately, more than 400 people stood in a line, not daring to show any indifference to the personal mate of the eldest daughter of the Su family. What did you see yesterday? Yuner asked with a kind face. Someone immediately replied, I saw you, and the first tweet in the server. You still chirping? I asked you to chirp. Say it again. Yuner raised her hand and took out a big stick, biting her lower lip angrily. I didn't see it. It was too dark yesterday, and I didn't see anything. Me too. Someone smart saw something wasn't quite right. The person who spoke before saw this. I was wrong. I didn't see you, and the #1 tweeter in the server. You're still tweeting, aren't you? Yuner was so angry that she threw the stick over and hit the man's head accurately. Fainted. What a cruel attack. People were talking a lot. Yuner snorted coldly. Listen, I have information on all of you. If what happened last night spreads, you will be responsible for the consequences. Oh, Xian Duozhang is holding his shoulders. He is not afraid of others. but can still challenge them. What do you mean? Yuner bit her lower lip and stared at her. Nothing. I just want to write a story recently. The kind where the protagonist is forcibly kissed. I have already thought of the names. Just Yuner and Yixian. Qianduo smiled mischievously and spread his hands. 2 dice appeared in Yuner's hand. Say it again? Do you believe that I will make you never leave the ruins of the gods? Well, I'm so scared. Qianduo was not afraid at all. But he had already hid behind the programmer. Yixian shrugged, ignored the farce over there, and looked into the distance. At this time, he was almost reaching the shore. 2 hours later, the cruise ship docked and everyone landed. We can go out soon, Yixian murmured. There were only a few days left in the journey. Actually, we don't mind walking slower. After the programmer finished speaking, he smiled lightly. Of course, this only represents a small number of people, including him. Others like to walk around, and there is no need to stay. Anyway, the most dangerous sea has been crossed. Yixian pondered for a while, and then chuckled. It's better to leave this place of right and wrong quickly. The Players' Alliance is leaving. Qianduo came over at this time. In the team, all members of the Player Alliance have separated and chose other paths without saying a word. Who cares about them if they like walking around? Yuner pursed her lips. Anyway, they have to bear the responsibility themselves when they encounter danger. Aren't you afraid that they will tell you secrets? There is someone second best in the server. Qianduo couldn't help but said. Yuner shook her head. Don't worry. It won't happen. If he dares to say it, I will skin him in reality. Chapter 355 Hero. Too cruel. Qianduo looked at Yuner with a smirk on his face and felt a little chilly. Afterwards, after several days of traveling, we are about to leave the ruins of the gods. Silence hung in the air. The programmer whispered beside Yixian. Aren't you going to do something? If you don't do it now, you will miss it forever. Just as Yixian was about to speak, he heard a cry for help coming from afar. A player covered in blood stumbled over with a frightened face, shouting for help. Aren't you from the Players' Alliance? Why are you acting like this? Qianduo recognized this man and shouted in confusion. Help, monsters! There are monsters! The player fell down as he approached, rolling and crawling over. Isn't it just a monster to make such a fuss? The amount of money was hard to understand, and some people around him couldn't help laughing. The player quickly said, It's not an ordinary monster. It's the Ice Queen. What? The legendary powerful boss. The Ice Queen? We must leave immediately. Everyone's smiles froze. What's the situation over there now? Yixian asked the player. Thousands of miles of ice cover, making it difficult to move even an inch. Everyone is frozen. After the player finished speaking, he fainted from exhaustion. He was already on the verge of collapse, and he persisted until now just to ask for help. Yixian looked at Qianduo. Place him properly. What about you? You're not going to save people, are you? Qianduo frowned slightly and said, I have to go this time. Don't worry. I'm sure. Yixian patted his shoulder. Just leave us? The programmer couldn't help but look at Yuner in the distance. Yixian nodded. Sorry to trouble you. After he finished speaking, he used teleportation and left directly. Let them withdraw first. The programmer looked at the players present and said. A blizzard was blowing, and the temperature was very low. Yixian braved the wind and snow and walked back, teleporting from time to time. Monsters like the Ice Queen are the most difficult to deal with, because once it is frozen, it will not die within a short period of time, which is a kind of torture for the players. There is no resurrection without death, and because it is frozen, it cannot die at all, which is called a bug. If no one saves them, despair awaits them. Little Golden Dragon's voice appeared in his mind. Are you really sure? Yixian nodded. He planned to do the opposite, and use another method to save those players. At this moment, somewhere in the snow, countless huge ice cubes stand there. And if you look closely, there is a figure inside each ice cube. They were either men or women, with fear in their eyes, unable to move, left to be slaughtered. All that is left is despair. Who's going to save us? Behind a stone, the skeleton monster was hiding here, holding his shoulders, his face covered with frost. Fortunately, he was not frozen, but he did not dare to run around because of the Ice Queen. If this continues, everyone will be trapped here forever. And myself. I will be trapped in this world forever, unable to leave this hiding place. If I had known, I wouldn't have listened to the boss. I had to look for some kind of treasure. I didn't find the treasure, but instead I met the Ice Queen. The skeleton monster was somewhat remorseful, but regret was useless. Now I can only pray for someone to save my life. He stood up and looked across, and the Ice Queen's huge body came into view. Very beautiful. Very dangerous. When the skeleton monster's consciousness gradually faded, a turning point suddenly occurred. It was a continuous black flame burning on the ice and snow. He saw that the Holy Ice Queen was angry, but there was nothing she could do with the flames. What's going on? The skeleton weirdo wondered. You're not dead? A figure appeared in front of him. The skeleton monster looked up. Is it you? Please. Please kill me. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yi Xian? He knew very clearly that if he did not die, he would be tortured endlessly by the Ice Queen. No. It's okay to take you alone. Yi Xian was in a rare good mood at this time, and even hummed a ditty. The flames melted the ice, and then instantly burned the players inside to ashes, and a system prompt sounded in their ears. Congratulations on getting the Jade Dragon armor. Congratulations on getting it. Killed players will return to the resurrection point and are out of the control of the Ice Queen. Since there is no way to save them all, then kill them all and take them away in this way. When the fire gets out of hand, Yi Xian teleported away with the skeleton monster. Don't worry. Everyone in your player alliance will be reborn at the resurrection point. Thank you. The skeleton monster knelt on the ground. It doesn't have to be like this. Yi Xian helped him up. I don't understand why you want to help us like this. The skeleton monster stood up. A little curious. Yi Xian chuckled. Although there are some conflicts between us, we still have a cooperative relationship. Moreover, when you come to the ruins of the gods this time, you represent human beings. You are all heroes. Of course, I want to help. A hero? The skeleton monster swallowed and foamed at the mouth. This title was something he had never dared to think of before. Let's go over there and meet up. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the resurrection point. Do you feel that the snowstorm is getting stronger again? The skeleton weirdo suddenly asked. Yi Xian nodded. It's strange that after taking away the gate, it should have become smaller. But why did it get bigger instead? Even on the way, the blizzard was almost stopping. But it was very weird here. Is it possible that she is too close to the Ice Queen? After the skeleton monster pondered for a while, he looked back, his expression gradually solidifying. Maybe? Yi Xian was not sure either. Run quickly. They are catching up. The skeleton monster couldn't help shouting, and he was so anxious that he was sweating. Yi Xian turned around and realized that the Ice Queen was coming quickly and quickly took him to use long-distance teleportation. Teleportation over long distances. Send again! After several teleportations, Yi Xian stopped and looked back. He was relieved when he saw that there was no sign of the Ice Queen. He was surprised. Will this monster be refreshed? Once a powerful boss is born, it will never disappear and will always exist. The skeleton weirdo replied that this was common sense. I left a gift for that guy. Yi Xian chuckled and put his hands behind his back. After the first teleportation, he threw out the remaining explosive body, leaving a beam of flames behind. Calculate the time. It should be almost done. Boom. A huge explosion sounded from a distance. The snowstorm has stopped? The skeleton monster looked confused and didn't even notice what the gift he left behind was. You can decide what to do next when you get the chance. Yi Xian left some food and supplies for him and ran off the way he came. There is no doubt that the Ice Queen was seriously injured by the explosion itself. This is a good opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 356. No 300 Tales of Silver here? Don't leave me here by myself. The skeleton monster was about to cry without tears. So he started walking, looking for that glimmer of hope. The wind was blowing as Yi Xian walked on the road. Suddenly, he stopped and looked into the distance. Found it. The Ice Queen with a broken body was standing less than 3,000 meters away, and she hadn't noticed herself yet. Little golden dragon. Do you think I can kill it? Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Difficult. Xiao Jinlong only answered in one word. I'll do my best. Yi Xian murmured softly, and the clothes on his body changed, and he had switched to the attire of a tomb keeper. He held a 7-star Long Yuan sword, and with a wave of his hand, countless tombstones fell from the sky, and the largest one hit the Ice Queen. Ice freezes everything. The Ice Queen's voice was cold. Yi Xian secretly thought that it was too bad. It was this trick again. Immediately, he took out the fire gourd and directed the flames to himself. A cold wave is coming. All the tombstones at the site were frozen to death. Almost, Yi Xian looked at the flames that were almost extinguished and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and rushed straight towards the Ice Queen, holding the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and holding a sword flower in his hand. The tombstone flew into pieces and clung to the sword. Die! After Yi Xian got close, he struck down with his sword. However, this was not harmful at all to the Ice Queen, who summoned an ice wall and blocked it easily. Yi Xian frowned. You are still so strong even after being seriously injured? He glanced around, hesitated a little, and took a few steps back. Icebergs fall easily, the Ice Queen murmured softly, raised her hand, and an iceberg appeared out of thin air, leaning toward Yi Xian and about to fall. This? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He used long-distance teleportation and came to a place 3 steps away from the Ice Queen. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. The iceberg smashed down, and the cold breath hit my face. Yi Xian and the Ice Queen looked at each other. Goodbye! The flames around him were even worse. He rushed towards him, and his whole body was like a fire. Ever since he swallowed the fire spirit pearl, Yi Xian has become very sensitive to the fire attribute. He can absorb fire into his body to increase his strength, and he can also barely control the fire fighting. It can be said that this battle is a contest between ice and fire. Half an hour later, Yi Xian was frozen in a huge piece of ice. He resisted the urge to curse and muttered in his mind. Why is this thing so strong? He was controlled just by not paying attention. Good thing. The Ice Queen didn't seem to have any desire to kill. She just froze herself and went to heal her wounds, without doing anything else. Can anyone come to my rescue? Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry, thinking in his heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. No one came at all. Being trapped in the ice is nothing. The key point is that the Ice Queen is recuperating not far away and is unlikely to leave in a few months. Until then, I have already starved to death. Yi Xian was helpless. I was careless. You have to rely on me at critical moments. The little golden dragon suddenly moved in his arms, revealed its head, and then began to eat ice cubes with its mouth. Half an hour later, Yi Xian was able to move on his own. But the ice was too big, and the little golden dragon needed time to chew out an exit. He couldn't help but said, Thank you for your hard work. Before doing anything in the future, consider the consequences and benefits first. Little Jinlong's tone was unkind. If you had thought more carefully, this incident would never have happened. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. I didn't consider the consequences. I didn't have the corresponding countermeasures. And I didn't see clearly what benefits this matter could bring to me. Even though killing the Ice Queen will definitely give you a hefty reward. But it's hard to say whether it's worth it. It would be nice if there were 2 more explosive bodies, Yi Xian murmured softly. In that case, the Ice Queen can be killed. After his analysis, the Ice Queen is one of those creatures with high output but squishy skin that can be easily killed. Okay. An hour later, the little golden dragon with a big belly flew back. Let's go! Yi Xian stuffed it into his arms and walked along the passage that was eaten away. The little golden dragon said, Now is the most critical time for the Ice Queen to heal her wounds. So I shouldn't pay attention to you. I see. Yi Xian nodded. And just now, he was wondering why it took 3 days for little golden dragon to come out to help. Time passes gradually. After he escaped from the trap, he carefully walked in the opposite direction of the Ice Queen. There was already a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, but it turned into frost due to the extremely low temperature here, getting farther and farther apart. Yi Xian gradually quickened his pace and breathed a sigh of relief after getting far away. It's not easy. Suddenly, he found a sign in front of him. Surprised, he walked over to check it out. There are a few words on it. There's no treasure over there. Additionally, an arrow was left. There's no 300 taels of silver here? Yi Xian looked weird, looked in the direction pointed by the arrow, and turned away. Hey, you should come over. A familiar voice came, and the river god came out from behind the sign. Yi Xian shrugged. Pie from the sky. It must be a trap. I won't go. The moment he saw the river god, he understood. It turns out that the water master that Xiaohu mentioned at that time was the one in front of him. Senior can defeat the elementary devil. It's really a real person without showing his face. Yi Xian cupped his hands. What elementary devil? The river god pretended to be puzzled and pointed to the sign. Hurry up and go there. There is really something good. Thanks in advance then. Yi Xian finished speaking with a wry smile and rushed in the direction of the arrow on the sign. He knew that the river god had no reason to lie to him. From being strangers at the beginning, to now helping me often, I really don't know why. There's no need to ask. When the time comes, you will know. After walking for a while, he stopped involuntarily and saw a forest in front of him. Yixian whispered, "What's inside? I have visited most of the ruins of the gods, and it is not like I have never been to this forest. But most of the good things have been taken away with the help of the little paper man. The rest are all dispensable things. Go into the forest." Yixian saw the sign again. This time all the words were omitted. Only the arrows remained. He stepped forward and rubbed it with his fingers. He found that his hands were damp. It was obviously written with a brush not long ago. "River God, are you here?" Yixian's mouth twitched. Seeing no answer, he continued, "Why beat around the bush? Why don't you just take me there? Some things rely on chance. The River God did this to minimize the help to you," Little Jinlong said at this time. Yixian nodded and had no choice but to follow the arrow. "I walked around the forest twice like this." Just when he was getting impatient, he stopped and found a tree hole in front of him. It was very short, only half a person tall. "Could it be inside?" Yixian whispered. Seeing that there was no sign nearby, he stepped forward and got in. Chapter 357 Sword Art. Inside the tree hole, it was pitch black. Yixian took out a flashlight to illuminate it, and found a stone platform in front of him with something placed on it. He walked over and checked. "Is this a skill book?" It seems that the level is not low. At least the supreme level. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, the situation suddenly changed, and a sword energy came fiercely. "Who?" Yixian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, took a few steps back, blocked the sword energy, and looked towards the direction of the attack. It was an old man. His eyes were dull. His clothes were sloppy. He smelled faintly, and he seemed to have not taken a bath for a long time. Yixian cupped his hands. "Dare I ask, who is the senior? They're just here to escape the worldly waste." As the old man spoke, the sword hand trembled slightly. "Asshole!" the old man yelled angrily, trying to stop his hands from shaking. But he couldn't. Yixian watched all this quietly, and did not step forward rashly. It was obvious that this man was a master in the art of swordsmanship, and he had retained the skill book 8 achievements. After a long time, the old man stabilized his body, and breathed a sigh of relief. "You are here because you are destined to me. Take the secret book." "Thank you, Senior," Yixian responded. But he was a little surprised. That being the case, why did he attack him with sword energy just now? Could it be just a test? After taking the skill book away, before Yixian could read it, he heard a whistling sound coming from his ears. He frowned. "Senior, what are you doing?" The old man was coming with a sword. There was no time to think too much. Yixian put the skill book into his backpack and stepped back. "You thief! If you want to take my secret book, you have to pay with your life." The old man's voice was cold, and he stood there like a sword about to be unsheathed, which was completely different from the aura he had just now. Just like, it's a different person. "Senior, you said you gave me the secret book because I was destined to be with you," Yixian said, suddenly realizing something. The old man in front of me seems not to be a normal person, but a madman. "What nonsense! How dare you fabricate unfounded things out of thin air?" After the old man finished speaking, he protected his sword in front of him, and spoke plausibly. Suddenly, Yixian felt hard to breathe. His heart trembled. There was such a powerful existence in the world. This cannot go on. Otherwise, we'll die. Yixian gritted his teeth, took out the battle-free token with difficulty, and used it once. Suddenly, the old man's movements paused, and the breathless feeling disappeared. Yixian felt the joy of surviving the disaster and asked in his heart, "Little Jinlong, who is this person? What a powerful force. It is simply much stronger than the elementary devil I have ever seen." "I don't know, but he should be a god. The same existence as the river god." The little golden dragon pondered for a moment and then answered, "Is the river god so powerful?" Yixian pondered in his heart. "I don't know his true strength, but as a god who controls countless rivers, he shouldn't be too weak." The little golden dragon answered again, paying close attention to the battle situation, and would take action at any time. The old man was a little confused at this time. "What am I?" Suddenly, he no longer had the idea of attacking the person in front of him. It was strange. Just like, no matter what happened before, I will choose to forgive him. "Senior, if nothing happens, I will leave first." Yixian handed over his hands and turned around to run away. But but saw that the road he came from had disappeared without a trace. Instead, it's a glimpse of the thick stone wall. Huh? Yi Xian was a little surprised by this change. He stepped forward, hesitated a little, and punched out. Boom! The stone wall trembled and trembled. But it didn't look like it was broken. Yi Xian couldn't help but look at the old man. Senior, what's going on? You have taken my inheritance, and you must learn it before you can leave. It may take 30 years, or it may take 300 years. The old man sat cross-legged with a faint smile on his face. My heritage is not that easy to learn. Shixian sword? It sounds very powerful. Yi Xian took out the skill book he had obtained before. My secret book is unique and requires poetry to be used. This requires the user to be both civil and military. The old man spoke slowly. Yi Xian nodded. Poetry? Born in China. I have never lacked these. Let's get started. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. The old man closed his eyes after finishing speaking. Yi Xian used the skill book casually and learned this skill. Senior, I'm done. Huh? You mean you learned the poetry sword? Are you kidding me? The old man frowned and slowly opened his eyes, feeling a little unhappy. Senior, don't you believe it? Yi Xian shrugged. Unlike the natives, as a player, you can directly master the skill book, so the time is very short. Show it on me. If you can't do it, I'll break your legs, the old man said directly loudly. Yi Xian chuckled. Then I hope Senior won't blame me for a while. Cut the nonsense and come on. The old man snorted coldly, not guarding at all, not believing that he could learn the poetry sword in less than a minute. I have the sword of quitting my hometown. Its jade edge can cut through the clouds. Xiangyang's wanderers are full of energy and spring. At this moment, the old man seemed to see a young ranger riding a horse. Top Gun. Next moment, the old man looked at the incoming sword and waved it casually. Snapped. With a collision, Yi Xian was forced to retreat continuously, looking at the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand in surprise. Fortunately, it didn't break. The poet immortal sword he had used was broken so easily. When he was about to say something, he saw that the old man turned crazy and muttered something strange. Little Jinlong said, Let's go. I made a profit this time. He could feel the power of this sword technique. Yi Xian nodded first, then stepped forward to help the old man up. You want to take him with you? Little Jinlong noticed something. He is half my master after all. How can he stay here and suffer? Yi Xian nodded, carried the sloppy old man on his back, came to the stone wall, hesitated for a moment, and then released the Baji fist. Boom! A big hole was directly punched out in the stone wall. It's still the simple and crude way to enjoy it, Yi Xian said sincerely. Afterwards, he left this magical place and found himself outside the tree hole. Returning along the road, the signs left by the river god were gone. Suddenly, the old man he was carrying began to move around like a loach. Yi Xian said helplessly, Senior, can you please stop moving? He turned around and was shocked to see that he was actually carrying a huge rat on his back. What happened? Yi Xian was startled and broke into a cold sweat. He put down the mouse. Senior, is that you? Shiji? Although the mouse was big, it was not sane. It looked at Yi Xian like a fool, and then ran away. Chapter 358, Beheading. It doesn't seem like that, Senior. Yi Xian was full of questions at this time. He turned around, only to find that the tree hole had disappeared. Little Jinlong's voice appeared in his mind. Let's go first. I guess they don't want to leave. Makes sense, Yi Xian murmured softly. He turned and left, and suddenly snow began to fall in the sky, followed by strong winds. Oops, Yi Xian frowned, with a bad premonition rising in his heart. The Ice Queen slowly appeared. Yi Xian protected the 7-star Long Yuan sword in front of him. What is supposed to come has come. Ice freezes everything, the Ice Queen scolded. Only 10 meters away, one body has traveled 3,000 miles, and one sword is served as a master of millions. Yi Xian used the poetry sword. Fiercely, the sword slashed out, seeming to cut through the cold air and cut away everything. The wind and snow slowly dissipated. The Ice Queen was cut into 2 pieces, and her skills had not yet been used. The will of ice will never die. The Ice Queen's voice trembled slightly, then turned into ice crystals and dissipated. One? Yi Xian stared at the treasure chest falling from the sky in astonishment. He was seriously injured to begin with, and your sword was extremely aggressive. Of course he won. Little Jinlong said it didn't matter. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to survive. He stepped forward and opened the treasure box. There was only an ice blue bead inside, exuding an icy cold air. What is this? Yi Xian held the bead in his hand, and his arm suddenly froze. Ice Spirit Pearl has about the same effect as Fire Spirit Pearl. Little Golden Dragon answered. Just in time to go back to Natasha. How is your health now? Yi Xian suddenly realized that he seemed to be a different person. Not only does he not bully himself, but he always explains problems to himself. He is a rare and good helper. Little Golden Dragon snorted coldly. It's no longer enough to rely on my own recovery. There must be corresponding treasures. Is it in my backpack? Yi Xian asked. If there was, I wouldn't have to be so free. Little Jinlong said gloomily. Joseph, you helped me because you were free. What do you need to recover? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little golden dragon talked about many treasures related to the dragon clan. Among them, Yi Xian had never heard of most of them, but promised to try his best to find them. Now, it's time to go back. I don't know if the skeleton monsters are out there, Yi Xian murmured softly. The main reason for his return this time was because of the player alliance. He put the Ice Spirit Orb into his backpack and rushed towards the exit. Within a few days, he arrived at the place. At this time, the place was crowded, including Qian Duo and others. Why are you still here? Yi Xian went over to join them. Something happened. The teleportation array cannot be opened, Yuner said, her face filled with sadness. If this problem cannot be solved, everyone will be trapped in the ruins of the gods forever. Suddenly one member cried, It's better to die than let me stay here forever. I miss my mother. What on earth should we do? Everyone was emotionally shattered. After finally completing the mission, I was just one step away from going back. But this happened. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Have the people from the Players Alliance come over? Not a single one is missing. Everyone is here, Yuta replied. Her face turned red, and she always had a strange feeling when she was face to face with him. Why can't the formation be used for no reason? Yi Xian came to the teleportation formation. We have checked it temporarily. This thing seems to be damaged due to too many people teleporting back and forth. The programmer let out a long sigh. After all, it is an old antique. It is no longer easy to support so many people entering and exiting the ruins of gods. Yi Xian heard this. Is there any way to repair it? If it had, we wouldn't be here. Qian Duo spread his hands and answered quickly. I'm going to think of a solution. Yi Xian pondered for a while, then turned and left. Be careful. Monsters are starting to spawn again now. Qian Duo couldn't help shouting. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Don't worry. I will go with you. Yuner suddenly caught up with him. Ah, isn't this bad? Yi Xian looked strange. What should I do if I am alone and taken one step further? That would be a shame for Su Daji. What's wrong? You're not happy with me accompanying you? Yuner's beautiful eyes were full of warning. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Okay, then we will go together. Have you thought of any solution? Yuner followed beside him. No, I'm not a master of formations. I don't know anything about them. Yi Xian shook his head. Then what are you going to do? Yuner resisted the urge to beat him. I thought that he left so confidently because he had a solution. This is what happened. Yi Xian chuckled. Gamble. Bet? How do you want to bet? Yuner looked puzzled. It's a little troublesome to explain. But let's take a look. Yi Xian murmured in a low voice. When he felt that the distance was about the same, he started to use spells crazily. No matter what super fire dragon or violent thunder. Summon them all. What are you doing? Yuner looked at him with confusion on her face. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. Half a quarter of an hour later, golden light flashed across his body, and his level as a great magician changed to 120. This also means a new profession will be unlocked. Yi Xian knew in his heart that there must be an array master among them. It just depends on whether he can win. After a while, he smiled, his eyes full of mystery. Perfect. Pretend to be a ghost. Yuta raised her hand and pinched his waist. What are you doing? Unprepared, Yi Xian burst into tears of pain. I should be the one asking you this. Yuta was puzzled by his series of operations. Yi Xian rubbed his waist and replied. I am a formation master now. Do you have any books about formations? Yes. Are you an array master? Yuner is puzzled. Why did he become an array mage when he was clearly a warrior, a magician, and a summoner? Yi Xian nodded, stretched out his hand. Give me all the skill books. No. Yuner was not stingy at all, and gave out the skill book. After learning all these, Yi Xian chuckled. Let's go back. Are you sure you can repair that teleportation array? Yuner couldn't help but ask. Of course. Yi Xian showed a confident smile. The players gathered around the broken teleportation array, frowning. Can't go home. This is a heavy blow to anyone. Although you can live here forever. What is the difference between this and becoming an aboriginal? Look. He's #1 in the server. He's back with his wife. What a perfect match. People were talking a lot. Yuner glared over. Boo! Suddenly, the scene was completely silent, and no one dared to provoke him. Chapter 359 Repair. I see. Yi Xian walked around the formation, rubbing his chin and murmuring. Qian Duo saw this. Did you find anything? This formation is just overloaded. With a little repair, it can be put into use again. Yi Xian nodded and said, Very good. Everyone who heard this was filled with joy. Really? Yuner asked quietly in his ear. Certainly. Yi Xian also answered quietly. As an array mage, the first skill he acquires is the repair technique. He put his hands on the formation, then closed his eyes. Don't disturb me. How long will it take? Have no idea. People were talking a lot. Yuner made a shushing gesture, indicating that they could leave. She sat not far away from Yi Xian and guarded him quietly. Qian Duo came over and said, What about that? You two were alone just now. Did anything happen? None of your business? Yuner spat. Oh, if this matter between you and Yi Xian falls into the ears of your lady. Qian Duo muttered while rubbing his hands. How come one or two of them always threaten me? Yuner bit her lower lip, feeling extremely aggrieved. She gritted her teeth and said, If you dare to say that, I will sneak into your manor, cut off every piece of your body, and feed it to the dogs. I will do what I say. This? Qian Duo felt a chill. Don't even think about it. He is my employer now. The programmer walked over with his arms crossed. Yeah. Hope rekindled in Qian Duo's heart. It's not like I don't have bodyguards. Yuner heard this. What can he do? As you say, I am a vampire. The kind that can conquer mountains and rivers. The programmer said, not exaggerating in this regard. As long as I report you to certain departments, you will be arrested. Yuner showed a sly smile. You? The programmer choked for words. By that time, I was afraid that I would have no choice but to run away to survive. They were chatting and didn't notice that Yi Xian, who was repairing the formation, suddenly frowned. This formation. It's a little harder than expected. Meanwhile, Peace Town. It's been more than 10 days. Natasha sat by the city wall, looking at the rising sun in the distance. Feeling lonely, Xinchi came over. Sister Natasha, what are you looking at? With her talents, she has become an indispensable iconic presence in the town. I'm thinking about Master. When will he come back? Natasha was distracted. I'll be back. Xinchi looked into the distance with her. Are any players back? At the same time, Su Zitong received the news and hurriedly walked out of the house, but only saw some unfamiliar players. One of them looked frightened. Miss Su, are the others back? Su Zitong shook her head slightly. It's over. It's over. In that place where you can't exit the game. You won't really die. Right. Several players looked at each other, each in a daze. Su Zitong asked, What happened? Devil. There is a devil. We can't beat them. When we left, the #1 player in the server was telling us to run away. The players were talking all over the place. These words were like a heavy blow hitting Su Zitong's heart, making her almost faint. It turns out, met the devil? She forced herself to calm down. You go down first. I will let others ask you for details. Yes. Players gradually retreated. Su Zitong walked back to the room, sat on a chair, looked at the empty space beside her, and remained silent. Not only him. Yuner didn't come back either. Loneliness came over me. Su Zitong hugged her legs. Her eyes were blank, and she didn't know how to tell this matter. Oh, what a fool. After a brief period of self-torture, Su Zitong stood up and decided to launch a second operation, called Rescue. She knew that the monsters in reality no longer appeared. Logically speaking, the task is completed. But I don't intend to just give up. Although I met the devil. But there is a chance of survival after all. We went here this time to rescue the 400 or so people whose life or death was uncertain. This matter was quickly approved by the upper management, and a large-scale recruitment of players began to prepare for the trip. the remains of the gods at this time. Yi Xian is still repairing the formation and doesn't know anything about it. Food rations for more than 400 people are not a problem. The bees spawned here are enough to satisfy their hunger. 3 days flew by. Huh? Yi Xian stopped and sat back. Fortunately, I learned a few skill books in this area before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do it for half a month. How about it? Can we go back? Xian Duo and others gathered around. Yi Xian nodded. Don't worry. It's no problem. But everyone has to go out in batches, with a maximum of 50 people at a time. Any more and the formation may collapse again. No problem. Everyone, get up. We can go home. Some players nodded and then shouted loudly. Finally, thank you for being number 1 on the server. The players are grateful. If not, I'm afraid I'll be trapped in this Lish place forever. Soon, more than 400 people were divided into 9 teams. And Yi Xian was the last to go out. In case something unexpected happened to the formation. There are only about 10 people in the 9th team. Yi Xian and Xian Duo were among them. He met the boss of the player alliance, the second largest player in the server, who turned out to be a kid-looking guy who was on the last team with him. Boss, drink tea. The skeleton monster is waiting on the side. What are you looking at? I'm not a child. The child clenched his fist and said when he saw Yi Xian looking at him. His name is Li Fangfang. He is 14 years old. He is considered a genius boy. Yuner hugged her shoulders and said. The child heard this. Hey, you are leaking my privacy. I want to appeal. All rights of interpretation belong to Su Group. Yuner had a faint smile on her face. This made the child choke for a while. As the second best person in the server, how could he be convinced? A long knife appeared between his hands. Want to have a fight with sister? 2 dice appeared in Yuner's hand. Your old aunt. The child rushes over quickly. This is a competition between the top players. Yi Xian shrugged and cut off the 7-star Long Yuan sword in an instant. Suddenly, the scene was filled with deathly silence. The space between Yuner and the child seemed to be opened, with abnormal ripples appearing. And it took a long time for it to return to normal. The battle therefore did not continue. The child took the skeleton monster and retreated elsewhere, feeling frightened by his strength. Yuner pursed her lips. Why are you stopping me? The server is about to be shut down. I still want to try to compete for second place in the server. Even if you win, you are still bullying a child, which is disgraceful. Yi Xian chuckled and said. The team was moving forward slowly. The first batch of 50 people had already left the ruins of the gods. Most of them chose to go offline directly, while a few decided to report back to Peace Town. Chapter 360, Farewell Wine. After some farce, the last group of people left by Yi Xian left the ruins of the gods. But I found that it was very lively here. Su Zitong was leading many players, who were ready to go, and stared at her quietly, holding a transparent panel for control. There was a dead silence in the air. It was Yuner who broke the embarrassment. Miss! She ran over quickly. Are you okay? Su Zitong asked, concern evident in her words, which was extremely rare for an iceberg beauty like her. It's okay. Yuner secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the young lady still doesn't know what happened between herself and Yi Xian. Why didn't you leave this world? Su Zitong turned to look at Yi Xian and said something that most people didn't understand. Yi Xian chuckled. Leave this question to your personal maid to answer. I'll take the first step. After he finished speaking, he used teleportation and left, leaving only everyone looking at each other. Miss, can you please stop taking the service? Yuner pursed her lips and tried to ask. This is a request from above. We cannot refuse. Su Zitong shook her head decisively. But he is still in this world. Yuner whispered in her ear. Su Zitong looked away and answered with silence. Her eyes filled with sadness. The other side, Yi Xian, who was on his way, used the Shixian sword to kill many monsters along the way, and even several king-level bosses. Kill them all with one move. This feeling can only be expressed by the word cool. Yi Xian couldn't help but said, This thing is a big killer in front of girls. With this chic figure and coquettish words. It's hard not to be liked by girls. I don't know where Su Daji is. Yi Xian thought of that girl again. He turned to smile, knowing that he would definitely meet again in the future. Peaceful town. Another 2 days passed, and Natasha sat by the city wall as usual, looking into the distance. Loneliness filled her eyebrows. Still not back. Suddenly, a figure running quickly came into view. Owner? Natasha's eyes gradually became moist. If that wasn't his master, who else could he be? It's about to be upgraded. Yi Xian was thinking in his heart as he was heading to Hepping Town. Suddenly, something rushed towards her, and he was stunned. Only then did he realize that it was Natasha. And he hugged her quickly. You girl! Why are you planning a surprise attack? Yi Xian fell back and sat on the ground. Natasha hugged him tightly. Master, I miss you so much. Be good. I miss you too. Yi Xian stroked her hair gently, with a smile and gloom on his face. In 2 days, all game data in Su Group will be destroyed. What will happen then? Yi Xian did not continue to think about it, but hugged Natasha and returned to Hepping Town, where he received a very lively welcome. It always feels a lot more deserted. Yi Xian let out a long breath. There is no more Qian Duo and the chatter of programmers. And there is no more Yuner and everyone. Welcome back. Xinchi hurried over. I've been working hard on you lately, Yi Xian said with a chuckle, raising his hand to rub her head. Xinchi shook her head. It's not hard, but the town has been unmanaged for several days. Ever since Su Zitong left, the mayor's position has been vacant until now. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and then nodded. Assuming the position of mayor, he asked Xinchi. Has the Demon King been here recently? No, but the demons have launched an attack on the world, and 17 races have been killed. Xinchi followed and answered. Is that so? Yi Xian nodded, and then contacted the effective forces in the entire town. First, Mole and Mu Qing were appointed as high-level officials in the town. Secondly, the traveling merchants were emptied of their goods. Unfortunately, there was no supreme level. Finish these. Yi Xian just returned to his home and fell asleep. He didn't rest for 3 full days, insisting on restoring the teleportation formation, and rushed back even though he was extremely tired. There are anti-fatigue potions though. However, he tried not to use it to avoid overdrafting his body. Owner. Natasha came to the bed, covered him with a quilt, and then turned and left. Early next morning, Yi Xian woke up rubbing his aching head. He looked out the window. Have you slept for so long? I just wanted to rest for a few hours. But without thinking, I went straight to the next day. Master, I made delicious buns for you. Natasha ran over quickly, holding a steamer with hot buns on it. Thank you. Yi Xian took a bun and took a bite. Melt in your mouth. Then skin and big filling. This is Natasha's bun full of love. Natasha looked serious. Yi Xian nodded. Yeah. Master, you don't seem very happy. Did I do something wrong? Natasha lowered her head slightly, feeling a little at a loss. How could that be? Let's go deal with the piled-up affairs. Yi Xian couldn't help but lead her out of the room, only to see the yard crowded with people. Hey, long time no see. Yuner waved her hand. Qian Duo's tone was steady. Okay, just leave us and come back. Won't your conscience hurt? You have to drink well today. The programmer was wiping his wine glass with a smile on his face. Definitely. The surprise on Yi Xian's face gradually turned into a smile, and he nodded vigorously. Calculate the time. Tomorrow is the time to shut down the server. I like you. Su Zitong, who was not far in front of her, said. Silence filled the air. Qian Duo and the programmer secretly looked at Yuner, only to find that her expression was as normal, and they couldn't help but admire her secretly. Yi Xian looked at Su Zitong. Let's have breakfast first. I prepared a lot of buns. Natasha was surprisingly not jealous. Or in other words, she knew nothing would happen between them. That night, everyone gathered together and sat around the dinner table. Yi Xian specially prepared fine wine. Qian Duo took a sip of wine first and said, It smells so good. It's like a thread. Look at how beautiful you are. The programmer turned to look over and said, This wine is rare, even in the real world. Qian Duo was delighted, and then fell silent. From now on, there will be no way to taste such fine wine in the game. Don't mention what happened over there. Anyone who doesn't drink too much today will not give me face. Yuner pursed her lips and said. Qian Duo heard this. Who cares? For a moment, the whole room burst into laughter. Mu Qing, who didn't know what was going on, was eating her meal, while Yi Xian, who knew everything, felt a little tired, but still pretended to be calm. Halfway through the wine tour, I asked you, why can't you go out, and why do you insist on staying? Qian Duo drank a little too much and was patting Yi Xian on the shoulder, holding a wine glass in his hand and almost unsteady on his feet. He then said, You told us that we have family and friends here, but aren't we your friends? Yi Xian smiled bitterly and said nothing. Chapter 361 Gain Buff. Early the next morning, There were dishes and chopsticks that had not been cleared everywhere on the table. Yi Xian woke up rubbing his head and looked at the empty seats everywhere. Knowing that they were all gone, he suddenly thought of something and ran out of the house, shouting, "Natasha! Xinchi! Where are you?" Actually, what Yi Xian fears most now is not death, but that they will disappear after the Su group destroys the data. "Owner?" The voice came from behind. It was Natasha. She just heard the call and rushed over quickly. Yi Xian turned around and ran over, hugging him tightly. "That's great. You're still here. As long as the master wants Natasha. Natasha will always be there." "Absolutely." Natasha's brows were filled with seriousness. "Where is Xinchi?" Yi Xian asked with relief. "Sister is helping with the affairs, and I was helping just now." Natasha replied that the piled-up matters were as high as a mountain, and it would be too late if they were not dealt with. Yi Xian was sleeping at that time. "In this case, we have to let the higher-ups help." Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard work. It's our honor to be able to help the master." Natasha said it very seriously. "I'm back." The voice sounded from far to near. It was the Shadow Demon King carrying the little paper man and Xiao Dangkong. "Where have you been?" Yi Xian looked over and smiled involuntarily. The Shadow Demon King replied, "The little paper man said there was a treasure, but we didn't find anything in the past. Have they left?" Yi Xian nodded after a moment of silence. "It's a good idea to take a walk. I just don't want to see that annoying guy who is the programmer." The Shadow Demon King said it sincerely and chuckled. "I still haven't had time to see him for the last time." The little paper man spread his hands and sighed. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have looked for that treasure." Xinchi suddenly ran over from a distance. "Many countries suddenly declared war on us." "What?" Everyone present changed their expressions. Yi Xian frowned. He had long thought that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The Wailing Forest is no longer the Wailing Forest it once was. After some transformation, it has become an important trading area, and Heping Town is the best trading place. But that's why it has become a place coveted by many countries. "Kill one by one, no matter who they are." The Shadow Demon King snorted coldly, and then said, "My demon overlord world has not been used for a long time. Hey, no one can point it out now. Because of the old dynasty, the new humanity paid a lot of compensation and even ceded some territory to barely survive. I can't even take care of it." The little paper man let out a long sigh. "There is no way. The overall situation now is like this." Mu Qing, who rushed over, cursed angrily. "These bastards! Instead of fighting against the demons, they are attacking us who share a common destiny." It was too much, and there was no awareness at all. The biggest enemies of all races now are the demons, but they are still fighting among themselves. "Landlord, there is someone looking for you outside." One of the townspeople ran over and said, pointing outside the town. "Let's go together." Yi Xian looked at each other and said, "You must be Lord Yi." "Right." A fishman with fish fins stood outside, with an expressionless face and no corresponding etiquette. Yi Xian frowned. "Exactly. You should have read those declarations of war. As a collaborator of the old human dynasty, you should have known that such a day would come." The fishman said. He had limbs and facial features, and the biggest difference from humans was that he had fins. "What race are you from?" Yi Xian was not in a hurry to answer. "Sea Clan." The fishman answered. "Interesting. Really interesting." Yi Xian smiled. The Sea Clan was a race in the sea. He was inland, but he received a declaration of war from them. He continued, "You came all the way here just to provoke me." "Right. How could it be possible?" "To show his sincerity. Our great Sea King sent me to lobby to give you, Lord Yi, a chance." The fishman replied. "What opportunity?" Yi Xian was curious. "The demons have begun a large-scale operation. We must unite. I heard that Lord Yi is a master. So," the fishman began to speak. He paused before continuing. "I hope Lord Yi can lead his troops there and set an example for everyone." "Setting an example? To put it bluntly, isn't it just to surrender to your Sea Clan and then rush forward to be the vanguard?" The Shadow Demon King yelled and cursed one after another. It seems that Lord Yi's prestige is not enough. When he is talking, the dog dares to come up and bark. The fishman's expression did not change. "You?" The Shadow Demon King was helpless against the Yin and Yang of Sanghuai, and even choked on his words. Yi Xian raised his hand to signal him not to act rashly. "First of all, I have my own way of managing my subordinates. Secondly, Hepping Town will never surrender. Are you sure? As long as I give the order, those countries will send troops to surround and exterminate your 3/3 of an acre. There was doubt in the fishman's eyes. Could it be that the human being in front of me is really not afraid at all? Please do it. But I leave my words here. Anyone who dares to accuse Hepping Town will die under my sword. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword in an instant. Snort. The fishman threw up his sleeves and left. For a moment, silence filled the air. The Shadow Demon King sighed. Everyone left at this time. By the way, Lord, Su Zedong gave this to me before she left. She said that I must convey it to you. Xinchi suddenly remembered something and took out a letter from her arms. Yi Xian took it and opened it. This is it? It clearly states that a permanent increase buff has been left for Peace Town. The residents' health plus 300%. Attack plus 120%. Defense plus 120%. Wow. This is too powerful. Isn't it? But why don't I feel like I'm being amplified? The Shadow Demon King was surprised and turned to doubt. Because it hasn't been used yet. Yi Xian looked through the letter and found a mezzanine, which contained the seal for activating the amplification buff. With this, 10,000 troops can stop at least 30,000 troops. The little paper man couldn't help but wonder. Yi Xian nodded and looked at Xinchi. How many soldiers are there in the town? There are 5,000 of the 18,000 new recruits. And we are recruiting a lot of troops. Xinchi replied. How many will fight against us? Shadow Demon King looked at the little paper man. About 4 to 5 million. Up to more than 10 million. No more. The little paper man replied. The gap is really not that big. Yi Xian waved his hand. Don't be afraid. Let's go back first. Master, what are you going to do? Natasha followed. Very curious. Let's set up a formation first. In addition, you should distribute these equipments. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he waved his hands, and 2 hills of equipment appeared in the square beside him. Chapter 362 is coming. The next day, a formation enveloped Hepping Town. Yi Xian wiped the sweat from his head. It's finally done. Master, what is the function of this formation? Natasha accompanies her. This formation is called the 4-phase formation. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can release 4 great beasts to defend against the enemy. Yi Xian replied with a chuckle. This was a formation he found in his backpack, and it took a lot of mana to set it up. The countries that declared war before have begun to send troops. The Shadow Demon King flew over at this time. Yi Xian frowned. Do you know the approximate number? It's claimed that it's tens of millions. After we plan to destroy us, we will directly go to the place bordering the demons to reinforce. The Shadow Demon King let out a long sigh. This means that destroying Hepping Town is just a matter of course. He felt like there was a fire in his heart. It doesn't matter. Let them come. Yi Xian showed a confident smile. The Shadow Demon King was relieved when he saw how confident he was. After that, Yi Xian and Natasha went back to their room and rested until the next morning. It was a sunny day. Xinchi knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Sister Xinchi. What's wrong? Natasha came to open the door, wearing an apron. Are you going to cook for your master? Wake him up first. The representative of the human race is here, Xinchi said. Oh. Although Natasha was a little reluctant to disturb her master, she still reluctantly agreed. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian appeared behind him. I understand. Please invite him in. Good. Xinchi nodded, then turned and left. Not long after, the human envoy brought someone in. It was a girl wrapped in black clothes, with only a pair of eyes exposed. But it was these eyes that made Yi Xian stunned. You. Let's talk after we go inside. The girl deliberately lowered her voice, not wanting to be heard and scrutinized by others. Everyone entered the house. The girl pulled off the mask on her face, and it was Iroh, whom she had not seen for a long time. But he was a little more mature than before. Isn't this the new emperor who has successfully usurped the throne? Yi Xian smirked with interest. I'm sorry for making fun of you, but we have caused trouble for you. Iroh blushed and then said, if it hadn't been a territory that was canonized and given by the human race, maybe there wouldn't be so much trouble. Yi Xian heard this. They're all guys I don't take seriously. What trouble can they cause? His rhetorical question left people speechless. Even though we have received so many declarations of war, does it still matter? Actually, in a few days, we will be attacked by troops, Xinchi said from the side. This, Iroh looked confused and didn't know how to help. Is the old emperor okay? Yi Xian picked up an orange and ate it, asking while eating, and used this to change the subject. Xinchi nodded. After pretending to usurp the throne, my father retreated behind the scenes and continued to handle government affairs. I am only the human emperor on the surface, but in fact it is my father who is in charge. I see. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. He thought that the old emperor could live out his life, but it turned out not to be that simple. Speaking of which, why did you come all the way here? Yi Xian was surprised. Even if you are just a person on the surface, you can't just leave the main city of humanity. Right? I actually snuck out. Iroh stuck out his tongue, then looked a little lonely, looking at him with some reluctance. The reason for coming out. I'm afraid that if I don't see you this time, I won't see you again. Crazy Sword, who was accompanying him, said. Great human emperor. We are leaving. Can't you stay a little longer? Fu Juju was obviously unwilling and asked quickly. However, he only received a clear rejection from Crazy Knife. Go back. The human race needs you. It won't be too late for us to meet again when everything stabilizes, Yi Xian said with a chuckle. That's settled. Iroh's brows were filled with seriousness. Yi Xian nodded. Definitely. Must. Iroh nodded, and then reluctantly left with Crazy Blade and headed back. Next to Master, Natasha swayed slightly, her eyes red. What's wrong? Yi Xian quickly picked her up. Feeling surprised, Natasha pursed her lips and said, The Master is flirting with her, and something seems wrong at first sight. Where is it? Yi Xian was surprised. After comforting Natasha, he checked the 4-phase array and was satisfied with it. If you don't leave now, when will you wait? It's just that, in my opinion, I can't survive this time. Walking on the street, I heard a sound in my ears. Yi Xian turned around and looked around, and found that they were some refugees who had been brought in, and they were usually troublesome. Ever since the demons started their massive attack, there have been a lot more refugees coming here. This is the way to go. The key is not to help with the construction, but to eat and wait to die all day long, completely becoming a drag on the town. Now many countries have declared war. They even chose to leave immediately. Fair enough. It can help Hepping Town eliminate useless impurities and retain the elite. It was getting dark. Yi Xian returned to the room. It's so peaceful. It would be great if it could continue like this. Most definitely, Natasha said firmly, because in her opinion, there is nothing that the Master cannot do. Yi Xian chuckled, laid down on the bed to rest, hugged Natasha, who came over, and fell asleep quickly. 2 days passed quietly. Today is the day when the army is about to approach the city. The streets are empty and uninhabited. Most of the refugees have left, while the residents who are willing to stay in Hepping Town are hiding at home. The troops in Hepping Town were a mixed bag, but they know they will never lose. No matter before or now, Hepping Town has never been captured. I made a summary. Do you want to listen to it? Yi Xian was preparing for the war at home, and Xinchi walked in at this time. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. The main reason for being attacked is not only the geographical location, but also the lack of support, which is that there are too few friends in the country. Xinchi lowered her head and said, seemingly unsure of herself. Yi Xian heard this. You mean the allies? This is indeed a big shortcoming. Before this, there was even only one ally, the human race. I thought it was enough. As a result, in a short period of time, he was defeated by the Blood Beast. After this trouble is solved, I will try to find some, Yi Xian said after exhaling. There are only a few powerful countries, and it doesn't take much time to visit them one by one. By the way, you can also go sightseeing. Why not? No. Landlord, they are coming. A soldier ran outside and knelt down on the spot. Outside Peace Town, several figures, who were obviously leaders, were coming with an endless line of soldiers. This huge amount. The daily consumption of military rations alone is sky high. Yi Xian opened the door and walked out of the room with a faint smile on his face. We came just in time. Let them have a taste of our power. He took Natasha and Xinchi and ran out of town. Chapter 363, Great Victory. Outside the town, soldiers from Hepping Town formed a neat square formation, preparing to face the enemy. But compared to the oncoming enemy forces, they were nothing compared to the oncoming enemy forces. Their vanguard army has a total of 3 million people. Yi Xian walked out of the town. The armor on his body appeared, holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword. His expression unchanged. Ahead, Is this Lord Yi from Heping Town? Came a contemptuous voice. He is a young general of the enemy army. He is wearing yellow armor and looks very majestic. Yi Xian glanced away. Exactly. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise it would be bad if my army of soldiers accidentally runs over your town. After the general finished speaking, he burst out laughing, causing the others who were traveling with him to laugh as well. Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind him. Is it funny? What? The general's eyes widened, and before he could say anything, his head was chopped off. Let you have a taste of how powerful I am as a great magician, Yi Xian murmured softly, and there was a sudden roar in the sky. It is going to rain? No, that's a thundercloud. The enemy soldiers looked at the sky, confused. But when a thunder struck from the sky, they understood that it was a drawn thunder. Yi Xian's expression did not change. Kill! 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 The soldiers of Heping Town began to charge and kill. Although there were only 20,000 soldiers, they showed no fear in the face of an army of 1 million. The enemy general was a young man with black skin all over his body. He didn't know what race he was. He waved his hand at this moment and said, Leave Heping Town flat for me. Let him become history. What a loud tone. Yi Xian had already mounted the horse of the general just now, and the others did not dare to stop him. I was really shocked by his strength. If you act rashly, it will only end in death. So only a fool would do it. Ha! Your peace town is fully prepared, but there are only 500,000 people. But my vanguard army alone is 3 million. And the main force behind it is even more than 7 million. What are you going to fight with? The enemy general laughed and said, The morale of the army was high. Based on this, Yi Xian chuckled and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the 4 divine beasts appeared from the 4 directions of the town, which was exactly the 4-phase array deployed before. The so-called 4 divine beasts. They are Qinglong, Zhu Ke, Xuanwu and White Tiger. As soon as they came out, the color of heaven and earth changed. How can this be? The enemy general's pupils dilated slightly, looking in disbelief. Why do the 4 legendary beasts appear here to protect a small town? General, those are all fake. Fake. The deputy general, who was accompanying him, noticed something and shouted loudly. Before the enemy general could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the 4 divine beasts had already rushed towards him along with the soldiers from Heping Town. Yi Xian was among them, riding a horse. Since you have become the lackey of the Sea clan, don't blame us for being rude. Shameless talk. The enemy general led his troops to meet the enemy and rushed towards him. Want to fight with me? Yi Xian's lips raised. Are you worthy? If you don't make 3 moves, you will be defeated by my horse. The enemy general was very confident with his spear in hand. Once he got close, he swung his spear with all his strength. However, there was a pop sound, and the weapon in his hand broke. Yi Xian held the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Now, who is talking so brazenly? What is the weapon in your hand? The enemy general had doubts in his eyes and fear in his heart. To put it bluntly, he is just a general of the vanguard army and does not want to lose his life here. And obviously, he is no match for this Lord Yi. Strange. Why are there such powerful humans? Yi Xian wiped the sword in his hand. 7-star Long Yuan sword. What a good name. If you don't know each other without fighting, you and I can be considered acquaintances. See you tomorrow. After the enemy general finished speaking, he wanted to run away on horseback. Anyway, there were so many soldiers, so it was easy to waste his energy. Hey, are you running away? Yi Xian jumped off his horse and came to his side in an instant. At this time, the entire battlefield was in chaos. The thunder from the sky was killing, and the 4 divine beasts were completely unstoppable. No matter where they went, a large number of them died. The less than 20,000 soldiers in Heping Town are like spears, invincible. Because of the buff, they can completely chop up the enemy's melons and vegetables. Healing. The medical team headed by Xinchi followed closely. In general, Peace Town has the advantage. And there are even beings like Shadow Demon King and Mu Qing who can enter alone. When the enemy general saw this, he murmured, How is it possible? He brought an army of millions, and they were just a small town. Can't beat it? No matter how many soldiers you have, it will have no effect if you encounter an incompetent general. Yi Xian said lightly and swung his sword. As the horse roared, the enemy general fell off his horse and rolled several times before he stopped and quickly got up. Quick! Come and protect me! The general shouted. Yes. However, Only a few soldiers came over, and most of them had dark faces. The gap between the enemy and ourselves is too great. Their generals marched forward with great bravery. But on the other hand, they were useless. After that, Yi Xian easily beheaded the enemy general after being fiercely blocked by the enemy soldiers. The enemy general is dead. The Shadow Demon King grew larger and roared loudly. This encourages people. On the other hand, the enemy army has already begun to retreat, and its morale is unstable. After half a day, the battle was completely over. The casualties in Heping Town were negligible, but nearly 1 million enemy soldiers died, most of them killed by the 4 divine beasts. Yi Xian was not excited about this, because he didn't take this attack seriously at all. The only one that really needs to be guarded against is the Demon King. That's all. Go meet Carol. Yi Xian breathed out and found Carol in the town, who had just returned from the battlefield. Lord, are you looking for me? As a lizard man, Carol has exquisite scales on her body. Yi Xian nodded. Find a place to discuss in detail. Yes. Carol nodded vigorously. Soon, the two came to a private room in a restaurant and started talking. Lord, what do you want from me? Carol's eyebrows were filled with determination. Facing such a person who saved him, he was willing to die even if he had an explanation. There is a saying, I don't know if you have heard of it. If you want to deal with the devil, his reincarnation is particularly important. Yi Xian spoke slowly. Carol nodded. I have indeed heard of this. Since he could no longer be noticed by the Demon King, he had consulted a lot of relevant information. Do you have any objections to this? Yi Xian stared at him to check, but didn't see any clues. I feel that the Demon King and I are actually one body, or the same soul. After Carol finished speaking, he rubbed his hands on the table. So, is it possible that by killing me, I can cause damage to the Demon King? Seriously injured? Chapter 364 Iroh is in danger. Let's talk about this later. Yi Xian let out a long breath, feeling that the atmosphere was heavy. Carol nodded, then stood up. Then, if you need anything, landowner, please feel free to come to me. Good. Yi Xian nodded. Outside the town, people were searching for loot. And in the town, chefs everywhere are providing free meals to the soldiers, with smiles on their faces. At noon that day, Yi Xian received a letter from the enemy and wanted to negotiate. Natasha beside her shook her head. I've already thought about it. We won't negotiate until we lose. Master, it's up to them to choose the location. I'm afraid it's a trap. The Shadow Demon King looked at the contents of the letter and couldn't help but say, Do you think I'm afraid? Yi Xian smiled softly. Do you have to go? Shadow Demon asked after hesitating for a while. In his opinion, staying in Peace Town is the safest way and can be invincible. Yi Xian nodded. Just give them a warning. As the strongest combat force, even if it's really a Hong'en banquet, you can escape unscathed. In that case, what do you need to worry about? Master, I want to go with you too, Natasha said. Yi Xian hesitated for a while and then agreed. It's best to bring a few people with you when you go this time. Otherwise it won't seem solemn enough. The time for negotiation is tonight. Thinking about it, they were afraid that if it was too late, they wouldn't be able to give an explanation to the High Clan. Yi Xian breathed out softly. These gang of obedient dogs are really a headache. It's not good. Something bad is going to happen. Mu Qing ran over at this time, panting, followed by a man covered in blood. Don't worry. What happened? Yi Xian stood up and asked in surprise. The human emperor has been captured, the man who came with him said, and when he raised his head, it turned out to be a crazy sword. Yi Xian was startled. What's going on? Tell me carefully. Soon, he understood what was going on. At that time, Iluo and others were heading back when they encountered an assassin of unknown origin and kidnapped them. I was restrained by more than a dozen assassins and could not save the human emperor. When Crazy Blade said this, his face was full of guilt. It's not your fault. Do you know which direction the assassin ran? Yi Xian exhaled and asked. There. Crazy Blade pointed in one direction. After Yi Xian told Xinchi to help him heal his injuries, he went straight there and used teleportation like crazy. Hope nothing happens. The other side, dozens of assassins surrounded the kidnapped Iluo, with evil expressions on their brows. Someone suddenly asked, Why not just kill her? You're stupid. A living thing is worth more than a dead one. And besides, you're willing to kill such a beautiful girl right away? The assassin on the side stared at him. his eyes full of wretchedness. What are you going to do? Iroha's heart was beating fast, and the face under the veil was already desperate. If we do something to the majestic human emperor, others won't know about it. Right. You can use it to exchange for money afterwards. The assassins looked at each other. At that time, the person who wants to cover up this matter the most is the human emperor himself. How could Iroha be so wronged? She wanted to commit suicide, but she thought of Xiang Yihua. Can't die. Otherwise, Yi Xian will also be implicated and die with him. Tears streaked down his face. Iroha was extremely helpless, looking at the assassin's outstretched hand with despair. Who can come to save myself? Suddenly, a long knife appeared and pierced the assassin's chest. Blood splattered out. People were shocked and looked over, only to see that it was a gorgeous and beautiful woman with a smile on her face. That's not all. A woman with 9 phantom tails behind her came forward. Even more beautiful. She slowly walked to Luo and squatted down. I Luo? Ah, you are? Iroha's eyes turned red. Su Daji. Su Daji replied, looking at Zichui. Kill them all. Okay. Zichui waved her long knife. And since she left the Mei family, things have gone smoothly, and she is happy every day. It's a pity that there hasn't been much progress in dealing with the Tiansheng sect. Soon, the assassins were killed quietly. Iroha was untied and bowed solemnly. Thank you very much. If not, she couldn't even imagine what would happen next. You're welcome. We just can't stand those guys. After Su Daji finished speaking, he left a knife and left with Zichui. Before leaving, she left a special sentence. Girls must also have the ability to protect themselves, as long as you have strength. Won't it implicate him? It was getting dark. Iroha thought thoughtfully, found some firewood, and placed the knife beside him. The sky was unbelievably beautiful, and suddenly it started snowing. It was already winter, and the temperature was very low, which made Iroha unable to help but sneeze. She was a little confused. How did you start the fire? Half an hour later, a wolf howled faintly, which was particularly harsh in the dark night. Why am I so stupid? Iroha's eyes were red and his hands had no feeling. But the fire still hasn't ignited. She huddled up. The snow had already submerged her feet, and her consciousness gradually faded. In this last moment, suddenly someone hugged me from behind. Who? Iroha said weakly. You silly girl. Yi Xian sighed, lit the fire and hugged her tightly. Yi Luo burst into tears immediately. Are you here? Be good. Go to sleep. It will be safe when you wake up. Yi Xian unleashed a powerful healing technique on her. Soon, Yi Luo fell into a deep sleep, while Yi Xian looked at the night with a headache. There is only half an hour left before the agreed time, and I will definitely be late now. Negotiation place. This is a pavilion built during the day, located not far outside Heping Town. The enemy's general, named Jin Buiyuan, was sitting inside with his eyebrows furrowed. Within the town, Mu Qing rubbed her chin. I didn't expect them to be so sincere that they would directly set up the negotiation venue there. As long as I and others want to, they can definitely capture the general. The time for negotiation has come. Why haven't you sent someone over yet? An enemy soldier came over. Mu Qing heard this. What's the rush? Our lord is putting on his shoes. The letter says it's night, but it doesn't say what time it is. The Shadow Demon King next to him directly fought back. This? The soldier looked confused and had no choice but to go back and report. An hour passed. You're landowner. Does it take you so long to put on your shoes? The soldier came over to ask again, feeling a bit bullied. The Shadow Demon King heard this. That one is getting dressed. Don't worry. This excuse almost made the soldier vomit blood. But there is no way. He had no choice but to go back and report. It was okay last time. But this time, the enemy general, Jin Buiyuan, frowned and slowly opened his eyes. It's too much to bully others. He was clearly being tricked. It seemed that Lord Yu was not sincere at all. Negotiating here? Don't leave in a hurry. Just say what you want to say. A person walking from far to near was Yi Xian. He threw the sleeping Yi Luo in his arms to the Shadow Demon Queen, who came to greet him, and walked into the pavilion. Chapter 365, The Murderer. In a small pavilion outside Heping Town, Yi Xian and Jin Buiyuan looked at each other, secretly saying that they were lucky enough to catch up. Let's get straight to the point. I hope you can surrender, whether it's for the sake of humanity or the world. Jin Buiyuan said. Yi Xian heard this. Why do you do it for the world? Now that the demon clan is invading, the Sea clan will unite us and go to meet the enemy. This is a good thing, Jin Buyuan said. Immediately afterwards, he said, if Heping Town surrenders, there will be no more casualties among soldiers, and everyone will be able to fight against the demons. So, if I don't surrender, I will become a resistance against the demons? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Exactly, Jin Buyuan closed his eyes. It's such a big hat. I'm being bullied to the point of being bullied. You're not allowed to resist? After Yi Xian finished speaking, he stood up, knowing that there was no need to talk anymore. Jin Buyuan frowned. You have to think about it. If you make friends, I welcome you. Make friends, and be with you anytime. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned and left. In a certain mountain forest, Zikui walked in front, jumping up and down. Sister Daji, you are so powerful now. Just necessary growth. Su Daji walked slowly and looked up at the wind and snow in the sky. Beautiful, yet deadly. It's like your own goal, although it will be beautiful when completed. If you are not careful, it will kill people. Sister, who is the most powerful man you have ever met? Zi Chui had a sudden idea and was a little curious. The most powerful man? Su Daji suddenly thought of Yi Xian, and then shook her head fiercely. No. Huh? You're blushing. Could it be that you're thinking of the person you like? A smile appeared on Zi Chui's face. Su Daji quickly took out the mirror, but found that she didn't blush at all. You girl! I did meet a very powerful man, who was feared by a large demon clan, Zi Chui said, taking the opportunity to change the subject. Who? Su Daji was a little curious. His name is Yang Yun, Immortal Lord. Zikui recalled that face. It was Yi Xian himself who used the name of Yang Yun, Immortal Lord. Suddenly, Su Daji noticed something in front of her. She walked over and saw that it was a corpse. Zikui squatted down to check. It should be a nearby peasant woman who was frozen to death and showed signs of being insulted. Who did it? Su Daji glanced around. These days, apart from looking for traces of the Heavenly Saint sect, she also punishes evil and promotes good. When we encounter something like this time, we naturally can't just sit idly by and ignore it. There is a village ahead, and this peasant woman is most likely from there. Zikui held up the map. Let's go there. After Su Daji finished speaking, she ran over there despite the wind and snow. Time passes minute by minute. Peaceful town. Yi Xian received news that a serial killer had appeared in a nearby town. This was an inconsequential matter, but the Shadow Demon King and the little paper man were shocked when they saw the wanted notice, because the important treasure they had not found before was in the hands of the murderer. Inside the house, the Shadow Demon King couldn't help but said, Master, it's better not to get involved in this matter. The murderer has that treasure. If you go, you will be in danger. What baby? Yi Xian was surprised when he saw that they were hesitating for a long time and couldn't understand. It's a weight that can increase the gravity of the target area and crush the enemy to death, the little paper man said. They were staring at this treasure at that time. But unfortunately, they never had the chance to take action. Sounds good. Yi Xian rubbed his chin and thought. Just listening to the description, you know that this must be a supreme-level weapon. He then thought of something, looked at Natasha, and took out the ice spirit bead from his backpack. This is for you. I almost forgot about this gift. Thank you, Master. Natasha nodded vigorously and held the ice spirit pearl in her arms. Suddenly, a faint icy blue light filled her body, making her look like a fairy. It seems to be working, Yi Xian murmured. Master, I feel that the power of ice and snow in my body has become stronger. Natasha's beautiful eyes were filled with sparkles. Although the improvement is very slow, as long as you accumulate it over time, you can gain a lot, Yi Xian said. That's good. By the way, I plan to go over and take a look at the murderer. Think twice. Master, the town can't live without you now. That's right. The Shadow Demon King and the little paper man tried to stop him in every possible way. Don't worry. Give Jin Buyuan 10 courages, and he won't dare to send troops here for the time being. Yi Xian showed a confident smile. He turned to ask, Is Iroh awake? I just woke up and ate 3 bowls of porridge. Do you want to visit? Mu Qing was also present and heard this. Yi Xian nodded. I have to go there anyway. After he finished speaking, he left and went all the way to the room where Iroh was resting. Crazy Knife was guarding outside. Thank you very much. Otherwise she might be the emperor. Crazy Sword did not continue speaking. It was really hard to say anything. It should be done. This is my territory. I'm really sorry that something like this happened. Yi Xian shook his head. Hey, we were traveling secretly this time. No one should know about it. But we were still attacked. Crazy Blade said with a long sigh. He paused, and then said with a bad look on his face. I suspect that there is a spy in the palace. What's wrong with your eyebrows? Yi Xian asked. We can only investigate after we go back. Crazy Blade shook his head. I'm going to meet Iroh. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he pushed the door open and walked in. Crazy Sword did not stop him at all. Inside the house, Iroh sat on the bed, looking a little dazed as he recalled the previous scenes. Yi Xian came to the bed and sat down. Are you stupid? No. Long time no see. Iroh finally calmed down, and his face turned slightly pale under the veil. Didn't we just meet her not long ago? Yi Xian couldn't help laughing when he saw how silly she was. Yes. Iroh lowered his head and crossed his hands. Yi Xian asked. I heard Kwang Dao say that the assassin kidnapped you, but I didn't see him at the time. This is the strangest thing about him. Someone rescued me. 2 very beautiful girls. And they gave me this knife, Iroh said, picking up the long knife on the cabinet nearby. That's it, Yi Xian murmured softly. In this world, there is no shortage of heroic passers-by who do things that are unfair to the world. They are 2 very beautiful girls. Ilua then emphasized Su Daji's appearance. Yi Xian chuckled. If I have a chance, I will definitely take a look. Can you help me find a master? Iroh said suddenly, with a pleading look on his face. Huh? Yi Xian looked strange. I don't want to be so weak anymore and have to be protected. Iroh's brows were filled with seriousness. There was one more thing she didn't say. That is, I want to use my own power to protect you. Chapter 366. Punishing Evil and Promoting Good? Teacher's words. Yi Xian was thinking about the candidates in his heart. However, there seems to be no suitable one in the entire Hepping town. He couldn't help but ask. Can't the crazy sword work? My sword skills are inherited from my ancestors and cannot be passed on to outsiders. Not even the human emperor. Crazy Knife, outside the house, said. Master, I'm coming. Me. The little paper man flew in at this time. What can you teach her? Yi Xian shook his head. The little paper man was unhappy. I have a lot to teach you. Just take a look. Actually, what he wants is to establish a good relationship with the human emperor. And when the time comes, he might be able to enter the human race's treasure house. Don't join in the fun. Iroh, there really isn't any suitable candidate right now. You should take this skill book first. Yi Xian let out a breath and took out a skill book. Thank you. Iroh nodded in disappointment. I plan to go out for a while, so I'll leave first. Yi Xian was relieved to see that she was fine and prepared to go find the murderer. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian set off. He drove the car and took Natasha with him, who insisted on following him. We haven't been alone for a long time. Right. Natasha nodded vigorously. It was obvious that she was very excited. Have you been good in town lately? Yi Xian asked while driving. Be good. I didn't cause any trouble. I wait for my master on the city wall every day. Natasha replied with a smile. These words made Yi Xian feel sad for a while. And soon, he arrived at the destination, which was a village. Natasha said, Master, I heard that this murderer specializes in targeting women and his methods are cruel. Be careful. Yi Xian held her in his arms and slowly walked into the village. If I had known earlier, I would have made a mistake not to bring Natasha here. No one. Yi Xian walked for a while and found that the surrounding houses were empty and there were no pedestrians on the road. Front! Natasha makes a discovery. Yi Xian looked over, and his face turned pale with determination. It turned out to be the pieces of flesh left behind after a woman's bones were extracted. Natasha couldn't help but said, It's so cruel that it should be the murderer. Have everyone in the village been killed? Yi Xian couldn't help but murmur. He quickened his pace and suddenly saw a figure rushing out in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Crucial moment. Natasha shot a frost arrow over there. Master! Yi Xian went straight over there. Because of the tracking arrow, the arrow hits accurately. The figure was frozen on the spot. Yi Xian rushed over and realized that this was actually an acquaintance, with a bad look on his face. What are you doing here? That's what I was about to ask you. Zichuan curled her lips and was covered in wounds. Could the murderer be you? Right. Yi Xian felt suspicious when he thought that she was a demon. No. Please do me a favor. Zichuan lowered her head. Her brows filled with seriousness. Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand and took the eyes she was wearing. Broken? My companions and I came to deal with that murderer. Unexpectedly, he had a very powerful weapon in his hand. We were no match, Zichwei said. The glasses were broken at that time. You still have companions? Yi Xian was surprised. That's a very powerful sister, Zichwei said, pointing to the way she came. Yi Xian unleashed a powerful healing technique on her. No matter how beautiful a woman is, how beautiful can she be? Hurry up and go there. Your words will surely defeat that murderer. Remember, you must kill him immediately, Zichwei said quickly. She was already a little anxious, fearing that Su Daji would die in the hands of the murderer. Yi Xian nodded. Natasha, you stay and take care of her. Owner. Natasha wanted to refuse, but it was too late. Yi Xian disappeared in one teleportation. There is no way. This operation is really dangerous. It is best to go and test it out first, without taking Natasha with you. North of the village, two people were fighting in a ruins. One of them was a fat man with big ears and a swollen left side of his face. He was holding a weight and said, Smelly bitch. I want to sleep with you. It's your honor, and you dare to hit me. I regret not beating you to death directly. Behind Su Daji, Nine Tails rose into the sky. The pressure around her body became stronger and stronger, making her feel almost exhausted. Huh? When you are exhausted, that's when I will be happy. The man looked vulgar, and the weight in his hand gave off a faint light. Hateful. Su Daji desperately wanted to kill him. When they first came to this village, Zichwei and Zichwei happened to meet this man. He was made frivolous by his words and slapped him in the face. The hatred was forged. But Su Daji knew in his heart that even if this incident hadn't happened, he would not let him and others go. The man licked his lips. I am a God-sent person. I didn't kill you directly. Just be grateful. Actually, he could have killed Su Daji directly, but that would be too boring and a waste of a good story. The only way is to slowly exhaust her strength. And then, you can do whatever you want. A voice suddenly came from behind. Let me thank you for her. Who? The man was startled and turned back quickly. Yi Xian reached out and held his throat. Goodbye. There was a click sound. His throat was broken, and the man died. Who? Su Daji lost strength and fell down. She had held on for so long, but now she had no strength at all, and her vision was blurry. How do you feel? Yi Xian walked over quickly. Who are you? Su Daji rubbed her eyes hard. Yi Xian joked. It's been so long since we last met, and you don't recognize your man anymore? Bah! Stop taking advantage of me, you big pervert. When Su Daji saw it was him, her face instantly turned red. Big pervert? Yes. He said before that he is a perverted person. Zichwei ran over at this time. Powerful healing spell. Yi Xian healed Su Daji. I understand the truth. But how did you two get together? We came together because we all want to punish evil and promote good, Zichwei said directly, without giving Su Daji a chance to speak. You punish evil and promote good? Yi Xian looked strange. She is a succubus, a member of the Mei family, one of the three major families of the demon clan. Want to punish evil and promote good? Zichwei nodded vigorously. Su Daji said, Sister Zichwei is a good person. Please don't embarrass her. Are you okay? Yi Xian shook his head, held her in his arms, and asked aloud, Don't worry. I'm fine. Su Daji forced a smile, but her weakness could not be deceived, and she quickly fell asleep. Why are you following her? Only then did Yi Xian look at Zichwei, with an evil look on his face. So suspicious. Seeing this, Zichwei had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, I ran away from home. So, you and Su Daji turned against the Tiansheng sect because you wanted to take revenge on your mother and the demon clan? After hearing all her words, Yi Xian felt enlightened. Chapter 367, Demonstration of Charming Power. By the way, please don't tell her my identity. Zichwei looked serious. Yi Xian chuckled. It depends on how you behave. Zichwei was a little confused. Your ability is to charm enemies. Right. Yi Xian thought in his mind. I happen to be in urgent need of such talents to solve the existing troubles. Yeah, that's right. Zichwei responded and nodded. Yi Xian said, Come back to Hepping Town with me. Also, my name is not Immortal Yang Yun, but Yi Xian. Zichwei was shocked when she heard it. Don't believe it? Yi Xian joked with interest. I believe it. I just didn't expect that the person who built the Peace Village would be a perverted person, Zichue whispered. Yi Xian knew that she had misunderstood him. I am not that kind of person. It was just a joke at the time. Oh. Zichue's eyes were filled with deep suspicion. Afterwards, Yi Xian proposed to take them back to Peace Town, but found Natasha staring at him resentfully not far away. Little sister is jealous? Zichue covered her mouth and snickered. No. Natasha pouted and looked away. Time passed, and Yi Xian quickly led them back to Hepping Town. Zichue looked around. It's amazing. It's really a small town where many races live together. This was something that was almost impossible to see in the past. It was amazing. Natasha, take her down to rest. Yi Xian handed Su Daji to Natasha. Master, do you want to be alone with this woman? Natasha couldn't help but ask. Just making a plan. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. At this point, Natasha reluctantly left. Zichue suddenly put her hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. What plan are you making? Why not do something interesting? Tyrants! Yi Xian felt a little confused and whispered softly. The skill appeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief, his mind gradually clearing up. Sure enough, it's still useless to you. Zichue took her hand back and hugged her shoulders. Tell me what you want me to help you with. You should know that the Sea Clan controls several countries on the land and wants to use them to fight against the Demon Clan, Yi Xian said. Zichue was puzzled when she heard this. Isn't this a good thing? Having said that, the High Clan has pointed its finger at Hepping Town. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Having said that, the troubles on land require the Sea Tribe to consolidate forces, which is really shameful. Speaking of which, Sister Su Daji said that she rushed back because there was trouble here. Zichue nodded ignorantly. I see. Yi Xian was originally wondering why Su Daji rushed back, but now he understood. He was a little touched. This girl, she really still misses this place. Hey, you still didn't say what help you need from me. Zichue couldn't help but said. Just brainwash the opponent's general. That person's name is Jin Boyuan, and he has some strength. Yi Xian chuckled and gave the answer. How strong is it? How does it compare to you? Zichue was a little curious. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, far inferior to me. All right. Zichue is a little embarrassed and doesn't understand why you need brainwashing if you can't beat you. Yi Xian said, I'll invite him to negotiate, and I'll leave it to you then. Zichue nodded vigorously. At this time, the enemy camp, Jin Boyuan was worried about the letter in his hand. Do these beasts in the sea really think they are our masters? He proposed to go directly to reinforce and fight against the demons, but they didn't agree at all. Reason? To put it bluntly, he just doesn't like Hepping Town and must destroy him. Let us kill each other, and in the end, he will benefit? Jin Boyuan sneered. But there was nothing he could do. Who said that the country he and others belonged to was so close to the sea that they could not escape the Sea Clan? If you don't obey orders, the Sea Clan can destroy their country in just a few hours. A letter has been sent from Peace Town, asking us to conduct a second negotiation. A voice came from outside. This, Jin Boyuan was a little surprised, thinking back to the first negotiation. Is it necessary to negotiate a second time? Someone in the room said. Just go and see what tricks he can do. That was a person from another country, he said angrily at this time, brooding over the last failure. What do you think? Jin Boyuan scanned the audience. Except for the two of them, representatives from all countries were present. In the end, with an 80% vote, they agreed to participate in the negotiations, and the time was set at 8 o'clock tonight. I hope he can recognize good from evil. Jin Boyuan rubbed his sore eyebrows. In terms of time, a third negotiation is not allowed. If the second negotiation breaks down, we can only launch a large-scale attack. Evening, 7:45. Yi Xian had some refreshments and was about to take Zichue over to make an appointment. Natasha couldn't help but ask, Master, can you take me there? It's okay. Mu Qing, you will be responsible for taking care of Su Daji during this period. Okay? Yi Xian rubbed his chin. Most of the senior officials were present, including Mole. No problem. Mu Qing nodded. I'll take care of it with her. Xingqi smiled softly. It would be absolutely fine for the two of them to be together. Yi Xian saw this. Then I'll be relieved. He took Natasha and Zichue out of the town, and there were people waiting outside for a long time. Are you out? It was the enemy's messenger, who looked confused at this time. I thought it would take a few hours, but I was almost ready to ask. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing. looked at the pavilion, and walked over with the two girls. As he approached, he found that Jean Boyuan had been waiting for a long time. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank the general for adding such a scenery to our Hepping town. You're welcome. I didn't expect Lord Yi to come so early today. Jean Boyuan cupped his hands and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Xian nodded and sat across from him. General, have you been waiting for a long time? It's much better than last time, Lord Yi. What is the content of this negotiation? It was not mentioned in the letter. Jean Boyuan turned around and asked knowingly. Do it. Yi Xian did not answer, but looked at Zikui beside him. Good. Zichuan nodded and stared at Jean Boyuan and the others with charm in her eyes. Just for a moment, everyone except Jean Boyuan was so fascinated that they couldn't find Bei. Zichuan was a little surprised. You aren't charmed? Even though he only used a little bit of charm, he shouldn't be able to sustain it. Lord Yi, what do you mean? Harboring people from the demon clan and attacking us? Jean Boyuan's neck turned red, and it was obvious that he could no longer hold on. Humph. Zichuan hummed. The people brought by Jean Boyuan drew their weapons and placed them near Jean Boyuan's neck. Chapter 368. Surrender? You are willing to be the lackeys of the Sea clan and obey their words. But I don't want to, Yi Xian said lightly. He continued. As for harboring demons, she is just a member of my Hepping town. You? Jean Boyuan sat there, with countless knives and guns holding his neck. He closed his eyes. Give me a pleasure. That's not necessary. I just need you to swear not to embarrass Heapingshan again. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. I would like to, but I don't have the ability. Jean Boyuan let out a long sigh and expressed his worries. I see. I thought you were really just willing to be lackeys. Yi Xian nodded, and then thought about it in his heart. After a long time, he said, in other words, if Peace Town is still there, or if I don't surrender, the country you belong to will be destroyed by the High Clan? That's right. Jean Boyuan nodded vigorously. He was in a dilemma. Then you write back and say I surrender. Yi Xian chuckled. This? Jean Boyuan hesitated to speak. The condition for surrender is to lead troops to be the vanguard to resist the demons. This is no different from seeking death, Yi Xian said. I originally planned to go over and help out. And this time it's just right. But I will only bring a few people there. That's fine. I just need to lie and say that you brought tens of thousands of soldiers. Jean Boyuan said quickly. In this case, you can hide it from the Sea clan without being noticed. Anyway, even if the Sea clan came to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find anything. All they care about is whether Yi Xian is there or not. That's it. Yi Xian chuckled. His purpose in the past was mainly to go to the demon clan to find ways to deal with the demon king. Once, it was in the main city of the undead tribe that I got the news of the demon king's weakness. And at the same time, there was also the pill formula that allowed Carol to get rid of the demon king's pursuit. There are various signs that if you want to delve deeper, you can only go to the demon clan. There are a lot of troubles at the moment, but this can also stabilize the Sea clan first. Otherwise, it is very likely to be besieged by the Sea clan and demon clan. And then the world, including Peace Town, will be in ruins. Zikui controlled those people to withdraw their swords and guns, and Jean Boyuan knelt on the ground. On behalf of the millions of people in our country, thank you. A piece of cake. Yi Xian waved his hand casually. Hey, are you really going to the demon clan? Zichuan whispered in his ear. Do I look like I'm kidding? Yi Xian chuckled and turned to look at her. Zichuan pursed her lips and said, TCH. Soon. This negotiation ended with unprecedented success. However, the matter of surrender was not spread to Hepping Town, lest someone take advantage of it to cause trouble. The next day, according to the agreement, Yi Xian needs to take people with the army to the battlefield, which is expected to take more than 10 days. Master, everything is packed. Natasha held over a big bag. Thanks a lot. Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and just woke up. He stretched and asked, Is Su Daji awake? Well, I'm awake. The condition is stable. He also said he would come to see the owner later. Natasha nodded and pouted slightly, obviously unhappy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Yi Xian said. Su Daji and Zikui walked in. You are more beautiful. Yi Xian stared at Su Daji and said with a slight smile. Hear the words. Su Daji blushed. Let's get down to business. Zitong and I are going back to the demon clan, and we happen to be with you. Are you escorting me along the way because you were afraid that I would be in danger? Yi Xian rubbed his chin and joked. I'll ignore you if you keep doing this. Su Daji turned around and left. Ahem. No kidding. Have you packed up? Yi Xian coughed lightly and said quickly. Su Daji nodded. You can leave at any time. Then let's go. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took them to the entrance of the town to gather. Quang Dao and Ilua, who had dressed up in disguise, had been waiting for a long time. They will pass by the main human city on the way, just in time to send them back. Also, the Shadow Demon King and the Little Paper Man will also accompany him. Others are staying in Hepping Town to prepare for any eventuality. Are you the only one? The ordering soldiers stood by and were a little surprised to see so few people alone. Isn't it enough? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Enough? Enough? No matter how many you send out. We will report 30,000. The messenger said quickly, and then began to lead the way. Soon, Yi Xian and everyone were integrated into the army. At the front. Here. They are basically stormtroopers used to charge into battle. The mortality rate is almost 100%. And there has never been a survivor in the fight against the demons. The Shadow Demon King couldn't help but said, This just wants us to die. Master, do you want to kill them all? Natasha took out her bow and arrow. Not happy. Yi Xian chuckled. It doesn't matter. We originally ordered the Vanguard army. Because the mortality rate is high. You can use this to sneak away without being discovered. Oh. Natasha nodded reluctantly. Fighting the demons is the task of all countries. It's a shame to think about your wives, children, and children at home. If you can't defeat the demons, they will all die. A roar suddenly came. He is the general of the Vanguard army, holding a spear and wearing tattered clothes. But general, we're just going to die. Just give us a set of armor. People shouted. Many of them are humans, and a small number are from other races. The general heard this. If you don't have armor, pick up the enemy's armor and wear it. If you don't have weapons, just grab the enemy's weapons. There was a deep sense of helplessness in these words. But it was the only way. It's true that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. It is estimated that in a few years, the demons will come here. Shadow Demon whispered. He looked at Yi Xian. Master, I seem to understand why you don't just kill all these people. Letting them go would be considered helping Peace Town. When we get to the battlefield, we will form a small team. Remember, don't stay too far away from me. Yi Xian said softly. Good. Everyone responded. Crazy Blade said. I heard that the human race will send troops after receiving the invitation letter. When the time comes, I want to go with you. That's great. The Little Paper Man couldn't help but say, knowing that Quang Dao was a rare master who could play a great role. No, you just need to protect Ilua. That's all. Yi Xian shook his head and refused. There are not many top masters in the human race, and Quang Dao is one of them. If he has any shortcomings, the consequences will be disastrous, and the human race will be completely destroyed. Okay. Seeing that he had no intention of letting go, Crazy Blade nodded. Suddenly, the general of the Vanguard army came to everyone. Are you Lord Yi? Exactly. Yi Xian nodded and stared at him without fear at all, not knowing whether he was here to cause trouble for him. Chapter 369, Unrest in the Army. Lord Yi, please go elsewhere to discuss this in detail. The general made a gesture of invitation. Natasha was grabbing Yi Xian's clothes. Master. There was concern in her eyes, and it was obvious that she was afraid that something was going on. It'll be okay. Don't worry. Yi Xian laughed dumbly. Even if he really wanted to deal with himself, he didn't have the strength. Not long after, Yi Xian and his 2 men arrived at a stone far away from the army. The general knelt down directly. Please also serve as deputy general. Please get up quickly. Yi Xian was a little stunned. Lord Yi, please agree first. The general shook his head and had no intention of getting up. Why do you want me to be your vice general? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. A little curious. The general replied. I know how powerful you are. If it weren't for your current special situation and being watched by the Sea clan, I could give you the position of general directly. When Yi Xian saw the red look on his face, he knew he was telling the truth. But he felt helpless. Go this time. He planned to disappear as soon as possible. Being a deputy general means you have a lot more responsibilities. Okay. I promise you. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then nodded. Maybe having such a position isn't all bad. Great. The general looked happy. In this way, Yi Xian took on the position of Deputy General of the Pioneer Army, and was also the only Deputy General of the Pioneer Army. The army began to advance. Yi Xian discovered that this so-called tens of millions of troops actually numbered only more than 7 million people, of which at least 2 million were members of the Pioneer Army. 3 days passed quietly, and we arrived near the main human city and set up camp. Unknown. I thought I was about to attack the human race. In fact, they are just waiting for the human race to send troops to support them together. Just take this opportunity to send Iroh back, Yi Xian murmured softly. He found Yi Luo and Quang Dao and explained their intention. Soon, the three of them left the team and headed for the main city. The main city of mankind. This place is already a bit more desolate than before. Yi Xian led the two of them walking on the street, and people looked at him from time to time. Is that the god of war who protects the country? People talked in low voices and did not dare to make too much noise. In the palace, Yi Xian led the two of them to the door. Go in. See you again when we have a chance. Iroh nodded slightly. Soon, she and Crazy Blade entered the palace, looking back 3 times with each step, reluctant to leave. I don't know when I'll see you next. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. Suddenly his shoulder was tapped from behind. Have you seen Sister Su Daji? It was Zikui. She and Su Daji came to buy supplies, but accidentally got lost. Why did you scare me? Su Daji is missing? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. I got lost. Zichui scratched her head in embarrassment. Then go back to the army first. Su Daji should go back soon. Yi Xian naturally knew what the two of them were here to do, and said with a shrug. Zichui shook her head. No. It's so boring in the army. They are all stinky men who want to take advantage of me. After she finished speaking, she crossed her shoulders and looked sullen. What do you want? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and started walking casually in the city. There is still some time before departure, so why not take this opportunity to relax and take a rest? It's hard for me to hang out with a perverted person like you. Zichui hugged her shoulders. Please, Yi Xian said casually and found a street full of street stalls. He walked over out of curiosity. Zichui followed closely and asked, What is that? She pointed at a clay figure with great curiosity. It's an antique. Right. But it's fake. Yi Xian glanced over and said casually. Oh, Zichui nodded ignorantly. The two of them were shopping here. But Natasha encountered trouble. You? A little vanguard soldier. Dare to contradict me? A man in armor had a sneer on his face and held a spear in his hand, looking majestic. Natasha heard this. I was just passing by. When you see me refusing to give way, you are contradicting me. Come on. Catch her and beat her 30 times. The man laughed and said, He is a representative of a country and a general of the main force. And he has other identities to rely on. Don't bully others too much. Natasha looked at the soldiers surrounding her with a cold face. If you dare to resist, no one, including your master, will survive. The man sneered. You know how cruel the consequences of disobeying military orders are. Natasha was stunned. Master. What she fears most is dragging down her master. Hit me, the man said with a sneer. Natasha didn't move. But 2 soldiers holding large boards came out with ferocious expressions on their faces. They gradually approached. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came. Stop! Everyone! Stop! It was the general of the Vanguard Army. When he learned what was going on here, he rushed over immediately. Wang Dong! What do you mean? You want to cover her? The man looked disdainful. If you dare to touch her hair, I will fall out with you. Wang Dong, the general of the Pioneer Army, roared angrily. Are you crazy? The man yelled angrily. Don't forget, we are the outsiders. Wang Dong snorted coldly. I will never allow it. You are just a general of the Vanguard Army. A useless general. How dare you talk to me like this? The man's face was cold, and the hand holding the spear tightened. Wang Dong clenched his fists. Fight! Fight with me! And it's mine to kill you! The man scolded that he was just a general of the Vanguard Army, and he had the right to change him at will. Just like that, the 2 people holding big boards came closer and took pictures frequently, using 10% of their strength. Snapped! Snapped! Natasha did not dodge. Wang Dong blocked her with his body. 5 minutes passed. Wang Dong was already bruised and bruised. Natasha couldn't help but ask, Are you okay? She didn't know what to do, let alone whether she should take action for fear of injuring her master. Hurry up! Wang Dong was panting. He was not very strong, But he could no longer hold on after receiving so many blows. Ha! Wang Dong, you said that you have lived a useless life, always thinking about serving the country and the people. And in the end, you will die on the hands of one of your own people. The man sneered, stepped forward, and took one casually. Bored, slap it away hard. If this is a hit, Wang Dong is bound to die, and there is no chance of improvement. In this critical moment, a hand suddenly stretched out and caught the board, and then with a slight exertion, the board fell apart and turned into pieces. Master? Natasha's eyes flashed with light. You've been bullied like this. Remember to fight back. Silly girl. Yi Xian looked back at her, and then at the man with a stunned face. His voice was steady, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Chapter 370 Escalation of Conflict. Are you that Lord Yi? The man didn't take it seriously, and took 2 steps back with a contemptuous voice. Yi Xian looked over and said, Who are you? You actually insulted me? I am the Prince of Tianyin Kingdom. The man scolded him. It turned out that he was the prince of a country. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shua, Yi Xian waved his sword without saying a word. I saw a flash of blood, and the man's left arm was cut off directly. What? The man's eyes widened. He never expected that someone would dare to hurt him. Yi Xian's expression was calm. I don't care whether you are a prince or not. If you mess with me, you will only die. You? Do you know the consequences of doing this? I am a prince. And you are just a lost dog. The man said through gritted teeth. Maybe. Dead son? Yi Xian said with interest. What happened? Jin Buiyuan rushed over at this time, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Yi Xian said, It has nothing to do with you. Tell me now. What happened? Jin Buiyuan was stunned and turned to look at the man. At this time, more and more people were gathering around him. The Shadow Demon King and the Little Paper Man are also here. They stayed with Zichuan, angry. Humph. She didn't give way when she saw me. I just made her pay a small price. The man snorted coldly. A good price. As Yi Xian spoke, he discovered that his broken arm was slowly growing out. It turns out that it is not human beings, but other races. No wonder there is no pain at all. Jin Buiyuan couldn't help but said, Quickly apologize to this girl. Apologize? The man looked at him. Eyes slightly widened. There's no need to apologize. Yi Xian said at this time. You know the truth. The man sneered, thinking he was giving in. But Yi Xian then said, I only want his life. Jin Buiyuan secretly said it was bad. You? The man waved his spear and wanted to take action. The next second, he paused on the spot, with half of his body cut off. Blood flowed slowly. But soon, the man gradually returned to his original state. Oh, you are indeed strong. But you can't hurt me yet. Swish. Yi Xian did not answer, but frequently waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. Jin Buiyuan wanted to stop it, but was unable to do so. His words of persuasion were of no use. Half an hour later, Yi Xian stopped, and there was already a pile of minced meat on the ground, despite the man's super strong recovery ability. At this point, there is no chance of life, and he can no longer die. Master. Natasha threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Dead? That's a prince. The surrounding soldiers were talking a lot, and Jin Buiyuan's face was even more ugly. If it's over, I'm afraid it will anger people in this country, and the situation will be ugly by then. Yi Xian unleashed a powerful healing technique on Wang Dong. Thank you very much this time. If not, when he comes back, he will only see Natasha covered in bruises. That's right. You're just going to be in trouble. Wang Dong disagreed, but shook his head. Just kill a prince. Don't worry about it. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he waved and left. General, according to the rules, he needs to be sentenced to death. The soldier with the man came to Jin Buiyuan's side, looking at the minced meat on the ground, gnashing his teeth. Jin Buiyuan slapped his backhand. That's enough. Your prince is arrogant and domineering. Are you too? For a moment, those people shut their mouths. Listen to me and let this matter go. Don't mess with them again. Jin Buiyuan's voice was cold, and after finishing speaking, he turned and left. Pioneer Army position. Everyone was sitting together. It was getting dark, and there was a fire burning next to them. The Shadow Demon King couldn't help but curse angrily. If I hadn't gone late, I would have killed all those people. In his opinion, just the death of a prince is not enough. Is it okay to kill someone else's prince or general? Zikwi asked while eating. Su Daji was not far away and had returned from buying supplies long ago. If there is any problem, the worst thing is to just walk away and let things go back to the starting point. Yi Xian said lightly. Is Natasha in trouble again? Natasha lowered her head slightly. The little paper man said, those people are the ones causing trouble. It has nothing to do with you. You were just bullied. Guys, this is the delicacy I secretly brought. Wang Dong came over at this time, holding 2 plates of something similar to sweet potatoes in his hands. Yi Xian took out a few bottles of wine, and after everyone had eaten and drank enough, they returned to their respective camps. The next day, Yi Xian was woken up by Natasha. Master, wake up quickly. Master, what's wrong? Yi Xian woke up and stretched. Uncle Wang Dong is going to be executed, Natasha said quickly. What? Yi Xian was stunned, stood up and left the camp, heading straight to the place where the executions were carried out in the army. Wang Dong was tied and kneeling on the ground. Next to him, a soldier held a machete, ready to strike at any moment. Not far away sat representatives from nearly 10 countries. Most of them were generals with considerable abilities. One of them said, do it! The executioner took the order, raised his machete, and separated Wang Dong's body. Stop! Yi Xian scolded and popped out a stone. Bang! The stone hit the machete, and the machete instantly fell into pieces. Who dares to make trouble? Representatives from various countries looked over, and were not much surprised when they saw it was him. Yi Xian slowly walked to Wang Dong's side. Are you okay? Thanks. Wang Dong was a little helpless. Lord Yi, this is our private matter. It's not a good idea for you to interfere. Right. A representative from a country snorted. If I remember correctly, your country is just a small country, not as big as the Howling Forest. Yi Xian glanced over and said lightly. The representative heard this. What do you mean? He felt insulted. But it was true. Nothing. Just casually mentioning how you dared to execute Wang Dong and why. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent. Wang Dong caused the death of a country representative. Shouldn't he be executed? The country representative shouted. I am the one who killed the person. I should be executed if he should be executed. It depends on whether you have the courage. Yi Xian chuckled, the disdain in his eyes not concealed at all. In fact, to put it bluntly, the combined area of the countries represented by these more than 10 countries is less than half the size of the human race, which is not a concern at all. Killing Wang Dong was just to vent his anger, in order to express an attitude to yourself. The country representative gritted his teeth. Don't bully others too much. Where is Jin Bo far away? I thought he was a bit capable, but now it seems that he is nothing more than that. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. He was a little weird last time. Jin Boyuan didn't come early or late, but he came when he arrived. And this time, Wang Dong was going to be executed. As a general, it was impossible for him not to know. But he didn't come at all. He was obviously letting it go. Chapter 371, Causing Big Trouble? The surrounding area was crowded, and many soldiers rushed over to watch the excitement. Yi Xian looked at the national representatives with an expressionless face. If you want to kill him, kill me first. As soon as this statement came out, many people were amazed. Does Lord Yi place too much emphasis on friendship? So handsome. The soldiers present were talking a lot. Shut up! A national representative slapped the table and stood up, scolding, and the whole place fell silent. Where's Jin Boyuan? He's not here yet? Yi Xian glanced around and slowly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, secretly thinking that it would be a good thing if he didn't come. A national representative quickly said, I still have something to do, so I will go back first. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. This will be the wisest decision he has ever made in his life. Lord Yi, don't forget your identity here. At most, you are a deputy general. You disobey military orders again and again. Do you know what your crime is? Some national representatives had a cold look in their eyes. This time, they mainly came to deal with Yi Xian, and they just used Wang Dong to lure him here. 1, 2, 3 and Yi Xian suddenly muttered. What are you counting? Someone couldn't help but ask. Soon, Yi Xian chuckled. Kill all 11 people. For a moment, the whole place was in an uproar. Those are representatives of 11 countries. You are so arrogant. A national representative pointed at him and was extremely angry. He had not seen such an arrogant person in many years. Whoa! Yi Xian swung out his sword, and the rope that bound Wang Dong fell apart instantly. We're not really going to fight, are we? Which side should we help? The surrounding soldiers were talking a lot. Logically speaking, one must help the national representative. But the only outcome is death. Just when Yi Xian was about to take action, a man came from afar. What are you doing? It was Jin Buiyuan. He gritted his teeth and looked like a crazy lion. General, why are you here? Some country representatives looked ugly. Of course I'm coming. Am I the general? Or are you? How dare you execute the general privately? Jin Buiyuan scolded angrily. Pa. Yi Xian clapped his hands at this moment. Jin Buiyuan looked at him. Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. But if I had been a little late, my friend's head would have fallen to the ground. Yi Xian nodded with a calm expression. I will punish them severely. Jin Buiyuan said seriously. No need. Let me handle this matter myself. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the 11 country representatives. At this time, the whole place exploded. Really want to kill? Wang Dong saw this. Lord Yi doesn't want it. If they were all killed, the consequences would be disastrous, and even the tens of millions of troops assembled would be dispersed. Lord Yi, please be merciful and merciful. Jin Buiyuan also said that standing in front of the representatives of more than a dozen countries had made their position clear. Come here, or I will kill you too. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with fierceness. You? Jin Buiyuan didn't expect him to be so aggressive. I thought that if I came here and gave me a step, both sides could get off the stage. Now it's just the opposite. And I've been implicated in it. Yi Xian said. The reason why I came to the Pioneer Army was firstly because of the Demon Clan. And secondly, I wanted to save you from the suffering of the Sea Clan. Now I see that it is not necessary at all. After he finished speaking, he disappeared instantly and appeared behind the representatives of more than a dozen countries. Don't want! Jin Buiyuan turned around and his eyes widened. However, it was already too late. There was a flash of blood, and 11 heads rolled to the ground. They all had their eyes open before they died. Huh? Yi Xian raised his hand and wiped the 7-star Long Yuan sword, which was not stained with any blood, showing his calmness. Do you know what you did? Jin Buiyuan gritted his teeth. Yi Xian chuckled. I only see your incompetence. What the H can I do? Not only do I have to worry about them, but I also need to worry about the Sea Clan. I also have to stabilize you. It's okay now. It's all over. Jin Buiyuan roared, his voice filled with desolation. It was a problem that could have been solved by Wang Dong's death. Now, it's completely over. After much calculation, I didn't expect that Yi Xian actually dared to kill. Dead? Dead? What should we do? The soldiers became restless. Many of them are under the representatives of those countries and belong to the same country. This is tantamount to being slapped in the face. Jin Buiyuan saw that the morale of the soldiers was unstable. Don't get excited. Just listen to my orders. However, no one listened to him. The deaths of representatives of more than a dozen countries made these integrated soldiers unstable, and even felt like they were betrayed. Let's go! Go back and report to the king. Walk! Soldiers began to leave in large numbers. It's all over. Jin Buiyuan let out a long sigh. In fact, to put it bluntly, these tens of millions of troops are the national representatives who control the soldiers of their respective countries to assemble. And he controls the national representatives. Once a national representative dies, the consequences can be imagined. Soon, 2 days passed. The entire army had left, and many of the country's representatives, who were still alive, had also left. The Sea Clan will definitely be furious. In a certain camp, everyone gathered together. Wang Dong couldn't help but say. He sighed. But it doesn't matter. I have worked hard for so many years, but I almost died in the hands of my own people. Sad, ridiculous, and deplorable. Are you planning to go back? Yi Xian was drinking a drink, and Natasha and others were there. Jin Buiyuan was kidnapped by him and has been imprisoned these days. The only way to go back is to die, Wang Dong said. Fortunately, I have nothing to worry about. After I went out with the army, my only mother died of illness. We didn't even have time to see him for the last time. There was silence in the camp. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be observing silence. What do you want? Jin Buiyuan shouted at this time. Being tied up and thrown aside for 2 whole days. This feeling was worse than death. I won't let you go. And I won't give you a good time. Zikwi looked over and said, "Why are you keeping him here? Barking all day long? Why don't you cut out his tongue first? Don't be so cruel. I can still use it if you keep it." Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. "What's the use?" Zichuan was puzzled. "You'll find out soon enough." Yi Xian chuckled. And at this moment, a voice came from outside the camp. "General, are you still there? Why haven't you left yet?" Wang Dong stood up and walked out of the camp to find nearly 100,000 soldiers from the pioneer army standing outside. A soldier shouted, "We don't want to go back. We want to break in with you." They are not stupid. They know that there is no need to commemorate that place. It is better to stay here and wander around. Wang Dong was speechless for a while. "In that case, let's start on our way after the human race has integrated the soldiers tomorrow. Just as planned." Yi Xian walked out of the camp and said with a soft smile. Wang Dong heard the words and nodded in agreement, feeling extremely moved. Chapter 372 Battlefield. The next day, early morning, the human race sent troops to gather. There were only 500,000 regular troops, plus one general. Although it looks chilling, this is already the limit for the current human race. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that general, the person appointed, turned out to be Crazy Sword. Just as everyone was putting away their tents and preparing to leave, Yi Xian came to the human camp and found the Crazy Knife. "How did you come?" Crazy Blade was explaining things to his subordinates. When he saw him, he was stunned. "Didn't I say not to take a trip into this muddy water?" Yi Xian asked with a frown. "This Lord Yi is also protecting human beings when he fights against the demons. I can't just sit idly by." Crazy Blade looked serious. If it cannot be defended, the demons will sooner or later set foot on human territory. Yi Xian pondered for a long time before patting him on the shoulder. "I understand." Not long after, the army began to rush on its way, and its original size dropped sharply to less than 3 million. "Why are there still regular troops?" Yi Xian returned to the pioneer army and found that there were at least nearly 2 million soldiers in the original team. "A few national representatives have not left," Wang Dong whispered. "They didn't leave, and the soldiers they belonged to didn't retreat either, so they just moved forward." "I see," Yi Xian whispered. "It seems that the representatives of those countries present at that time were not all of them. Some are at least rational." After several days of traveling, we finally arrived at the battlefield. There were broken limbs and remains everywhere. The sky was dyed red with blood, and desolation filled the air. Yi Xian looked from a distance and saw a huge battlefield spanning many countries. Wang Dong couldn't help but said, "This is our battlefield. Are you from that alliance?" The voice came suddenly. It was a soldier wearing red gold armor and holding a spear. Since there are too many countries in the game world, they will form alliances and provide support in batches. And the same is true for Yi Xian. "See Clan Alliance," Wang Dong said with cupped hands. "This is undoubtedly a shame, but it cannot be changed." "Where is your general? Jin Buiyuan?" The soldier took out a small book, which recorded all the alliances that would come for reinforcements, including the Sea Alliance. A voice suddenly came from the distance. "Here!" Jin Buiyuan walked over. Natasha and Zichuan followed him, smiling, but secretly holding a dagger. "I heard that you broke up on the way." The soldiers scanned the whole place. Although there were many soldiers, they were much worse than expected. "Well, there was an accident, but the ones left behind are all elites." Jin Buiyuan nodded, a thin layer of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was forced to say these words, otherwise his life would be in danger. "It's good to be here. It's not like some countries will assign you tasks later." After the soldier finished speaking, he left. He simply inquired and reported in the newspaper, so as not to cause any abnormalities. Natasha looked at him with some confusion. "Master, why is there red and gold armor?" "The armor was golden, but it was stained red by blood," Yi Xian said with a chuckle. "Yes, those are the golden armored soldiers of the Eastern Empire. The armor is originally golden," Wang Dong explained. "Eastern Empire?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. In this endless game world, he doesn't know much about many forces. Wang Dong saw this. "Don't you know about the Eastern Empire? Appreciate further details." Yi Xian cupped his hands with a solemn expression. Wang Dong explained. It turns out that the Eastern Empire is a powerful and ancient human empire, dominated by dwarves and second only to the demons in strength. If they don't take the lead, I'm afraid all the countries will not be able to effectively fight against the demons. Wang Dong couldn't help but say, whether they can even unite is another question. Interesting. Yi Xian murmured softly. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind going to see the Eastern Empire. The army set up camp on the spot, and Jin Buiyuan was imprisoned again. Wang Dong sighed. I'm afraid the Sea Clan will take revenge on us soon. All creatures in the sea are narrow-minded. Zichwei couldn't help but say. Speaking of which, we are going to deal with the demons this time. Is that okay with you? Yi Xian turned to look over. What does it have to do with it? Zichwei looked away, obviously not sincere in what she said. At this moment, the Shadow Demon King flew back. Guess what I found? Say it. The little paper man stood on Natasha's shoulders with his hands on his hips. The undead tribe. Shadow Demon King chuckled and continued. They only sent 100,000 people, and the equipment is rudimentary. I suspect this is the limit of what they can send. Once upon a time, the undead tribe was so high-spirited that millions of troops pressed into their territory at every turn. Now, it's no longer what it used to be. The little paper man heard this. It's so cool. Let them go against the human race and Hepping Town. They deserve it. Lord Yi and the others want to see you. Wang Dong received the news from the soldiers who ran over, and then said, Who? Yi Xian was surprised. Representatives of those countries that haven't left yet. Wang Dong looked serious. Soon, inside a camp that had just been set up, Yi Xian handed over the remaining representatives of the 4 countries. I wonder if some of you have anything to do with me. It's nothing. I just thought I haven't officially met you yet, and I'm a little curious about you. A national representative stared at him. She was a girl of unknown ethnicity. She looked a bit like an elf, but she gave people a more eerie feeling. I was tired from traveling a few days ago, so I didn't come to visit. Yi Xian looked embarrassed. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he has become a general since he removed Jin Buiyuan from power. And as a general, visiting the lords of these countries is a must-do. Afterwards, he had a long talk with representatives from the 4 countries before he was able to leave. Strange. Why do you seem to be chatting about everyday things? Yi Xian whispered softly after walking out of the camp. This time, they probably want to test whether you have any intention of maliciously controlling them. Wang Dong explained. Of course I'm not interested. Yi Xian shrugged and secretly thought that was the case. Wang Dong said, Actually, the one who needs the most attention among the 4 of them is the Dark Elf. Dark Elf? I asked her why she looked so much like an elf. Yi Xian thought of the woman who spoke to him at the beginning, and patted his forehead to remember. I almost forgot. Isn't there only one race similar to elves? Dark Elf? According to the rumors, they are a greedy and ruthless marauding race. He thought for a while and said, Wang Dong, it's not okay for the general position to remain vacant. I'll leave it to you. Oh? What? Wang Dong was confused. He is just a general of the Vanguard Army. How could he be so capable as to assume the position of general? Come on! I'm optimistic about you. Yi Xian looked serious and turned to leave. Half an hour later, the camps had just been set up when they received an order from the front line, asking them to support the left half of the battlefield. It's almost lost there. If it cannot be defended, the demon army will be like a sharp knife, piercing the entire battlefield. Chapter 373, Meeting Marjorie again. Northern Battlefield. There are less than 300 defenders left, and the demon soldiers are attacking in large numbers. General, what should I do? They're all gone. Some soldiers gritted their teeth and shouted. A helpless voice came. The general is dead long ago. Who are you talking to? This. The soldier was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. Yes, the general died a long time ago, leaving only their less than 300 soldiers, all of them injured. Although they were in dire straits, no one escaped, because they know, if you run away, the position will be invaded by the demons, and the entire battlefield will be outflanked. Will there be reinforcements? Soon, the demon soldiers came to the front and began to attack the camp, trying to kill them all. No hope. It would also take 2 days to arrive at the nearest support point. The defenders knew this and began to make their final resistance. But at this time, a miracle happened. Several figures were looming in the sunlight. That is, reinforcements? The defenders were confused. The key point is, I have never seen so few reinforcements. There are only a few people. Coming here is tantamount to death. Finally, we can kill each other. Among those figures, there was one whose body was translucent. And it was the Shadow Demon King. If it's not Yi Xian and others, who else could come? Natasha and Su Daji were both there. Since Yi Xian, the great magician, has reached the level. He has not only acquired many skills, but his teleportation has also become stronger. The maximum number of people who can be teleported with you is 10, but it will cost some extra mana. Kill! Yi Xian scanned the entire scene, but there were only tens of thousands of enemy troops. Half an hour later, demon corpses were everywhere, and the defenders were exhausted. Fortunately, there were no casualties after this battle. Are you some reinforcements? A defender walked over quickly and couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian nodded. Well, I know what you want to ask. The support soldiers are at the back and will arrive tomorrow. Thank you very much for your help. The defenders knelt down one after another, never expecting that a master would come alone. Under normal circumstances, the masters directly serve as generals, and I have never heard of anyone supporting them alone. But because of this, saved my life and others. Please get up quickly. You are all heroes. Don't be so weak in your legs, Yi Xian said loudly. The defenders stood up one after another and expressed their gratitude again. Hey, what are you going to do next? Zichui came over and whispered in his ear. Yi Xian chuckled. I have to leave for something, so I'll leave this place to you. Zichui was a little confused, but before she could ask anything, Yi Xian had already teleported away, followed by Natasha. Sister, look at them. Zichui bit her lower lip. Please help guard first. Su Daji smiled bitterly, and there was nothing she could do to that man. The Shadow Demon King was unhappy. You won't take me with you. It must be boring to stay here. That night, Yi Xian took Natasha to the territory of the Demon Clan. There is a chilling atmosphere here, and integrated armies can be seen everywhere, with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops moving around. Master, where did they get so many soldiers? Natasha couldn't help but ask, already putting on her veil. Yi Xian heard this. I guess many of them were ordinary people before. The demons are very aggressive. Once there is a war, the whole country will be excited, and they will voluntarily enlist in the army. Oh, Natasha nodded. Yi Xian simply changed his appearance and looked more like a demon. After walking for a long time, I finally found a city. The two walked over but were stopped. Demons and elves? Yi Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his disguise was pretty good. Go in. The soldier guarding the door asked some questions casually, and then let them pass. Although the elves are not demons, they have not yet started a war with the demons, so they have not been stopped. The city was very deserted, with less than 10 people on the whole street. The shops on both sides had long been closed, leaving only the old man selling steamed buns. Gulyalu. Natasha seemed to smell the fragrance and her stomach growled. Seeing this, Yi Xian took her over to buy steamed buns. Boss, how do you sell these steamed buns? If you are a soldier, you can eat whatever you want without paying for it. If not, just 1 gold coin each. The old man's expression gradually changed. It's obvious that he looks down on people who haven't joined the military yet. Yi Xian casually took out 10 gold coins and put them down, took away 10 buns, and then left with Natasha. It feels like they're all crazy, Natasha said as she ate her buns. Like the old man selling buns just now. 1 bun is worth 1 gold coin. Ordinary people may not have even 1 gold coin in their family. To be honest, they are clearly forcing people to join the army. Every demon is an invader, Yi Xian whispered softly. Master, what are we doing here in the Demon Clan? Natasha asked in a low voice when she saw no one was around. Yi Xian sighed softly. I wanted to find the Demon King's weaknesses, especially regarding Carol's role, but I'm afraid it's hard to find them now. Even finding someone to ask is difficult. He was wandering around the streets with Natasha when he suddenly heard shocking news. The members of the Wilt family were massacred, and only Marjorie survived and was captured into the city. Carlo is dead too? Yi Xian thought of the girl he had seen before and secretly clicked his tongue. Sure enough, things are unpredictable. The two of them just decided to be together a few days ago, but now they are separated by yin and yang. He turned to mutter. As for Marjorie, just ask him. Won't we start a fight? Natasha tilted her head in confusion. Don't forget, when he left, Yi Xian made a point of making Marjorie hate him. If this person is disguised, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. The top priority now is to quickly find a way to rescue Marjorie. Prison. Marjorie was locked in a cell. Carlo, I'm sorry. He looked at his blood-stained right hand with a sad smile on his face. At that time, the Wilt family was intercepted by demons on the battlefield. and he had no choice but to kill Carlo himself. Otherwise, if captured alive, they will be tortured horribly. Pity. Before he could commit suicide, he was caught, and the rest of his life would be worse than death. Isn't this the guy who killed his wife? Disdainful voices came from outside. He was the executioner of the demon clan, holding a whip in his hand and whipping it casually. Kill or behead. It's up to you. Marjorie's voice was desolate. He is no longer the cowardly boy he once was. After only 10 days on the battlefield, he has already completed his transformation and become a tough guy. Kill! Cut into pieces! I won't let you die so easily. The executioner's brows were filled with mockery. At this moment, there was a bang sound, as if something had been kicked open. A voice came from not far behind. I accidentally kicked the door. Please forgive me. Who are you? The executioner looked over and saw a man with a girl, and immediately scolded him. Chapter 370 for the unwanted answer. The person who killed you. Yi Xian waved his hand casually, and the executioner's head fell to the ground. Marjorie in the cell was stunned. Are you here to save me? After he finished speaking, he laughed miserably. What's wrong? Yi Xian was surprised. Seeing no answer, he looked at the jailer kneeling beside him. Soon, he learned that Marjorie had personally killed Carlo and many of his family members in order to avoid being tortured if caught. Dramatically, after being caught, he was actually rescued. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, kicked open the cell door, and rescued him. As soon as he left the prison, he heard the sirens. Natasha looked into the distance and shot 3 arrows in an instant. Swish, swish. Puff! The 3 soldiers who had just emerged died on the spot. Marjorie was in a daze, like a walking corpse, being led around. Yi Xian murmured, The city's defenders are empty. It shouldn't be difficult to get out of the city. He led Natasha through the city, and when he saw the demon defenders surrounding him, he directly used long-distance teleportation. Outside the city, somewhere, it was getting dark. Yi Xian lit the fire and looked at Marjorie, who was curled up beside him. Are you okay? It's all my fault. Carlo. I'm sorry. Marjorie seemed to be going crazy, muttering in his mouth. Rescued a madman? Yi Xian rubbed his sore brow. It can be seen that Marjorie was hit hard. Master, there are no enemies within 10 kilometers. Natasha, who went out to investigate, came back at this time. Yi Xian nodded and raised his hand to summon a few bunks. Go to bed early and set off tomorrow. Master, I'll keep watch. Natasha looked solemn. No need. Someone will help us guard it. Yi Xian showed a mysterious smile. At night, the entire demon clan was as dark as ink, and there was no movement. The little golden dragon poked his head out of his sleeves from time to time to investigate the surroundings. Owner? Natasha lay in Yi Xian's arms and tried to call out. What's wrong? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Natasha's eyes shone in the night, like bright gems. Yi Xian looked at Marjorie. I don't know if he can be well. Still crazy and blaming himself for killing Carlo and others. This kind of thing can only be figured out by himself, and no one else can help him. The next day, early morning, Marjorie miraculously returned to normal, curling up her legs and looking decadent. I'm such a bastard. Relax. These are all the demon's fault. Yi Xian dispersed all the floor coverings with a wave of his hand. I'm actually pretty cruel. You saved me. Marjorie looked away. I know. Yi Xian nodded. Marjorie stood up and said, Would you like to go back together? No. I have other things to do. I want to ask you something before I leave. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Go ahead. Marjorie let out a long sigh. Do you know the Demon King's weakness? Yi Xian's eyes flashed, saving him just to ask this question. Marjorie replied, The devil's clone. That is the only way to deal with the devil. What exactly? Yi Xian asked quickly. He knew all this. Kill the Demon King's clone, and the Demon King will be severely damaged. This is the only chance to kill the Demon King, Marjorie said. For a moment, silence filled the air. Yi Xian didn't expect that the truth would be like this. I have no problem. He turned around and left with Natasha. Master, are you going to kill Carol? Natasha couldn't help but lower her head as she recalled the lizard man who could make clay figures. I don't want to kill. Yi Xian pursed his lips. There must be another way. There must be. Remember? Don't tell anyone about this. Especially Carol. Only the 2 of us know. Yi Xian put his hands on Natasha's shoulders and said solemnly. Natasha nodded vigorously. After that, the two started walking in the demon territory, becoming more and more frightened as they walked. Many demonic armies. They are heading to the front line in a steady stream. Overwhelming. With such a strong national power, no wonder the demons dare to fight against the entire world. Yi Xian couldn't help but say, Master, when will we go back? I'm a little worried about the Shadow Demon King and the others. Natasha's eyes were filled with worry. Yi Xian replied, Don't worry. They will be fine in a short time. At the same time, an uninvited guest came to the Demon King's castle. The maid tried to stop him, but was torn to pieces and devoured. The Demon King frowned and walked out of the house. Uncle, I haven't seen you for so many years, and your appearance is getting more and more ugly. Ha ha. This world is so good. It can fill your stomach. The devil who had just come out of the ruins of the gods laughed. That's my favorite maid, the Demon King said calmly. I came here this time to see if you have done anything practical on behalf of everyone. The result is really disappointing to me. The devil's face straightened. When the Demon King heard this, he looked away. So? Not only did you not open the connection between the two worlds and let us come over, but you also wanted to monopolize it. Isn't this enough? After the devil finished speaking, a slender dagger appeared in his hand, and he licked it with his tongue, looking very elegant. Uncle, what do you want to do? The expression on the Demon King's face solidified. You are extremely talented and have been unable to complete your tasks. Today, I will clear the door and let my uncle take your place, the devil said with a sneer. At this moment, the Demon King suddenly sighed. Suddenly, the space seemed to freeze. The devil couldn't move. You? The world only knows about third level, second level, and powerful first level devils. The Demon King spoke slowly and walked up to him. As everyone knows, there are more powerful middle level, high level, and legendary beings above that. The Demon King shook his head. When did you become an intermediate? A drop of sweat slipped from the devil's forehead. In fact, they were once very low-level existences in that world. Servants and handymen. However, after a great war, countless middle-level and high-level demons died, and the legendary existence disappeared. The remaining elementary level became the top existence and was widely circulated. There has been no mid-level devil for almost 1,000 years, and it has almost been forgotten. But he did it, the Demon King said calmly. Uncle, since you want to clean up the house, please don't blame me for being rude. No, don't. I'm your uncle, the devil said quickly. But soon, his body gradually fell apart and turned into pieces of meat falling to the ground. Yi Xian doesn't know. The devil who had caused a lot of trouble to him in the ruins of the gods was killed just like that. Little did he know that the devil was far more powerful than imagined. At noon, Yi Xian and Natasha searched for a lot of information in the demon clan, but most of it was of no use. Is that the only way? Yi Xian was a little confused. He came to the demon clan and took a huge risk, but only got an answer he didn't want. Chapter 375 Luo Maokai. The deserted demon territory is surrounded by wind and sand. A few days? Yi Xian took off the hat he bought and saw another city in front of him. 4 days. Natasha answered from behind. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. We are about to arrive at the main city of the demon clan. I hope I can gain something. Presumably, there must be dangers everywhere. Walking into the city, it was more deserted than expected. Both men and women had become soldiers, and the remaining young and old could hardly go out. 3,000 gold coins a night? Yi Xian was a little surprised when he brought Natasha to the inn. The shop owner nodded. You are not a soldier, but at this price, I can't help but love you. You? Seeing his attitude towards her master, Natasha immediately took out her bow and arrows. Bow? Are you soldiers? Please come upstairs. 1 copper coin a day. The shop owner's eyes suddenly lit up. For those at the bottom of the demon clan, anyone with weapons would be associated with soldiers. Yi Xian silently gave out 2 copper coins and took Natasha upstairs. Inside the room, Natasha stood guard by the window. Master, is there any other way? There must be. Yi Xian nodded, feeling heavy in his heart. He looked out the window. The sky was foggy, and it was probably going to snow. As expected, when it was just getting dark, snowflakes fell, adding a bit of desolation to the city. Close the window, Yi Xian said. Natasha obediently closed the window and remained there. Yi Xian chuckled. Silly girl, how many times have I told you that someone will guard us? Come and sleep. Natasha nodded slightly. Soon, they fell asleep on the bed, and the little golden dragon came out, alert to the surroundings. The next day, early morning. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Xian woke up rubbing his eyes, and touched the little golden dragon that had crawled into his arms. Who would have guessed? The little golden dragon took one bite, seeming to complain that it was treated like a tool dragon these days. His. Yi Xian took a deep breath and sat up directly in pain. Natasha woke up. Master? There was confusion between her brows, and she was obviously still a little awake. It's time to go. Let's look for it along the way. Yi Xian pretended to be nonchalant and got out of bed to put on his shoes. Little Jinlong had already let go. After the two went downstairs to eat some food, they collected some information in the city, but found no way to deal with the devil. What can we do? Yi Xian took out the map. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to go to the main city of the demon clan. After all, the possibility of being discovered by the devil is like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. But now, it seemed that there was no better way. He took Natasha out of the city and summoned a car to prepare for the journey. Have you heard? A great victory on the front line. We conquered 7 more countries. Just as I sat in the driver's seat, a voice came. Yi Xian turned around and saw a few old men chatting at the city gate. Natasha couldn't help but said, Master. It was obvious that the position where Shadow Demon King and others were located had been breached. We're about to hit the undead. Yi Xian pursed his lips, knowing the seriousness of this matter. After the undead clan, there will be the human clan. And then there will be Peace Town. Peace Town, which is still in the development stage, cannot stop the iron cavalry of the demon army at all. And all living beings will be destroyed. Hello! You too! A voice suddenly came from behind. Who? Yi Xian turned back instantly. However, a dagger was already placed at his throat. If you don't want to die, just drive. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator in silence. The car started and drove away. Although Natasha was angry, she did not act rashly. Who are you? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. He didn't even notice that this person got into the car. He must be a master. Eastern Empire Templar Assassin. The assassin spoke. Yi Xian pondered for 3 seconds. What assassin? The assassin expected to see horror on his face, but he didn't expect it to be this reaction. You must have heard of the Templar Temple. Right. I am an assassin trained there. The Templar Assassin. The assassin briefly explained. It's so complicated. Why don't you just say you are an assassin from the Eastern Empire? Yi Xian was speechless. Send me to the main city of the demon clan, or I will kill you. The assassin was too lazy to be serious and said coldly. When Yi Xian heard this, he chuckled. Are you ready? What to prepare? The assassin was surprised. Ready! Natasha, the co-pilot, nodded, a bow and arrow appearing in her hand. You still dare to play tricks? The assassin felt cruel and wanted to take action. However, Yi Xian slammed on the brakes and disappeared instantly. Natasha fired a frost arrow at the seat. The assassin wanted to leave, but was frozen into the ice. Yi Xian teleported back. How powerful! Assassin! The assassin was frozen in the ice, unable to move. Master idiot! If you have the guts to speak, shouldn't you rescue me quickly? Natasha's hair turned red. Flames ignited all over her body, and she was trapped in the ice. Haven't seen you for a long time. When Yi Xian saw her appearance, he rubbed his neck involuntarily. The red-haired Natasha saw him like this. Why? You don't want to see me? How come? I'm just a little surprised. Yi Xian quickly greeted her with a smile, then took out the dagger to rescue her. No need. Red-haired Natasha melted the ice cubes near her. Now, the assassin was the only one left in the ice. I'm actually not your enemy. Yi Xian looked at the assassin and said, removing the disguise from his face with a wave of his hand. It's him. The assassin's eyes widened. As a professional assassin, he has knowledge of masters from various countries, and Yi Xian is famous among them. The red-haired Natasha raised her hand, and a ball of flame appeared in her hand. This guy with dog eyes that doesn't recognize humans. Roast him and feed him to the dog. So violent. The assassin shuddered and was even more frightened. Stop scaring him. Hey, I'll rescue you right away. Yi Xian finished speaking dumbfounded and punched the ice. Crack, the ice cube shattered. Sorry. I didn't recognize it. I'm so sorry. The assassin finally got out of trouble and expressed his gratitude again and again. Yi Xian chuckled. It doesn't matter. Are you a Templar assassin? What's your name? My name is Luo Maokai. Are you Lord Yi? Who is this girl who is burning all over? After Luo Mao introduced himself, he couldn't help but look at Natasha. Why are you asking? Does it have anything to do with you? Red-haired Natasha clenched her fists. No, no. Luo Maokai quickly shook his head. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This is my sister, Natasha. Who is your sister? She must be a lover at least. Right. The red-haired Natasha pursed her lips, obviously unhappy. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Luo Maokai looked shocked at this time, secretly thinking that the world was in chaos. Can I ask what you are doing in the main demon city? Yi Xian quickly changed the topic. Chapter 376, Assassinating the Demon King? This? Luo Maokai looked at him, who was so polite, and seemed to have something to hide. Yi Xian saw this. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Actually, I'm afraid it would be embarrassing to say it. Luo Maokai was a little embarrassed. Then, he spoke. Actually, I am ranked very low in the Holy Temple, and I will be removed from the Holy Temple title soon. This time I go to the main city of the demons to prove myself. Are you going by yourself? Yi Xian was a little surprised, and secretly thought that this person was really brave. That's right. Luo Maokai nodded. Do you know how dangerous the demon city is? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Luo Maokai responded. I know. That's why I want to try it out. Then who is your target? Yi Xian summoned a car again as he spoke. Demon King. Luo Maokai was surprised by his ability, and then said. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Silence filled the air. Luo Maokai saw this. What's wrong? What else? Do you know how bold your idea is? Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Is this so-called Templar assassin a lunatic? What nonsense are you talking to him about? Get in the car quickly. Natasha sat in the driver's seat. It's okay for children to ride in the passenger seat. And drive carefully, Yi Xian said, seeing her glaring over. He said helplessly. Everyone got in the car. Luo Maokai said. I'm not kidding. Only by killing the Demon King can I stay in the Holy Temple forever. Where exactly is the Holy Temple? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Curious. It is a gathering place for the elite of our Eastern Empire. Not only assassins and warriors, but also people from all walks of life. When Luo Maokai said these words, his eyebrows were filled with longing. I see. Yi Xian inexplicably thought of the Hall of Fame. It is definitely not easy for people to enter the Holy Temple, not to mention anything else. Luo Maokai alone was very strong. He could at least place a dagger next to his neck quietly. The car is driving on the road, Luo Maokai said. Recently, in the demon territory, someone slaughtered several cities. Is there such a ruthless person? Yi Xian looked strange. Well, I don't know where he came from. I just know that he slaughtered the city and saved people at the same time. He has formed a considerable force. Luo Maokai nodded. As an assassin, he remembered these information clearly. Is that person an undead person? Yi Xian asked after pondering for a while. Luo Maokai heard this. How did you know? Good guy. Marjorie didn't go back at all, but was thinking of ways to take revenge. Because I know that guy. Yi Xian shrugged and said. Oh, Luo Maokai nodded. Hey, Trash. Are you confident that you can successfully assassinate the Demon King? The red-haired Natasha, who was driving, said suddenly. Luo Maokai frowned. I'm not a waste. As for self-confidence, of course I have it. By your frozen dagger? The red-haired Natasha's brows were filled with disapproval. Luo Maokai was speechless. The dagger he was holding was indeed frozen in half. This was a fact. If you ask me, what kind of Templar assassin you are, you should go back and practice for 2 more years. At least you can correct your arrogance. After the red-haired Natasha finished speaking, she pressed a button on the console. The door next to Luo Maokai opened by itself. The red-haired Natasha said, Get out of here. Don't disturb my solitude with the master. That's it for now. There's no need for me to stay any longer. Luo Maokai turned around, jumped out of the car, and disappeared in an instant. Why do you do this? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Isn't this what the master wants to do? It's just that I will be the villain. Red-haired Natasha's voice was calm. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I want him to go back. But do you think this method will work? On the contrary, it will have the opposite effect and make Luo Maokai want to prove himself even more, which is commonly known as the provocation method. Yes, because after meeting the masters along the way, he will go back obediently. The red-haired Natasha said it very seriously. In fact, Luo Maokai was under the car at this time. He muttered in his mind. If I don't match a ready-made car, do you think I'm stupid? Crunch. The car came to a screeching halt. Luo Maokai fell out due to inertia and landed on his face, which became bruised and swollen. Why are you here? Yi Xian was a little surprised after getting out of the car. I was passing by. Just passing by. After Luo Maokai finished speaking, he wanted to leave, but found that he was surrounded by demon soldiers. He immediately took out another dagger, looked serious, and prepared to meet the enemy. The red-haired Natasha snorted. Where did they come from, so many enemies? It was obvious that these people had laid an ambush early and were waiting for someone to come over. Something's wrong. Look, they have hostages in their hands, Luo Maokai said with a frown. Yi Xian looked at it and couldn't help but feel happy. It turned out to be an acquaintance. Marjorie. There are also some I don't know. Humph. As expected. There are still remnants. Catch them all, the enemy general said coldly. How dare you, with your humble skills, dare to act so arrogantly in front of my mother? The red-haired Natasha jumped up and unleashed Vulcan into the world. Suddenly, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire, and one enemy soldier after another was burned to ashes, and there was no time to even scream. Luo Maokai was speechless, so strong. He wondered in his mind whether there was anything in the holy temple that could rival it. But the result was that there was none at all. Maybe only the legendary palace master can fight her. Right? The flames gradually extinguished, and everyone was not harmed because they were friendly forces. Are you okay? Yi Xian waved his hand and disguised himself, and walked to Marjorie. It's you again? Marjorie was obviously confused when she saw him. Yeah. What a coincidence. Yi Xian nodded awkwardly, helped him stand up, and looked at the other people who had been rescued at the same time. A total of 20 or 30 people. Luo Maokai came over and asked, Are you the one who goes around slaughtering cities and robbing prisons? Exactly. It's a pity that these are the only things left of the brothers who were finally rescued. Marjorie wasn't hiding anything. At this time, the remaining 20 or 30 people were surrounding the red-haired Natasha. Girl, you are so awesome. You have a boyfriend? Marjorie couldn't help but said, Don't harass other girls. We are soldiers. Boss, we have worked hard for so long, but our contribution is not as big as someone else's skill, someone said with a decadent look on his face. In fact, this is also true. There is too much injustice in the world. So you should cheer up and strive to become a master like her instead of being decadent, Marjorie shouted, almost scolding. Yi Xian looked at him, feeling a little relieved, secretly thinking that he had really grown up and was completely different from the young boy before. Yes, the man who had spoken before suddenly realized. Chapter 377, Too Much Trouble. Let's go. People will probably come soon. Yi Xian looked around and said, leading everyone away, and found a wild lake when it was dark. Have a rest. Everyone is tired, Marjorie said proactively. Set up camp. Yi Xian nodded and summoned dozens of tents. Luo Maokai couldn't help but ask, What kind of skill is this of yours? Isn't it so powerful? Summoning. Yi Xian didn't hide anything. Thank you this time, Marjorie said. In just a few days, he saved himself twice, and the kindness was beyond repayment. You're welcome. Why didn't you lead the demon clan? Instead, you chose to save people? Yi Xian chuckled, disapproving of this. Marjorie let out a long sigh. I don't want to go back. This is inside the enemy's territory, and it can cause them more trouble. I see. Yi Xian suddenly realized that he already hated the demons deeply. Late that night, Yi Xian was sleeping with Natasha in his arms, muttering in his heart, Why hasn't this girl changed back? Boom. Suddenly, a small voice came into my ears. Yi Xian's heart tightened. He quietly stood up, left the tent, and looked towards the source of the sound. It's a person practicing Qigong. He shook his head and walked over. Why don't you rest? Sorry. Did I disturb you? Luo Maokai stopped. He was surrounded by dozens of fallen trees, which were densely covered with traces of daggers. That's not true. Yi Xian shook his head and looked at the sky. It's almost dawn. Don't be eager for quick success and pay attention to rest. We are about to reach the main city of the demon clan. I think before that, I can become stronger every time, Luo Maokai said solemnly. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his thick muscles could be vaguely seen. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Do you really think you can kill the Demon King? Not only do I have to do it, but rather than being ordinary, it is better to leave a name in history. Luo Maocai's eyes flashed with determination. Okay. Seeing this, Yi Xian didn't persuade him much. Everyone has the right to choose, and Luo Maocai chose the path he wanted to take. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian summoned a passenger bus, which could carry everyone without any problem. That is, the target is too big and easy to detect. Luo Maocai trained all night, but he was full of energy. He probably drank anti-fatigue potion. On the way, Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator and released a lot of snake meat for everyone to have for breakfast. Master, how much snake meat do you still have? Red-haired Natasha complained as she ate. Although it is delicious, it is simply unbearable if you eat it regularly. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. It's enough for everyone to eat for a month. I have something to tell you. I will be with you these days. The red-haired Natasha was very dissatisfied. Why? Did something happen? Yi Xian switched to autopilot and hurriedly came to her. No. It's because she needs to sleep to absorb the energy inside. The red-haired Natasha pushed him away and pointed at the ice spirit bead she had obtained earlier. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. That's it. Just be fine. Nothing else matters. I plan to go to the main demon city with you. Just then Marjorie came up. It turned out that he and Luo Maocai had a chat and decided that since they wanted to do something, they should do it to the extreme and go to their main city to cause trouble. If you are lucky, there is no master. Just kill all the remaining demons inside. The red-haired Natasha pondered for a moment. Don't you think it's too much for you to do this? What's too much? Marjorie was puzzled. Is it common sense that war does not affect civilians? Red-haired Natasha crossed her legs and looked at him. The demons have no civilians. Only lunatics who are crazy about war. Marjorie clenched her fists. Feeling these things deeply these days, Yi Xian said. I support him. If possible, kill them all. As I said before, the demons are all extremely aggressive. And everyone is a soldier. There is no need to have any sympathy for them. Snort. Red-haired Natasha crossed her shoulders and acquiesced. Marjorie left and sat in the back seat. He and his people had already been healed by Yi Xian. By the way, you have a purpose in going to the main city of the demon clan. Right. Luo Maocai suddenly thought of something. Well, I want to find the demon king's weakness. Yi Xian nodded. He turned to ask. What kind of temple in your Eastern Empire? Are there any relevant records? It's the Holy Temple. As for the records in this regard, there are really no records. It's just a guess that it has something to do with the Demon King's clone. As a Templar assassin, Luo Maocai had already checked the relevant records before coming. Okay. Yi Xian shook his head. Disappointed. I hope you can find the Demon King's weakness. When the time comes, I will try my best to help you find it. Luo Maocai smiled from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xian chuckled. This is for you. He rummaged in his backpack for a moment and took out a dark black dagger. It was extraordinary to the naked eye, even close to the supreme level. This? Luo Maocai's eyebrows were filled with shock. He took the dagger. Is it really for me? My master has plenty of these rubbish weapons. What are you talking about? The red-haired Natasha muttered at this moment, and a fireball appeared in her hand, telling him to get out of here. Luo Maocai sat back down and gently stroked the dark black dagger. He knows. This weapon is even better than the one he broke off before. If possible, I really want to take this guy back to Peace Town. Yi Xian murmured softly. Do you need my help? A rope appeared in red-haired Natasha's hand. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. We are not bandits. You still want to kidnap him back? Men are really troublesome. And men who are not lustful are even more troublesome. The red-haired Natasha snorted and stared at him, indicating something. I'm not horny. Yi Xian always felt that she had a big misunderstanding of herself. Am I pretty? Red-haired Natasha suddenly stood up and came to his side. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. What are you doing? Answer me. The red-haired Natasha looked dissatisfied and spoke loudly, causing everyone else in the car to look over. Of course she's beautiful. Yi Xian told the truth. Now, except for her age and stature, her face alone is enough to kill most people instantly. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is on an equal footing with Su Daji. Then I sleep with you every day. Why do you just sleep and do nothing else? Natasha almost questioned. Yi Xian was stunned and his face turned red. Girl, do you know what you are talking about? He could even hear everyone in the car whispering, mixed with laughter. What I know is that you are not lewd. What I don't know is that I thought you had some hidden disease. Red-haired Natasha pouted. Get some sleep. Yi Xian took out a sleeping pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Feeling helpless. This girl was so troublesome when she had red hair. So I had to find a way to make her be honest and obedient. Chapter 378 Yen Bai. Do you really have a hidden disease? I have special medicine here. Luo Maokai came over and said secretly. Yi Xian glared at him and said nothing. After an unknown amount of time, the red-haired Natasha woke up. Her brows filled with confusion. She recalled being fed sleeping pills. Master, you have gone too far. Woke up. Yi Xian turned back to look at her. Everyone was setting up camp in a forest, only a few hours away from the main demon city. Humph! Red-haired Natasha said glumly. Now that you're awake, come over and help. Yi Xian shook his head, walked up to her, and used the secret kiss that he had not used for a long time. Red-haired Natasha was kissed on the forehead. Her mind was in turmoil. Why did you conduct a surprise attack? Help set up the tent. Understand? Yi Xian said with a chuckle. The red-haired Natasha's face was almost redder than her hair at this time. She nodded repeatedly and went to help. It was still afternoon. Yi Xian decided to explore the main city of the demon clan alone. After leaving a note for Natasha asking not to leave, he set off without telling anyone. The main city of the demon clan. Unlike other cities, this place is crowded with people, most of whom are wearing armor. Yi Xian blended in, but was soon discovered. Hey, where did you come from? I'm a wanderer outside, coming here to beg for a stutter. Yi Xian pretended to be pitiful and said, and found that it was a fair-skinned man. What kind of food do you want? Come fight with me, and I'll make sure you eat well every time. After the man finished speaking, he grabbed him by the shoulders and walked around the city, finally arriving at a restaurant. My lord, who are you? Yi Xian was confused and found that this restaurant was very luxurious. Hearing this, the man said, I am the general of the demon clan. Yen Bai. Little brother. Just eat. The food money is mine. General? Yi Xian knew that this was the largest position among the generals, and was secretly ashamed. I thought about sneaking in quietly, but I didn't expect to encounter such a being. Let's go! Yen Bai smiled. He looked like a white-faced scholar, not that strong and burly. Yes. Yi Xian could only bite the bullet and comply. Walking into the restaurant, he ordered some food, in order to match his identity as a wanderer. Yi Xian devoured the food after it was served. Yen Bai, who was sitting opposite, suddenly asked, Is it delicious? Tasty. Yi Xian swallowed the food in his mouth. Stop pretending. I know you have some strength. You are not just a wanderer. Why are you sneaking into the city? Yen Bai still chuckled. As expected of a great general. Yi Xian breathed out and leaned on the back of the chair. Yen Bai said, I don't care what your purpose is or what you have done before. As long as you work for me from now on, you can forget about it. Are the rewards for being a demon soldier so good? Yi Xian was thinking in his heart. But he also knew that it was because of his strength. Ask me, what will happen if I don't agree? Yi Xian asked after hesitating for a while. Most likely, he will be cut into millions of pieces and die in pain. Yen Bai said he didn't care. Yi Xian was ashamed and asked in his heart. Little Jinlong, are you there? I can hear you. No need to be so loud. The little golden dragon bit his stomach hard while communicating with him in his mind. Yi Xian's eyes widened and he took a breath. What's wrong? Because of the cover of the table. Yen Bai did not notice that there was something in his arms. Yi Xian shook his head. Nothing. Little golden dragon. What is the strength of this guy in front of me? Who is stronger than me? Yi Xian turned to ask in his heart. It's very strong. I should be on a 50-50 basis with you. Xiao Jinlong replied casually. So smart. Yi Xian murmured, looked at Yen Bai, and agreed to become a soldier. If you don't agree, something will happen. Although his strength is about 50%. If he really makes a move, other masters from the demon clan will definitely come to support him. So there is no way to fight. Don't forget, you are at their home base. Yen Bai laughed loudly. Okay, I finally got a capable general. Ha ha. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. He looked away helplessly, his expression gradually stiffening. I saw Luo Maokai, wearing the clothes of a demon soldier, looking at him with the same embarrassment. I'm leaving first. Come find me here at night. Yen Bai gave a card and left. How will you be here? Yi Xian saw Yen Bai leaving and came to Luo Maokai. He was puzzled. Besides, why are you still wearing the enemy's clothes? Don't you want to sneak in and explore the way first? Unexpectedly, I was discovered as soon as I entered and forced me to join the army. Luo Maopad let out a long sigh. Okay. We are evenly matched. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows. The two of them walked out of the restaurant and left separately. One heading to the Demon King's castle, and the other to the Demon Clan's library. The one named Marjorie also got in. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Good guy. We are coming in together. Presumably, they came here to explore the way, but I don't know whether they will become soldiers or not. Yi Xian asked around, and after knowing the location of the library, he went straight there, and found that it was very close to the Demon King's castle. Hope nothing happens. Yi Xian murmured softly, and took a long breath. Library. This place is heavily guarded, and everyone is very powerful. Unless you have a token, don't even think about entering. It was dark, and Yi Xian came nearby. We have to find a way to get in. Almost everything is recorded in this library, and there may be a weakness for the Demon King. Careful. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Yi Xian frowned and found that several soldiers noticed something was wrong and were rushing towards him. He uses teleportation to leave. But I heard a voice coming from where I was just now. There are unknown people. Then the siren sounded, deafening. What about these guys? Yi Xian was surprised to see them so mobilized, and at the same time teleported away several times and returned to the street. Search! Don't move! Be honest. Soldiers roamed the streets. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian took out the card Yin Bai gave him and teleported it to the address above. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Mr. Yen, I'm here. Enter. The sound came from inside the house. Huh? Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After walking in, several searchers happened to pass by. They did not search Yin Bai's room. He was a general and did not need any search. You came very early, and the meal is not ready yet. Let's have a drink first. In the room, Yin Bai sat at the low table and threw out a wine glass. Buzz, the wine glass trembled slightly, as if it was about to explode in the next second. Thanks for the wine. Yi Xian raised his hand and caught it lightly. In just a moment, the wine glass stopped trembling. Seeing this, Yin Bai's eyes lit up. You are indeed a talent. Chapter 379 Library Pavilion. Mr. Yen, you're welcome. Yi Xian chuckled and drank all the wine in the glass, his tongue numbing from the spicy taste. Yin Bai made a gesture of invitation. I'm very curious about how powerful you are. It's just a small amount of ability. Yi Xian sat opposite him. Afterwards, the two drank together and called themselves brothers after drinking. Yi Xian learned, the Demon Clan is gathering elite troops and is about to attack the Sea Clan in one wave. You can just live here. It's boring to be alone on weekdays. Yin Bai said drunkenly. Thank you. Yi Xian had this intention. He went upstairs, picked a room, checked in, and looked out the window. There were still soldiers searching the streets. Yi Xian murmured in a low voice. This Demon Clan is not dead. They are still searching. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian is ready to sneak away. Are you awake? Unexpectedly, someone was already waiting outside. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at the person in front of him. She was a girl, about 18 or 19 years old. The girl replied, My little daughter Sheer was sent by Master Yin Bai. I do not need. Yi Xian shook his head gently. Isn't it Sheer's fault? Sheer looked pitiful, with tears in her eyes. No, it's just that I don't need it. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he was about to close the door, but Sheer raised her hand to stop her. You must know that this gift from the slave family has to be accepted even if you don't want to accept it. Hearing this, Yi Xian pursed his lips and let her in. Obviously, this is not a simple gift, but a way to monitor yourself. My family had something to do, and I couldn't come last night. Please don't blame me. Sierra sat on the edge of the bed. Where is Mr. Yen? Yi Xian breathed out. If we don't go back quickly, I'm afraid Natasha and others at Yahoo will be worried. Go to the castle to discuss matters with the Demon King. Sheer answered truthfully, with a faint smile on her face. But it gave people a sinister feeling of fur behind her back. Yi Xian tidied up and walked out of the room. Sheer followed behind. You have been appointed as Lord Yin Bai's Deputy General. You have great power. I hope you will not abuse it. I really have a fate with the Deputy General. Yi Xian muttered in a low voice. As soon as he came to the street, he ran into a man on horseback. Get out of my way! Don't block my way! The man on horseback was arrogant and domineering, bumping around in the street. By coincidence, He was coming towards him. Good chance. Yi Xian was thinking in his heart, pretending not to see it. Boom. Soon, he was knocked down and couldn't get up for a long time. Clutching his chest, the man on horseback cursed angrily. Who doesn't have eyesight and dares to block my way? You don't want to live anymore, do you? Strangeness. Surprise filled Shir's brows. She didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually be hit. And it seemed that he was seriously injured. Will the lieutenant that Master Yin Bai takes and be so weak? Death! The man on horseback drew his sword and was about to kill Yi Xian. Open your eyes! He is Lord Yin Bai's lieutenant! Shir took half a step forward, drew out a short blade, blocked the attack, and then flicked it hard. Just listen. The roar of the horse echoed throughout the audience. Blood splattered. The man on horseback fell off the horse, and all 4 legs of the horse had been severed. Shir flicked the short blade. Kneel down and kowtow. Master Yin Bai's lieutenant? Didn't he never want a lieutenant? How is that possible? You are lying to me. The man roared angrily and struggled to stand up from the ground, clearly recognizing Shir. This girl is not weak. Yi Xian was thinking about it in his heart, feeling a little headache. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to make the situation chaotic so that he could run away. Did not expect. There was no chaos at all. Listen up. He is the deputy general appointed by Lord Yin by himself. Shir snorted coldly. Even if I bumped into him, my father is also a famous general. As the son of a general, why should I kneel down to his deputy? The man gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Shir said nothing and waved the short blade in her hand. A head fell to the ground. Yi Xian swallowed and foamed at the mouth. Unexpectedly, Shir killed the man directly, which was really cruel. Shir looked at him. If he contradicts you and still doesn't admit his guilt, he deserves to die. Yi Xian was sitting on the ground and nodded slightly when he heard this. He stood up and looked around. The cruel secret passage should be the rules of the demons. Is there any place in the city that I can go to? Yi Xian pondered for a while and then asked. You can go anywhere except the castle. Shir answered truthfully. Yi Xian asked with a thought. What about the library? Sure. Shir nodded. Take me over and have a look. Yi Xian said. Yes. Shir agreed and took him away, while the body on the ground was disposed of by the soldiers. In a certain room in the city, someone slapped the table. What? My son was killed. He is the father mentioned by the man before, known as General Lu, and his eyes are red at this time. General, it must have been a trap by that boy Yin Bai to let the young master. The soldier who came to report below said this. Damn it. Yin Bai, you and I are at odds with each other. General Lu gritted his teeth. A sneeze. Yi Xian, who had just arrived outside the library, sneezed. He was surprised. Who is being targeted again? Here we are. What kind of books are you looking for? Shir took Yi Xian into the library. Surprisingly, there were a lot of people here, all looking through various books. And they were all famous people. Just take a stroll. Yi Xian rubbed his nose and found a person sitting at the door, as motionless as a sculpture. The scary thing is, I didn't notice his breath at all just now. That's Mr. Zhong, a very powerful person who is responsible for guarding the library. Shir introduced. Yi Xian nodded, secretly thinking that he must be a master. He started walking in the library, looking for books everywhere. At this time, Luo Maokai was in the Demon King's castle. Strange, Luo Maokai walked cautiously in an aisle. There were no guards at all, and he had not seen any living person since he sneaked in. There are steps. Luo Maokai's heart moved, and he jumped up to the ceiling. Staring down, a person dressed as a maid walked slowly past. The footsteps got further and further away, and Luo Mao breathed a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, a drop of sweat fell on his face. The slight sound was particularly harsh in this silent corridor. The footsteps stopped, then started, and the sound got closer and closer. It was obvious that the maid was back. You can't just let it go! Luo Mao knew that he was about to be discovered. When the maid approached, he jumped down, and the dark black dagger that Yi Xian had given him before appeared in his hand. At this critical moment, the maid suddenly looked up. Her face turned dry and black. What? Luo Maokai was slightly distracted and stabbed the dagger, hoping for a perfect mid-air assassination. However, things come as they wish. Roar. The maid didn't move. She just opened her mouth wide and let out a harsh roar. Luo Maokai was so shocked that he passed out. Chapter 380. Pack it up and take it away. Caught? Yi Xian received news that an assassin who overestimated his abilities sneaked into the Demon King's castle, and was caught. Without even thinking about it, he knew it must be Luo Maokai. Sierra said, "Are you interested in that person? There must be some." Yi Xian looked at the books awkwardly. "You can go over and participate in the interrogation," Sheer said. "That's great," Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Unknowingly, we came to the ancient books area. Every book here is priceless. You can look through it at will. Sheer closed her eyes. Snort! The sound suddenly came from far away. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was an old man, somewhat similar to the man who was riding a horse on the street before. He suddenly realized, "Are you the general whose son died? You?" General Lu's eyes widened, never expecting that he would dare to rub salt into his wounds. "Sorry, that's the wrong choice of words. Are you here to see me?" Yi Xian looked at Sheer, only to find that her expression was as usual. "You, a junior, are not worthy of letting me come to you in person. Today you are acting as a guard for the Demon King." General Lu shook his sleeves. After he finished speaking, the soldiers behind him ran away and began to stand guard at fixed positions. "The Demon King is coming?" Yi Xian frowned. "You, a junior, have never seen the honor of the Demon King. Have you?" General Lu looked mocking. He then came over and whispered, "I will make you pay the price for killing my son." Yi Xian wanted to say something, but General Lu had already left. "I didn't kill the person. What do you want from me?" Yi Xian muttered helplessly in his heart. He looked at Sheer. "Let's go interrogate the assassin." "Yes." Sheer nodded. The two left the library and rushed to the castle. On the way, he almost met the Demon King, which put Yi Xian in a state of nervousness. Fortunately, he just passed by. Not long after, Yi Xian looked at the huge castle in front of him and swallowed. "Didn't you say I can't go in? You can't come in and out at will dot." Sheer emphasized again. Yi Xian nodded and walked into the castle. With just one glance, he was surprised by the sight in front of him. Isn't it too luxurious? Pure gold pillars and chandeliers. Countless works of art. Each piece is priceless. "Let's go this way," Sheer said with her eyes closed and continued to lead the way. "Why is there no one?" Yi Xian nodded, and after walking for a while, he found that the place was extremely deserted. Sheer replied, "The devil has sent all his guards out to lead the troops to fight. So it seems deserted. Only at noon and evening. Maids will come over to clean up." "I see." Yi Xian suddenly understood. Soon, they reached the underground of the castle, where the cells were located next to each other. "Are we just going to interrogate him?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "I have already declared it. And the superiors have decided that you will be responsible for this interrogation." Sheer nodded. Yi Xian chuckled and breathed a sigh of relief secretly. After a while, Sheer stopped and said, "This is it. Open the door." Yi Xian looked at the heavy door in front of him and said. Sheer stepped forward and opened the door. Luo Maokai was inside, wearing prison uniform with a special shot put tied to his feet. He was obviously stunned when he saw Yi Xian, but did not speak. "Go down and leave the rest to me," Yi Xian said lightly. "I need to be with you." Sheer did not obey her words. "All right." Yi Xian's eyes flashed fiercely. In this case, he could only apologize. He pretended to walk up to Luo Maokai and said, "How brave you are to break into the devil's residence." "Oh, so what about the Demon King? I'll keep it right." Luo Maokai also cooperated. And at the same time, he also wanted to narrow down the crime to someone who came in to steal things. "Sneaking into the castle is a capital crime," Yi Xian reminded him helplessly, shaking his head. Then, Luo Maokai answered the old interrogation terms fluently. "Let's go!" Yi Xian turned around and said with a chuckle. Sheer didn't think too much. As soon as she turned around, a hand stretched out from behind covered her mouth. She wanted to resist, but was fed something. Yi Xian chuckled. "I'm sorry. I have to offend you first." Dang lang. Sheer took out the short blade, but lost strength and dropped it to the ground. And then her consciousness gradually became blurred. What I just fed her was a special sleeping pill. "Why are you here to interrogate me?" Luo Maokai breathed a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully. "I accidentally became the deputy general of the Demon General. I applied for the opportunity," Yi Xian replied angrily. Luo Maokai smiled bitterly. "Sorry, I have implicated you. Otherwise, keeping this identity will definitely be of great use. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. There's no time." Yi Xian unleashed a powerful healing technique on him. He then tied up Shi, took out the tape and blocked her mouth, and placed her on the bed in the cell to create the illusion that the prisoner was still there. Okay. Luo Maokai nodded. After that, the two left the prison and escaped easily because there were no guards. You go back first. Yi Xian looked at the sky, calculated the effectiveness of the special sleeping pills, and decided to risk another trip to the library. Luo Maokai frowned. What about you? I still have things to do. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he went straight to the library and arrived there soon. The guards knew his identity and did not stop him. The Demon King is so handsome. But why did he just take away a book? I wish I could see him for a little longer. Already gone? Yi Xian's heart dropped. He came to the ancient books area and was about to continue browsing, but found that the place was full of people. It turns out that this is the area where the Demon King went just now, and those people came to join in the fun. This can't go on like this. Yi Xian frowned, knowing that the situation was urgent. He gritted his teeth and came up with a somewhat crazy idea. That's all. Don't blame me. Yi Xian murmured softly and began to put the books in the library into his backpack, preparing to pack them away and read them slowly when he returned. Someone exclaimed, What's going on? Books disappeared out of thin air, which shocked them. Yi Xian had already started running in the library pavilion, and there were no books anywhere he passed. Although there are many books in the library, they cannot bear such a large-scale storage. 5 minutes later, seeing that the backpack was almost full, Yi Xian had no choice but to leave. Everything calmed down, leaving only the surviving books and confused people. In the end, what happened? Yi Xian left the library, but did not notice that the old man who was originally guarding the door had disappeared. The backpack is almost full. Yi Xian frequently used teleportation in the city, shook his head and smiled. Logically speaking, the capacity of my backpack is huge, and it is impossible to fill it up. But books occupy very many grids, and one book occupies one grid. So this situation occurs. When I was about to leave the city, I found that the city had been closed. Yi Xian frowned, released long-distance teleportation, and appeared outside the city, only to find a person standing not far in front of him. Chapter 381 Hope. The books in the library are not allowed to be taken out without permission. The man slowly approached and revealed his true face. He turned out to be the old man he had seen before. Yi Xian chuckled. Senior speed puts me to shame. People can leave, but the books stay, the old man said calmly. Huh? How come you came out faster than me? The voice came from behind. It was Luo Maokai, who had just ran out of the city. Walk! Yi Xian did not look back, but shouted loudly. Luo Maokai was stunned, turned around and ran away without stopping. Hey! The old man let out a long sigh and slapped a palm in the air, which was mixed with powerful energy. Puff! Yi Xian was hit instantly and flew backwards. He cast a powerful healing spell on himself and reluctantly got up from the ground. It's really amazing! Hand over the book. The old man came slowly. Chong! Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, his clothes fluttering in the wind. The old man vaguely sensed something was wrong. A dream stains the blue sky. A sword breaks the sky. Yi Xian used the immortal poetry sword, and the mana was consumed rapidly. The old man's eyes flashed. He clasped his hands together, and a light blue translucent shield appeared in front of him. Boom! Yi Xian got close in an instant and stabbed the shield. In just an instant, powerful energy overflowed. The earth cracked open, and even the clouds in the sky dispersed. Yi Xian was a little surprised. What a quick response! Who did you learn this swordsmanship from? The old man squinted his eyes slightly. What does it have to do with you? Yi Xian said, looking back, a little worried that the devil would come. As long as you tell me, I'll let you go, the old man replied. Yi Xian thought for a while, decisively refused, and then recited a poem. The old man once again summoned a shield to defend himself as before. Only this time, the attack was delayed. When he looked, he realized that they had already left. Who wants to fight you instead of running away and waiting to die? Yi Xian had already run away and returned to the vicinity of Yu. Owner? The red-haired Natasha was grilling fish by the lake. When she saw him, she was excited at first, and then pouted in a reserved manner. Yi Xian glanced around and found that Luo Maokai and Marjorie hadn't come back yet. He felt a headache. Forget it. Ignore them for now. Pack them up and prepare to evacuate. What happened? Red-haired Natasha asked. When she learned about what happened, she was very surprised. She didn't expect that the undead tribe would have such a powerful master. After a while, Yi Xian summoned the bus and was about to leave when Luo Mao came back. Why did you come back? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. I should be asking you. Why do you run so fast? Luo Maokai was panting. He obviously ran first every time. Yi Xian shook his head. Have you met Marjorie? No. Shouldn't he be in the team? Luo Maokai was surprised. He looked around, but did not see Marjorie. You guys get in the car first. I'll look for him. Yi Xian rubbed his sore brow. You want to go back? It's not like you don't know how dangerous it is inside now. Luo Maokai couldn't help but said. Yi Xian nodded. It's just because I know that I want to go in. After he finished speaking, he cast teleportation and left. This fool can easily get himself involved. Luo Maokai sighed. As everyone knows, Yi Xian's feelings for Marjorie are very special. Like a master and apprentice. But also slightly indebted. So I had to go this time. Snow began to fall in the sky. And Yi Xian used teleportation to return to the main city of the demon clan. He was wary of the old man he had seen before. And at the same time, he was looking for traces of Marjorie. Going deeper and deeper. Have you heard? A large number of books in the library have been stolen. The key is that no one was found at all. On the street, people dressed as soldiers could be heard talking from time to time. Yi Xian walked slowly. And before he knew it, he came to the execution ground, where there was blood everywhere. He looked up and was stunned. The wind was blowing with snowflakes. And a head was being stuck on a pole. It looked familiar. It was Marjorie. Died? Yi Xian swallowed hard. A little unbelievable. Not only Marjorie, but also many other people's heads were stuck on the pole. What came into view was a scene of H.L. These people are so stupid. They dared to sneak into the city. Court death. There were many people talking around. Yi Xian put his hands in his pockets, lowered his head slightly, and turned to leave. After that, he left the city smoothly without saying a word, and went to meet Natasha and others while reading the books he had obtained, one after another. Finally, Yi Xian paused slightly after seeing a book called The Demon King's Files. The inscription above is the City of Gods. The city that I once traveled through is still a bit incredible when I think about it. He opened it and read on the first page. This book records the files of demon kings throughout the ages. Seeing this, Yi Xian opened the pages one by one, becoming more and more frightened as he read. Although the demon kings in the past were strong, their national power was on par with the kingdom of God. Until the current demon king appeared. The last page reads, This is simply impossible. He is still so young. But he is powerful enough to destroy the world. Name, Carol. Age, 14. Strength, elementary devil. Weakness. Are you kidding me? Yi Xian frowned and found that the back part had been torn off. The little golden dragon poked his head out of his arms. It should have been torn off not long ago. Is it the Demon King? Yi Xian frowned as he recalled that the Demon King had been to the ancient book section of the library pavilion before. It's almost like 10, Little Jinlong said. It's still a step too late. Yi Xian clenched his fists, put the book back into his backpack, and looked through other books, but found nothing. He shook his head. What a pity. Perhaps, if we find the kingdom of God, there will be hope. The little golden dragon pondered for a while, and then gave some suggestions. It's already in ruins. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Jinlong also knew about this. I mean, find the kingdom of God when it still existed. Little Jinlong couldn't help but say. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. You mean to find a way to travel through time again? Well, this file must have been written by the Demon King before he destroyed the City of Gods. As far as I know, the City of Gods has been the demon's biggest enemy before this. Maybe we can get additional clues. Little Golden Dragon responded. If you have a chance, go over and give it a try. Yi Xian nodded lightly, then summoned a car, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards where Natasha and others were probably. 2 hours later, when everyone gathered together and learned that Marjorie was dead, everyone fell silent. Someone who was rescued by Marjorie said, Now the Wilt family is completely in decline. When you go back, help their family more. Someone else said, with deep helplessness filling his brows. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He dispersed the car, got into the bus with everyone, and drove away. Although I paid a heavy price this time, I gained nothing. Chapter 382, Memorial. Do you still remember the city of gods that you encountered by chance when you went to the ruins of gods? Yi Xian drove the car and looked at the red-haired Natasha, who was putting on makeup in the passenger seat. Luo Maokai, who was sitting in the back, was stunned. City of gods? Isn't that the ancestor of our Eastern Empire? How can I say this? Yi Xian turned his head and looked over. The reason why the Eastern Empire exists and is so powerful is because the people who created the Eastern Empire were once residents of the City of Gods. Luo Maokai replied. Then do you have the book? The Demon King's Files. Circulating? A copy will do. Yi Xian's heart moved, and he thought this was a good clue. Luo Maokai shook his head. I don't know. Even if there is such a thing. Only senior officials have the right to know. Makes sense. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Then what is the Devil King Files? Luo Maokai asked instead. Here. Take a look. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Then took out the ancient book and handed it out. Luo Maokai exclaimed. It was actually written by the Kingdom of God? He started to read down. And the more he read, the more frightened he became. When he reached the last page, his expression froze. Do you know why I want to find this book? Yi Xian shook his head and chuckled. Yeah. Luo Maokai nodded numbly. If you have a chance, go back and ask about it. Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Luo Maokai shook his head. No. On the contrary. It's time to say goodbye. Why? Yi Xian was a little surprised. The purpose of my trip is to assassinate the Demon King, regardless of success or failure. Thank you for saving me this time. I will repay the kindness in my next life. Luo Maokai smiled freely and opened the window on the side after speaking. Hey. Yi Xian wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Luo Maokai left the ancient book behind, jumped out of the window, and disappeared almost instantly. Master, there is no need to persuade such a person who has been on seeking death. Red-haired Natasha picked up the ancient book. Yi Xian pursed his lips. War is really cruel. He knew that Luo Maokai wanted to carry out a second assassination, which was bound to be disastrous. What a fool. Yi Xian couldn't help but said, people have different beliefs, so it's not easy for him to make irresponsible remarks. He just hopes that Luo Mao can survive. The bus was driving into the distance, and he was going to meet up with Shadow Demon King and others first. This body is so beautiful, but it's a pity that she met an owner who doesn't understand the charm. The red-haired Natasha held the mirror and put on light makeup. Just looking at her already beautiful face at this moment can make people's hearts beat wildly. So beautiful. Oh my god. People in the car expressed admiration from time to time. The red-haired Natasha crossed her legs and said, Master, actually you don't need to be so serious. Maybe you can live a much more free and easy life. Not so serious. Yi Xian rubbed his nose in surprise. Yes, a dissolute gentleman is also a gentleman. Isn't he? The corners of the red-haired Natasha's mouth raised, almost taking away the person's soul. Say stupid things again. Yi Xian switched the car to automatic driving and came to her. Moment. Red-haired Natasha's eyes widened. I'm warning you. Don't kiss me. She seemed to know what was going to happen. Her cheeks were so red that it almost reached her neck. No kiss. No kiss. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her cheek, then pinched her chin. The red-haired Natasha was at a loss. Pouted silently, closed her eyes, and looked like she was letting you take whatever you wanted. But I haven't been kissed for a long time. She opened her eyes blankly and found that Yi Xian had gone to drive again at some point. Master, you? If you don't want to kiss, then you won't kiss? This is too much. Sit tight. There are some bumps ahead. Yi Xian had a wicked smile on his face. After a long journey, they were far away from the main city of the Demon Clan. The wind blows and the snow falls. Luo Maokai wore a bamboo hat and came to the gate of the main city of the Demon Clan. After taking off the hat, he was actually wearing pure white clothes, which was very effective in hiding in this snowy weather. Who? A person on the wall noticed him. I am the Templar assassin. Luo Maokai appeared behind him instantly and waved his dagger. Blood splattered everywhere. The man's eyes widened. He clutched his slit throat and fell down. Luo Maokai disposed of the body and ran to the Demon King's castle. I want to defend the glory of the temple that belongs to me. A rat has gotten in again. The Demon King had just returned to the house, took the hot coffee from the maid, and murmured softly. 3 days later, there were many more heads near the execution platform, and Luo Maokai was among them, and on the temple roster of the Eastern Empire. His name has been passed down through the ages. Why? After Yi Xian learned about Luo Maocai's death, he let out a long sigh. He died, and got what he wanted. Is it really worth it? No one can give a truly accurate answer. Opening the window, Yi Xian took out a bottle of wine, opened it, and spilled all the wine outside. Are you wasting it? Natasha, the red-haired co-pilot, was holding her shoulders. No, it's a memorial ceremony. Yi Xian shook his head gently. Someone in the car suddenly exclaimed, Look! There is an army of demons ahead. Master, it would be more perfect to use the blood of the enemy as a memorial. The red-haired Natasha licked her lips. You girl. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator and adjusted the gear to the highest level. In an instant, the bus was like a rocket, rushing straight towards the army, getting closer and closer. What it is? The enemy general looked at the approaching passenger car. A soldier said, Maybe it's some kind of weapon. Quick! Spread out! The general shouted loudly immediately. But it was already too late. The bus rushed into the army, and wherever it passed, there were mutilated flesh and blood everywhere. Great! Natasha in the car raised her hands in the air. Others were amazed. They didn't expect that this extremely fast vehicle could be used like this. Soon, the bus changed from its original color to blood red. Yi Xian drove his car and ran wildly through the enemy ranks. When they reacted and were about to fight back, they took out the fire gourd, took out a little of the flames on it, threw it outside, and then walked away. Flames spread everywhere, and countless demon enemy troops were reduced to ashes amid screams. Yi Xian drove away with everyone, his expression unchanged at all. Why don't you let me do something like arson? The red-haired Natasha said, snapping her fingers. Suddenly, everything except the road ahead turned into a sea of fire, burning countless enemy troops who rushed over to support. Amazing. The people behind the car gathered together, with horror in their eyes. The red-haired Natasha looked back. Don't worry. I won't hurt anyone. After she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and laughed, which made those people involuntarily shiver down their backs. The bus was driving fast, heading towards the undead clan, where it had become a battlefield. Chapter 383. The human race is weak? Undead tribe. The people here have long been in dire straits, and there are wars everywhere. On a battlefield somewhere, the Shadow Demon King returned with a few rabbits, muttering, Finally some meat to eat. He couldn't help but think of Shao Dangong in Hepping Town, and he didn't know what his life was like now. Night falls quietly. Shadow Demon King, Su Daji, Zichui, and others gathered around the fire to roast rabbits. Why doesn't that guy come back? Zichui said gloomily. Perhaps there is something delayed? Su Daji looked at the sky, where the stars were shining brightly. Suddenly, there seemed to be something. After a closer look, it turned out to be a passenger bus descending rapidly from the sky. Get out of the way! The little paper man couldn't help shouting. However, they saw that after the bus approached, it disappeared directly, and dozens of people landed smoothly from it. The leader is naturally Yi Xian. Long time no see. You still know how to come back? Zichui hugged her shoulders and gave a false alarm. Su Daji looked away, didn't say anything, and didn't show whether she was happy or not. How is the battle going? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The people he had brought along had already dispersed. It's okay. Anyway, one wave after another died, and it's temporarily stable, Su Daji said lightly. Red-haired Natasha suddenly walked up to her. Hey, so beautiful? No fooling around. Yi Xian secretly thought that was bad. You care so much that you like her? Red-haired Natasha looked over. Her IQ was much higher than before. Forehead? Yi Xian nodded awkwardly, admitting it. Suddenly, the red-haired Natasha pouted and looked at Su Daji dissatisfied. I won't let you steal the master. Oh! Su Daji was generous and decent, and answered casually. This indifferent attitude made red-haired Natasha extremely dissatisfied. But she couldn't find anything wrong with it. There is bad news. The Demon Clan is gathering elite troops, and is about to attack the Sea Clan in a wave. I think the leader should be their general. Yan Bai. Yi Xian coughed lightly and changed the subject. That demon's god of death. Yan Bai? The Shadow Demon King was stunned and said in shock. Do you know him? Yi Xian looked over in surprise. Of course. Everyone in the Demon Clan knows this name. Shadow Demon couldn't help but say. Zichui took over the conversation. He is very powerful and unfathomable. Remember, life is the most important thing at any time. And I don't want to lose any of you. Yi Xian rubbed his nose involuntarily and said solemnly. Then this Sister Su Daji and I fall into the water. Who do you say first? Natasha came over. Where did you learn that question? Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Facing Natasha's questioning, he chose to ignore it and used long-distance teleportation to leave. Late at night, Yi Xian came to the main battlefield. He was holding the 7-star Long Yuan sword with a calm expression, and found an army in the distance. The leader is Wang Dong. Since he became the general, he began to lead the regular army on the battlefield. And together with a crazy sword, he was almost invincible. Just this time, the enemy came with a master and led an army of millions. And the two sides were in a stalemate. Yi Xian jumped to a tree nearby. The fight hadn't started yet, but they were in a confrontation. After learning the news, Natasha and others were rushing over to support them. Huh? When did it become your turn to be such a loser as a general? The enemy general's eyebrows were filled with ridicule, and behind him was the million-strong army. Wang Dong frowned and shouted, Come if you fight, or get out if you don't fight. Don't be so arrogant here. Prepare to charge. The demon general's eyelids twitched, and he roared. There are so many millions of troops. On the other hand, Wang Dong only brought 300,000 regular troops. Despite this, they did not take a step back. Suddenly, Huang Dao shouted, Enemy generals! Let's show off! I satisfy you! The demon general laughed and waved, and the army was ready. He was holding a long-handled sword, riding on a horse, looking at Crazy Sword from a distance, with disdain on his face. Humans are the weakest race. I'm going to beat you to the ground. Crazy Blade angrily yelled. On the other side, Yi Xian chuckled in the tree and sneaked behind the demon army, preparing to give them a big gift. Who? Jie. Someone discovered him and had his neck twisted to death. Yi Xian put on enemy uniforms and formed a formation in secret, consuming mana rapidly. On the other side, the battle has entered a fierce stage. Crazy Blade was covered in blood, but he maintained his determination and remained standing on his horse. On the other hand, the enemy general's armor was only slightly damaged. I will kill you with the next blow. Come! Crazy Blade roared and rushed forward on horseback. Ha ha! The demon general laughed loudly. The two met, and in an instant, there was a flash of sword and shadow. You are already dead. The demon general held a long-handled sword with a bit of disdain on his lips. There was a gash in Crazy Knife's throat, and blood spurted out, almost cutting off his entire head. Natasha and others who had just arrived frowned. However, Huang Dao suddenly raised his hand to cover the wound. Who is dead? What? The demon general was very surprised to see that he was fine. There was a sudden pain under his body. When he saw it, the armor was damaged and he had been cut in half. His upper body slid off the horse, but his lower body was still riding on the horse. Crazy Blade said expressionlessly, I have my determination, and you are just a rat. Nothing more. I still have 1,000,000 troops. Kill and charge. Although only half of the demon general's body was left, he still roared. As expected of a demon, his vitality is so tenacious, Crazy Blade said, riding a horse and crushing his head. Kill. Avenge the general. The demon soldiers were going crazy. But suddenly, things started to go wrong. The ground glowed with light, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be countless small formations, filled with scorching heat. The next second, the formation exploded, flames shot into the sky, and tens of thousands of demon soldiers died instantly. Wang Dong was shocked and said, What's going on? What else can happen? Of course it's my master. Red-haired Natasha hugged her shoulders and pursed her lips. Get ready to meet the enemy. Wang Dong turned around and discovered that a large number of demon soldiers were rushing towards them with their bodies burning with flames. They can't get through. After the red-haired Natasha finished speaking, fire filled her eyes, and a wall of fire rose from the ground, dividing the entire battlefield into two. Any demon soldiers who rush over will be instantly burned to ashes. On the other side, Yi Xian muttered in a low voice. The level of my formation mage is still too low. Otherwise, I should be able to eat up the experience of millions of enemy troops in an instant. It's a pity. The main reason is that they pursue the speed and power of the formation. Fortunately, after killing so many people, the level of the formation master is already over 90. At the same time, I also got a lot of new skills, which should be of great use in the future. Chapter 384 Consumption. The flames are burning, and I don't know how many demon soldiers will be buried here. Yi Xian found Wang Dong and others, Let's go! Just like that, the troops withdrew, and the bloody Crazy Blade gave a thumbs up. On the way, your healing skills are so useful. Crazy Blade is still riding on the horse, and his wounds have recovered. Yi Xian smiled and said nothing, looking into the distance, determined to set off to the city of gods to find out. The next day, early morning. It's just dawn. Yi Xian woke up from the tent with a headache. Natasha, are you there? Master. Red-haired Natasha walked in from outside. Get ready. Let's go, Yi Xian said. Where to go? The red-haired Natasha couldn't help but wonder. Yi Xian chuckled. Of course, it is the city of gods. If you can enter it the first time, you may be able to enter it the second time. Oh. Red-haired Natasha nodded. By the way, when will the Ice Spirit Pearl be completely absorbed? Yi Xian asked instead. Do you think I'm annoying? Are you so anxious to get my sister out? After hearing this, the red-haired Natasha pressed forward step by step, seeming a little unhappy. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. How could that happen? I'm just curious. It will take about half a month. Red-haired Natasha pursed her lips and said, So long? Yi Xian always felt that something was not right. Huh? I prepared a meal for you. Do you want to eat it? Natasha turned a little unhappy and brought out a plate of food, which smelled strange. Yi Xian couldn't help but said, Of course. After he took a bite, his expression changed slightly. Sudden. I feel the urge to vomit. How's it going? This is my first time cooking with my own hands. The red-haired Natasha couldn't help but say, her cheeks turning slightly red. The taste is quite unique. Yi Xian pretended to be calm and smiled. Are they all here? Zichuan happened to walk in from outside. Yi Xian saw her. Have you had breakfast? Have some together? Okay. I happen to be a little hungry. Zichuan readily accepted. After she took a bite, she said, Wow, it tastes terrible. Who made this? Yi Xian rubbed his nose and looked away. I did it. Red-haired Natasha lowered her head. She was extremely surprised. It's obviously the same body. Why is my sister's cooking so delicious? You came to see me for something. Right. Yi Xian silently put the plate of food into his backpack and showed his serious face behind him. That's right. Zichuan nodded, then coughed lightly. Have you been to the main city of the Demon Clan? Did you gain anything? You mean the way to deal with the Demon King? Look at this. Yi Xian took out the book called The Demon King's Files. Zichuan took a look and was surprised. How did you get this book? The library in the main city of the Demon Clan. Yi Xian answered. Thank you for being able to get it. It's amazing. Zichuan shook her head and turned the pages from time to time. Wow, this devil is actually afraid of bugs? Zichuan murmured while watching. After seeing the last page, her eyes showed surprise. Why is the most important part missing? It was torn off. I suspect the person who tore off this part is the Demon King. Yi Xian answered. Is this so? Zichuan thought thoughtfully. You came to me just to ask this? That's all. It just so happens that I also have questions to ask you. Yi Xian stared at her and smiled softly. Zichuan felt goosebumps on her body inexplicably. What do you want to ask? I want to know how far Su Daji's investigation into the Tiansheng sect has gone. Yi Xian looked solemnly and looked at the red-haired Natasha on the side. Understood. Red-haired Natasha closed the door of the camp and stood guard there. She's almost found it. But I guess she won't be able to defeat the Tiansheng sect if she keeps going like this. Zichuan said while rubbing her chin. Yi Xian heard this. Why? Of course it's because of the lack of strength. The Tiansheng sect is the Demon King's right-hand man. Just talking about the masters inside is enough for her to drink a pot. Not to mention that there is also a sect leader inside. Who is the most powerful? Zichuan briefly introduced. What about your Mei family? Yi Xian asked instead. What? You want to get information from me? Zichuan showed a sly smile. Yi Xian saw this. Can't you? You have to pay more. Zichuan said immediately, causing the red-haired Natasha beside her to roll her eyes. How much? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. If you don't say anything, I'll get 3 million gold coins. So I'll treat you as your supporter of me. Okay? Zichuan said coyly, looking like a weak woman. Yi Xian used tired body on himself. Stop using charm on me. Maybe I won't be able to hold it anymore and do something. Wouldn't that be better? Zichuan licked her lips. As a member of the Mei family, she was charming to the core. You girl? Yi Xian was speechless for a while, then handed out a large bag of gold coins and began to ask. Goodbye. Not long after, Zichui left the camp carrying a large bag of gold coins. Red-haired Natasha came over and said, "Master, I want it too. You don't have any pocket money anymore?" Yi Xian was thinking about the news he had received. He was a little surprised when he heard this. He rummaged in his backpack and took out 3 million gold coins again, which was also a big bag. "Who thinks money is too much these days?" Red-haired Natasha asked. She put the gold coins into her backpack and left with a smile. "Why are you going?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Red-haired Natasha replied, "No need to ask. Of course, I am going to buy some delicious food. This place is not far from the main city of the undead." After she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. "City of the undead. You are just passing by. By the way, you can go and see the current wolf family." After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he walked out of the tent and asked Natasha to wait for him. The main city of the undead tribe. The residents here lowered their heads one after another. It has long been open to foreigners and can come and go at will. "It's amazing. A few months ago, no one dared to mess with the undead tribe," Natasha couldn't help but said, looking around. "Everything is different now." Yi Xian whispered softly and took her shopping in the city. The red-haired Natasha has a strong desire to consume. She wants to buy almost everything she sees, no matter whether it is luxurious or not. 3 hours later, Yi Xian carried 2 big bags. "Is that enough?" The value of these things has exceeded 10 million. It is hard to imagine that they were all spent within 3 hours. No, I haven't bought any nice clothes yet." The red-haired Natasha pouted and walked into the nearby clothing store. In the store owner and clerk were busy, and a lady was holding a dog and choosing clothes. The red-haired Natasha couldn't help but said, "Store owner, why are the clothes here so big? Children's clothes are over there." The shop owner walked over quickly. "You?" Red-haired Natasha felt insulted. "Whose little girl has no education at all?" The lady suddenly looked over, her brows filled with contempt. Chapter 385 The Devil Returns to the World. "Why am I so uneducated?" Red-haired Natasha walked over angrily. The noble lady said contemptuously, "This is a high-end place. It's okay if you don't understand the rules. No matter how you shout. My dog is better behaved than you." After she finished speaking, she turned around with the dog in her arms and was about to leave. "You?" Red-haired Natasha releases fireballs. Suddenly, flames burst out, and the lady's body was on fire. "Help the fire!" the shop owner exclaimed. The noble lady screamed and fell, and the dog in her arms barked at the red-haired Natasha. Yi Xian summoned water to extinguish the flames with a wave of his hand. The red-haired Natasha snorted. "Master, why are you saving her? She should be burned to death. Where did you get such murderous intentions?" Yi Xian silently knocked on the top of her head, then looked at the lady on the ground, secretly thinking that it was a bit difficult. "Just wait for me. This is still the territory of the undead after all." The lady was disheveled and her legs were trembling, and she couldn't get up. "Oh!" A fireball appeared in red-haired Natasha's hand again. The lady said in horror, No! Are you okay?" Yi Xian raised his hand to suck the fireball into his body, then stretched out his hand to her and said awkwardly. The noble lady did not show off her quickness this time. She got up and ran away with the dog in her arms. "Why are you dragging me? Do you have the capital?" The red-haired Natasha made a face at her back. Yi Xian said helplessly, "Girl, you went too far this time. She called me uneducated." Red-haired Natasha still shouted, "In that case, at most I can teach her a lesson instead of killing her directly." Yi Xian felt helpless. "All right." The red-haired Natasha grunted and agreed. Yi Xian looked at the store owner. "I will pay for the loss in the store." "Thank you, guest. You are a good person. I suggest you leave quickly." The shop owner looked happy. "Why?" Yi Xian casually took out a bag of undead coins and placed it on the table. "The woman just now is the sister of the city lord. She is used to being arrogant and domineering. She will definitely not be willing to suffer a loss this time. I don't need to open this shop anymore." The shop owner lowered his head slightly and sighed. The red-haired Natasha said proudly, "Master, you see, I can still eliminate harm for the people. Thank you for reminding." Yi Xian ignored her, but handed over to the store owner and started choosing in the store. "Guest, why don't you leave?" The shop owner was surprised. "No matter what, I don't want to hurt other people because of my own affairs." After Yi Xian smiled softly, he picked out some clothes for Natasha. Not long after, he looked outside and saw a girl coming with dozens of soldiers. She was the lady he had seen before. The red-haired Natasha saw this. "Master, leave it to me? No. Let's talk first." Yi Xian shook his head and waited calmly until those people entered the store. The noble lady had already changed into a white dress. "Isn't it just that you know a little bit of magic? No matter how arrogant you are." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the soldiers behind her rushed out. "It seems there is no room for discussion," Yi Xian murmured softly. The red-haired Natasha rushed out from behind him, as fast as lightning, and easily subdued the soldiers with just fists and kicks. "Who are you?" The lady finally got scared and turned around to run away. "Where to go?" Red-haired Natasha appeared in front of her and hugged her shoulders. The noble lady angrily said, "My brother is the lord of the city. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. You are just the lord of a city. Do you think you are the lord of a country? If I want to kill you, why should I look at their faces?" The red-haired Natasha raised her head slightly, her face filled with disdain. She then sneered, "I just said that I yelled and was uneducated. Now, who is uneducated? I am uneducated. Please let me go." The noble lady was so stubborn that she had to start begging for mercy. This woman finally got into trouble. Yeah, she usually bullies us, but now look how she's jumping around. Passers-by on the road gathered and talked about it. "Do you think I should kill her?" Red-haired Natasha suddenly looked at those people. People look at each other. Who dares to speak? The red-haired Natasha curled her lips. "Boring. Let me decide for you." After he finished speaking, he looked at the lady with a smile on his face. No, I will never bully anyone again. I will definitely change my ways." The lady was stuttering as she spoke, with fright in her eyes. But then, the red-haired Natasha suddenly asked, "Have you ever killed anyone? Or harmed anyone?" Her big eyes were full of curiosity, but she looked a little sinister. "Absolutely not," the lady said solemnly. "Okay." The red-haired Natasha seemed a little disappointed and shook her head. "I have no reason to kill you. This is what my master taught me. What a pity. You girl." Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After giving the shop owner some money, he took her away. Not long after, the main city of the undead tribe, the palace, a man stumbled in, then knelt down and looked at the person on the throne. "Great King, please help me. What's wrong?" The person on the throne has his legs crossed and wears a crown on his head. He, the newly appointed king a month ago, is in charge of the entire undead clan. His origin is unknown, but his position no one dares to challenge. "My sister was bullied by evil people. They used their strength to show off, but they actually stepped on your face," the man shouted. It turns out that the man is the lord of this city. "But why is this different from the news I got?" the king said lazily, picking up the wine glass on the side and drinking lightly. The man heard this. "King, what news have you received?" His voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with panic. "Your sister is causing trouble in the city every day or two. Do you really think I don't know about it?" The king stood up, still holding the glass. "But even though my sister has done something wrong, it's not her turn to be bullied by outsiders. After I go back, I will discipline her well and ask the king to punish those outsiders severely," the man said quickly. Even now, he is still thinking about avenging his sister. "Oh, is it so?" The corners of the king's mouth curled up. The man nodded. "Besides, I will work harder to manage the main city. I won't need you anymore." The king smiled and waved, and footsteps were heard. The man turned his head and looked over, his expression changing from shock to horror. I saw a soldier slowly walking over with a plate. On the plate, his sister's head was dripping with blood and her eyes were open. "You know what? Your sister almost ruined my plan," the king said coldly, threw away the wine glass, took out a blood stone from his arms and chewed it. He raised his head, and his face was clearly visible in the sunlight, with countless cracked and tiny wounds that made people's hearts tremble. Yi Xian would definitely be surprised if he were here, because this person turned out to be Gu Qing, who was thrown into the door of death by himself. Chapter 386 Xiaojiu. "You are a devil." The man stood up tremblingly and roared angrily. He didn't understand before why this man became the king in just 1 month. But now he understands. Because it's cruel. Gu Qing stretched out his scar-covered hand. "No, you haven't seen a real demon." In the world inside death's door, he almost died countless times because it was too dangerous. Fortunately, I found a way out. The first thing he did when he came out was not revenge, but accumulation. Not so long ago, this bastard's sister got Yi Xian into trouble. If this comes to him, the consequences can be imagined, and the plan will be completely disrupted. Gu Qin was too lazy to say anything more and just waved his hand. Not long after, the man's head, along with his sister's head, were placed on the same plate and led away by the soldier. Yi Xian didn't know anything about this. At this time, he was looking at the killer he had caught and frowned. You said you are from the Tiansheng sect? That's right. If you dare to kill me, the Heavenly Saint sect can't get around you. The killer wore a mask. His hands were tied, and his voice sounded like that of a girl. Pretend to be a ghost. Yi Xian raised his hand and pulled off her mask. Quite cute. The red-haired Natasha reached out and pinched the killer's face. Yi Xian was surprised. Are you really from the Tiansheng sect? He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, still a little immature, and his appearance was average to above average. Of course. Don't think I'm a girl. I'm very powerful. The killer said it very seriously. Then you still failed in your sneak attack, crashed into a tree, and were caught by us? Red-haired Natasha shook her head with a smile. That was a mistake. The killer was very embarrassed. Just now, she was about to try her skills. When she met them, she rushed out with enthusiasm, but accidentally hit a tree. When he came to his senses, he had already been arrested. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Anyway, it is confirmed that he is an enemy, so he can be killed. No. The killer was frightened to tears. Master, this guy is definitely not from the Heavenly Saint sect. Natasha couldn't help but say. You know, Tiansheng sect is an extremely mysterious organization. Except for the Demon King. No one knows where the headquarters is, and the killers inside are all elite. This is far different from what I imagined. I really am. If you don't believe me, just look at it, the killer said, twisting his body, and a token slipped. Yi Xian picked it up and took a look and found that the words Tianshengmin were engraved on it. I just said yes. The killer seemed relieved. In this case, I can't spare you. The red-haired Natasha licked her lips and looked at Yi Xian. Master, how about you do something first, and then I start to torture you? Whatever you do, you'd better let me die. The killer's eyes were filled with tears, and at this moment, he collapsed. Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved. What is your name? And what is your status in Tianshengmen? My name is Shizhou. I am an assassin specially trained by the Tiansheng sect. I came out to perform a mission this time, Shizhou said. If you were caught by us, why didn't you commit suicide? Yi Xian said, pinching her mouth and finding that there was no poison bag hidden in her mouth. I'm not one of those stupid assassins. I don't want to die. I've secretly thrown away the poison bag a long time ago. Shizhou seemed to know what he was thinking and spoke. Yi Xian rubbed his chin and thought in his mind. It would be safer to kill him. No. Shizhou looked frustrated. Can you hear what I'm thinking? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, seeming to understand why the Tiansheng sect has such a weirdo. Probably because of this mind-reading ability. Forehead. Xiao Jiu looked away awkwardly, a little at a loss. Yi Xian stared at her. You can hear what I'm thinking. Right. Say it quickly, or I'll cut your face off. The red-haired Natasha took out a dagger. I can hear it. Xiao Jiu's eyes were red. It's interesting. Take it with you first. If you have a chance, bring it to Su Daji and the others. Yi Xian shrugged, summoned a car, opened the door, and threw it into the back seat. Red-haired Natasha was already sitting in the driver's seat. Master, get in the car quickly. Can't you just sit in the passenger seat? Yi Xian was a little helpless. No, it's not interesting at all. And if I drive, I can keep the master energetic. Red-haired Natasha pursed her lips. What's going on in your mind? Shizhou stared at her and said suddenly. His expression became very complicated. Yi Xian was curious. What are they? Hope to be whipped by the master. And? Shut up, Shizhou said. Red-haired Natasha stepped on the brakes, and powerful flames erupted around her. Yi Xian summoned a large amount of water. In an instant, the flame went out. I almost died. Shizhou looked like a frightened rabbit. Very timid. If you keep talking nonsense, I will cut out your tongue first. Red-haired Natasha blushed to the base of her neck. Yi Xian stared at her with a strange look. What? Let's drive first. The red-haired Natasha stepped on the accelerator slightly. The car was moving. and the atmosphere was eerily silent. One day passed. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Xiaojio said weakly. Give. Yi Xian took out a piece of Lin snake meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Xiaojio's eyes flashed with gold. It's delicious. What is this? Shut up. Red-haired Natasha glared over. Xiaojio closed her mouth and silently swallowed the cold snake meat in her mouth, feeling aggrieved. Are we almost there? Yi Xian looked into the distance. Yeah, but there are signs of enemy forces over there, so be careful. The red-haired Natasha nodded and tried her best to pretend that nothing happened. Soon, we arrived at the familiar no-man's land. But in this so-called no-man's land, we could now see living people from time to time. Among them are not only demon enemies, but also many refugees from other races. They have nowhere to go and few places to take them in, so they have no choice but to stay here and fend for themselves. Red-haired Natasha drove the car. Master, do you want to go directly to the ruins of the City of God? That's right, Yi Xian responded. He looked at Xiaojio and found that this guy's expression changed from time to time. He was confused for a while, and then he was laughing again, inexplicably a little creepy. Who knows? Is he laughing because of what he and others are thinking? It's not a good feeling to have your secrets peeped into. Xiaojio suddenly looked at him and showed an apologetic smile. Yi Xian understood. Have you been reading our hearts? I'm sorry. I can't control myself. I'm quite curious about that City of Gods. Xiaojio's eyes showed brilliance. Master, why don't we kill her to avoid future troubles? Natasha pursed her lips and said unhappily. How can that be done? It took a lot of effort to catch a member of the Tiansheng sect alive. Yi Xian shook his head. Suddenly, a strong impact knocked the moving car away. Chapter 387, Acquaintance. Who? The red-haired Natasha jumped out of the car window, her whole body burning with fire. A man stood not far away, his fist smoking. Heavenly Holy Gate! It turns out to be a master from the Tiansheng sect. Who can be so angry? Yi Xian put away the broken car, glanced at Xiaojio, who was dazed beside him, and slowly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. He glanced around and saw many killers coming from various places. Master, shall I do it or you? Red-haired Natasha licked her fingers. You do it. Yi Xian's face was expressionless. The red-haired Natasha soared into the sky, and strong flames overflowed. In an instant, the 10-mile radius turned into a flaming H.L. The killers looked at each other. Kill that little girl first. If a killer touches the ground with his feet, he must go over and kill him. Shua. Yi Xian moved first. He teleported behind the killer and waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand, causing the air to tremble slightly. Blood spilled on the ground. Before the killer could jump very high, he was split into 2 halves from the center of his eyebrows down. Xiaojio looked at this without saying a word, but his expression became increasingly serious. The killers, on the other hand, were all frightened. The killer whose fist was smoking just now was obviously the leader. He snorted coldly at this moment. Turn around and make a fool of yourself. I'll let you taste the power of my assassination iron fist. Instead of retreating, he advanced and ran towards Yi Xian. Thank you, Master, for delaying me for a little while, came red-haired Natasha's voice. Then, the sky and the earth were filled with flames. Yi Xian closed his eyes for a while. When he opened them, he saw that the 10 miles around were bare, without any vegetation, and the killers had turned into ashes. He looked behind him. What's wrong with you? Xiaojio was curled up next to his legs. It's safe here. Xiaojio no longer seemed so silly, and there is something spiritual in her eyes. Humph. Red-haired Natasha fell to the ground. You made such a huge battle. Do you want to kill her as well? Yi Xian vaguely guessed something. Red-haired Natasha shook her head. Master, am I that kind of person? You are not a human. You are an elf. Yi Xian raised his hand to scratch her nose and summoned the car again. Hey, red-haired Natasha immediately jumped into the driver's seat. Iron Fist was killed just like that. Xiaojio was thinking about something in her heart. You know, although the assassination Iron Fist is not ranked among the Tiansheng sect, he is still a rare master in the assassination world. She swallowed hard and thought to herself that she seemed to have gone too far this time. Soon, the 3 of them were back on the road. Xiaojio was still thrown into the back seat. Red-haired Natasha looked ahead. The City of God is coming soon. Wait. Stop the car first. Yi Xian suddenly frowned and stared at a place outside. His brows furrowed. What's wrong? Red-haired Natasha stepped on the brakes. Wait for me in the car. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he opened the door and got out of the car, and ran towards the direction he was looking at before to teleport. He came to an acquaintance and said, "Long time no see. It's you?" The acquaintance swallowed and quickly zipped up the bag in his arms, revealing a faint red light inside. "It seems that the last time we met was because of the Bloodstone." "Right," Yi Xian said slowly, raising his hand to take the bag in his arms and open it. Sure enough, it was filled with bloodstones. The acquaintance nodded awkwardly. He was a passerby whom he had not seen for a long time. At this moment, he couldn't help but swallow the foam at the mouth. Yi Xian chuckled. "You are lucky. You didn't die in the Bloodstone crisis. You still dare to touch the Bloodstone. Aren't you afraid of death?" In fact, now the entire world, including the Demon Clan, has clearly banned Bloodstone, making it a real contraband. Once someone is found using it, he can be executed directly. "This is just a small business. Just to survive." Passerby took out a business card. Yi Xian took it and checked. "Businessman? That's right. I'm a businessman now." Passerby nodded solemnly and stretched out his hand tentatively, trying to take away the bag in his arms. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian put the bag directly into his backpack and said, "I don't want to kill you. Stay away from this thing in the future. Do you understand?" "Clear," Passerby agreed, secretly shedding a drop of sweat. When Yi Xian left, he quickly took out a talisman. The Bloodstone was discovered. After finishing speaking, he shook the talisman and it flew out. This was a talisman specially used to communicate messages. Half an hour later, Undead Tribe. "What?" Gu Qing, who was on the throne, smashed the teapot, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with red bloodshot eyes. He tore off the talisman used for communication. "Why? Just because this guy is my destined enemy?" Not long ago, he had just avoided a head-on confrontation. But now, he was directly discovered about the Bloodstone. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not go into details. "This can't go on like this. We have to start planning." Gu Qing clenched his fists. On the other side, Yi Xian has arrived near the City of Gods. He dispersed from the car and came to the familiar place where he was crossing. "It doesn't seem to be anything special?" Natasha couldn't help but ask. "Look first," Yi Xian said and started to search nearby, while Xiao Jiao was directly thrown aside. Red-haired Natasha looked over. "Don't play tricks. Be careful with your life." Xiao Jiao said nothing, looking pitiful. 2 hours passed. Nothing was found. After Yi Xian came back, he sat on the ground in surprise. "It's strange. Why can't I get in?" Looking back at that time, I just turned around casually and traveled to the former City of God. But now there is nothing I can do about it. "Master, how about we take a rest first?" Red-haired Natasha came back at this time. "Okay." Yi Xian nodded. "Master, I'm so tired. Can you rub my legs for me?" Red-haired Natasha whined. Yi Xian shrugged. "Just rest and rest. Why don't you rub it? So cold." Red-haired Natasha was very dissatisfied. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Jiao gloomily and muttered in her heart, "I really want to take this ability of yours as my own, so that I can know what the master is thinking. I don't think it can be done." Xiao Jiao shook his head weakly. As she spoke, a plan emerged. That night, the fire rose, and Xiao Jiao, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. "What's the matter? Hey, since you can know what others are thinking, can you tell me what the master thinks of me?" Red-haired Natasha said with a pout. "It's better not to talk about it," Xiao Jiao coyly said. "Speak quickly, or I will cut out your tongue so that you can never speak again." Red-haired Natasha looked threatening. Xiao Jiao lowered his head. "Okay. Actually, he misses you so much in his heart." She glanced at Yi Xian, who was sleeping soundly, and gradually became bolder, secretly thinking that the opportunity had come. "Say it quickly." Red-haired Natasha put her ear to her. "He is." Xiao Jiao started talking, saying whatever he wanted to sow discord and distort his thoughts. "Do you really miss me that much?" Red-haired Natasha had tears in her eyes and lowered her head slightly. Chapter 388, How to Get In. "Then there is still a holiday?" Xiao Jiao was afraid that she wouldn't believe it, so her eyes were sincere. A voice suddenly came from behind. "But why do I think he doesn't think so? How is it possible? I can read minds. I know exactly what is going on in anyone's mind." Xiao Jiao turned around and found that the person who spoke was actually Yi Xian, and gradually lost her confidence. "Idiot! Red-haired Natasha laughed through tears and said, I already knew that the master wouldn't miss me that much. How about acting like it? You guys teamed up to tease me? Shujo was furious. The red-haired Natasha pinched her cheek. Teasing? This is called a strategy. How dare you sow discord? The hands became harder and harder. Shujo cried out in pain with tears in her eyes. Master, she really has bad intentions. What should I do? The red-haired Natasha asked instead, looking very anxious to kill her. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Xiaojio showed a pitiful look, which made people feel pity. Gag her mouth. Yixin pondered for a moment and then said. The red-haired Natasha heard this. Master, at least cut off her tongue. Right. No. Shujo is crying. Do you want her to be unable to speak? Then it's useless. It's better to kill her. Yixin was a little helpless. In his opinion, Xiaojio's biggest role now is that he will not commit suicide. After he is brought back, he can interrogate the information about the Tiansheng sect. This is what Sudaji and the others need most. Therefore, the tongue must not be cut off. All right. Red-haired Natasha pouted. Yixin chuckled. Don't be angry. I will make you happy in a while. Why? The red-haired Natasha was puzzled. Because them. Yixin pondered for a while, then picked up a stone on the ground and threw it into the distance. Damn it! How did you find me? A figure jumped out from there, dodging the stone. Feeling surprised, Yixin said, I'm not blind. No matter how well you hide it. You can't hide it when there are more people. Humph. Let Shujo go quickly, and the previous affairs between you and our Tiansheng sect will be wiped out. Otherwise, the man first let out a long breath, then stared at him and said, It turned out to be the killer of the Tiansheng sect. What if I say no? Yixin chuckled lightly. Then don't blame us. The man snorted coldly and rushed over quickly. This would be another wave of killer attacks. The red-haired Natasha snorted coldly. Come out. What are you hiding? Are you willing to show up only if I burn the area to ashes? Remember, rescuing Shujo is our mission. Clear. The killers appeared one after another. Soon, they rushed forward in an orderly manner, with some of them dealing with Yixin and Natasha, while others were responsible for rescuing people. Hey! 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 You guys underestimate me. The one who plays with fire. Right. Natasha waved her hand, and a cover formed by flames covered Xiaojio inside. The killers all frowned and found it difficult, so they had no choice but to look at her and draw their weapons. Yixin said, They changed their target to you. Can you handle it? Don't worry. Master, there's absolutely no problem. The red-haired Natasha disapproved of this, waved her hand, and pillars of flame shot up into the sky, taking away 1 or 2 killers' lives each time. But she was very dissatisfied. You guys, can't you stand closer? They are completely scattered, which also results in poor effectiveness of their skills. You mentally retarded child. Let me send you on your way. A killer suddenly appears behind her. However, a pillar of flame rose from the sky and directly melted it into ashes. Yixin is relatively relaxed here, almost one sword at a time. But it's a bit time-consuming. Half an hour later, the killers retreated. That's it? The Heavenly Saint sect is nothing more than that. Natasha shook her head. They are all just ordinary assassins. The real strong ones have not yet come. Xiaojio couldn't help but murmur, not wanting to be so insulted in the place where she was raised since she was a child. Yixin chuckled. Thank you for reminding me. We will pay extra attention. Forehead? Xiaojio was confused. What did you seem to have revealed? There will definitely be killers coming to save her, and they will get stronger and stronger, Yixin said. I'll keep vigil tonight. Red-haired Natasha volunteered. Yixin shook his head. No, there is someone to guard us. We should go to bed now. This is a rare rest time. Dragon? Shujo suddenly exclaimed at this time. Obviously, he relied on his mind-reading skills to learn about the little golden dragon from Yixin. It turns out that the little golden dragon is guarding us. Red-haired Natasha suddenly realized. Too crazy. Shujo couldn't help but murmur. It is simply unimaginable that there are legendary dragons among them. Yixin casually summoned 2 beds. Go to sleep. The red-haired Natasha nodded, and when she saw him lying on the bed, she immediately went over to hug him. That bed is for you, Yixin said helplessly. No matter she is in the fire state or the normal state, she likes to stick to herself when sleeping. Treat prisoners well. After hearing this, the red-haired Natasha went over and threw Xiaojiu onto another bed. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The next day, he slowly opened his eyes, and saw red-haired Natasha lying in his arms, and not yet waking up. It feels so uncomfortable to be tied up. Xiaojiu pouted on the other bed. Can you help me untie it? I promise not to run away. Tell me some information about your Heavenly Saint sect. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then chuckled. Xiaojiu looked happy when he heard this. Will you untie the rope then? I will consider changing you to a more comfortable rope. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent. TCH. Then I won't say anything. Xiaojiu pouted and buried her face in the quilt. Did you find anything? Yi Xian shook his head and turned to look at the little golden dragon who slowly climbed onto the bed. Little Jinlong glanced at him. This city of gods can only be entered on the 13th of every month. At 13 o'clock, 13 seconds, and 13 seconds. The requirements are so strict? Yi Xian did not doubt whether it was true or not, but was surprised. Of course, there won't be a single second difference. Little Jinlong nodded. It's the 12th now, which is tomorrow afternoon, Yi Xian whispered. As long as he waits until that time, he can enter the city of God. The little golden dragon responded and said, The reason why you can enter the city of God is because of me. But the number of times is not unlimited. There are only 2 times left. What is your relationship with the city of gods? Yi Xian knew that they must have some kind of connection. If you die in the city of God, you will travel back in time. The little golden dragon did not answer, but said to himself, You have not answered my question yet. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Unexpectedly, the little golden dragon bit him on the stomach. I don't want to answer. Hiss. Yi Xian took a breath and let the matter go. Chapter 389, Battle. Master, I'm going to cook. Natasha woke up rubbing her eyes. Her fiery red hair had faded. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Have you finished absorbing the ice spirit pearl? Yeah. It's much faster than expected. Natasha nodded vigorously with a smile on her face. It's so strange. Xiaojiu, who was lying on the bed not far away, murmured softly, noticing her changes. Your Tiansheng sect is about to send experts over. Right. Yi Xian turned his head and looked over. Xiaojiu shook his head. I really don't know this. But it should be. She looked away with her eyes. Thoughtfully. Ready to fight. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed Natasha's head. Yeah. Natasha nodded vigorously and took out the bow and arrow. Noon. Natasha held a bow and patrolled around with great speed. Yi Xian sat on the edge of the bed and breathed. Xiaojiu, why do you call me this name? As killers, our names are all given by our leaders. We can't decide. Xiaojiu pouted. She then continued. I suspect that the leader didn't pay much attention when he named me. Otherwise, how could it have such a simple name? Maybe. Yi Xian chatted with her wordlessly. On a whim, Yi Xian thought of some special things in his mind and wanted to see how she would react. Xiaojiu's face instantly turned red, and she remained silent. I won't tease you anymore. Yi Xian chuckled, and then asked, Do you know the Templar assassin? Well, those assassins are pretty good. They barely have the strength of our ordinary assassins from the Tiansheng sect. Xiaojiu nodded slightly. When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but be curious. How powerful is your Tiansheng sect? We are a force directly under the Demon King. In terms of strength alone, we should be able to crush the entire demon clan. Xiaojiu replied. Do you know the Mei family? Yi Xian continued to ask. Later, he learned a lot of news from Xiaojiu. And it was already evening. Master, a total of 276 of them have been dealt with. Natasha jumped back from a tree. Yes. Yi Xian nodded lightly, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the corners of her blood-stained eyes. Silly girl. It's all on her body. Won't do it next time. Natasha blushed and squirmed. At this time, Xiaojiu swallowed and foamed at the mouth. More than 200 killers were eliminated in one day? She relied on mind reading to know that these were all true, and there was no lie at all. Yi Xian looked at the sky and said, Let's rest. There will be a little golden dragon watching over us at night. Natasha nodded. Gradually, it got dark, and Yi Xian felt a little cold. So he summoned several fires. It's winter now, and although there aren't any snowflakes in this no-man's land, the temperature fluctuates from time to time. At night, Yi Xian did not sleep. He repeated the scene of entering the city of God in his mind. When you go in tomorrow, you must find the complete Devil King files, without any mistakes. The faint calls of unknown birds could be heard. The next day, early morning, Yixian stayed up all night, drank a bottle of anti-fatigue potion, and instantly became energetic. She likes you too much, came Shijio's voice. Who are you talking about? Her? Yixian was stunned and looked at Natasha, who was still sleeping. Xiaojio nodded. Whether she is awake or sleeping, she is always thinking about you. But she is not as perverted as when she had red hair. Yixian smiled knowingly, raised his hand, and rubbed Natasha's head. Owner? Natasha slowly opened her eyes, stretched, twisted her body to get up, and then threw herself into his arms. Did I disturb you? Yixian was a little embarrassed. No. Natasha seemed very sleepy and couldn't keep her eyes open. Suddenly, Yixian's expression straightened up and he looked into the distance, where the little golden dragon was crawling over quickly. He jumped out of bed. Coming? Coming! The little golden dragon spoke hurriedly from far to near. Then, a figure appeared not far away. The figure seemed to be that of a woman. Her body was wrapped in layers of thick black cloth, with only her 2 eyes exposed. It feels strange and scary. Very powerful? Yixian stuffed the little golden dragon into his arms. It's okay. I tested her, Xiao Jinlong answered. He was unable to reveal his true form, and his strength was greatly restricted, making him unable to fight the killer at all. Yixian nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Please rest first. Little golden dragon responded. Let Shijio go. The killer spoke, his voice a little hoarse. Second sister, come and save me. Shijio is pitiful. Yixian frowned, secretly thinking that it was difficult to deal with. This killer was definitely among the masters. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, his eyes slightly focused, while Natasha stood on the bed, already taking out her bow and arrow. The killer suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a cone-shaped weapon in each hand, half a meter long. Yixian didn't have time to defend himself and was knocked upside down. It's so fast! Don't you want to introduce yourself first? After he finished speaking, he looked at the 2 extra holes in his body and released a powerful healing technique. The wound gradually healed. The weapon was strangely shaped, and it hurt unexpectedly when it hit the body. It had many barbs. Once penetrated into the body, large pieces of flesh and blood will be taken away. The killer didn't say a word and started attacking frantically. Natasha shot an arrow. Accurate hit. The killer took a few steps back, realized it was a tracking arrow, and tried to run away. However, how could Natasha agree? She fired arrows frequently. Because of the tracking arrow, the arrow chased the killer. Yixian just breathed a sigh of relief. But a cold wind blew by. He came back to his senses and found that the killer had come to his side, and then disappeared in an instant. But the arrows came towards me. Boom! I go. Yixian waved his hand to disperse the flying smoke, and his armor appeared. He was almost killed by Natasha's arrow, but he didn't expect that even the tracking arrow couldn't catch up with the killer. Shijio looked at this scene and suddenly shouted, Second sister, leave quickly. Why? The killer appeared 100 meters away. Because she is angry. Xiaojio looked at Natasha. Owner. Half of Natasha's face was dark, as if the sky had collapsed, and ice blue energy condensed around her. Yixian said in astonishment. I'm fine. You don't have to worry. It's just a powerful healing spell. However, Natasha obviously didn't think so. She looked at the killer silently, energy pumping out of her body. Just a few seconds, everything started to freeze. Among them, including the killer, Yixian and Xiaojio are fine. They are friendly forces and will not be harmed. Strangeness. The killer made a confused sound. Run! She will kill you! Xiaojio shouted. The mission is not completed yet. As a killer, you cannot escape. After the killer finished speaking, the cloth strips wrapped around his body fell off on their own and floated up to protect against the cold. Chapter 390, Siege. The power of ice and snow. Natasha pointed her palm at the killer. This is her first official battle since absorbing the ice spirit bead. The killer remained motionless, leaning on the strip of cloth for support. Strange to say, the strip of cloth was actually able to block the severe cold. At such a disadvantage, the killer had no intention of escaping. Yixian was surprised. Is it possible that there is support? He said, looking around, and couldn't help but shake his head. The surrounding land for dozens of miles has been frozen, and no one can stand it. Run! Shijio was still shouting. Natasha looked over. and an ice house appeared, shutting her inside. This time, the sound could not be heard. Yi Xian held the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Do you need my help? No. The master is right there watching. Natasha shook her head resolutely. She raised her hand, and an ice blue long bow appeared, exuding biting coldness. Even though he was far away, Yi Xian still felt a chill. Draw the bow. Snow-white arrows appeared. Natasha aimed it at the killer. A drop of sweat fell faintly on her forehead, as if she was struggling. Yi Xian whispered softly, Is this a new skill learned after absorbing the Ice Spirit Pearl? Suffer death. After Natasha fully drew her bow, she shouted loudly. The arrow flew out, bursts of white light wherever it passed, and accurately hit the killer. After a while, it calmed down. Yi Xian teleported over and found that the killer was no longer there. Completely wiped out. There was only the long strip of cloth on the ground, but it was also in pieces. What a horrific attack! Yi Xian couldn't help but said. No wonder Xiujio was so excited just now. He picked up the cloth and walked back, only to see Natasha lowering her head with tears in her eyes. Master, I'm sorry. Good boy. Am I not hurt? There is no need to blame yourself. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. However, Natasha still blamed herself and stood there like a child reflecting on herself. You are going too far. The ice room disappeared, and Xiujio looked at the long strip of cloth that was left, with red eyes. This is for you. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then walked over and handed out the long tattered cloth. Xiujio cried and said, I don't need your mercy. We are enemies. Eternal enemies. She knew Yi Xian's inner attitude towards her, but she didn't appreciate it at all. Yi Xian just nodded and waited quietly. Time passes minute by minute. Since the previous killer did not send back any news, Tien Shengmen became cautious about this matter and summoned 6 killers in the shortest possible time. Kill people! In a room, the master of Tiansheng sect wore a dark green ring on his hand and sat on a chair in the darkness. Yes! Yes! The 6 masters responded one after another and then left. It's noon. Yi Xian took out a watch and waited quietly. When the time is up, we can go in. Natasha stood aside and nodded slightly. Her well-behaved look made Yi Xian dumbfounded. You don't have to be like this. Natasha lowered her head. She could not forget the incident of her arrow hitting her master for a long time. You will not die well. Xiujio was lying on the bed, staring at them resentfully. She had been at the Tien Shengmen since she was a child, and was raised by the previous killer. She was said to be the second sister, and had the same affection for her mother. Recall all the things that happened in the past. Xiujio bit her lower lip, and couldn't help but shed tears. Owner. Natasha took out a dagger. She said, To ensure safety, it is best to break the tendons of her hands and hamstrings first. Come! Xiujio was not afraid at all, but shouted. The strange thing is that after using her mind-reading skills, she found that Natasha was not hostile to her, and seemed to be just telling her the solution. This, Yi Xian thought in his heart, isn't the case. There's no need. Natasha put away the dagger obediently, and then stood aside quietly. Don't think I will be grateful to you, Xiujio muttered. 1 hour left. Yi Xian glanced at the watch in his hand, feeling nervous. Time passed by minute, and soon, only the last 10 minutes were left. Owner! Natasha suddenly spoke, raised her hand to take out the bow and arrow, looked around, and saw several figures appearing. Yi Xian chuckled. As killers, you don't even hide yourself? Although he looked calm on the surface, he was already cursing in his heart. This group of people came earlier or later, but they came at this time and were about to see the city of God. According to the order of the sect master, the 6 of us are here to take your head, a killer said. He was a middle-aged man, holding a slender light blue sword in his hand and wearing ordinary clothes. His face was expressionless, giving people a very dangerous feeling. The remaining 5 people, both male and female, did not speak. Suddenly, they rushed over in unison. Swish, swish. Natasha strung her bow in one go and fired hundreds of arrows in an instant. However, for those killers, this was nothing more than a piece of cake. It had no effect at all and was easily blocked. Xiujio shouted, Help me kill them! Oh! I didn't expect that a fun-loving girl like you would also have murderous intentions. The man who spoke first still stood there without moving, with a smile on his face. Master, he is very dangerous. Natasha couldn't help but say. Hold on for 10 minutes. Yi Xian went over and held Shujio in his arms, with a serious look on his face. Natasha nodded. Yeah. Got to think of something, Yi Xian said softly, thinking about killing a few first, and then prepared to use the poetry sword to catch them off guard. However, just when he was about to cast it, Shujio shouted, 17! Get out of the way! The Shichi in Shujio's mouth was a killer who was present, and he retreated after hearing this. Your mouth! Yi Xian's mouth twitched. This guy knew what he was going to do before he even attacked. Humph! I won't let you succeed so easily. Shujio's face was filled with pride. However, when Yi Xian casually summoned a sock and stuffed it into her mouth, she became indignant. This is clearly an insult. Yi Xian ignored her, holding her with one hand and the 7-star Long Yuan sword with the other hand. With murderous intent in his heart, teleport behind a killer and cast the immortal poetry sword. Immediately, blood spilled and the killer was cut in half from bottom to top. On the other side, Natasha frequently shot ice blue arrows, which slowed down the killers and made them fight and retreat. They were very flexible and could not be approached at all. Interesting. The man put his hands in his pockets and smiled. Shujio stared at him and whined something, but it was unclear because of the socks in his mouth. Death! Yi Xian teleported behind another killer. Just as he was about to take action, he paused because the man had already appeared beside him, with a wicked smile on his face, and the cyan sword in his hand had already been swung down. Chapter 391 The Only Divine Seal. The sword blade gradually enlarged in the pupils. At the critical moment, Yi Xian used teleportation to leave. The man swung the blow in the air, and a long mark appeared on the ground. It was obviously very powerful. Shujio was still whining and saying something. Suddenly, the time came, and the scenery in front of me changed rapidly. Yi Xian was stunned and subconsciously wanted to join Natasha. But it was too late. When he came back to his senses, the surrounding area was filled with flames of war. The killers and Natasha are missing. Yi Xian frowned. Where are the people? This time is special. If there is no contact, it will be teleported randomly. The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Natasha! Yi Xian frowned, raised his head and shouted. However, there was no reply. Only the sound of the flames of war burning. Woo! Xiao Jiao was still in his hand. Yi Xian frowned, threw it away, and then looked into the distance. What is this place? This is what the city of God looked like after it was destroyed. After pondering for a while, the little golden dragon answered loudly. Destroyed? Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Well, the time points of time travel will not be the same. Little golden dragon responded. Yi Xian secretly thought it was hard to do. Now, how can he meet up with Natasha? He raised his hand to summon a helicopter, glanced at Shujio, and took him aboard with him. As the helicopter slowly took off, Yi Xian said, Pay attention below and let me know if you find anything. Knowing that the situation was urgent, the little golden dragon got out of his arms and lay down near the glass. Woo! Xiao Jiao stared at them. What do you want to say? Yi Xian frowned and removed the socks from his mouth. Shujio yelled angrily. That's too much. You actually put smelly socks in my mouth. Here are new socks. Yi Xian answered casually, feeling a little upset. They are both socks. What's the difference? Shujio bit her lower lip. Yi Xian ignored it and looked down intently. The helicopter was on autopilot, so there was no need to worry. Hey, are you a dog? Yi Xian suddenly took a breath of cold air. Shujio bit him on the shoulder. Bite you to death. Bite you to death. This time it's the smelly socks. With a dark face, Yi Xian forcefully opened her mouth and summoned 2 stinky socks. Soon, Xiaojiu became honest. She was thrown on the seat. An extra rope was tied around her body. Smelly socks were stuffed in her mouth, and she was about to cry without tears. There is someone! Yi Xian made a discovery. After the helicopter got closer, he helplessly exhaled and found that it was a killer. Woo! Shujio relied on his mind-reading skills to know something, and made sounds one after another. However, since they were at high altitude, their sound could not reach the ears of the killer below. Yi Xian slowly took out the dagger. There is no need for these guys to live. After he finished speaking, he opened the door of the plane, and when he was directly above the killer, he jumped down, the dagger in his hand exuding a cold light. The killer paused and looked at his feet. His own shadow seemed a little strange. He thought of something and quickly looked up, but all he saw was a cold dagger. After a while, blood flows on the land. Yi Xian wiped the dagger. And the helicopter, controlled by Xiao Jinlong, had already landed on the ground. Xiuzhou shed tears. Oh! Quiet! Yi Xian raised his hand and pinched her cheek, sat back in the driver's seat, and continued on his way. Half an hour later, still found nothing. He looked at the ruins all over the place and couldn't help but ask, Little Golden Dragon, was this destroyed by the Demon King? Well, it is precisely because of this that the City of Gods paid attention to Carol, the Demon King, and launched an investigation to write the Devil King files. Xiao Jinlong answered. Doesn't that mean there is a good chance of finding that book now? Yi Xian's heart moved. In my opinion, it is more likely to directly know the Demon King's weaknesses and ways to defeat him. Little Jinlong shook his head, not thinking that the Demon King's files would have any substantive effect now. It makes sense, Yi Xian murmured softly. At this time, people have just learned about Demon King Carol's weakness, and maybe they can find out by asking around. No matter what, find Natasha first. Yi Xian turned and shook his head. He was most worried about Natasha's safety now. Woo! Xiao Jiao wanted to say something angrily. You stink so much. After Yi Xian pondered for a while, he pushed her further away. Xiao Jiao was angry. However, no one knows what is being said. Time passes minute by minute. Yi Xian found another killer and solved it easily. Except for that man. There are 3 left. Yi Xian recalled the man who almost killed him. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. If you die here, you will return to the game world. Little Jinlong said at this time. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I have experienced the taste of death, and I don't want her to taste it. Xiuzhou suddenly became quiet. There was sadness in her eyes, as if she was thinking of the second sister who was killed before. Suddenly, Yi Xian discovered something. There were a few people walking in the ruins. Not a killer, but a resident here, or refugees. Yi Xian slowly landed the helicopter, facing this flying thing. Those people wanted to run, but did not dare to run, and stood there in a daze. Hello! Yi Xian got off the plane and showed a kind smile. Who are you? A refugee couldn't help asking, with a look of horror on his face. Are you the same as that evil dragon because you can fly? Another refugee said, his body trembling slightly. It has been 3 days since the evil dragon left with the devil Carol, but people still haven't gotten over this fear. Yi Xian shook his head. No, I'm here to help you. It's not necessary. We have been completely exterminated. There are less than 500 residents of the City of God still alive. The refugees' brows were filled with helplessness. This Yi Xian was speechless, and then asked, Do you know the weakness of the Demon King? You mean that damn devil? Except for that madman. Who cares? We can't win if there are any weaknesses. The refugee's brows were filled with decadence. Suddenly, he noticed something and raised his hand to rub Yi Xian's forehead. All of a sudden, the mark of God slowly appeared. The refugee looked shocked. You have a divine seal? Very good. The other refugees looked at each other, excited. What's wrong? Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, asking in confusion. Everyone with the divine seal has been killed, and you are the only one left, the refugee said solemnly. Yi Xian was puzzled. Don't you have one? Our bloodline is not pure enough, and we do not have the mark of God. The refugees sighed one after another, feeling helpless. By the way, have you ever seen this girl? Yi Xian was too lazy to care about that, but took out Natasha's photo. Chapter 392 Mission. I think I've seen it before. Refugees are carefully identified. Yi Xian heard this. Where is it? Wait a minute. You have the divine seal, and are the only one who can kill the Demon King. The refugee suddenly shook his head and clapped his hands on his shoulders. First tell me where the girl in the photo is. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Remember the madman I mentioned before? He is looking for the Demon King's weakness. You can go find him. It's half a day's journey ahead. The refugee did not answer, but then spoke again. Yi Xian noticed something. Am I triggering a mission? He looked at his mission board, finding the madman mentioned by refugees. The reason why his words were not answered was because the dialogue was fixed when he received the mission. He exhaled and asked again. Where is the girl in the photo? I saw it over there about half a quarter of an hour ago. This time the refugees gave the answer. He turned and sighed. Hey, why don't you let us follow you? We really have nowhere to go. The sky is big and the earth is big, but we no longer have a home. The refugees said this. If you don't have a home, Why not create one? Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then asked. Create? The refugee was stunned, thinking it was attention. He looked to the east. I heard that there is vast undeveloped land over there. We have the technology from the kingdom of God. Maybe we can go there and build an empire, the refugee said. Thanked Yi Xian and left. Little Golden Dragon murmured. So this is how the Eastern Empire came to be? What did you say? Yi Xian didn't hear clearly and was a little curious. It's nothing. Little Jinlong didn't want to say. Departure. Yi Xian sat back in the plane and glanced at Xiao Jiao on the seat next to him. Don't look at me like that. Woo 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 woo. Xiao Jiao's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction, and he shook his head as if he wanted to speak. Tell me. I'm warning you not to bite me. Otherwise it won't be as simple as smelly socks next time. Yi Xian took the socks from her mouth. Vomit. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jiao vomited it out directly. It turned out that she didn't want to talk, but because the smelly socks made her feel sick and wanted to vomit. Yi Xian looked at the stained clothes and silently opened the window. To be honest, I really want to throw you out now. But he didn't do that. Instead, he drove the plane in the direction of getting Natasha's news. Humph! You brought this upon yourself. Xiao Jiao was panting and felt like she was not feeling well. Maybe. Yi Xian shook his head and said, You're looking for that little girl. She must have been killed. Xiao Jiao was a little weak, leaning against the seat with a vicious smile on his face. Yi Xian's expression did not change. If she is killed, I will kill you. Xiao Jiao knew that he was not joking, and his face turned slightly pale. The sky was foggy. The city of God has long been turned into ruins, and everyone who holds the divine seal has died, except Yi Xian. He was flying a helicopter and touched his forehead involuntarily. Unexpectedly, the mark of God that he obtained by accident would become the key to dealing with the Demon King and trigger a hidden mission. But first, we need to find the madman that the refugees call him. Yi Xian knew what was important. But the most important thing was that he wanted to find Natasha's heart now. He took out the pet pocket. Everything was in good condition, which meant that nothing happened to Natasha. But her heart was still hanging. Xiao Jiao suddenly shouted, Brother, come and save me! I saw a person walking slowly in the distance. It was the man from before, holding a blue sword. Your eyesight is so good! Yi Xian had the urge to throw her off the plane. Humph! Xiao Jiao snorted proudly. Xiao Jiao? The man's ears are also very good, and he can hear from such a long distance. He came to the tree on the side, punched hard, broke the tree, then lifted it up and threw it towards the helicopter. All of a sudden, the big tree was like a javelin, heading straight for the helicopter. Yi Xian frowned. This is bad. Brother? Xiao Jiao was confused. If he did this, he would be killed too. It seems that they don't care about your life at all. Yi Xian turned to look over, raised his hand to grab her, and then let the helicopter dissipate. Ah! Xiao Jiao looked at the ground and screamed in fright. Yi Xian summoned the parachute and opened it only after it fell to a certain height, and the big tree that was used as a javelin flew over. Xiao Jiao was slowly floated down. I'm alive! There were tears in her eyes, as if she had been wronged a lot. I said, this time it's not as simple as smelly socks, Yi Xian suddenly said, taking out the needle and thread. No, Xiao Jiao was so frightened that his face turned pale. Promise to keep your mouth shut from now on? Yi Xian stared at her. Xiao Jiao nodded quickly. I promise. I will never say another word. That's pretty much it, Yi Xian whispered, and then summoned a car. The man was coming from a distance at an extremely fast speed. Every time he took a step, there would be a deep footprint on the ground. What's the origin of this guy? You call him Big Brother? Yi Xian jumped into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and summoned 4 additional jet accelerators. Xiao Jiao stared at him and blinked. Yi Xian was helpless. You can speak when I ask. That guy is a killer trained by the Tiansheng sect. We call him Big Brother or Boss. Xiao Jiao took a long breath and then said, Isn't the strength too abnormal? Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head. How can you not be like this? You are not half as powerful as the master of the sect. Didn't you show your true strength to fight against them? Xiao Jiao pouted. Yi Xian frowned. Your ability to read minds is really annoying. Passive skill. It can't be turned off. Xiao Jiao shrugged. Why does that guy want to kill you? Yi Xian asked instead. I don't know. Maybe it's because of my appearance that the Tiansheng sect has diverted some resources? He has less in his hands. Xiao Jiao lowered his head. Thoughtfully. Okay. Shut up. Yi Xian glanced at the rearview mirror and could no longer see any trace of the man. Xiaojiu nodded, thinking silently in his heart. Is it really what I think? Is this really the kind big brother he usually is if he wants to kill himself for some resources? Suddenly, a blast of cold air hit. Yi Xian was stunned. With the war everywhere, where is the cold air coming from? He was overjoyed, secretly thinking that it must be Natasha, and immediately summoned several more jet accelerators, heading straight to a place with low temperature, at an extremely fast speed. Slowed down. Xiaojiu got carsick. However, Yi Xian turned a deaf ear and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Chapter 393 Xi and Me. A killer was frozen, and a delicate little hand stretched out and touched it gently. Snapped. The killer turned into countless light spots and dispersed. Natasha took back her hand. Sorry. I don't have time to fight with you. I have to be busy looking for the master. Just now, the killer suddenly rushed over, and he could only do this in desperation. Natasha! Yi Xian shouted after driving closer. Master! Natasha looked back and saw the car, with tears in her eyes. I'm so glad you're okay. Yi Xian stopped the car, went over to hug her, and couldn't help but say. Natasha choked with sobs. Master, I don't want to leave you. I'm so scared. Afraid? Xiaojiu in the car muttered and glanced at the ice around him. After she used her mind-reading skills to learn what happened, she was even more speechless. Because she was afraid. She killed him instantly? Let's go! Yi Xian held Natasha's hand. Where to go? Natasha couldn't help but be curious. Yi Xian took her into the car and sat in the driver's seat. Find a madman! At this point, the task officially begins. He drove the car and rushed to the corresponding place. His expression suddenly solemn, and he looked at the rearview mirror. The man gave chase. Owner. Natasha immediately took out her bow and arrows with a solemn expression. Tell him to slow down. Yi Xian had stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but still couldn't get rid of the man. Natasha strung her bow and shot an ice blue arrow. Accurate hit. The man didn't hide at all, thinking it wouldn't cause him any harm, but his speed slowed down by 50%. Isn't this slowing down too perverted? Xiaojiu couldn't help but said. Quiet. Yi Xian glanced over. Xiaojiu quickly closed her mouth and stopped saying anything. The man was gradually thrown away and stopped. Damn it! He punched the ground, causing the earth to crack and spread for thousands of meters. I must kill you all. Xiaojiu, you can't run away. The man sneered. Brother? The voice came. Confused. They were the only remaining killers. They were at a loss, and had obviously heard the previous words. Come here. The man pondered for a while, and then said. The killers stepped forward. The man took action directly, and asked them to receive the lunchbox. You asked for this. As everyone knows, if you die here, you will just travel back in time. What happened? Are we still alive? The killers returned to their original point in time. They looked at each other and decided to report the matter to Tien Xingmen and leave immediately. And the other side. Yi Xian was still driving. The person we are looking for is a madman. He is looking for the devil's weakness. Oh. Natasha nodded confusedly. I hope everything will go well. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Just now, he had informed him of everything that happened after he came in, including the matter of the divine seal. Master, are you hungry? Natasha asked suddenly. Yi Xian took out a few pieces of snake meat and said, There is something to eat. Natasha picked up a piece of cold snake meat and looked embarrassed, but she still closed her eyes and ate it. I want to eat too, Xiaojiu said weakly at this time. Yi Xian glanced over and stuffed a piece of snake meat into her mouth. There's a city ahead. Natasha looked ahead and shouted suddenly. Yi Xian nodded. Maybe it's the city of gods. After he arrived here, everywhere he passed were ruins, including several cities. But there is only one true city of God. The remaining ones are all annexes, where the refugees once lived. Gradually, we arrived at the place. Yi Xian looked at the big stone on the side, which had the 3 characters, City of Gods, written on it. Obviously, this is the City of God. It's a pity that it has been turned into ruins, completely burned by the evil dragon, leaving only some broken walls and ruins. And it will never regain its former glory. Will there be anyone here? Natasha asked, confused. Yes. Yi Xian waved his hand and dismissed the car, walking straight over. Pain. Xiaojiu was thrown to the ground. Natasha picked her up, held her in her hand, and followed Yi Xian like a piglet. When I entered the city, I felt something familiar. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that there would be no changes here after so many years. The ruins are exactly the same as they were before I traveled back in time. Master, shall we look for each other separately? Natasha asked after hesitating for a moment. Well, meet here in 10 minutes. Yi Xian nodded. He was afraid that if it got later, the man would catch up. By the way, does your eldest brother have a nickname? Yi Xian turned to ask. Xiujiu pouted. One. Yi Xian nodded and then randomly picked a direction, while Natasha chose another path. Remaining flames still burned in many places. Yi Xian walked for a long time, but still found nothing. He couldn't help but wonder, was the madman mentioned by the refugees here? Sudden, the sound of a bottle breaking came from the front left. There is a ruin over there that once seemed like a nice yard. Yi Xian did not hesitate and tentatively walked over. After crossing several larger broken walls, he found someone drinking. The man was a mess, as if he hadn't showered in days. Yi Xian cupped his hands. Hello. Huh? Who are you? The madman looked over blankly, opened a bottle of wine, and drank heavily. I was introduced here. I heard that you were studying the Demon King's weaknesses here? Yi Xian asked tentatively. Who told you this? The madman's eyes widened. He then continued. No, I didn't. Don't kill me. It turned out that he was the one who thought Yi Xian was the devil. No wonder the reaction was so big. Don't be afraid. I want to deal with the devil just like you. Yi Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Why should I believe you? The madman didn't believe it at all. Yi Xian pointed to his forehead, and the mark of God flashed faintly. For a moment, the madman looked happy. Also, the gods still have inheritance. Now, can you tell me, what did you find? Yi Xian asked with a chuckle. Of course, I discovered that this new devil named Carol is not from our world. The madman said solemnly. Not from our world. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. A little hard to understand. The lunatic nodded vigorously. Yes, he is the devil, the mortal enemy of our Protoss. Can you be more detailed? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Of course, I'm happy to do that. The madman nodded and then began to speak. It turns out that many years ago, a channel appeared in the world where gods and devils live, allowing each other to travel back and forth. It was quite peaceful at first, but soon, the devils revealed their vicious nature and wanted to attack. The gods at that time were extremely powerful and were guarded by countless gods. However, after that battle, it declined. Although the demons were beaten back, the gods only had a city of gods left, and the gods were nowhere to be found. Chapter 394. I don't know yet. I see. After Yi Xian learned these details, he nodded slightly. He couldn't help but ask, do you know what Demon King Carol's weakness is? There are too many ways. As far as I know, the Demon King is just a primary demon who was used as cannon fodder in the past. The madman handed over a cup of tea and said with a sneer, Cannon fodder? Yi Xian just took a sip and almost spit it out. Don't be so surprised. Although a madman is called a madman, he is not really mad and is very sensible. Yi Xian let out a long breath. So, what can we do? If you had an artifact from ancient times, it would be easy to kill him. But since the gods disappeared, the artifact has long been gone. The madman shook his head helplessly. He then added, However, there is still a way, as long as you are stronger than him. Silence hung in the air. What do you think I would do if I could beat him? After a long time, Yi Xian spoke. That makes sense. The madman then realized what he was doing, took out a book, and began to paint and draw. Demon King Files? Yi Xian found that the book cover looked familiar. The madman nodded. I wrote all the devils of the past generations in it for records. I wanted to pass it on to future generations so that they can use it to deal with the devils. But now that I have seen you, I believe that this generation can kill the devils. In fact, he wanted to give up before meeting Yi Xian, the man with the divine seal. But now, hope is renewed. I will definitely find Demon King Carol's weakness and come back to you then. After the madman finished speaking, he ran away quickly. Tisk! Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows and said helplessly, Good guy. He doesn't know Carol's weakness at this time. This is normal. How can a weakness be so easy to find? The voice of the little golden dragon appeared in my mind. Yi Xian rubbed his sore eyebrows and turned back. The appointed time was almost here. Not long after, he stopped and was about to say hello to Natasha, who was already there, when his expression changed rapidly. I saw Jior's eldest brother, the man nicknamed One, chasing after him, just outside the city, only a kilometer away. Master! Natasha noticed him and waved. Behind! Yi Xian shouted loudly. Whoosh! When Natasha heard this, she turned around and looked back. When she saw him, she immediately took out her bow and arrows and shot countless arrows. Among them, ordinary arrows and ice blue arrows were mixed. Boom! After hitting, there was an explosion. The sound was endless, and flying smoke splashed up at this time. Yi Xian teleported to Natasha and disappeared with her and Jior in an instant. The flying smoke dispersed. He slowly appeared, his whole body filled with ice blue cold air. Damn it! He clenched his fists, and when the cold air dissipated, he continued to chase, his eyes vaguely glowing red. However, no matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than long-distance teleportation. Yi Xian had already brought Natasha and Jior to a small river. When he saw the river water, he was stunned because the river water turned out to be black and red and undrinkable. Master, what should I do? Natasha was going to get water, but she lowered her head when she saw this. It's just water. Yi Xian raised his hand to summon a large amount of mineral water. However, he knew that this was just self-deception. It could only solve a temporary need, and it had no water content at all. If I had known better, I would have brought more water, Yi Xian whispered. When he came, although he bought a lot of supplies, he brought very little water. Xiao Jiao said, I can take you to find the water source, in exchange for letting me go for 5 minutes. Seeing that both of them were suspicious, she pursed her lips. All right. Yi Xian glanced at Natasha and had no choice but to agree. Xiao closed her eyes, and after a long time, she looked in one direction. Over there. Let's go. Yi Xian was doubtful and led them there. Master, is she lying to us? She wants to lead us near that person. Natasha couldn't help but ask. No, she's not stupid enough to seek death. Yi Xian laughed dumbly. Now, Xiao and that one have completely broken up. They want to have a fight when they meet, but they won't do that at all. Natasha nodded slightly, trusting his words without any bottom line. Time flies. Finally, we came to the place Xiao mentioned. There was a water source here. It was a very small stream of water that seemed to flow from the ground. Yi Xian chuckled. Okay, do you still have this ability? I'm a killer. I'm just looking for water. It's easy. You must keep your word and let me go for 5 minutes. Xiao's eyes were shining with great anticipation. Of course, Yi Xian said with a chuckle, and a room rose from the ground. He walked in with the two girls, and then snapped his fingers. Both the window and the door disappeared in an instant and turned into a wall. Xiao was shocked by this magic-like method. Yi Xian chuckled. There is everything here, whether it is game consoles or food. Water is over there. He pointed to the water dispenser on the side, which was connected to the small stream of water he had seen before. Natasha walked to Xiao Jiao's side and untied the rope. No more 5 minutes. I'll give you 2 hours. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders, stretched, and sat on the sofa. The room he was summoned was very modern. What are these? Xiao Jiao rubbed her wrist and glanced around. She looked at the lamp, wondering why it was glowing if it wasn't a torch. Master, what is this? Natasha pointed to the game console next to the TV. Yi Xian chuckled and walked over to teach her how to play. Xiao Jiao walked from room to room, but still couldn't find a place that connected to the outside. He didn't dare to attack the wall. If he failed, he would be taken back. 2 hours passed quietly. Yi Xian said calmly, Why don't you come back soon? 10 more minutes. Just 10 minutes. Xiu Jiao's voice came from the kitchen. Yi Xian chuckled and continued to play games with Natasha, ignoring it. 10 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. 2 hours later, Yi Xian stretched out. Get some rest. We have to go on the road tomorrow. It was dark outside now. It was night. Natasha nodded vigorously. Xiao Jiao came over very broken down, seeming to be doubting life. How much time will it take? Tell me. Yi Xian had a vague smile on his face. Why did you do it on purpose? Why is there no place leading to the outside? Xiu Jiao had tears in her eyes, feeling extremely wronged. Yi Xian shrugged. I have fulfilled my promise, even dozens of times, which does not include letting you go out. I have not made a habit of letting prisoners go. You? Xiujiu bit her lower lip, turned around and ran. After entering a room, she closed the door behind her back. Chapter 395 Corpse. Owner? Natasha took out her bow and arrow and aimed at the locked door. Yi Xian shook his head. Let her go. That night, Xiujiu fell asleep leaning against the door, while Yi Xian slept in the bedroom holding Natasha. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian got up early, made breakfast, woke up Natasha, came outside Xiujiu's room, and reached out to open the door. Pain. Xiujiu, who was sleeping against the door, fell out. Eat. Yi Xian raised his hand and knocked her on the head. Humph. Don't think that just one meal can make me appreciate you. After Xiujiu pouted, he suddenly smelled the fragrance, drooled, and ran to the living room following the smell. Natasha has been waiting for a long time. Afterwards, the three of them had a fairly sumptuous breakfast. Yi Xian took out the rope and tied Xiujiu, then waved his hand, and the whole house disappeared, replaced by the scene from yesterday, and the air was filled with despair. There's enough water. Yi Xian looked through his backpack and found that after last night, the water collected was enough for them to drink for at least a month. An artifact? Yi Xian turned to look ahead. Artifacts, as the name suggests, are weapons of the gods. The god he was familiar with was the river god. If he had the chance, he would ask about the artifact that could kill the Demon King. Natasha, who was not far away, suddenly said, Master, come quickly and take a look. Did you find anything? Yi Xian walked over quickly and frowned when he saw it. It turned out to be a corpse. It seems to have crawled over from somewhere. He died not long ago. Xiaojiu muttered. Climb over here? Yi Xian looked at the posture of the corpse, and it indeed seemed to be crawling. The direction he climbed towards was the river he passed yesterday. After hesitating for a moment, he took the two girls and rushed there. As soon as we arrived, a foul smell came over us. What's going on? Natasha covered her mouth and nose and found that the river was full of corpses. It was obviously not like this yesterday. There are so many corpses. When will they be moved to the end? If you ask me, I can just burn them all with fire. But it's a pity that the superiors won't let me. The voice came suddenly. Yi Xian made a shushing gesture, took them behind a pile of dead people, and peeked over. It was two men carrying the body. He frowned and glanced at the corpse next to him, which had a dull divine seal on it. This means, in life, he was a man from the city of God. Most of those people are demons. Disposing of the corpses here, Natasha asked in a low voice. Master, what should I do? Yi Xian made a shooting gesture and stretched out a finger, signaling to stay alive. Natasha nodded. She took out her bow and arrows and jumped up, shooting 2 arrows in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 arrows were shot out quickly and hit accurately. One of the demons died on the spot, while the other was shot in the ankle. Just as he was about to shout, his throat was already pressed. Yi Xian lowered his voice and asked, Tell me, what happened to these corpses? It's just the corpse of the gods. This demon tribesman looked frightened, fearing that if he said the wrong word, he would be killed. Besides you, are there any other demons nearby? Yi Xian frowned. Yes, we were sent to clean up the battlefield. The oil and water are good. Occasionally we can find treasures from corpses. The demon clanman explained. Yi Xian asked again, Where is your demon king now? I'm back, not in the god clan. As the demons were talking, a strange smell came out. Yi Xian took back his hand and took the man's life with a wave of his hand. I was so scared that I peed. It's really embarrassing to the demon clan. Xiaojiu was caught in Natasha's hand and muttered in a low voice. There might be someone alive in here. Yi Xian looked at the pile of dead people in the river and couldn't help but say, Obviously, the body found earlier crawled through here. Xiujiu frowned and said, It's impossible. The one just now can be regarded as a miracle. There can't be a second one. We'll see. What if you lose to me? Yi Xian glanced over. You can do whatever you want to me. Xiaojiu had a smile on her face and made a plan in her heart. Natasha's little face instantly sank a little, very unhappy. However, if I win, you will let me go. Xiujiu turned around and said. She thought simply. She had nothing to lose. Even if Yi Xian showed his bestiality, Natasha would not agree. In short, I just pretend to be steady and don't accompany you. Yi Xian rubbed his chin. Okay, I promise you. After he finished speaking, he released the little golden dragon to help search together. Soon, after looking through the entire pile of dead people. The results came out, and it turned out that there were really no survivors. Quickly! Like a man! Let me go! Xiujio said hurriedly. Yixian waved his hand, and the rope was disconnected, and then took out another rope to tie her up. Xiujio frowned. What are you doing? I didn't say I couldn't capture you again. As Yixian spoke, his back suddenly felt hairy, and he found something moving under his feet. He looked down and saw it was a hand belonging to a corpse. Yixian hugged Natasha with his backhand and backed away. But the corpse stood up. Its pale face seemed to say that it was something like a zombie. What's going on? Xiujio felt a hair on his back. Hey, did you just leave me here? She had been tied up and couldn't move at all, looking at the body that was ready to move. Her heart pounded for a while. Are you alive or dead? Yixian stabilized his mentality, stepped forward and took Xiujio back and asked at the same time. The corpse spoke. Where is my father? He should wake up before me. After he finished speaking, he took a long breath, and his pale face became rosy. I found a body 1,000 meters away from here. Yixian pondered for a moment and then said, It seems he is not as lucky as me. The corpse was that of a man. He smiled bitterly and sat on the ground without strength. Who are you? Are you alive or dead? Yixian approached him and couldn't help but ask. The man replied, I am alive. I just used some tricks to pretend to be dead for a while. Do you have the mark of God? Yixian hesitated for a moment and asked again. Yes, I am a god. My name is Wujingzhen. Wujingzhen nodded, and a mark appeared on his wrist. Are you actually a god? Xiujio suddenly exclaimed. She blinked hard, her eyebrows filled with disbelief. Yixian was surprised. Why? Do you know him? Of course. He used to be a very powerful subordinate next to the Demon King. Unfortunately, he died early, and Yin Bai was his son. Xiujio responded immediately. Yin Bai? Yixian had a headache as he recalled that person. Humph. You're talking nonsense. How could I be a subordinate of the Demon King? Wait, you want me to be an undercover agent? What a good idea. As Wujingzhen spoke, his eyes gradually glowed and he gave a thumbs up. Chapter 396 Wooding City. I do not. Just when Xiujio was about to say something, Wujingzhen had already turned around and left. Yixian shook his head. You can really encounter all kinds of inexplicable and wonderful things. Wujingzhen turned out to be an undercover agent. And his son Yin Bai must be too. Damn it! Damn it! Xiujio bit her lower lip, eager to send the news back. Shut up! Yixian pinched her cheek. Xiujio had no choice but to close her mouth and say no more. Continuing on the road, Yixian came to the place where the demon clan members gathered, preparing to have a pot of rice. Who are you? This is a simple open-air tent with only one person drinking. When he saw him, he looked unkind. Yixian chuckled. Kill your people. After he finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and an arrow flew past his ear, accurately hitting the person's head. It was Natasha. So trustworthy, Xiujio muttered in his heart. He noticed Yixian's trust in Natasha and saw Natasha's superb bow skills. Yixian disposed of the body, sat down in that position, and waited quietly. When it was almost noon, the demons rushed over one by one. This god clan member who just died will not live in peace even if he dies. That's right. I still have to trouble you. Wait, why are there 2 people missing? What's there to worry about? I probably went to pee. Nearly 20 demons are approaching. Yixian stood up and opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. He walked out of the camp, followed closely by Natasha, observing the entire battlefield. Who are you? One of the demons looked shocked. Yixian chuckled. Do you demon tribesmen only ask this question? Damn it! Where are the people guarding here? Must be lazy. The demons are gearing up to get rid of this ignorant human being. Unexpectedly, Yixian suddenly appeared behind them. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, a cruel smile appeared on his face. After a while, only one demon clan member was left. Tell me, what is your identity? Yixian put his hands behind his back. I'm the human uncle who is the captain of this operation. Please let me go. I'm just following orders. The demon clan member cried sadly. Why are you so anxious? I haven't said I'm going to kill you yet. Yixian sat on the chair beside him and crossed his legs. When the demon clan members heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief and asked knowingly, Whatever you want to know, I will answer. After that, Yi Xian got a lot of news and clues from him. For example, the demons have withdrawn their troops in large numbers. Now, the kingdom of God has been completely destroyed, and the remaining citizens will send people to hunt them down. It's absolutely amazing, Yi Xian murmured softly. There is no doubt that the demon king wants to completely destroy the kingdom of God, leaving not a single spark behind. Can I leave? The demon said nervously. Yi Xian nodded. The demons were overjoyed, turned around and ran away. But before they could run a few steps, they were hit in the head by an arrow and fell to the ground. Yi Xian shrugged and stood up. But I didn't say I would spare your life. What a badass. Xiao Jiu's face was darkened. She had experienced this text trap several times. In terms of badness, I can't compare to your demon clan. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he didn't know where to go. He suddenly remembered something, looked at the task panel, and found that it had indeed been updated. Go to Wooding City. Hey, do you know where Wooding City is? Yi Xian asked Xiang Xiujiu. I know. It's a small border town of the demon clan. What's wrong? Xiao Jiu pouted. I see. Yi Xian took out the map and looked at it. And sure enough he found Wooding City. Although I don't know what I want to do with this mission. I'll talk about it first. He summoned a car at will. Let's go! Damn it! It's still too late. When Yi Xian and others left, he appeared. Half of his face darkened and his expression gloomy. We must let you die here. He knew that the longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. He took out a pill and ate it. And his speed suddenly doubled. Xiujiu, wait to die. There was a deep gloominess on Yi's face. Ah, sneeze. Xiao Jiu in the car sneezed violently, with a confused look on his face. What's going on? As far as I know, if you sneeze in this world, you will be remembered. Yi Xian drove the car, turned to look over and smiled. Xiujiu heard this. Is this my brother? Pretty close. Yi Xian nodded. His expression gradually changed, and he looked back. What is that? Xiao Jiu also looked at it, and found that there was dust everywhere, as if something was approaching quickly. Master, it's that man. Natasha took out her bow and arrow and said. Yi Xian frowned. How can it be so fast? It's the elixir for my heavenly saint sect. Isn't it powerful? Xiujiu sighed. You're quite proud, Yi Xian said, waving his hand. Swish swish. Natasha understood and shot arrows wildly. Because of the tracking arrow, she accurately hit the target, which contained thrust arrows. One's speed instantly slowed down by half. However, despite this, the distance between the two sides is still closing rapidly. Yi Xian frowned. This is bad. He really didn't want to fight this man, because it would be a waste of time. And he also had to save Xiaojiu. A burden. Quickly untie the rope, and I'll deal with him with you, Xiaojiu said hurriedly. She knew that the one who wanted her life and theirs had now become a grasshopper on a rope. I will be your prisoner honestly, Yi Xian said helplessly. Master, the deceleration has reached the limit. Natasha frequently shot arrows and spoke calmly, but a little helplessly. Yi Xian looked at the approaching Yi, feeling a little headache. It doesn't matter. Just do your best. What should we do now? Natasha was ready to use the power of ice and snow in her body. Wait a moment. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. Yi Xian looked back at the front, which was a plain with no end in sight. There's nothing we can do. It's still at least a day's journey from here to Wooding City. Xiujiu couldn't help but said. Yi Xian frowned. In that case, don't blame me for cheating. Just kidding? Xiujiu was puzzled. Yi Xian switched the car to automatic driving, then changed the car to convertible, then stood up and looked back, reaching out with his hands. In an instant, low walls appeared one after another. He jumped up immediately and dodged. There was no danger, but his speed slowed down a little. Let's play with him first, and pay attention to cooperation. Yi Xian smiled and said to Natasha, then exhaled. Then, he summoned various obstacles for Yi to shuttle through. Whenever he encountered them, he would be delayed for a while. What the hell are these obstacles that appear out of nowhere? As soon as he cursed angrily, he just dodged an obstacle when an arrow hit him in the face. Chapter 397 Gift. Hateful. Looking at the approaching arrow, he had no time to dodge. Boom! The arrow hit accurately, causing an explosion and causing dust to fly everywhere. The dust has dispersed. One pair of eyes were red. He was completely angered, and his face was bloody. Yi Xian snapped his fingers. See you again when we have a chance. As soon as the words fell, high walls rose up from the ground, forming a maze. One is trapped inside. No matter how hard he collided, he couldn't get out, and he finally lost his sense of direction. Amazing, Shujio said in a daze. You're awesome, but you can't fall in love with me, Yi Xian joked. Only a fool would fall in love with you, Xiaojio muttered, and suddenly found Natasha looking over with dissatisfaction, and quickly closed her mouth. Yi Xian suddenly said, Get some rest and wait until we get to Wooding City. Master, why can that guy named Yi always find us? Natasha couldn't help but ask at this moment. Hearing this, Yi Xian looked at Xiaojio. Don't you think we should explain? I have a location on my body that he can use to find me. Xiaojio lowered his head and reluctantly told the reason. Where? Yi Xian asked after pondering for a moment. Took out a dagger and disinfected it with flame. What are you doing? Xiaojio retreated cautiously. However, how could she escape when she was tied with a rope? Yi Xian held the dagger. Don't worry. I promise it won't hurt. Xiaojio didn't speak, but his face turned slightly red. It won't be in a very private location. Right. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Yeah. On my ass. Xiaojio nodded slightly and looked away with a blushing face. Yi Xian choked for a while. Natasha, come and take out the positioning device. Yes. Natasha nodded vigorously and took the dagger. No. It must be very painful. Xiaojio bit her lower lip. Aren't you a killer? What are you afraid of? Yi Xian was speechless. Logically speaking, the killer would not be afraid of death, let alone the shame and pain. Xiaojio scolded. I'm just afraid. Then give me a shot first. Yi Xian raised his hand to summon the anesthetic and injected it directly into Xiaojio's body. After that, the operation was successfully completed. Natasha's knife skills were very exquisite, leaving only a small opening. Why am I unconscious? What are you trying to say to me? Xiaojio couldn't speak easily because of the anesthetic. Yi Xian coughed lightly. It will return to normal in a while. Oh. Xiaojio knew that he was not lying because of his mind-reading ability. Time passes minute by minute. 3 hours later, Xiaojio regained consciousness, as if she was waking up from a dream. She suddenly remembered something. Where is the positioning device? At this. Yi Xian opened his hand, and there was a small positioning device in the palm of his hand, only half the size of a fingernail at most. Our sect master has ordered us not to take this thing out. Otherwise it will be a death penalty, Xiaojio said thoughtfully. Then you are still so cooperative? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Xiaojio pouted. You were the ones who took it out anyway, and the sect master is not willing to kill me. Fine. Yi Xian shrugged and began to summon after hesitating for a moment. He summoned many things one after another, but none of them were satisfactory, and they disappeared casually. Master, what are you doing? Natasha couldn't help but be curious. Of course it's to play a trick on that guy named Yi. After Yi Xian chuckled, he summoned something that satisfied him. It's a car that looks like a gift box. It's only as big as a palm, but it's not slow. At the same time, the gift box can be opened and there are explosive gadgets inside. Yi Xian tied the positioning device to it. That's it. After he finished speaking, he threw the car away. Buzz! The car roared, then ran away on its own, and soon disappeared. It's safe now, Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Why? Xiaojio shook his head and sighed. To be honest, she wanted to kill both Yi Xian and Natasha to avenge her second sister. But the problem is that it cannot be defeated. It would be great if I could have that kind of strength. Dusk. Yi Zheng was holding a portable radar with the location marked on it. He gradually revealed a ferocious smile. This time, I will never let you run away. But when we arrived at the place, we were surprised to find that it was actually the habitat of a bunch of wild beasts. These beasts are like dinosaurs, with huge bodies. When young, they are 3 meters tall, and they are powerful and domineering. In order to avoid disturbing the situation, proceed cautiously. Finally, the distance to positioning was less than 5 meters away. He was ecstatic, but his expression gradually changed, because in front of him was the pile of dung of those beasts. Is it hidden inside? Looking at the pile of excrement, he felt that this was the truth. At this moment, it doesn't matter whether it's clean or not. He jumped down with a ferocious look on his face, and after getting close, he punched hard. Who would have guessed? The pile of excrement was deeper than expected, and he fell straight into it, like a quagmire. One punched in anger. The strong wind scattered the feces in all directions. and the beasts were frightened and ran away quickly. Where are the people? Yi's whole body was extremely dirty. He held the radar, but found that it was only half a meter away from him. In front of him, looking over, a gift box came into view. He picked it up in a daze and opened it slowly. With a bang, the entire gift box exploded, and unknown parts flew everywhere. Ah! He shouted to the sky, and the stench assaulted his nostrils, making him feel a great sense of frustration. He was actually tricked. That guy should have received the gift. Right. On the other side, Yi Xian was driving a car with a faint smile on his face. Natasha looked at him. Master, it's getting dark. Should we find a place to rest first? It's okay. Even if there is danger, it won't be a problem for us, Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Traveling at night is indeed much more dangerous than during the day. But with the strength of my group, I can completely ignore it. He turned to say, if you are tired, go to sleep first. I am here. Master, aren't you tired? Natasha couldn't help but ask, with concern on her face. I have a potion. Yi Xian took out the anti-fatigue potion. Good boy. Take a nap first, so that you can help me better later. Natasha had no choice but to nod and soon fell into a deep sleep. Yi Xian continued to drive and looked aside. Still not sleeping yet? I don't have any extra anti-fatigue medicine for you. Humph. I'm not sleepy. Xiujio snorted coldly and was looking out the window to admire the scenery. The car is open now, and there is a faint breeze blowing in, which is reassuring. Are you worried? Yi Xian asked after pondering for a moment. I'm thinking about what I didn't do well. In the final analysis, I'm still not strong enough. Xiaojio's eyes turned red. If this were not the case, he would not have been caught. His second sister would not have died, and he would not have been chased by his eldest brother. Chapter 398, Other Methods. Then try to make yourself stronger if you have the chance, Yi Xian said thoughtfully. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye the next morning, Xiaojio had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Xian drank a bottle of anti-fatigue potion and looked ahead. Is that Wedding City? He smiled and twisted his neck. Directly ahead, only a few kilometers away, was a city that looked very quaint. Everyone wake up! Yi Xian turned around and said. When the two girls woke up, Natasha simply arranged her hair, holding a bow and arrow, ready to fight at any time. Are you there? Xiaojio could only barely move. Would the master be arrested if he tied her up and went in? Natasha tried to ask. Yi Xian nodded. So we have to use other methods. After a while, the group of people walked towards Wedding City. Yi Xian held Xiujio's hand. Don't play tricks. Do you remember everything I told you? Remember I am your girlfriend. Xiujio was a little reluctant, and Natasha followed behind. Soon, they arrived at the city gate, and two soldiers came over and began to examine. Because Xiujio, a demon clan member, passed easily. Entering Wedding City, Yi Xian glanced around. There should be a mission location. It looks like you have to find it yourself. Can you let go? Xiujio looked at the hand he was holding. No, Natasha said behind her, secretly holding a dagger in her hand. If anything went wrong, she would kill her. Yi Xian took them and walked in the city. There are demons everywhere here. Fortunately, he and Natasha are human and elf, so they won't be too rejected. A great victory on the front line. We defeated the gods. In the next 3 days, all the food and drinks in the city will be free. The sound came suddenly. Immediately, people cheered. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. The madness of the secret demons was really passed down from their ancestors, and they would celebrate like this. Xiujio's stomach suddenly growled. How about we go get something to eat first? It's free anyway. Good. Yi Xian glanced at Natasha before agreeing. The food I and others ate along the way was very poor, so I just wanted to replenish it. Soon, we came to a restaurant, which was already crowded. The shop owner said excitedly, Don't worry, everyone. If you don't have a seat, please queue up first. Everyone has a share. Hey, shop owner, it's all free. Can your shop afford to pay? Some guests from foreign races couldn't help but ask. You don't know. Every time we Demon Clan comes to this time, the Devil King allocates funds to us from the treasury to subsidize us. The shop owner said with a smile. You demons are so good? The guest looked surprised and couldn't help but say. The shop owner nodded. Isn't that right? But anyone who dares to lie about the quantity will be beheaded. Even the death was ugly, and there was no whole body. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, There was finally a seat. Yi Xian took the two girls and sat there. Yes. What are you eating? Although it's free today, you must not waste it. You must order it in moderation. The waiter came over quickly. Xiujio ordered a few dishes she liked, and Yi Xian also ordered a few randomly. But Natasha didn't choose. Soon, the food arrived. Yi Xian glanced around, wondering what the mission would be, when he saw a familiar person walking in. It's the dead body I saw before. Zhuo Jingzhen. As soon as he came in, he ordered a few side dishes, and there happened to be space. So he sat down to eat. Coincidentally, at the table next to Yi Xian and others, Xiujio stared at him, his eyes seeming to devour him. Yi Xian coughed lightly, and then whispered, "Don't cause trouble. We are both watching you." Xiujio pouted. She knew that if she made any small move, they would take action. "Why are you here?" Zhuo Jingzhen suddenly noticed them. "Come and sit." Yi Xian smiled and secretly held Xiaojio's hand. Zhuo Jingzhen naturally agreed. He sat over and then asked doubtfully, "I just arrived here not long ago. If I had known you were coming, I would have gone together." "Okay. You're a big spy," Xiaojio suddenly whispered. "Huh?" Zhuo Jingzhen heard this and smiled instead of being angry. "Thank you for the compliment. I will try my best." "Is this guy a fool? I'm not complimenting you." Xiaojio looked away depressedly. "Help Zhuo Jingzhen be placed next to the Demon King." "This mission." Yi Xian frowned and sighed. "I will call you Mr. Zhuo. What you want to do now is to get close to the Demon King. Right? Well, first of all, it's easy to go to the main city. I'm afraid there's no way to get close." Zhuo Jingzhen nodded. He has hidden the mark of God so that ordinary people will not notice it. But the existence of the Demon King can be recognized at a glance. Yi Xian chuckled lightly and took the meal from the waiter. "It doesn't matter. Just walk on the road first. There will always be a way. As the saying goes, there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. There must be a road before the car reaches the mountain?" Good words, Zhuo Jingzhen murmured. Afterwards, the four of them had a meal and prepared to leave Wooding City and head to the main city of the Demon Clan. "Sir, the two girls you brought with you are quite handsome." Not long after I walked out of the restaurant, a voice came from behind. Yi Xian looked back and found that they were some drunkards, showing frivolity on the front, and obviously had bad intentions. "Who are you?" Zhuo Jingzhen frowned and looked. "We are heroes who have been on the battlefield." The group of people said this and stepped forward to surround them. Natasha wanted to make a move, but Yi Xian stopped her. "Try not to make a move on the street. Let's go first." Natasha nodded. Everyone started running, and after turning a few corners, they entered an alley. "Oops. It's a dead end." Zhuo Jingzhen frowned. "This is the place I want." Yi Xian smiled softly, then looked back and saw that the drunkards had already caught up. It has to be said that the Demon Clan is really in chaos, especially at this time. The public security is as if there is no such thing, and they have completely chosen to let it go. One of the drunkards looked at Xiaojio. "I'll just play with you for a while, and then I'll let you go. The younger one also has to come. I don't mind it." The other drunkard licked his lips and smiled. "You are looking for death." Xiaojio was very angry and said, "It is a shame for the Demon Clan to have you. Stop talking nonsense and kill them." Yi Xian finished speaking calmly, slowly drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, and instantly came to the side of the drunkard, making a hissing gesture. Before the drunkard could react, his throat was slit. The blood flowed slowly. Yi Xian turned around and found that all the other drunkards had been killed by Natasha and the others. Among them, Xiaojio didn't even leave the body behind. "You damn scumbags." Chapter 399 Divine Gold and Jade. "Come on. The noise here may attract people," Yi Xian said. Soon, everyone left, leaving only a messy scene. After leaving the city, Xiujio put his hands on his hips and said, "These guys really don't deserve to be considered demons. You could have run away just now." Yi Xian took out the rope and tied her hands with a chuckle. Xiujio's expression gradually stiffened, as if the sky had fallen. "Yes, you could have run away just now. So what were you doing?" A car went straight to the main city of the Demon Clan. Yi Xian sat in the driver's seat, breathing out from time to time and looking at the unhappy Xiaojio. "Be happy. There is no need for this." Snort. Xiujio pouted. Very unhappy. Yi Xian turned to look at Zhuo Jingzhen. The question now was how to help him hide the divine seal. That night, by a small river, Yi Xian stopped the car. Let's rest here. It will take some time to get to the main city. There is no need to rush for success. Anyway, I can't catch up with that one. The gods are gone. Zhuo Xingxin came to the river to wash his face, showing a sad look. His eyes turned red involuntarily. Our country is gone. It's true that the country is gone, but the spirit is still there and will be passed on until the demons are defeated. Yi Xian came over and said calmly. Bang! Zhuo Xingxin clenched his fists and nodded. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. He wants to sneak into the main city of the demon clan, steal information, and contribute to this struggle. Is it so easy for demons to dream? Xiaojiu muttered. Late at night, everyone ate some of the prey they had caught and then camped to sleep. Yi Xian sat by the fire and looked at the map. It's not as far as I thought. We'll be there in a few days. The main city of the demon clan. The sky was as dark as ink. And inside the castle, Demon King Carol looked at his severed finger. Thoughtfully, he leaned against the window and looked outside with a smile. This world is really interesting. It has been a month since I came to this world. Whether it is the rich resources or the customs and customs, I am intoxicated. Lord Demon King, we failed to find your severed finger. A general came over and said tremblingly. Oh, have you ever seen such a corpse? The Demon King pondered for a moment and drew a portrait of Yi Xian. Never seen it before. The general shook his head. The devil sneered and said, Things are getting more and more interesting. He is not dead. What about a high price reward? The general asked with some uncertainty. Don't worry. I will find him personally and kill him. The devil's eyes were filled with fierce light. Now he is full of energy. And if there is any resistance, he will destroy it all. At this time, Yi Xian and others were still sleeping in the tent. Master, I can't sleep, Natasha said softly in her arms. Yi Xian didn't sleep at all. What? You have insomnia? I don't know. I just can't sleep. Natasha shook her head, confused. Be good. You'll fall asleep soon. Yi Xian gently stroked her hair and said with a chuckle. Gradually, Natasha closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually became steady. Why? Yi Xian knew that the reason why she couldn't sleep was because she was anxious. A figure suddenly appeared outside the tent. Are you asleep? What's up? Yi Xian stood up slowly, knowing that the person outside was Zhuo Xingxin. There's something I want to talk to you about. Zhuo Xingxin handed over. Yi Xian walked out of the tent and followed him to a place not too far away. If you have anything to do, tell me. The girl named Xiujiu in the team is actually a demon. Right. Zhuo Xingxin's expression changed slightly. That's right. Yi Xian did not choose to hide it. Why? Aren't you also a god? Why would you leave her a demon? Zhuo Xingxin couldn't understand and pointed to the mark of God on his forehead. Yi Xian chuckled. I have my own intentions. But Mr. Zhuo, you won't come to me just because of this trivial matter. Will you? Of course I don't mean to give this to you. Zhuo Xingxin sighed and took out a stone. From the cracks on it, you could see purple gold light shining inside. This is it? Yi Xian took it and played with it in his hands. This is sacred gold and jade, a treasure passed down from my ancestors. Legend has it that it was given by a god. Zhuo Xingxin said this. Yi Xian's heart moved. Given by the gods? That being said, this material must be good, but I don't know what its specific function is. I'm afraid of death this time. So I hope you can keep the sacred gold and jade, and at least make good use of it. But I have the last concern in my heart. So please promise me. Zhuo Xingxin solemnly handed over his hands, with a serious expression. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. I promise you. Thank you very much. Zhuo Zhang was really relieved. Turned around and left, going back to his tent to rest. Little Jinlong, do you know what this material is? Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Sacred gold and jade, a kind of thing used to make artifacts, are rare in your era. Much rarer than Lin Snake. The little golden dragon came out of his sleeves, looked at it and answered. Yi Xian nodded and couldn't help but ask. Is the thing created by this thing a divine weapon? Not necessarily. It depends on the crafting technique. And with this little material, can you at most make a dagger? Little Jinlong couldn't tell, so he immediately got back into his arms. It's really a good thing. Yi Xian murmured softly, and put the sacred gold and jade into his backpack. He believes that this thing will definitely be used in the future. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian only slept for 4 hours. Master, haven't you had a good rest? Get some more sleep. Natasha woke up rubbing her eyes. Yi Xian shook his head. It doesn't matter. We'll rest when we get in the car. After getting into the car and switching to automatic driving, he squinted his eyes and rubbed his temples with his hands. Is there anything troubling you? What did the considerate Natasha think of? Yi Xian smiled bitterly, always thinking about how to help Zhuo Jingzhen hide the divine seal without being discovered by the Demon King. But after much thought, I couldn't think of any solution. This is an absolutely impossible thing. Yi Xian exhaled and turned to ask Xiang Shuju. Can you tell me what kind of person the Demon King is? The devil in my mind is cold, merciless, and unrestrained. As Shuju talked, his mouth was almost drooling. It's useless to ask you. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. I still remember that Xiao Jiu once said that Zhuo Jingzhen was originally a spy beside the Demon King. That is to say, there must be a way to succeed. What will it be? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, looked through the missions, and found an additional branch line. Rescue the madman urgent. When did it come out? Yi Xian was stunned and found that the location was not far from here. So he immediately drove there. Chapter 400 Curse. The car was driving fast, and the scenery outside the window was blurred. Zhuo Jingzhen couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Sit tight. Yi Xian did not answer, but gave instructions. Half an hour later, he stepped on the brakes hard, causing everyone to lean forward and almost be thrown off. Yi Xian looked ahead. What kind of place is this? It seems like a demon mine? Xiao Jiu was unhappy. He just hit his head, and it hurt a lot. Master, do you need me to investigate? Natasha couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and then nodded. Natasha got out of the car, and soon disappeared. Yi Xian waited quietly. Finally, 10 minutes later, Natasha came back. It is indeed a mine, and there are many miners who are forced to work in it. Are there demons among those miners? Yi Xian asked, rubbing his chin. Very few. Almost none, Natasha replied. They must be slaves captured by the demons. Yi Xian knew in his heart that the madman was inside. He said, You guys wait for me here. Natasha nodded obediently. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her run away. Yi Xian gave extra instructions, pointing at Xiao Jiu. Then, he parked the car in a hidden place, ran to the mine, took out a mask and put it on. This familiar mask hasn't appeared for a long time. Yi Xian touched the mask with his hand, and then took out the shadow fan. Mine. Countless workers are working here, coming from various races, with refugees from the god race accounting for the majority. Hey, when will this day end? I have the heart to die. Compared with those of other races, the refugees from the Protoss often wailed and were not used to it. Yi Xian came to the gate of the mine and stopped. Several demon guards came over. Hey, where did you come from? You put on a mask and pretended to be a ghost. Get out of here. Be careful. We will beat you until you are dead. Snap! Yi Xian waved the shadow fan in his hand in the air. In an instant, the powerful force caused the ground to crack. Who are you? The guard who just spoke was already frightened to death. He backed away with a look of horror on his face. Nothing. Just a prisoner. After Yi Xian finished speaking calmly, he walked towards the door and opened his fan fiercely. The guards fell down in unison, with a small wound on their throat. Sirens sounded throughout the mine. Yi Xian frowned and found that the fan was stained with some blood. He couldn't help but murmur. The 7-star Long Yuan sword is better to use. At least it won't stick to blood. Buzz? The 7-star Long Yuan sword on his waist trembled slightly, seeming very happy. There is a forbidden area ahead. If you dare to break through forcefully, you will not take us. The Demon King. Seriously? Stop it! The person in charge of the mine, including the guards, all rushed over, knowing that the visitor was evil. Yi Xian's expression did not change. If I kill you all and destroy this mine, the harm the demons will do to the world in the future will be much less. Right, he said, smiling involuntarily, thinking it was feasible. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out now. This is your last chance. The person in charge of the mine scolded. Don't take this kind of opportunity. Yi Xian waved the shadow fan casually. Snapped. There was a sound, and a head fell to the ground. It belonged to the person in charge of the mine. The scene instantly turned into a mess. Yi Xian walked forward calmly, killing all enemies he met without leaving any behind. Soon there was complete chaos, and the prisoners who had been taken for labor began to resist. Yi Xian's clothes were stained with blood, and he didn't know how many people he had killed. He finally found the madman near a mine. I'm here to find you. What do you want from me? The madman was dirty, as if he had been tortured, and he was holding a pickaxe in his hand. It's me. Yi Xian took off his mask. It's you? The madman was surprised and delighted. He stood up quickly and took out a notebook from his arms. Here. Keep it quickly. This is? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment and showed surprise when he took it. This was the Devil Files. Only, there is no page about Demon King Carol. I'm really sorry. I failed to live up to your high expectations. I originally wanted to come to the Demon Clan to find the Demon King's weaknesses, but I didn't expect to be caught here not long after. The madman smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. We still have plenty of time and can slowly improve it. Yi Xian pursed his lips and said. The madman shook his head. No, I can't live much longer. After he finished speaking, he opened his clothes and his heart was exposed and beating from time to time. What happened? Yi Xian couldn't understand and released a powerful healing technique. However, it was useless. The effect was very poor, and it was greatly weakened. The wound still existed, as if someone had dug out the piece of flesh in front of the heart. I'm cursed. After the madman finished speaking, he trembled violently, then raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. I can't finish this book. I hope you can finish it for me. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes forever and fell to the ground without strength. A curse? What is a curse? Yi Xian was a little confused. Xiao Jinlong said, It is an enemy buff that cannot be eliminated, which will bring various bad effects to people, even death. But why have I never seen it in the game world? Yi Xian frowned and looked at the madman's corpse in front of him, unable to understand. Because the curse has gradually been lost. Few people in your generation have even seen it. Xiao Jinlong answered. Wait, what if he didn't finish the book? Yi Xian said, taking out the Demon King's files that he first obtained, and turning to the last page. He found that it was blank with not even a word on it. He frowned and said, Did my arrival completely change history? This seems to be the only explanation. If I hadn't traveled to this time period and met a madman, everything might have been different. Help Zhuo Jingzhen be placed next to the Demon King. Branch, destroy the mine. Yi Xian glanced at the task list and frowned slightly. Has the previous task been completed? He no longer thought about it. But after disposing of the madman's body, he summoned many explosive devices to destroy the mine. So far, this mine is abandoned. If you want to mine it again, you will need a lot of money. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a treasure box fell from the sky. It was lavender. He opened it and found that there was only a note inside. It says, The legendary most powerful dwarf craftsman Kylie is not dead, but secretly loyal to the Demon King. Kelly? Yi Xian was a little surprised and put the note into his backpack. Afterwards, he left the mine and joined Natasha and others. Zhuo Jingzhen said solemnly, On behalf of the gods who were rescued, I thank you. It should be done. Yi Xian chuckled and drove them away after finishing speaking. He gradually moved away from the mine, and the book entrusted by the madman was put into his backpack.